there towards the end, it would have been a lot better.
Do you know, there were so many favorite moments from this game. Do you know what my... why are you already saying?
Don't.
Do you know what one of my favorite moments was from this game? Stop him. It was both of your guys' picks going out straight away in the game. Max, what do you have to say about yourself?
So, Horror were alive.
So, yeah?
I blinked.
Yeah?
They weren't alive anymore.
That's weird.
That's all I have to say.
How about yourself, Seven, with 4 thrives?
It happens when a team decides to hot drop in the grand finals on day 1 on the first match. 4 thrives. Come on, what are we doing? To be fair, though, they said that after this, they don't really have to worry about anything else. But I don't care. 4 thrives. Please stop hot dropping, even if we're only going to be playing Sandhawk twice.
And who was my pick coming into the grand finals? What's wrong, Max? Alter Ego?
I'm annoyed.
Was it actually your pick?
Yeah, of course.
It was his pick. Barney, too.
They look crazy good in the group stage, and now they're controlling crazy amounts of space. Anyway, that's by the by. Let's take a look at the highlights from this game as well.
One thing I really liked, actually, we're talking about it a little bit, Seven, during this game, is the rhythm at which Alter Ego play. Not talking about the control on Trifecta, which we already highlighted was phenomenal. Is the way they take engagements that make sense. They take a big fight, they maybe take a few knocks, full reset, bring everyone back up, get information, transition to a better position. It's just very by the book, and yet so efficient, so well executed, so snappy. The Alter Ego, I was a little bit scared that what they did in group stage, it would be hard to replicate here in the finals, but they proved us wrong right away in the first game.
The main one comes down to that scouting. I'm really enjoying the scouting that they do, and as you mentioned, just the pacing of their playing style, making sure that they do end up clearing everything. Rosemary, though, to be fair, Rosemary ended up getting caught off guard there by Power, and talking about Power, what an impressive match out of this team, too, winning the hot drop.
Yeah, very important, all things considered. It might make 4 thrives now think twice about that. They've still got 2 more Sandhawks to play here, Max, so maybe not coming back in those next 2 Sandhawks.
Look, you maybe don't want to ruin your Sandhawks when Alter Ego already created a big lead.
Yeah,
that's, you know, because it's not about you need to be top 8 to be in a good position. You need to win it all, and you're not going to do so by hot dropping on one map.
Yeah, the thing is if one member of Power isn't there, I think Alter Ego wins this even harder. They've got Rosemary and Moana just waiting for that Thunder Talk kind of rotate around on the left. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be the desk host. Go on, talk, Seven.
Good. I think, what was it? It was like 13 eliminations. I'm with you. If they would have kept Rosemary, they would have been so much more aggressive, because what we have seen this team do, which is just gain all of that control. They would have been willing to take those fights, and even at the end, when we saw them having to just slow down and get a reset, it would have been a lot faster.
Yeah, I kind of want to steal a point that you were talking about earlier, Kalaris, during the game. It's actually, they're very good at knowing the weaknesses of their position. Thunder Talk up northwest, they were trying to wrap around. They instantly understood, okay, this is our weak point. We are going to get wrapped around. They set up a little bit of a defense. Power, as we said, that one solo player just kind of ruined it for them. They do lose Rosemary.
Yeah.
But Thunder Talk, if they don't take care of that main threat at that point, chances are they don't win that match. So they're very, very good at just understanding what is going to be the issue in matches when it comes to taking wins.
That said, I do have a lot of hope for our Korean overlords, as I normally do in these tournaments, boys. And take a look at Nongshim Red Force going up against DRX as well. 2 teams that could do a lot here. But DRX in the distance, dodging bullets left, right, and center, then being able to shut down Nongshim Red Force. There was some there's cool moments all over the place from this game, Seven.
There was. I mean, you have Narvalo being able to clutch up for Team Falcons, too. That was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
Remember, last time I was talking about him, it was just getting eliminated too early on for his team. So it's good to see it now, being able to see the evolution of Narvalo.
Yeah.
But I got to call out 3 teams, actually 2 teams. It has to be Nongshim Red Force and Fireflux. Nongshim Red Force, I'm going to give you a bit of a slight one, because you did have a lot of the area. You had a circle that was kind of blessing you. But these 2 teams just play a little bit too passive for what the lobby is currently showing us.
Let's check in with our teams coming into Erangel. Erangel is an unbelievably important battleground here, and 4 thrives alongside Alter Ego have been able to truly thrive on this battleground, Max, but who's going to be able to do it?
If you're able to get these point averages we've seen in the survival and the league stage, right, coming in from 4 thrives, Alter Ego, if you're getting around like 6 elims, 7 elims average on every Erangel, that again, you're playing this battleground 3 times per day, you're going to start creating an even bigger lead. And the fact that Alter Ego start with a win, and they are our Erangel top fragger, bro, they're scary right out of the gate here.
Yeah, definitely. With 50% of the maps being, of course, Erangel here, you need to be performing on the grassy pastures.
Well, I mean, for 4 thrives, as I was saying, okay, you know what? Let's get out of the way with Sandhawk. You got that hot drop. Hopefully, you'll be able to learn for tomorrow. But now, going into Erangel, all their wins came in Erangel. Whenever we were in group stages, they ended up with, what was it, top 3, 4 times out of 6 matches that we played this. So they need to make sure they take full advantage of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to make it happen. Again, as you said, Kalaris, 50% of your matches are on this battleground, on the grassy pastures. You want to try and have some good time over there, and if any teams can be making it, all the top fraggers we just saw on that graphic could be the ones to make it happen.
Definitely. I expect we'll see a bounce back from 4 Thrives. They're not going to go lying down. But of course, over in-game right now, you guys can get your hands on the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, and it's now live. Don't miss the final 3 days this weekend. Log in to summon your airdrop surprise and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers from your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win rewards. Come and join the Airdrop Carnival and unbox your surprise. Any surprises you may think of here, Seven, coming into Erangel?
That I can think of right away? No, none. I just want to see some of those teams that I ended up calling out being a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
Especially even if they do end up in a position where they maybe are blessed by the circle, I want to see them being a little bit more proactive. Try to get those points. Try to get those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, one team I'm going to be looking at, especially this game, is going to be Regnum Karya. They drop in Rozok. There's no contention. There's no hot drop happening over there. They did have a really rough circle this time around on Sanhok, but Erangel is by far their best battleground. If there's any time Regnum Karya need to step up, it's right here, right now.
And for the Regnum Karya, it's going to have to come down to just being able to rotate a little bit faster. We were talking about it during that last match, Max. We're saying they're rotating way too slow. It's going to end up hurting them. Guess what? Alter Ego was already set up. And when you have teams playing like how Alter Ego is, being able to control such a big area, if you're going to end up rotating late and not being able to scout, you're just pretty much going to get eliminated.
Of course, you guys over at home as well can not only be watching the stream that's going on here, but make sure to have the map feed open too live, because obviously that is going to give you huge information regarding how these teams are going to be rotating, how they're moving. And speaking of that, I paid very close attention whilst I was kind of analyzing the games from day to day, how Yangon was going to be rotating on things, because of course, coming from Military Island is not the easiest of things you have to do in this game, Maxpan. And sometimes it was by hovercraft, sometimes it's by cars across roads and things like that. So for them, there is always that potential challenge that you've got to deal with when coming from military.
I mean, especially because, let's keep in mind, unlike in the survival stage, 4 Thrives are here. Western Bridge, occupied. Alpha Gaming back in the lobby, drop in the military. Novo also going to be possibly occupied. I think there was even a potential hot drop happening over there. So Yangon Galacticos, this is going to be turned up to 11 into hard mode. And we know that this is a team that surprised us. Can they surprise us when they are going to have a real tough time simply surviving on Military Island?
If there was a team that I would expect them to be able to get out of Military Island, will be Yangon Galacticos. But
I agree.
They've been able to show it over and over again. They've been able to adjust. Yeah, even now that 4 Thrives is here and they're more than likely going to just be controlling that Western Bridge, we have seen Yangon Galacticos realize that and be willing to just take some damage from the blue zone, go all the way around into the Eastern Bridge, and even if they end up rotating late, it works out for them.
It does work out, but I'm just scared not really of 4 Thrives, because we've seen that normally their hold on Western Bridge is quite passive. They allow teams to move in if it doesn't give them a big advantage in the circle early on. My main issue is going to be when APG and 4 Thrives, APG and Yangon Galacticos try to rotate at the same time, and you're going to have this big bottleneck situation. That is really what causes team to lose a lot of players in the early game.
All I'm hearing here is a third-party opportunity for Yangon Galacticos.
Ooh. And that's kind of scary. Just a really good... Anyway, let's by the by. It's time. The Grassy Pastures, Erangel, game number 2 of the day here for the Grand Finals.
Impeccable timing from the audience there, and overall, Blank, you can see it's starting to fill out right. You've got fans, you've got family, you've got support staff, everyone in the arena ready for the anticipation that's going to continue to build as we make our way through these playoff games. And I tell you what, Blank, I'm going to throw it into the mix right now. Alter Ego take back-to-back chicken dinners.
You think so?
100%.
Straight on Erangel with another Alter Ego win, huh? I mean, to be fair, yep, all support staff are here, the fans are out in force. Al-Haji's father is here cheering him on as well. A little bit extra pressure, you know.
Oh yeah, the legend himself in the crowd.
My dad was there, I'd be worried. I'd do a better cast. But yeah, we're heading over towards Erangel for the first time here over at Playoffs. Starting over towards Quarry, heading up over towards Stauber. Very neat little playing path here for most teams, right? We'll be able to get out slightly early over towards Primos, very Pier, as well as Sosnovka, which gives you a little bit more time to figure out what your movement's going to be from Sosnovka, which is nice, especially if you drop down there. But meantime, teams heading over towards Yasnaya, Mansion, Lipovka, Prism. It's a little bit of a longer rotate that you're going to have to make. Time you have to spend inside the plane. I think for most teams, they'll be very, very happy with this kind of playing path.
You can see how the standings are looking as well, of course, off the back of that opening game of the playoffs here. For Power, it was a very impressive hot drop, targeted one of the teams that everyone's had their eyes on, and that was 4 Thrives, who absolutely dominated back in the group stage. Is there going to be a bit of back for blood gameplay on that one? That's what I'm curious about. Are they going to have this revenge moment? You don't want to have 2 games for slow starts. That's a squad that needs to build.
APG currently parachuting over the top of 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives already hit the ground running. We'll see if APG extends this parachute down towards Sosnovka. I think they have to at this point, especially now that 4 Thrives is already starting to get set up. We send over towards the eastern side of the map. Falcons in their beloved Pachinki, as well as Rozhok being held by Regnum Kaya, as Maxman was talking about earlier on. Now, was a lot of indecision coming through from Regnum Kaya when it comes to Rozhok. Teams often finding a better position in Rozhok when the circle heads that way. Not sure whether to hold inside or send out. I think that they got hit with a little bit of an unlucky stick a few times on that one. There certainly can be improvements. We'll wait and see. Keep your eyes on the wheel and the windscreen, please. Instead of just on the map, so if you're driving, get direction from your teammates, possibly.
Yeah, don't dent the Dacia. Keep it clean, Black. Paintwork on that. It's a nice cool blue. Matches the logo.
Yeah, she works out very well. But everyone in this one all rotating together here for Thunder Talks, sending down towards Milta, which is free right now, so Thunder Talks can play that one out. Alter Ego sending far over towards Lipovka right now, which is very much out of the way, but on this kind of circle, it's completely fair. You don't want to send your entire team over towards Lipovka, though. You would like some scouts on the outside. Right now, it looks like the entirety of the team is just going up towards Lipovka, though. I think they expect that they're going to have time, especially on the plane path being so long over towards the eastern side of the map.
Curious as well. Position 10, Falcons tied points with Weibo and both Fire Flux as well. How they're going to be looking. Obviously, we saw in their Sandhawk Games for our survival stage, it was far slower pace. It worked for them there. It's going to be a bit different here. Teams that are going to look to try and take the fight to you, you're not going to get as many freebies. When they crashed into Nongshing Red Force, that's where it all went wrong. Hopefully they can avoid a similar outcome here. Forward scout on Ralph. Farther up ahead, it's Regnum Karia, Fireflux, and Power that are relatively close by.
Power's getting a move on. Regnum Kaya also making that move, as you were saying, all in vehicles. They left Rozhok early. They want to pride themselves here, and I think that's fair enough, especially in the first circle. They don't want to spend too much time in Rozhok. They'd rather get a central position and then know that there is a chance to send back over towards Rozhok later on. So we're not doing any of these shenanigans where we leave 2 players behind, we send 2 players up front. They're going to play together. If it means they have to kind of work their way back into Rozhok, dig a tunnel back towards that region of the map, then sure, fair enough. But in the meantime, Regnum Kai is just going to try and take a central position, which they know they have priority on right now from the spot that they started in. Like you said, Power in a similar spot. Gondola here for Eren, as he will make the journey back down the mountain. This is over towards Stalber.
This is intense. Eren, inside of the gondola. The ground shaking.
It's not intense, it's in a gondola.
Not as good as the horse, you know. I think horse, gondola, kind of, you know, different territory.
Yeah, it's a completely alternate playing field, right? It's incomparable.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Stop that.
You can tell we're a duo.
Yeah, we can. Jinx padlock, throw away the key.
Oh, I'm glad you saved us.
You know what though? Glad we get a little bit of camera time with DRX here as well.
Again, you know, they kind of had a rough early rotation where Fireflogs were able to take down one player from that team, but they kept it developing. And again, I think there's so much talent for this squad. I'm curious to see how they're going to be looking once we kind of have this day to look back on. Going into day 2, where they are in the standings, what the squads look like. I feel like there is so much talent on this roster for Hyunbin as well. So on the kind of, you know, it's been there, worn the t-shirt, and it's just a short space of time.
Yeah.
Meteoric rise for him. Very, very good talent to watch.
Hyunbin's been very effective across esports in, like you said, the short time he's been here, relative to a lot of the veterans that are in PUBG Mobile. I will say the one thing that is annoying between Nongshim Red Force as well as DRX for our South Korean teams is Tizzy, Sizzy, Zizzy. It's like, come on, guys. Let's get a slightly different naming convention going. Just for my sanity, at least.
Well, at least we've only got one alpha now.
That's true, yeah. Fantastic result.
For one of them.
For one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I think, honestly, for Alpha 7, they claimed the name earlier, right? For Alpha Gaming, that felt more like BM, in my opinion.
What, they have the chance to do the funniest thing.
Oh, it's Alpha Gaming. They've won the second. Wait a minute.
Oh, the back-to-back. Oh, no, hang on. It's a different team.
A different one.
Yeah.
That would confuse the social media managers.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you that now.
That'd throw you off guard.
Yeah.
Roll the alpha set.
Just joking.
Pull the fast one on you.
Let's not twist the knife too much.
No more BM. Okay.
They've just come off a pretty saddening defeat. But yeah, we are here live from Riyadh. We have a thumping, roaring crowd, which is great to see from all instances over the world, which is really, really sweet as well. Everyone coming out to support their team of choice. But it's been a slow game so far. With just a lot of rotating happening. I think we've lost 0 players. All teams still up and kicking as we head over towards Farmway. Most teams just looking for a more central position on the map. We are moving more and more away from edge gameplay. A lot of teams putting a lot more stock here towards the center, which will change as time goes on, as more and more spots open up around the edge of the map. You'll see teams getting a lot of success off the back of that, and it's crazy they're coming into playoffs, and that is sort of the change we're going to see probably day 2, day 3 if this thing continues, and it really depends which team's going to be able to take advantage of that, because a lot of times, in my opinion, it's teams that have very good sweeping capability. One team in particular that does that very well, Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, and we've seen that as well in their gameplay already. I think again, you know, it just sort of hammers home that point of the fact that this team can do it all. They can pass the baton amongst one another. It was very nicely played. Krypton with the setup, even when Rosemary goes down, the way they're building back into the game, walking away with a chicken dinner. And there's a reason, you know, you throw it out there saying, obviously, I think they could take a back-to-back chicken dinner here today. But with the talent they've shown, I think they genuinely could. We'll keep our eye on it. See how it goes over the flow of this one. Nice as well when you brought it up, obviously. Everyone in the crowd, we saw the highlight there, and Al Haji's father. That segment of the crowd representing power. If they keep playing like they did, try and build into that, well, there they are in the eLIM feed, taking fights to Thunder Talks. You know they're going to be getting loud.
Yeah, sighting actually does go down straight away to Ragnar, which is a good opener. He does take a fair lick of damage, but should be able to get back into cover here. Just compound-based gameplay between both teams as the circle did push out towards the western side. And I think it's the first time this tournament we've really seen this area of the map in full over towards Potato Hill and the southern reaches of it. There's a lot of water. It's not as much as you might think, but you've got to consider that edge down towards Sosnovka that's still in is also a playable space. You'd be a bit mad to try and confirm down there at this point in the game. So we are cutting around about 30%, I'd say, out of this map. So it's becoming a little bit more cramped, a little bit more crowded.
Scary as well, watching this rotate in from Team Secret. Another squad that I think, you know, could be described as preferring to have those passive setups rather than being the one to instigate firefights. You run into the crosshairs of Alter Ego, they are going to take that fight to you. They won't let you get away cleanly. You had a spot in the backline there with Rosemary very quickly jumping out of the driving seat to attempt to set up in cover. Didn't take the fight in the end. Doesn't fight out a few bullets to see if he can get a connection over, but they can still chase on this.
For Rodrigo, they're sort of giving ground here to Team Secret as they get ahead, but it is Krypton who's been able to swipe around, get in front of them. Ida as well as Fireflux are in front. It's an awkward rotate, I'd say, because Horror does control a lot of the space over towards the northern side, and Alter Ego likely not wanting to pick up that position. Neither are Team Secret. There is potential, though, to just completely back off this angle. Make a very wide wrap over towards school side and play there. It is out of bounds in terms of where a lot of the high prio locations are, but it gives you a safe approach into the circle. Alva right now, the hound on the team of Alter Ego, looking to take a sniff over towards Shelter.
You can get a good read on this as well with the placement of the squads round towards that side. You've also got another scout from Emre who's actually bypassed one another. Inside of the blue is Alva. Jumps out of the vehicle for a second, quick bit of looting. Rosemary in close position there as well. You see it established here on the map screen as we get that next zone coming in.
Direx, E-Arena, both in good spots. I like where Mormon's playing. This is a really nice split coming through from E-Arena. They had the compound that sat on the eastern side of those fields, which means you can comfortably hold out Falcons, but they make this immediate rotate over towards Mormon, who held that spot, but Regnum Kaya will be coming through quickly as well. They understand this spot is extremely important to them. 2 down already. Sakura is out, and Regnum Kaya is cleaning house.
Oh yeah, mop and bucket gameplay. Looking to close down on E-Arena and leave them nothing to fight back with. It's a nice start. Silas on the hunt. Player up on the roof, trying to keep his head down. Clean this out, make sure there's no opportunities for a bit of a stab back. Walk away with all 4 players still alive once they get the man picked back up there. Ooh, that's not what you want. Butcher maneuvers, but this could be a little bit cheeky. Fireflux going in. Hovercraft gameplay from the side though. Macap instantly falls. He able to hit that one on the crash in.
Fireflux not being able to win this fight is going to be pretty rough for them, because this was their game plan for a long time, is to hit up towards this compound. And they've been sent back off this. Good hold coming through from Weibo. Only losing 1 player in order, but it's not even a flush there. It's just the knock. That's easily resable. So Fireflux is going to have to go play down by the coastal side, which is an uncomfortable position to be in, because not only is it not in this compound, which is much safer, but it also denies you a lot of information into the future there. Alter Ego have been taking their time. Alva was able to spot out 1 player. They will find the pickoff onto him. Sky goes down, and now more space can be gained from Alter Ego playing on that edge and sweeping.
Alpha charges further forward. Line of sight blocked from the smoke wall that's been deployed from the remaining members of Aura. Alpha's going to be looking for this one on target with the nade. Meanwhile, Rosemary confirming being able to get that final shot off back towards Sleepy. An exchange of shrapnel. No fear, at least with a little bit of cover to play with. Slightly harder to get those nades in with the smoke shrouding it as well, but he bails now with his teammate falling further back to provide cover.
Yeah, you got to keep backing this one off now. It's a nice bit of high ground that you can use to scout into the future of the game. I'm curious to see how Alter Ego want to play this one out, because it is a bit of a wall in front of them. Ida's playing a nice angle and a nice setup here where they are darted across the road, allowing them to get a lot of information going in towards the future, take a couple of pot shots here and there. So yeah, definitely curious how Alter Ego want to play this out. I mean, they have just been taking names slowly but surely. Team Secret weren't able to step to them. They made an instant decision to rotate back off, and just trusting in Alva's calls as well, which is very nice to see. I do want to quickly go back to Regnum Kaya though, because despite that being an immediate rotate, Mormon having control over towards the building, that was a very nice take coming through from Regnum Kaya, and that might have just bumped their point scoring up by a fair bit. There is a slight issue with that compound where some of the angles are cut off to you. You don't have all the information in the world, but this is the sort of position that's going to keep you safe for a long time.
I think from a few of the games we've seen from Regnum Kaya as well early on in the day, it feels like sometimes they pull those punches and won't fully commit to play. So it's nice to see, you know, you've committed to an idea that they've been able to make it work.
Yeah.
Just need to keep that consistency. Blind confidence good though.
Even that survival stage, when Regnum Kaya went for some strong central positions, they are very proactive. Even those spots where it felt like they didn't really have position to play, these are drive-by nades as well. A huge amount of damage going through up towards Alpha Gaming. I'm surprised not even a single knock there. I think if they even found 1 more nade towards that position, it would have been an easy cleanup for them and an easier decision to roll out, cutting out a big threat on the north side.
Yeah, they are very lucky they've been able to survive through that. On target nade, like you said, it's impressive. Not a single one of them went down. You could have crashed into it, very easily cleaned up with such a sliver of HP between the 4 of them. They can reset with the supplies they have. We saw a little bit of power showing up in the Elim feed once again as well, so still looking to find opportunities to build, but the nade back over. Easy knockdown because of it. This is Thunder Talks. It's the last man in Zing.
Well, still sweeping over the top side, gets a little bit of information, but Fahida wants to take more shots and will finish it off there. Power eliminating Thunder Talks. It's pointing to me as well, though, where for Shinga is just a case of, it's close for Easy. Probably didn't even know he was in the shack, but just assumed that Easy's in one of these shacks in this game. I have to nade every single shack available because this guy's a backstabber and a half.
Oh, hang on a minute. You might have just said the word. It's operative here, Black. The roll in from Alter Ego from the top side, finding that shot down range onto Alpha Gaming. They've been in that same position. It's a full confirmation from Rosemary. Quick pick-me-up play as well from Krypton.
Oh, there it is again. I mean, I'd like to see more DVS, but to be fair, he's one of the most skillful players, is Sook, with that explosive arrow, and it's something new, it's something different. And he finds success out of it. Like we said, it doesn't always pop up too often in the Elim feed, but the amount of space that Weibo gains off of Sook, wielding the bow and letting loose some absolute ringers.
Weaponizing the crowd there as well. You could see the excitement. We mentioned it, man. Would we be seeing it in playoffs? Yeah, he doesn't give a damn. Grand stage, important matchups. He'll still be playing to his best, playing his flavor of PUBG Mobile. That's actually the final knock onto E-Arena as well, of course, removing them. And like you said, this now presents more opportunities for other teams to move further up. It's not the craziest point disparity in the mid portion there, but you're going to take that if they're not here.
So some very obvious priority compounds here inside this circle, which you can easily spot if you're watching the map feed, which is available over at PUBG Mobile Esports at YouTube. You'll see that Noxian and Red Force currently have the one over towards east, Red and Kaya playing on the west, and DRX down towards that mass of compounds on that south side. None is direct central, but they all have very, very good use cases into the future. In the meantime, here's 4 Thrives going up against the Falcons right on the edge, and they are backed up against the wall. Ralph is trying to get Narvalo back up on his feet, but the nades continue to rain through. This is an important knock that they need, and Redox misses.
The timing on it. I mean, he's able to re-engage at least with a quick switch. Pulls out the secondary on the Bizone and unloads from the damage from the side. Nade over the top, and it's a clean connection. T24 hitting Narvalo even once more. He's going to try and beast up on this, but the Lanimal put back in his place, and Redox stays alive. Off the knock onto IQ, can push further forward, but it is a rough start for Falcons.
Yeah, slashing swipe coming through here. In the meantime, Alter Ego have had one player knocked, but they are currently taking Yangon to task over towards Potato Hill as the circle move far towards that north side and becomes even more of a prime position. Noki sending nades out. Redox certainly proved himself there, getting the single nade across. Koa will send one of his own. It needs to be on target, but it's not meant to be, as 4 Thrives are able to find the Elims, find the knocks, and Falcons will be brought low from the western edge.
And they've been wanting to play that slower style into these games. Here, though, 4 Thrives take the fight straight to you. Yes, they lose one player, but they can reset from it. Bit of Weibo action going on again here as well, with Fireflux having a real struggle start going into playoffs already, again, removed from the equation. Alter Ego continue unloading the mortar strike. Nade after nade on top.
This has been an extremely extended fight. I think we've seen knocks coming through across the board, but Ida starts to get involved now over towards Alter Ego. I think they just lost one. Krypton is down. Now Alva needs to pull out something special. Yangon Galacticos down to just the 2 players. 2 players knocked for them.
Alva belly crawling, using the grass and the ridge side to provide him some additional cover. Quick jump spot, seeing if he can get visual contact over the edge of the smoke. Vahidan as well takes a stray bullet from the side. Nonshin Red Force building into this one.
They just need to pick Krypton back up again. Technically, he is in cover, so Alpha will head back down there, but a full 3v3 and plenty of nades to work with. SayCloud might just be on target there with that one. Descends over the top, and it won't be a lot of damage needed. to take Krypton out, and it will be a knock over towards Alva. And despite a massive spree coming through in this game from Alter Ego over towards Yangon Galacticos, it is the Galactic comeback coming through on the north side of the map. Very surprising that Yangon comes out of this one with the 3 players.
That's the go pistol to push up for them as well. And similarly for Moana, it's time to bail. That fight has gone no way near how they wanted it to go down. Trapped as well as he gets the overall lay of the land with the squads that are close by. He's just got to get his head down, tuck into position. It's Ida from the sideline that takes shots towards him, opens up an opportunity for Nonshin. Alpha with the nade, rolls it on target, and it is a strike from Reefus.
That is a unreal nade through the trees, through the leaves. And like a dead leaf falling, that will be the final player from Alter Ego out. Incredible stuff there. You don't see those ones every day.
No back-to-back chicken dinners to start us off. Another team will walk away with a big W on this one as the battle continues. Nice distance firefights here onto 4 Fribes as well. Good aim.
Weird location on the map, man. Ida currently looking very good from this spot, but we moved away from a lot of the more prominent compounds on the map. Regnum Kaya looking just to finish off those players down on that south side. And Power still running through with 3 players as well, so they're not down and out yet. Nongshim Red Force should be able to hold out strong on the south side though, having very, very good buildings to work with going forward. Nades over the top, they do. A little bit of damage coming through from Regnum Kaya over towards DRX, who are now opting to see if they can just swipe right on this one.
Spin out on the burst tire as well because Ida are just firing shots down Rage. You've instantly got to try and reset from this one, but there's further damage done. Knock behind the tree. Quick bandage from Hyunbin looking to reset himself. Easy. Sees that opportunity though. Clean connection. Back onto DRX.
I mean, but DRX trying to get through here. Nongshim Red Force wasn't going to let it happen. Al-Haji finding Hyunbin as well on the back lines there. Very, very long-range spray to make it work. Make it work, it does. There is still one building available for Regnum Kai to be playing out on the very edge of the circle. I'd be excited to see a Yangon podium finish here just because of how hard they had to fight for their lives on the north side.
It's a hefty investment from Power. They really clamored to try and steal away some points from that one. Damage is good onto DRX, but they both go down because of it, resulting in a bit of a stalemate from the crash in, only leaving one representative of Power left. It was Weibo that were able to cause issues behind that smoke wall. And then, of course, Regnum Karo, the compound high ground position as well. The nice split, Silas set up further ahead. Yeah, this is going to get more and more intense. Secret, catching vision.
This is the nice thing about Regnum Kari as well, is that we mentioned it beforehand, where they're a proactive team. They don't allow themselves to be caught up in the moment and just sit around, feet up, watching telly inside these compounds. They are very much active on the outside there. They took shots over towards Alpha Gaming. They cut out over towards that south side. It's not a crazy amount of points they're able to find this game in terms of elims, just the 3, but they've confirmed a strong spot on that southwest side. Weibo are in front of them, as you've mentioned. I'd like to see how they're going to handle this into the future, because it's some weird terrain that they'll have to push through.
For Yangon, it could be uncomfortable if Secret can actually get the angle to arc those nades over, roll it down the hillside. Spacing could be problematic. That's what you were talking about, of course. Obviously for Weibo, just a few steps ahead, just tucked in. A little bit of cover to work with. At least you've got the detonated vehicles, and it's actually Fahedin that was the last man left for Powder. So he's just over by the tree line there.
It's very, this is why I'm saying, ooh, wow, what a shot coming through from Fahedin. A fair chance as well, and he took it immediately. This is what I mean for Regnum Kai. It's very hard because you want to take shots down towards Weibo Gaming, but as soon as you leave this compound, you're in sight lines of Ida going forwards. That next circle doesn't cut Ida out either, so now Regnum Kai has to go for something very quick. They know the exact location of Alpha Gaming though. At this point, it sort of does feel like you're going to need a crash here for Regnum Kai. Over towards that north side. I don't think it's going to be effective at all trying to wrap out over towards the east. He down though. maybe the chance on towards these two players, play behind the car cover, but then what chances do you have later into the game? That's the real issue. So it looks like they are going to roll out over towards this north side, as I was mentioning.
And as we've seen, Ida have been able to do so much from this position. This might actually give them an opportunity. Yeah, Nongshing engaging. Yeah, this is go time for both squads. You've got to build off the back of this. Crash in, up towards the compound. Nade close. Zizzy takes the brunt of the damage. Aaron priming another one as well. It's Doc C. He saw him. What's going on? Goes back in for a second look. Finally shuts down Rita.
That was crazy. Silas moving up top there. We'll find Silas. We'll finish him off there as well. I mean, Regnum Kaya just spent all the way over towards Yangon Galacticos, and they were doing damage, but they're out now. What?
You knew about Alpha for so long. The minute an opportunity was presented from the commotion thrown between this fight on your screens, they go for it, but Alpha just absolutely upset. Goodbye, Regnum Kaya. It's now not a bad position for them to build from.
Not at all. I think Alpha Gaming played a bit of a blinder on that one, but blinding powder up to Regnum Kaya, it would seem. Doc C moves up over towards Ida, finding Darkin. More DBS shot through the window, not quite connecting just yet. There's a Molotov sent through. Murnat will finish off top on an explosion on the vehicle. They are just trying to hold on as much as possible here. And once again, it is Yangon Galacticos to make it through. This team is bulletproof.
You got Team Secret as well, playing that classic slow build, playing from distance, looking to third party onto this one. This elongated bout between Nongshing and Ida. Aaron dodged the explosives, but he can't dodge the slugs. That's the peek up from Doc C. The DBS finally able to finish him off, but at what cost? One player left, just him.
Gives me Yangon Galacticos as well as Team Secret have some very favorable positions going in towards the future. They can effectively sort of ignore one another and rather take shots down towards that south side at teams that will be making their way up this hillside. I think it's going to be tough. Here's Sook with the bow in hand, just sending shots in, making life extremely difficult for Doc C. He is on the low ground though, and Sook may be just sending in ammo for no reason.
I mean, with 20 arrows left, he could zone you for quite some time. Just make it impossible to go for a peek out.
He's got to leave at some point as well, is the thing.
Oh, they're getting close.
Just consistent bombardment. Doxy's struggling. Now moving forward, Sook will see a nade come his way. I'm a little bit upset about the nades coming down though. Might pivot off. Spots Doc C isn't quite as effective with the assault rifle as he is with the bow. But the team will support him there, still make it happen. Awayable attempting to move up, but it's those two angles. Like I said, it's an efficient, I don't want to call it teamwork between both teams, but it's an agreement, right? You both have an extremely strong position. Let's get rid of the teams that could cause problems for us later on before we engage in one-on-one combat.
Yeah, you know to prioritize first. Don't poke the hornet's nest until it's time to engage. Frankie with a move up. Wow. Damage back over. Slapping him there. Forcing him into a bit of a rough spot. 3 squads going head-to-head, of course. And Alpha Gaming only have the one man left alive. That's Reefus that's further down.
This will be the second game in a row that Alpha Gaming have been able to get themselves a podium finish with a solo player towards these end circles. He's going to make a break for it. Murnat definitely saw him, was wondering why he went for that play. I don't think he had much choice in that situation. Murnat had actually pushed off that position as well. It's just unlucky that he comes out at that timing. Trang will go down.
Shots back and forth, trades on either side. Intensity building, SayCloud looking for the angle. Murnat from further back, able to assist. They can focus fire on Frankie. He's removed, cauterize it and reset. 2 players alive, focusing on the pickup as well. Grab Romeo.
I mean, just make it as hard as possible. A 3v1. There's absolutely no way that Jaiki should be able to get himself out of this one with Yangon Galacticos starting to move up. And the map is enveloped by space as they suffocate out the rest of the teams from the high ground, pick themselves up a big chicken dinner. Not only against some of the hardest spots in the lobby like Alter Ego, but Regnum Kaya, who sent their way up there earlier, who did get backstabbed by Alpha Gaming, but What can you say about that one? They knew where they were. There was some weird plays this game, but it was terrifying terrain to play around with.
You see the celebration and elation from the team as well. Some nice solid slaps of the hands. Everyone congratulating one another. The arena starting to get excited as well with the way these games have been going. And yeah, they should be celebrating. They played some great games. Heads up maneuvers again as well. Some crazy stuff. It's a good point. That's what you bring up, man. Alpha Gaming being able to drag that one out, even that fight onto Regnan Karia. Crazy scenes here, Blank, but the action keeps on going. Join us for more in a couple minutes' time.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Yangon Galacticos blasting off at the speed of light. All the other teams better surrender now or prepare to fight. We have got ourselves Seven and Maxman here to talk about this victory from them, coming in from Potato Hill, looking really cool, looking strong, taking out the previous winners from the previous games. Maxman, Yangon.
I think they're happy they had a very northern plane that was not good for them, because that allowed them to drop into crates and George Bowl and actually get the northern rotate into the circle. And actually, there were very little teams going up in that northern position. We did have Ultrigo eventually try and clash on Potato Hill itself, but the nade from Say Cloud in particular were key to claim all of Potato Hill for themselves and take the win at the end.
One of the slowest teams to rotate as well. They took their sweet time. I think at one point it was Circle 3. All the teams were just focusing on that center area, and Yangon Galacticos were the ones towards the north. I really enjoyed how they were able to surprise Alter Ego. Alter Ego was not expecting the team to be able to come up from behind them. And then, I mean, for Yangon Galacticos, I think they were waiting in Potato Hill. You were saying during that break too, while we were watching the game. They just waited for so long.
That's the scary thing about Potato Hill, right? Like, you can have multiple teams exist up there, and them also have very decent defensive positions as well. So for Yangon, they took that fight perfectly against Alter Ego, who was going to be a huge threat. And then Team Secret moves in later on here, Max.
I mean, actually looking at Team Secret, they also had a really good match this time around. 11 points on the board. Again, a normally pretty silent team, but they were going quite aggressive here versus Yangon Galacticos, trying to push uphill, Potato Hill, claim all of the northeastern edge, and also keeping teams down low, such as Weibo, away from the fight. So actually, Team Secret, they showed me a little bit more than what we saw back in the group stage, which sets up a very good precedent here for the finals.
Yeah, for Team Secret, I would have actually loved them to commit to that fight against Yangon Galacticos, even though they were being able to control in Potato Hill. I don't know if you agree or disagree with me on this one, but ultimately, they were going to have to take that fight at one point or another.
I'm scared that if they take the fight onto Yangon Galacticos a little bit earlier, teams such as maybe Weibo can just full send it and third party that fight and just wrap up the chicken dinner. I do get why they were delaying it, but the more you delay it, the bigger advantage you're giving to Yangon, and then you just cannot win that fight anymore.
That says, whilst we took a look at the points, Alpha Gaming once again being able to get into some of the later stages of this match here, 7.
It came down to what they were able to do with the 4 vehicles. They had 4 vehicles being able to just create a big barrier. And on top of that, for this team, they kept getting blessed by the circle. They really didn't have to do much. They were able to just hold off a lot of people. And that's the scariest thing with this team. We know they have the fragging power. We know if they set themselves in a position where they actually have the full squad, they're going to be super scary, and they were able to showcase it perfectly in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to survive a little bit more like that every single match, that one big chicken dinner could set them apart from the rest of the lobby.
It's Yangon wall-to-wall for our match report here. Not too much surprise considering the space that they were able to control. Say Cloud, as you were mentioning before, Max, looking fantastic in this game.
Yeah, I mean, almost 1.4k damage right there. He is very high in that one angle.
I didn't make a noise.
Yeah, do the noise.
Wow! There you go.
I missed that.
I mean,
actually,
it's been actually
worth it.
Over a year since I've been able to make a noise. So there you go.
it's been so long.
I know.
Next is going to be a jingle. We got to figure out a jingle.
I'll figure out a jingle. Don't you worry. I don't know who for.
I thought it was going to be on the spot. Man,
that would have been insane.
Look, we're seeing some replays actually of the Car 4 here from Alpha Gaming, and we don't have hovercraft. We've got hovercraft at home. It's just a 4-car fortress created on the edge of Potato Hill, and it was really good to get them in that podium finish at the end. So Nongshan Red Force, I think that was a team that you and me both wanted to talk about here, actually, 7. Their breach onto Ida's Harry Potter Tower, I like the idea going for the breach, but it took so long to wrap up that fight. Big third parties from Weibo in particular did come through at the end.
That's the thing right there. I was talking about this too, the Fireflux and Nongshan Red Force, especially with Nongshan Red Force. I was talking about how this team just tends to play so slow that they might not be used to just making those quick pushes, and I felt like it showcased perfectly in that scenario right there. And then on top of that, for Fireflux, they were also trying to do a crash on WBG. They seemed like they got ahead too. They ended up getting a knock, but they were just too slow to react and ends up backing away. For this teams, they got to be able to adjust on how aggressive the lobby is.
I think Nongshan was happy to gamble on that compound, right? Because if it does go to that compound, the circle, then it's so hard for these teams to push into that. So they were also thinking about where they were going to transition and how they were going to transition, Max. It gets dicey trying to go up to the Wizard Tower, trying to do something there and keep yourself going in the later stages.
You cannot say the Nongshan don't know the terrain. They know in that specific circle, that compound with the 3 buildings is just exceptionally strong and able to defend it quite well until the very end of the game. Then they do have to go onto the Harry Potter Tower. Though if we go on teams that try and crash on those positions, I kind of want to pivot the conversation over to Power.
Sure.
I think we're very indecisive. They had 2 options. Maybe you fight Regnum Karya, maybe you fight the side of Nongshan Red Force. They decide to send it in the center between those 2 teams, and unfortunately because of that, they just don't survive at all in the later stage. I think at that point, you pick a compound, you breach it, and you just hope for the best.
There's, of course, Al-Hajj's dad as Power, as you mentioned in. It was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation, 7, right? Like, even if they choose another option that isn't that kind of road through the middle of those compounds, it's still going to be very difficult to make those crashes happen, but maybe it could have yielded more points.
It is. I feel like they would have just gone for the crash. At least you're not going to have so many teams looking at you. You're not going to be letting yourself open for so many third parties for this team. And the only thing is, like, we're able to kind of say this in hindsight, right? We're seeing everything that's going on, but for them, if they would have been able to make that crash with the firepower that they've been able to showcase in the previous stage, in survival stage, I feel like they might have been able to edge them out.
Look, it's all you go for a compound crash, or you're in between Regnum Karya, Nongshan Red Force, and Sook, where the explosive bow is going to keep you at bay. I would take my chances on a compound crash.
I have a bone to pick with Sook and the explosive bow, because you and I have been talking about this for the longest time. I really enjoy it. But one thing that Sook needs to be able to do is make sure that he doesn't get tunnel vision. And I feel like that's exactly what was happening there in that scenario. He was just super tunnel vision, and then whenever he actually decided to go away from the explosive bow, he lost the focus, and the non-shim Red Force guy was able to knock him.
Yeah, there was only so much you can do with that explosive bow, right? Like, he was just saying, okay, I don't know exactly where you are at that wizard tower, so I'm just going to spam into it. And as you said, that really has your full focus, your full attention, and then you just get knocked from the other side. It's problematic, for sure.
I don't hate it. That's the thing. I don't hate it. I just wish that he wouldn't be so just over-focused on it. And it was good suppression, but the team wasn't able to get angles on the guy because they just had so much smokes.
Oh, wait. Is that for today only?
3,000 damage from Al-Hajj. There's no way.
No.
They have this many eliminations?
I mean, they fought 4 thrives on the first game, right, going into Sanhok, and that survival time is very low. What is that?
We'll have to.
Anyway, moving on. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they could have tried to do something down towards the bottom. A little bit different. Not going to be the way for power here, though. Beyond all of that, though, Max,
I have a team.
Please.
We want to talk about here.
Yes.
We're going to talk about 4 thrives, okay?
Yes.
4 thrives.
Right.
We had the hot drop in the first game. This time around, we talked about how indecisive they were. For me, this game, they weren't indecisive. They actually made a really good call trying to surround Falcons on the western side. They just got a little bit too excited about that fight, a little bit too involved, and they just wanted to rush it, and that caused their demise at the end versus Falcons.
And I feel like from that indecisiveness that we've been talking about during group stages, maybe that's why they became so impatient, because they're trying to change that, and I'm hoping that they don't end up overdoing it.
All right, well, let's get to it then. Let's see if all of these teams can put those learnings into practice for our second Erangel of the day.
Halfway point of the day, game 3 already. Some trials and tribulations for teams that were looking very dominant back in the group stage. Some good head-to-heads and some interesting PUBG Mobile up to this point blank. We've seen the crowd getting excited, rooting for their hometown heroes, seeing who's going to be able to walk away at the top of the standings today. Intense action, and you'd imagine a lot more of that to continue right here, right now.
A lot very amazing usage of the map and the terrain in general. Overall, I think it's a great point to pick up on there as well, where it is just a case of, even in those tough scenarios, a lot of teams know the best areas to play, how they want to move out. I think the big mistake from that last game was definitely Regnum Karya's push over towards that north side. I think that realistically they had to remove Alpha Gaming. And it was also quite frustrating to me because you know that when they made that pass in the vehicle and sent that nade through, they would have seen 70, 80 damage numbers coming up on their screen, but over 3 players. And at that point, I think I would have liked for them to go for a bit more of a Hail Mary on it, really, something very aggressive. If they'd removed Alpha Gaming, I think that their late game would have been very, very different.
Yeah, I felt like they were setting themselves up for a ton of success there. It was good timing on the call to actually commit to it as well, but that 5 versus Alpha completely turned the script. Man, the difference, if you even cast your mind further back, the drive-by nade on the scout, all of them left on what, sub sort of 12 HP, really. You could have converted on that. 1 knock probably would have been the go pistol for them, but ifs and or buts won't win you championships.
It's like I'm saying, they saw 370 hit markers. It's like, yeah, you should have probably went on that one. And I think you're right in the sense of maybe they would have done if they'd seen a knock.
Yeah.
There were only 2, but I think that scenario is you just have to take a chance on it. I think for Regnum Karya, that's what is difficult for them, is that it is very obvious to me right now, it's very obvious to me right now that they're trying for a little bit more aggressive plays, more aggressive maneuvers, but there they were falling back into old habits.
No, they definitely were. They definitely were. Man, let's see. Maybe you can reset from it blank. They'll be able to get themselves into a better position to show us what they're made of and what they're capable of. For Yangon, they were certainly capable of greatness into that previous game, casting a shadow over the lobby. Out here up against Thunder Talks early on the drop. Bit of room to work with, though, so they could avoid the fight if they want to.
And we're going to head down towards Sosnovka as well to start things off. So a lot of teams will need to get a move on. Power already heading out over that bridge, crossing it over towards Yangon and Thunder Talks, who are currently in close contention at the moment. See how that fight does pan out between those 2 teams. Yangon Galacticos obviously coming off from a big high from that last game. We'll see if that momentum does bleed through. Power Esports going to send even higher than the heights from last game.
It's been some good signs from Power as well. You know, individually, I think the gun skill's certainly there today, playing to their strengths. Not in a bad spot whatsoever. Tied at the minute. Ooh. This is back over towards our drop fight that we were mentioning, of course. Thunder Talks out with the Tommy, teaching you lessons from distance. Where art thou, Romeo?
I think he should have just kept crawling. I get a moment of, if I stop crawling, maybe he'll miss the shots. Maybe I need to like fake him out a little bit. Instead, just made it extremely easy to line up that shot. Still impressive with the Tommy as well to hit at that distance. Origo aren't done yet either as they pick up an initial knock over towards Fireflux, which is one of their most difficult rotation contenders, right? Where Origo need to come out from the Povka. I like that they send a player out early in Rosemary, I believe it is, who is a player that you would desperately want in your front line. It's Krypton, in fact, that's sent out first, who has been stepping up, right, to the plate. So it's nice to see him get an initial knock, and that's going to make their rotation down towards the south much easier playing against a three-man squad. That changes their rotation. It changes their plan on this entire map.
Scary as well for Fireflux as a roster overall, because I think that squad, you know, we were sort of talking about this idea of being able to build your confidence, feed the hot hand, keep that momentum going. They've been hitting dead stops again and again, where it feels like, you know, the floor falls out from underneath them. They're not able to build themselves, not getting too late into these games, and that could come back to haunt them. Oh, you're just bullying on the exit as well. They're literally trying to retreat from this, and you still find a second knock into a full takedown on SayCloud. Wow, that's a bit of a rough start, considering you've just taken your opening chicken dinner.
Yeah, King living up to the name of the weapon used there. Getting a nasty mark over towards Yangon Galacticos with the Scar. There's that shot from... It was Rosemary, I wasn't wrong. Seeing things. But yeah, so nice play from Rosemary there. Able to find the initial player coming through from Fireflux. And as Yangon Galacticos tried to escape, it's no secret that that kind of rotation is not going to go unpunished.
Felt rough to watch that one. Kind of uncomfortable, really.
In the tree line now, and Xeris is going to send forward. It's a straight shot over towards him. Murnat likely to go out, and Yangon Galacticos, after what was an incredible performance last Erangel, do end up going out in 16th here in our second Erangel of the day. That could have been a moment to put up more points and add a bit of a buffer up towards the top side of the tables. Instead, it's all for naught here.
If you're one of these squads as well that are only a few points behind, your eyes are now going to light up. That's a prime opportunity, right, where you're thinking, okay, tied with Alpha, both having 23 points. You get no elims from that, no placements. We can start to lap you. We can start to climb further up that ladder. And at the halfway point of day one, only 3 days of intense competition here for playoffs, you have to grab the ball by the horns. You can't afford to leave it up to another team to decide your fate for you. So this is what we're going to see some of these squads start to reinvigorate themselves. Potentially even the team that's on your screens now, right? 4 Thrives. A lot of debate, a lot of talk about this squad, how they're going to be looking. Amazing in the group stage. What plays can they make right here, right now?
Yeah, there has to be a big refresh coming through from 4 Thrives, because these last 2 games have felt hectic. And even now it feels like you could sense the pressure that is on 4 Thrives. They sent away from this position. They might have wanted to challenge for it. They realize players are there, so they're going to look for something a bit more open for them. There's no way. Okay, I thought he hit him on the barrel roll. I mean, that's still impressive to get it out there and still make that shot happen. But if he'd hit him on the barrel roll, that would have probably been the play of the year so far. But 4 Thrives, yeah, they're looking for a more open area on the map. They're going to head over towards Airstrip to make that one work. For Alter Ego, though, this is an important game for them, in my opinion. Setting that marker really high early on in the tournament, super important, because with Smash ruling, day 1, day 2 become a bit of a sprint to get towards that top side and at least get as close as possible to first place, or be in first place to open up match point on day 3.
It would be the dream scenario for them, and I think potentially even change the flow of the lobby with the paranoia that will set in when Smash comes to play. But right now it's Koa that's on screen. Barrage of bullets goes out on the drive-by. DRX trapped in position here. Bit of chip damage onto 2 players. Trying to take some shots back. Make it uneasy for them to just hold, locked in position on these angles.
I'm surprised QZZ actually got through there.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was snaking it a little bit, but the shot didn't seem too hard to hit, and I think that he was playing so wobbly that it caught even Falcons off balance there. Now they have to send back over towards a more secure location. Can't afford to hold up DRX for much longer. They're going to all jump in the water and rotate across to their buddy, who is on the north coast, playing around the beachhead. Only a couple of teams still yet to make their way in. It's Ida as well as Regnum Kaya. The upstarts from Turkey versus the Titans. Going head to head here in Rozhok, both teams will need to leave soon, as there's a lot of squads already confirming over towards Sosnovka.
Late aquatic rotate as well for Origo there, keeping themselves distance on the wrap round the back. And like you say, Regnum Kaya and Ida potentially thrown into a bit of a fist fight where maybe only one of them limps away. Ooh, limited space inside of the zone as well. Large body of water removing play space between these teams.
Horror can just move across, should be able to move across pretty comfortably as well. I don't think this is too treacherous of a path for them. No Indiana Jones style type of traps on that bridge right now as Scarface starts to move over towards the west. So this is a real easy rotate for them. For Regnum Kaya Ida though, yet less of a ease of access. But they could head over towards the coastal side on Erangel main island, swim across or just send the vehicles in and try and play on that beachhead, which is definitely a possibility, especially as we start to move further north on this circle. Teams could try for that one. DRX had, it's just a surprisingly easy approach. Hardly any clapback coming through from the Falcons.
Vahiden from a distance, able to keep them pinned at bay on their rotate over. Meanwhile, you've seen in the Elim feed that 4 Thrives took the fight straight to Team Secret, forced them out of position, but made it really uncomfortable here. Down to just a solo player, handling them with ease, confirming onto those knocks as well, one by one. So stealing away a couple of elimination points, which for them could be a good start to get them dialed into the actual action. Over from the sideline, that's the final steal onto Team Secret coming out from Thunderdogs.
Yeah, Secret are struggling. Yeah, they really couldn't figure out anywhere to go there. Constantly bumping into teams left, right, and center, and it turns out their over-aggressive push down over towards Yangon Galacticos is the thing to force that final nail in their coffin. Power still hitting some nasty shots over towards Weibo, playing on that coastal side. I mean, that drops Weibo now down to just the 2 players. Don't think they're getting Suk back up again. Al-Haji is going to wait for this fish to resurface.
He knows he's got to come up for air at some point. He can sit pretty and wait to finish that man off. So Power looking to just take away points where possible. He'll just commit to it. Left in the blue, gone for good, down in the deep depths.
Regnum Kai's still in Rozhok? Lost school now, actually. It's crazy on the indecision where they're happy to send straight out when it's around Rozhok area. But when we get Sosnovka finished, they decide that they're going to stick on the northern side of the map for a long time. We'll see how they play this one, because the play area is getting very limited now. Especially even over towards this north side of the map. Grandma's pretty much taken for Fireflux. The small compounds that are available on that side, pretty much going to be playing around the tree line, but potentially over towards the western side, or using that ridge as cover, as we do confirm even further over towards the north here. I think we're on zone 3 now, so circle and the blue will start to tickle quite a bit before we head towards stage 4, where it's advisable not to still be in that blue for too long.
You do wonder if that'll be a bit of paralysis by analysis there for Regnum Kaya, taking a very slow approach this one. A snail's pace that could come back to bite them in the bottom. We'll see. They're starting to get a bit of a move on now, though, and so are the remaining squads on the periphery of the zone here. Slowly advancing further forward. You were fragmented down towards the south side. It was a bit uncomfortable. A bit of a push up now. Alpha Gaming coming over, 4-5s in position there as well. Nongshing Red Force feels like they've been really willing to take a good majority of their fights, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sparks starting to fly, especially with this rotate coming in from Ida.
Oh, Nongshing Red Force has a real glint in their eye during these games. An aggressive team, a hunger for team fights. And you're right in the sense that they're a scary team to come up against because you just never know when they're going to pull that trigger. It might just be you that faces the ire of Nongshing Red Force in the end. Falcons find themselves a nice central position on this circle though. We'll see what they can get done with it. Usually Falcons can find themselves up towards the late game with 4 players. Tend to do quite well. It's that interim period of getting to around about zone 7, which is very shaky on the side of Falcons. There's some big nerves before they lock in.
You know, Ragnar here priming the nade. Alley-oop over the top. Oh, the bounce on it. Oh, he's been eating nitro for breakfast, blows them away.
That is crazy. Crazy of a nade. The arc on that one as well. Dear me.
You love to see it. The Power fans are going to have their eyes light up at that one. Already 4 eliminations for the squad, topping the charts at the minute in the lobby. In a good position to keep building, especially with Yangon going out early as well. There's room for Power to ebb and flow their way through the standings. Hora turning their attention back round. That's Moana from Alter Ego that takes a knock.
Alter Ego was always going to struggle. They had to play all the way to the eastern side. A lot of other areas were taken. They dropped the smoke over towards Moana. Rosemary's worried whether this is even worth going for. The res on this starts to back out and allow Rosemary time to crawl back through that smoke. But I think it does feel like a little bit of an abandoned ship here for him. And Sleepy will draw him low and put him back to sleep. Not sure what E-Arena's game plan's been here, but they have taken a nasty punishment on that south side. One player even going down towards the blue there. Get a replay on this one because this was disgusting. They lined up at the right time, start to turn it, and pretty much as they turn, the nade fumbles through the window.
Very Maxim-esque on the nade. Maxman's going to be loving that one. Thalak getting thrown into the action here as well. It's Alpha Gaming, but they're taking some serious damage. So 4-5s continuing to attempt to build here. Get themselves into a position where they feel handy with their steal. This was always going to be an issue for Alter Ego as well on the rotate. You had Power ahead of you. They go for the wide berth round back through the blue, kick off the engagement. It's the third party as well, with Fireflux being able to find damage from the backline. So easy suffering there.
That was unreal. Steps out onto the side C. We'll find one. Rosemary gives his life for the rest of the team to get further into the circle. And Fireflux will take the reins off the back of that fight versus Power. Now down to 3 players, but 5 elims. Not a bad start for them this game. Heading up towards 15 minutes into this one. Solus attempts to hit the shots, but he's off target.
Yeah, bullets just whizzing by. None of them connecting, and the problem is that opens an opportunity for the counterplay from Power. So instantly on target, they respond back over and stop what could have been a hell of a scorer there from Fireflux. Instead, in reality, it's just Ketch. At least he's got some heavy armor to work with diving inside the hovercraft, but he's got to peace out, got to give up the goose.
Let's leave it alone. That could have been a great third party. It could have been an amazing third party. You're right in terms of the roaming wall in the hovercraft being the biggest boon here for him. Has to wander back, let it explode. This is not the most ideal location for him to end up. There's these shots coming through from earlier. Falak with some fantastic maneuvers. Again, such a precise player. Never over-egging the pudding as well when it comes to those peaks. Really, really nice to watch when he's on form.
Yeah, playing the angle perfectly, like you say, it's the peaks. Really nicely played for him, keeping himself in cover, taking some clean firefights. Ooh, this might be anything but clean. Close quarters engagement. The shotty from the side, good for one, but the backstab from Silas at least stops it before it got out of hand. If he was able to find even more damage there, suddenly you're thinking, ooh, this is again another game where Regnum Kari feel like they should be able to build. And again, actually, it's interesting to see how Regnum Kari are going to play this one out. Obviously, it's a far slower game from them. They're in the forefront of it now. That chase has not stopped at all as well. Power going from target to target, everyone running them down. It's Thunder Talks again now, pushing up. They've got angles, but smoke's down to provide some cover for the quick heals.
Good elim count though so far, 7, highest in the lobby. 4thrives just 1 elim behind that. Sing's going to move forward over towards Al-Haji, confirmed towards him. Gets caught underneath the wheel, wrapped up in burnt rubber. As Thunder Talks sent back over towards the rest of the team. We get another shift on the circle here. Regnum Kari do need to move out, and you're right, they were laying the brickwork on the south side for a better match here, but it is Nongshim Red Force, Alter Ego, Weibo all controlling this high ground. It is a very fun circle to end up on. A lot of cheeky maneuvers that are available here.
Vader with the nades. Just slightly off target. But the problem is you've got a few establishing shots that have been fired in from the back as well, with Falcons taking a bit of a scout onto it, trying to spread themselves thinner to keep the pressure on. Ragnar with the spot in the vehicle, quick scout, makes his move back so they can play as a duo still and work off one another. Actually gets the drive-by. The bonnet is enough. That's Thunder Talks losing so much from this.
Goodness me, I mean, Power doing that on their own as well versus Thunder Talks is very, very impressive. They had that number for such a long time, but we switched mobiles there and are left in the dust. Regnum Kari look to send up. They're heading over towards Ida once again. It feels like these two Turkish teams consistently take tumbles against one another. They're going to send far over towards Alter Ego, Alva, as well as Krypton.
Ooh, just nipping the back of the heel for Krypton is enough to shut him down. An instant connection from Silas onto Alva as well. It's a good heads-up play. You're saying, look, they're going to cast round towards Ida. Instead, they avoid that cut, center circle, straight path, shut down a big squad there as well, stop them from stealing away points.
And get a fairly decent position. We know how much Regnum Kari do like their ditches. So, like you say, they do avoid the Turkish tussle over towards the western side and instead confirm on a very, very central position. Regnum Kari down in 12th place right now, 4 points total with just the 3 elims on this game. They desperately need a big one here if they want to stay in the conversation over towards the top side of the lobby.
This is for Hedown, finally going for Hedown as he gets finished off by Falak there, shots to the side.
5 elims for Falak as well. I mean, he is going off this game. It makes sense as well. I mean, he's always been such a strong player on the squad. Ragnar steps up. Falak won't quite find it, but 8 nades to work with. Yeah, he's probably going down.
Such an easy lineup as well. Only took 1, still 7 in the back pocket for play later. The crowd enjoying that one. So Power go down. Vahidan and his brother in arms finished off. Falak certainly showing us what he's made of, and the Falcons still attempting to find opportunities to scramble some points away on this one.
Top 4 are all out, so this is a great opportunity for the teams underneath to equalize now. We're looking at Ida, Weibo, 4thrives as well. 8 elims this match, which is phenomenal, by the way. 6 of them on Falak so far, and he looks to push that number up slightly, just a little bit to the left. They've just found that knock. Look to explode the vehicle instead. It's Noki, who moves forward, will knock a grenade of his own, sends it through, might just be far enough, but they turn tail and run, and sprint they'll have to.
You are so low though. Bounce around the tree. Redox on the drop, belly on the ground, but it's not enough for the follow-up. T24 with that one. Narvalo is so far away, couldn't assist for the rest of the squad. He's tucked in for cover, but it's just him now.
This feels like classic 4thrives as well. The nade play has been wonderful to watch. 4 players sweeping in from that eastern side, and from fight to fight, they've looked strong. Not really been much response their way either. Very much a one-sided argument for 4thrives so far. Nade's been sent over now to DRX. This is from Horror attempting to cut their way in on the northeast side. Regnum Kari much more concerned right now with the beast lying in wait on the east side of 4thrives.
It's what we wanted to see. 4 thrives, not just surviving, but like we've said time and time again, absolutely thriving in the lobby, living up to their old tricks, showing us the powerhouse that they can really be. Aura here trapped in commotion versus DRX as well. No fear. He bails out. Quick move. Silas still finding impact in the Elim feed as another squad feels the wrath of Regnum Karya.
With 33Z going down, now we're in a full-on brawl, likely to spark soon between 4 Thrives as well as Regnum Karya, but it's Horror coming in from that northern edge. T24 immediately passes that information back, and Noki will stand at the forefront as the Vanguard versus Horror. IQ playing far back down towards the southeast, trying to gather some information over towards Regnum Karya. And all the while, Nongshim Red Force has been living it large inside their mansion, almost.
Yeah, living their movie sitting pretty. No one's contested them. They really haven't had to do too much whatsoever to get closer and closer towards some sweet, sweet high-end placement points on this one. Falak, though, finally comes unstuck. He's been ripping and tearing his way through everyone in this lobby. But now you've got to play medic if you want to save him. IQ from the side, hits back onto the sky. Sleepy, closing the gap with the scout in play, bails out the vehicle. Oh, the shots connect as well. 4 Thrives losing a lot of their stock on this one now.
But Regnum Karya trying to steal away some of these elims. They will find a couple, and Wild will find another knock. Falcons go down to DRX as they try to get involved in this one. But it's Regnum Karya taking that opportunity. It's a perfect opportunity for them to swing round on that southeast edge. They want to clear as many teams as possible. 4 Thrives move back over towards Horror here. And for Regnum Karya, that was a lovely trade for them.
Aura going to be dropping the hoorah as the energy's there. You've still got to contain yourself, reset from the angles that are in play. Sleepy and No Fear, they split up. Hyunbin finding impact back over onto Ida as well, and this story continues. DRX decimating onto Ida, and Nongshim Red Force finally, they get thrown a bit of a deathly blow as there'll be a connection back over from Regnum Karya.
Handle and keep them at bay here, and it has to be done as we get through in towards our next circles. Most teams desperate for this one to move away from Nongshim Red Force, but will it ever? Directly on top of them, and realistically for a lot of our other teams, they're playing for second now. Nongshim Red Force, as aggressive team as they are, will just have to bide their time. They're going to have to sit still and just make sure that blood doesn't thump too hard and they get the signal to send out of the building with the rage that is building.
Getting ants in your pants at a time like this could be the worst outcome for them. You've got to say, I mean, props to Regnum Karya, very proactive heads-up gameplay right now with the fights that they've been willing to take. They started slow, but they have not stopped since they found momentum. Nades being thrown back out as well, trying to get that one on target down towards Aura. And then DRX ushered further forward, slowly advancing, looking to play off one another with cover. Sleepy in the vehicle makes a move. Ida still getting hit by the play zone as well.
Really could not move at all here. Regnum Karya is trying to slow things down, thinking they're looking for that second place here. They know they need to get the placements as well as the elims. It's tough for them, it's difficult. Aaron, the start player coming through from Ida, wanders through onto that western side, will make a quick sweep before making the pit stop on the northwest side of Nongshim Red Force. Nade just stopped short there of Horror. Regnum Karya's got a different prey on their mind, looking over towards Nongshim Red Force, trying to see if they can find a singular knock before to take that task to them.
Aaron can just keep his nose clean as well. He's got some hard cover to work with the airdrops that are close by, so just tucks himself in position. Straight down the middle. Here's the push up though from Regnum Karya. Instant engagement from Bloxy, who locks on, and Sleepy is down and out. No Fear barely standing tall as well. So much damage done from the engagement.
It's going to be a long nade, by the way, he's sending here. I don't think it's going to go far enough. I think you're best off holding these nades for the initial push that's going to happen over towards Nongshim Red Force, and that is good resource control there from Regnum Karya. You can see Wild's got 3 nades. I think Silas had 6, but they don't want to expend too many here versus No Fear. They definitely have some that are expendable, but they need them if they want to push over. But it's good to know that there is at least a plan in the mind of Regnum Karya of how they're going to assault this building.
You got Aaron as well, throwing out nades on the push-up from Hyunbin. That's what I was saying. He tucked himself into an angle to actually make it kind of uncomfortable. Ooh, Nongshim Red Force baited into this one potentially, though. Looking for a look over the top of the ridge. Aaron trying to keep himself down. Nades coming in. First's on target. Follow-up's good. Doxy dismantles Ida. They're out of the running now.
There is a slight distraction here. Going through up towards Nongshim Red Force. I think that Regnum Kai is going to try and play this one out for Zone 9, honestly, and hope that this is not central. I don't think it is, and it will force Nongshim Red Force out. But Toshpik sends in first and will manage to get towards the backside here. Nongshim Red Force weren't able to control it, and Nongshim Red Force, they see red. They move out of the building, and Regnum Kai has picked up position.
DRX are dealing damage and handling themselves up close and personal. For Nongshim, it's going wrong. Binny now with a thin veil of smoke to protect himself, but look at all of the nades. Everyone priming these from the top of the roof, dashing them down. They had such a power play position for so damn long, but the minute they advance, DRX makes it uncomfortable. And Binny, you're living on borrowed time. Regnum Karia, if they find this one, they're setting themselves up for a huge chicken dinner.
10 points on the game and plenty more eliminations to be found here for Regnum Kaya. Like we said before, they've been holding on to these resources. They knew the angle they'd need to take. Silas goes down, but not before a nade sent through. Sizzy goes out, and it will be Regnum Kaya looking for the big finish here versus DRX Jackie.
They just need that final knock. Convert this one, close it down. The slow build-up. Oh, and that's enough. All it takes, the push-up from the zone, being the fifth man in the lobby for Regnum Karia as they're able to convert that one. A great game, good decision-making. The third parties were on point, and they walk away with a chicken dinner here in the playoffs.
It's a big game for them, a much-needed match. The top four went out early as well, as we talked about, so this will bump Regnum Kaya back up towards that top side of the tables. But for Nongshim Red Force, like we said, that force from them builds quite a bit. The rage needs to be contained. They can't always be looking for these massively aggressive plays. They could have sit still for a little bit longer, but that leg was jiggling and they wanted to get it moving.
Yeah, baited out by the last man from Ida. Aaron just behind the box causes problems against DRX. They swoop in thinking we could just clean up on this one, take it all home, but it was not a spilled drink. They did not clean it easy, and it presented opportunities for this team on your screens to run away with it.
Regnum Kaya make it messy towards the end zone. But we're going to clean up right now, and we'll take you to a break, in which case we'll come back with the desk.
This land is calling.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR. And Jet Reaver Glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Regnum Carrier capitalizes on the entire nation of South Korea and is able to wrestle away, or barely wrestle away, that compound there from Nongshim Red Force to get themselves the victory. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Seven, to talk about this one. Neptura, this raised some questions, but Regnum Carrier looking strong.
They are looking strong. After a confusing start, for me personally, they are looking very, very strong indeed. I'm not sure what was happening in the early game. They were still in Roshawk in Phase 2, still in the blue, still out there in Phase 3 even, but I actually really like their wide wraparound, and it really set them off for the rest of the game.
I mean, you got to give credit to Regnum Carrier. Even though they did end up rotating late, I really enjoyed the crashes that they were able to do. This team was just really confident. They were able to crash on 2 players from APG. After that, they made sure that they made Fourth Thrives actually back off, and that's what's ultimately a bit of Fourth Thrives' demise there, because they don't want to take over Regnum Carrier. But looking at the overall the match ranking here, the RX still being able to put up some points.
Yeah, very impressive by them on the north side. They were fighting. I think it's fair to say. Okay, let's just instantly address
Let's just do it.
Yes.
Nongshim Red Force.
Great team.
It's 7 points from that here, Seven. It's a bit of a disaster considering what you should have been able to get from this game.
Yeah, you're an evil person. You
I'm old now,
you would send it to me too, because man, I was fuming as soon as I saw this team leave the compound after not doing absolutely a damn thing throughout the whole match, saying this is why this team is so passive. You were saying it perfectly too, Cal. You thought that this team was going to end up maybe a little bit scared of getting sandwiched, but even then, just try to use that utility. There was already so many smokes there on that compound, and you decide to give the high ground to Regnum Carrier of all teams?
The green room was in shambles, weren't we? When they made that play, it was like, what are you doing? I mean, if you want to go for a harebrained push like that, at least just use 2. If you're going to go, oh, we've got some opening knocks onto DRX. No, I don't agree with it at all. But I would agree with it better than sending all 4 off of those houses. It shouldn't have been done in the first place, but it is what it is. And Regnum Carrier, I will say Regnum Carrier's timing on that, as soon as they saw, hang on a second, they've made a massive blunder. We can take advantage of this. They full sent to that. It was really, really nicely played from them. I do want to go very quickly back to Regnum, though, because that initial south rotation early on in the game, it actually was a really good play for them because they were able to come up behind Fourth Thrives, behind APG as well. And as those teams moved up and got fought on that hillside, they were actually able to come up and sandwich behind them. So it was actually really well set up from them as well. So coming in through that and then getting all that momentum, third-partying everything they could find up against a Nongshim who hasn't done anything all game except sit in a compound and then make a mistake. I mean, it was a very easy win for them.
Yeah, for Regnum Carrier, it just came down to that aggression that they were showing throughout the match. But let's go back to Nongshim Red Force. Yeah. You were talking about maybe sending 2. Don't send in anybody.
No.
What are you doing? What are you doing giving your high ground to another team? And if they were going to be wanting to do anything, we were actually talking about this, maybe try to set up a player on the roof of that compound because you already have utility. You didn't have to do anything throughout the match. You can use that utility to defend yourself from DRX and be ready for any type of push that Regnum Carrier was going to have to do on you.
If anything, it would have yielded more limbs. Never mind like a potential win or something like that. But anyway, that's by the by. Other teams that we want to focus on as well. Good old Fourth Thrives. The team that Mr. Seven did pick to do well. Talk to me.
I mean, it was just an amazing play out of this team. Being able to rotate early on to the southwest of the military island. After that, they were able to spot that APG had moved on. And I think this is one thing that Max and I were talking about throughout the match. We were expecting APG to actually be in military apartments. They gave that up, and Force Drives was able to take full advantage of it. You can see exactly why, as Falak was able to get 6 eliminations, and I actually enjoyed what Falak was doing. He still overextended a little bit there towards the end. The team was a bit too split, and Hora ended up just capitalizing on that. But before that, they were just being proactive. They were showing the aggression that we have seen out of this team in group stage.
Yeah, I mean, for example, I really liked Falak's nade over onto Power, right? Was it Ragnar, the last player? He actually, with that nade, not only got rid of a team, but he opened up a position for his own team, right? So they were able to push on top of that. So even though he does overextend just a little bit, he's doing so much for his team as an entry point.
Well, if you want to extend on that too, this team kept on sweeping. That's what I enjoyed, wanting to gain control. And if we talk about sweeping, one team that was able to do that great was Power.
Yeah, they were looking good. They were looking good for it. But I'm getting word that we are ready to head over to Barney, who is actually with Suk from Weibo after their couple of games here for the grand final.
Welcome back to the main stage where I've got Suk here from Weibo Gaming. We are 3 maps into day 1 of the grand finals and things are starting to heat up already. Suk, the first thing I want to ask you, it's the grand finals. You guys are performing pretty well straight off the bat. I want to ask you how you feel like your games are going so far, what can be improved on and what's going well.
首先就是你们现在已经到了总决赛嘛，然后在总决赛当中，你们今天一开始的时候感觉状态还是挺好的，就是打的成绩也不错。就想问你个人来讲的话，你觉得你今天发挥怎么样呢？哪里有什么要进步的，以及要调整的吗？
还好，只不过我们在世界赛这个舞台好像有一些困难需要去克服，就比如说对手他的一些不按套路出牌，然后他们可能做出一些针对，比如说我们上一把的海岛在机场被 Power 所针对了一下，因为正常情况下他一个 M 层队伍可能会去正常运营，但是他选择来到海边堵我们一个 P 港进圈的路线，所以我们可能在接下来的比赛会去着重往这方面去优化。
Well, we have done pretty well so far, but we do feel like this is the grand finals, this is the main stage. We are noticing that some of the other teams are obviously doing or at least strategizing around us. Like for example, in the last map, Erangel, when we landed at the airport, I think P team they are a team that usually lands in like an M city or something, and then they actually came over to airport with us, and they kind of targeted us. So we kind of need to adapt around that. We need to make sure that we are more on our toes and be able to counter whatever strategies that our opponents have prepared for us.
You sound like you know what's going on. I think that something I need to mention as well, something that's been really amazing to see here in the Gidea Esports Arena, is how many Chinese fans that we have in the crowd cheering you on. It's been so amazing to see. How does it feel having this kind of national support here at the Esports World Cup? And is there anything you'd like to say to them?
就现在你到这个主舞台上面呢，也有来了很多中国的粉丝到现场来支持你们。你有什么话想跟就是你现在感觉怎么样？有这些粉丝在这边在现场能支持你，以及有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
无需多言 ，I love you。
I understood that one. That's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview, Suk. You're doing really well so far, but obviously we've got 3 more maps today and of course the rest of the weekend to see if you guys can prove yourself and lift that trophy. But for now, let's head back to you guys.
Well, there you have it. There is Suk giving us some info about what's going on in Weibo at the moment here. But let's talk about some of the other teams from these Erangels, of course. Hora. They were able to put themselves in a better position, I feel, compared to the previous games.
I have to agree. I think they actually did a really, really good job of not only positioning themselves correctly, but also being more aggressive with these things, you know? We saw some really great pushes, some really good timing, some really good third parties, and I want to predict that they will win a game today, because that's how they're looking.
Yeah, we'll go back on Hora in a bit. I'm actually impressed at just first place to 8th place, currently only being separated by 8 points.
Whoa.
This might be the closest first 3 games we have ever had at an international.
Before we even move on, I want you to take a look at Power. Power's all points are just coming in from eliminations. I've never seen that before, especially for a team that's in top 4.
Well, it's consistent with their brand, right? Because let's be real, in I think it was either group stages or survival, I think it was like 40 elims compared to about 10 or 15 placement points. So we know that they can frag out. And usually Neptura, as we take a look through a 9th and 16th, when a team is able to frag out like that, eventually placement points will come. So maybe this is a good omen for Power.
I should hope so. I've really enjoyed how they played so far today. I do agree that I think we are going to see probably a lot more placements coming their way because we've seen it from them before as well, haven't we? Certainly in the survival stage, they were doing a lot in terms of those placement points, really able to control those end zones and getting a win a lot of the time. So it's bound to happen.
The way that they've been aggressive, that's what was impressive to me in that last match. The way that they were able to spread out, they were showing us exactly how they were able to play in survival stage, making sure they had those big splits, get a big area on the zone, and going to Hora, they're pretty much doing the same thing too. They were having 1-2-1 splits that worked out wonders for them, and at the end, took the fight to 4 drives and actually won it until they got third party.
I've been impressed by their glow up from group stage through into survival stage and now here in the final. Let's see if they can continue it as well. But also, we have another opportunity for you guys at home to be involved, because starting from August the 1st, that's today, we have the PDP Global Fashion Icon Contest officially kicking off. So, the cool thing about this competition is it accepts both in-game outfit design submissions as well as people participating by showcasing their real-life outfits for you guys to wear at home in real life as well. So use your sense of fashion to influence the world, and the total prize pool can reach up to $120,000. To participate or view detailed rules, please visit the PDP section on the official PUBG mobile website or follow the official social media accounts. Exciting stuff. I think, Seven, you've got a great fashion sense. You could win. I'm just lying, of course. All right, well, let's head on over to Barney now, as well as Veracity. They're ready to kick off the half-time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Qiddiya Esports Arena, where we are halfway through day 1 of the grand finals, and things are really starting to heat up. The spectacle is growing. We've had some amazing performances so far, and it's starting to heat up. Veracity.
It certainly is, Barney. I'm super excited for the first day of our grand finals here in the Qiddiya Esports Arena. We've had some fantastic games so far.
We have, haven't we? I'm buzzing. So, map number 1, Power started extremely strong. 6 eliminations on the board, but only 1 player remained, and it was easy, securing a further 3 eliminations, bringing their total to 9. But the final face-off was between Alter Ego Esports and Alter Ego Ares, in fact, let's get it right, and EDA Esports. Alter Ego managing to secure the winner-winner chicken dinner and 23 points on the board.
You know what, though, Barney? In match 2, we saw an incredibly defensive Team Falcons coming on through, which was a far cry from the performance of top 3 placements we saw coming out from them during the survival stage. However, our final fight saw Yangon Galacticos and Team Secret going head-to-head, with Yangon Galacticos walking away victorious in that one with 12 eliminations under their belt. You get up there, Barney?
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually starting to like it. Not bothered.
All right, in which case we'll go ahead and leave you up there. Match 3, however, with Yangon Galacticos having a giant target on their back, they were understandably the very first team to get eliminated during that one. It was grenades galore all throughout the match. However, for 4 Thrives and Power Esports, each of those teams had 10 eliminations each. But unfortunately, neither of them were able to make it to the final stages of the match. Instead, however, we saw Regnum Caria walking away with a winner-winner chicken dinner. How about that one?
You know that this isn't over. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get ready for map number 4 of day 1 of the grand finals.
There it is, map number 4, coming your way, our final Erangel of the day before we head into back-to-back Miramars. It's been a lot of fun watching the front ends of the matches, and now it's time to watch the back end and see if some of our teams towards the bottom, who might be on the struggle bus, very early going, however, start to rise up. I'm Taylor Reflections, and we're joined by John. And John, I'm excited to get this one started, brother, because last game was nutty. We had, of course, that military end zone. Super sad I wasn't a part of it. I love military zones. Hoping we get one here, but did see a bit of some fumbles. I don't know, maybe some grand final nerves starting to come out.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Nongshim Red Force's decisions were at best questionable in those final moments. They were having a bit of a nightmare in that final scenario. Very quiet all game. They were timid and hiding behind the curtains of their buildings, but in the end, they made that wrong call. They pushed out and Regnum Kai able to sweep them under the rug. It has been quite a different story in each of our matches. That's what's led to the tables being as they are. It is very, very close towards the top side. There is no clear front runner right now, even if we've got a team
at the top of the tables. As much as it's nice to be there, it is not a secure place. So, with another Erangel to play today, we are going to be kicking things off for one more grassy pastures. I can see they've gotten rid of Barney off that stage. His square has descended and he's allowed back to the green room. He can have a drink of water, get refreshed, because it is about to get messy.
Let's get it going. Game number 4, back to Erangel, and time to see who's ready to perform and who is ready, well, to drop the ball. It's going to be a fun one without question. Fourth Rise, been looking for them to step it up. They're not doing too bad necessarily. 18 points, 9th place, but first place after all with Alter Ego is just at 28. Very doable. It's only day 1, 3 games in. No alarm bells ringing just yet. Maybe we'll start some tomorrow when we get into game 4, 5, and 6. I do want to see Horta, though, do a lot better than where they currently are at 13. I really think that's a roster that performed very, very well throughout the group stages, obviously throughout the survival stages. But today, been falling a bit flat. And the same could be said for Team Falcons, who obviously the home team going for that club championship race. That's a roster that needs a top 8 finish. Right now in 15th, just one spot away from the bottom.
It's not friendly to be down there. Of course, you've got 18 matches left to play. It's a longer set than the 12 we've been used to seeing for each of our teams over the survival stage, over those group stages as well. So a little bit more leeway on these slightly lower than expectations performances. But hopefully they can pick up the pace here in match number 4 on the day, as our top players do slide on past our eyeballs. You can see Al Haji, with the support from his father, of course, having a good time. Circle pops, and we're heading out to the east side of Erangel.
Love this zone. I think it's going to be a bit spicy for the military zone players. Well, they get a little bit of a profit, I think, at least for 2 teams, if I'm not mistaken, who consistently land down over at military. Maybe we throw in a third, but you do have to kind of start thinking ahead of the game, man. That that eastern bridge might be a bit spicy, but here in what do we see?
Fireflux and Horror both will come into contact with one another on their, maybe not a hot drop, but on those vehicles. They are going to get contested. At the moment, there is a knock sent over towards Horror, but Fireflux playing on as 3 as they have had a player confirmed down and out. That is not good news to kick things off, especially given where the circle has fallen on this east side.
Yeah, without a doubt. And for Fireflux especially, being all the way at the bottom, I feel they have had some shining moments throughout our tournament, but today they've fallen very flat, and already losing a player is going to put their backs even further against the wall. What looks to be getting their teammate back up into the fight, so that's going to be good news for them. A team, again, that performed very well throughout the previous days, looking to step it up here. Sleepy is going to be split off in the distance. Luckily for him, he's going to be just fine. Nobody looking to contest. We do have Power and Ragnum Karya relatively close. Now, we did notice one of the interesting things about Power is no placement points, but they're still up there in the top 4 because of the eliminations.
Ooh, maybe another elim for Ida, but no, not quite able to connect. Yeah, absolutely correct. The desk was highlighting it as well, of course, with Power not able to get into the placements on any of their 3 matches, but still being in the top 5 is insane, right? And they are right on the doorstep of potentially doing a little bit more. So if they're able to do this in these early game scraps, a much more heavy elimination focus, taking inspiration from the likes of IHC a couple of years back and making sure that they are primarily focused in these scenarios. If they can get into these late games, if they can get a chicken dinner or 2 on board, bolster up those placements, it is a fearsome roster to be worried about. As we hop on board with the Falcons, though, up towards Pachinki. They don't have any contest here, but it has not been a nice sight to see if you're a Falcons fan, and I know there's plenty out there in the arena.
That's right.
And they aren't going to be too happy with them for the time being. 2 points average on the games they've played, that's not good.
But we got to appreciate having Pachinki to yourselves for Falcons. That's plenty of loot they're going to have, especially going into the next zone, which is getting tightly contested. For Falcons, they should have an easy transition in, depending on where DRX chooses to land. And, well, for DRX, they're going to leave 1 player out and maybe be the scout for the roster. See how that ends up unfolding. For Power's sake, though, they continue to move central zone, where Ragnum Karya are currently at. Fireflux and Nogsham Red Force not far behind. Could get a little bit spicy as a lot of vehicles are moving, teams are traveling, and they're starting to lock in those hard cover POIs.
Power Esports drawing up in the garage there. They will be playing all three of them stopping off on the building. And they are sending another further on out. So we get a replay. This is that hot drop. Matcap, okay. It was 2 players with knives. And in the end, Sky was able to tag him for 1, and then Sleepy chefed him up. Something awful over in the garage there. Only the pistol to defend, and that's not good news.
Could have been scary. Rosemary opposite of AJ from Thunder Talk. I'll pop out. That was a great placement, and in fact, it's going to end up in a drop. AJ putting in work early on. Full health, mind you. He could truly do a lot of damage to this Alter Egos roster up ahead.
Thunder Talk bolstering their position as well, with King sidling on forwards. Alter Ego trying to pull Rosemary back to his feet there. And they are going to put a lot of investment into it, but Moana, goes for the nade and flushes his own teammate out. That is not a good start for Alter Ego to try and defend this top spot on the table. And now it's Thunder Talk looking to keep this pace going. All 4 of them now in situ, and they can play on a numbers advantage. A little bit split for Alter Ego. Alva under a lot of pressure there. The reload needs to come through. Can he connect with the auto shotty?
He stays in the corner, dodging those jump shots, goes for the retreat, and is successful in getting some distance between them, which means he can reposition and fight the duo of Thunder Talk. That fight still going to be well underway, and he's going to continue to distance himself, maybe get an off angle onto AJ. It pays off. The down is in, but the 2 members from Thunder Talk are hot on his heels.
They're still on the outside of the wall, though, and with King falling, this means that nobody is forward for Thunder Talk. They're now trapped on the outside, out in the cold, and Thunder Talk are getting rinsed right now.
Rinsed indeed, but I love that angle from King. Alva play this very, very carefully. Even if Thunder Talk wins this fight, like you said, they are in dire straits, and I really do think that's a huge oversight. This duo should have pushed up on him and taken him down. Having Alva on that off angle was detrimental to Thunder Talk. Obviously, your duo ends up falling, and now you're leaving. You gain 0 value. The 10-minute fights do not work out if you want to be a champion.
I mean, much like the Omnidroid from The Incredibles, right? The only thing tough enough to take down an Alter Ego player in this match is themselves. The only thing that has taken one of them down fully is that team nade. And that's not the sort of coordination that you want to see coming on through, especially in Mill to Power on a circle like this. You know, it's so important to have everybody alive in a central location in these early circles, right? You want to transition in towards the late game. They've pushed up towards 30 points, though. And they will be okay for the time being and playing on a 3. Not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world, but let's see how that game ends up unfolding. Smile barely, just a nick of health, and manages to get away. Team Secret applying the pressure. Yangon Galactica's Team Secret rotating maybe up north, then dropping down south through Naya. Team Secret could get a drop on them if they continue to progress forward, which could be great for playing a gatekeeper role. For now, just trying to heal up and just really recover. For Team Secret, though, unfortunately, I think they're going to lose at least 1 into blue, if I'm not mistaken. For Barnett, though, he's moving up.
So are the rest of the team. At least several of them are trying to go in pursuit here, hopping out, going for the spray. Xerus has to divert, send back behind the headland. Is there an off-angle hop out? No, but the blue zone will do a little bit more damage here. We're only at stage 1, so this is very, very survivable on these rotates. It's not really going to do much more to them, and those sims already on the bar there for Xerus mean that he's got to stay very, very healthy here unless a couple more shots connect, which it doesn't look like they're going to. Sending over the north side of the Yaz Lake. I imagine that Yangon Galacticos going to divert. Not too keen to go in behind them, but we'll have to wait and see. The plane path, sorry, the next circle just about to come on through.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos, I thought we're going to take the roadway and then cut through, but Say Cloud has stayed up top. He wants presence behind Team Secret. Meanwhile, the other 3 are in fact going to go in succession down low, and Say Cloud does deviate away, maybe wanting to stay in Team Secret's mindsets, but getting tightly contested in the southern portion. And E-Arena versus Falcons, a team that's been on the struggle bus, or E-Arena. I love the way that they've been playing. Granted, today, they've been falling flat, so this fight critical for both rosters.
E-Arena disengaged from that one. They had the numbers advantage. Perhaps they were reading too much into the circle. They thought if we can't conclude this fight immediately, there's a third-party potential, but they had a massive advantage in that fight. Only 2 of the Falcons were on the inside. I'm not too sure about the decision to disengage it, but we'll see how they can play on from here. Meantime, Power looking to rack up even more elims. They're now up 1-2-1 on the tables, and that's going to put them up on 26 with no placement points.
Taking down Noxium Red Force would be huge for them, mind you. I really feel, based off of that last play in the last map where Noxium Red Force had center zone, had the hard cover POI and pushed out, I feel that was a massive oversight, potentially starting to get into their own heads. So for Power, pushing this fight could be big. For Weibo, well, we can't even stay upright. We got 4 wills. Well, they decide to use 2.
They're going to maintain course, though, self-righting, going all the way out west for a wide wrap from Weibo to go out on that west side bridge. APG, they're ahead. Alpha Gaming will send over that east side bridge, fairly uncontested now, and they are sending up north. Yeah, this is just the continuing long rotate from Weibo to go out to all the way on that west side. They're getting across the bridge. They'll be pushing in from around Potato Hill, but don't expect to see them for another 2 minutes.
That's right. We won't see them for a long time. For APG, well, you saw what the game plan was. They were setting up to gatekeep Weibo. So this long rotate, in my opinion, was critical. For Weibo, they only had one choice, and that was to take the western side bridge. For APG, they don't see any Weibo members. Okay, we move on out and start to progress towards Milta, maybe towards Power. Meanwhile, though, we do have Regnum Karya potentially setting up a trap on Hora, who's going to be up just ahead. A team that played so well through the early stages, now struggling today.
I mean, they're sequestered right up into the cliffs over Prison. It does severely limit their sightlines here for Regnum Karya. They're going to have to try just gather that info from the sound. They have got that outpost Silas a little bit disparate from them. Will be rotating around, feeding back a little bit more info. But for the time being, they are a little bit crunched in here. Hora a little bit less so. They've got a little bit more leeway on the side of that Prison cliff face. Teams trying to get central. Nobody really getting too aggy with it just now. It's only Thunder Talk who have lost 2 players and a couple of those earlier elims coming on through as well.
See DRX off in the distance. They've got a couple of teams in their line of sights. Like you said, nobody getting aggro just yet. We see a zone shift up towards the north. For the majority of teams, they're already pretty much sequestered where they currently are. For the rosters like Power, APG, Thunder Talk, the duo, Alter Egos. Weibo finally starting to get their first member out of the blue zone as they head up towards north through school. Maybe even towards Gangon Galacticus. But everybody rotating in. I'm hearing a lot more shots this time around. No surprise for Falcons. Oh, I'm hoping Regnum Karya does not crash into him, and it looks like they're not going to. Even Silas taking too much damage for his own good.
Yeah, crashing in on that position with the number of third parties available. Maybe a death sentence, but instead they turn over towards the dip, and it's 4 Thrives who are eating lead left and right. That is nasty. The team from Pakistan is going to be eliminated very, very quickly.
4 Thrives get melted off the map. You know, a team that dominated throughout group stage, struggling today. We questioned those days off throughout survival stage. Would it be helpful? Would it not? Well, for 4 Thrives, they need to get their legs back underneath them. But Power's also rotating in. Ragnar taking a ton of damage. We got Wild also falling. Ragnar now down. Haji getting active. Ida's going to fall. It's just a mass amount of teams and bodies on the ground in this area. Haji getting the cleanup. Starkin up ahead, cooking a nade. And this nade, if placed right, could be devastating to Power.
Darkin unleashes it over towards Fadan. The bounce is good, and it will connect for the knock. Haji now, the last player alive for Power. They have 4 elims. They'll want a little bit more, and he's now got a nade cooking. They know where Ida is playing, and nobody's getting out of this dip unscathed. The nade goes long, and Darkin pushes forwards. Haji around the smoke, goes for the spray, and of course he connects it, but there's the shutdown from the off angle. Fireflux shut everything down, and there is no one alive.
We just lost 3 teams just like that in one engagement. Fireflux playing spoiler, and we'll talk on that in just a second. Team Secret now against Alter Egos. You called it. Caster Curse, nobody getting aggro. Well, now we got everyone getting aggro all at the same time. Krypton going to pick up Ayala over in the corner, and another team has been lost. We just lost 4 teams in the span of about 45 seconds.
That was insane. 4 teams went into that dip, and none of them got out of it. It was insane.
Wow.
It was being held, I believe, originally by 4 Thrives.
Yes.
Then both Regnum Karya and Ida crashed in at the same time, and then Power lapped in over the top. Wow. Fireflux were just like, this is ridiculous, guys. You need to chill out. They put them in the cooler, and it's going to maintain Power's record of getting no placement points, but they still get 5 elims on this match.
It's such a bummer, though, for Power because Al-Haji is the last one standing. He's the champion of the team fights, 4 teams in one area, and then Fireflux says, hey, good job, buddy. I got you. Take some right down. Either way, like you said, 5 elims. You got to be happy with that for Alter Egos at 5 themselves. And, of course, another zone shift going to be taking place. But, yeah, that was probably one of the craziest fights we've seen today.
Absolutely insane stuff. A hard south shift, and this is going to help out teams like DRX, like Falcons, if they can hold their nerve out in the open. A lot of open ground, right? We saw how difficult it is to approach this Falcons position. When it gets closer and closer on the circle, it gets slightly easier, right? Because there's fewer and fewer positions that sit around them that can take those third-party shots. There's fewer teams that are potentially going to third-party on towards you. So Falcons, their strength is really good right now in terms of position, but that will start to falter when the teams around them start to get involved, start to get dropped. But I'm expecting to see them into this one deep, potentially up to stage 6.
I was looking at this Thunder Talk. We see a replay coming in. This is the Team Secret fight versus Alter Egos, and Xerus is putting in work, but it was Krypton who was able to even up the odds, silence Team Secret, and send them packing to the next game. Weibo, Thunder Talk finally back on your screen, and, well, not for long as one is taken down immediately.
PEL derby right now between Weibo and Thunder Talk, but it seems pretty clean, done and dusted. 3 players alive for Weibo and 1 for Thunder Talk. Together they make a full team, but there's no cooperation here. It's Xing sending off into the horizon.
Xing is gone. Thunder Talk's been in survival mode since the early goings of this game. 2 eliminations. You're not too happy with that. Maybe some placement points will help you out. Doc with a great angle. Maybe surprise some members from DRX up ahead if you can get a line of sight on them. Nobody can be seen just yet, but Doc is a guy that's sneaky, and if he sees you, he's taking you down.
Nongshim Red Force, they've got 2 players alive, 1 further back. Let's hope that they can do a little bit better, although with only 2 players right on the edge here, it's going to be difficult. That shelter position can keep them alive for quite a while. Xing takes a couple of shots over towards Seoul, who's actually going to reposition away from this one, but Xing has to push a little bit further in. He's going to go into the wake of APG, so Alpha Gaming going to actually allow this rotate to happen.
He fired a couple of shots, nearly getting it down. The fact that he's still alive is incredible. This is where Doc was, I believe, and actually, excuse me, Doc's going to be on the opposite side. And so this Doc will stay where he's currently at to overlook everybody who's going to be up. You got DRX still up in the distance. So DRX in a pretty precarious spot, if I had to say so, because Nongshim Red Force is over there. They have a presence. And then you also have another one from a distance. Xing narrowly avoiding getting squashed. 33Z hops out. And finally, Thunder Talk will fall. Again, surviving for the longest time. But one by one, they were picked apart until they were finally eliminated.
And in their wake, this rotate will be pursued down by Hora, who are going to move out now to this southeast side. All 4 of their players are alive, and they're looking for a good game here. Having underperformed so far in the first 3 matches, they're going to try and take on some PEL representatives as they are going to try and find that rat back around. The smoke's keeping them safe, but both of these 2 teams are actually right up and against the blue zone. Hora overextending now, and they are going to fold back in towards themselves, play that east side. They actually lose a player to Krypton over on that north edge, so they can't really afford to place too much pressure on this south side.
Question is, do they? Hora continues to get closer and closer. Krypton maybe tempting that he wants to get away. Alva has dipped himself. But Krypton will continue to fight, and, you know, he's a scary player. 4 eliminations already, John, and a guy that can very well take down the entirety of the Hora roster if they're not careful. For Sky, he needs to keep his head on a swivel. He's going to be the one to truly shut down Krypton if he makes an attempt to maybe challenge No Fear and Sleepy up ahead.
Chance there. With 4 elims, Krypton is pumping today. Doing a lot of work for the roster, but with only 2 players against the 3, they do have the disadvantage. They're on the outskirts as well. Their options fairly limited. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them try and sweep up north. With Hora pushing into the tower, they're going to be a little bit less mobile, not going to be as easily able to go in pursuit, but they could equally try and find Sky, and that looks like maybe what they're going to try and do here. Wrap back around, play on the backside here, and open up a window of opportunity for themselves. But Weibo Gaming are just over that ridgeline, and Krypton in danger now. Sky has to go for the reload, and it's actually barely low on ammo here.
Oh, but yeah, it was Alva, so the car was a distraction. Alva was pushing up, but now he's getting pressure by Hora as they push in. Alva, a sliver of health, taken down by No Fear. Krypton now damage control. He's got Weibo to his flanks, and now you've got one alter ego member of Krypton right smack dab in between Weibo and the Hora roster. So Hora got to make a decision. Who do we challenge first? Krypton to solo, Weibo up ahead. Do we disengage and maybe go a little bit further into zone? I would not want to be them making that decision.
If I'm Weibo, I'm letting the blue zone handle Krypton, and I think it's a similar call for Hora right now. You just need to negotiate.
Do they know he's there?
For him to leave. They should know, right? He's taken shots back over towards Hora earlier on in that engagement. So they should know that there's a player down this hill. You don't need to put this much pressure on. This is overexposing potentially to the Hora position. And Order's getting a little bit froggy.
Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is. No Fear's right there. Ready to apex this hill. Krypton to the right. This is going to get spicy indeed. Nade cooking. Krypton going on the attack. Surely No Fear takes down Krypton in this moment, but no, Krypton's going to be free and clear to make this push up. He finally starts to take a little bit of damage, and rightly so. It was No Fear along with Order who takes him down, Order getting the elimination. Now, Weibo can put all their eggs in one basket and focus on Hora, who's up ahead.
They can try and now turn and get ahead of this one. They do still have a couple of players in tow. They've got that outpost down to the southwest side in 33Z, who's been scouting, who's been gathering that information. Hora, they've been locked into this fight for a while. Looking at the rest of the circle, meanwhile, Falcons, they've been chilling in their building for a long, long time now. They have managed to rack up 3 Elim points and actually make that maybe a couple more as the nades land over towards Fireflux. They're going to have to think about getting out of this business, though, for the time being. They are right on the edge of the circle. They'll be safe for now. DRX have been holding out on the southwest for a nice while as well, but Yangon Galacticos going to be putting pressure on. I feel like that's the next crash coming on through, and SayCloud's going to send it.
Yeah, absolutely going to be the next fight. Falcons, mind you, also focused on Fireflux over here in the shed. They took a little bit of damage from DRX. In fact, Redox is going to fall once again. Scarface getting some shots. SayCloud onto Quiz. You mentioned it, Yangon Galacticos starting to push up, but they've also taken some damage, a downed player, so they're going to have to go at it 3 strong. So we have an immense amount of fights. Falcons versus Fireflux, Yangon Galacticos going against DRX, and the winners potentially controlling the entirety of the western portion of zone.
It's going to be really difficult to move as Falcons when Yangon Galacticos or DRX are able to claim this one, but so far nobody is dead on that southwest border. All the teams there have 4 players alive, both of them maintaining the entire roster. Alpha could potentially have an impact here with Top and Seoul on the south side, but I imagine they're going to be thinking more about going east. You can see Top trying to hold face, and around this shelter entrance, it's just nobody making that first move right now, and they can chill out for a little bit longer with the circle.
APG can be truly punishing to DRX. The only thing stopping them from shooting, I believe, are the smokes. They just can't get the line of sight. But Top should have infinite vision. In fact, he's going to get active. So there's going to be Top on one full finish on one DRX member who's now starts to push up. This gives an opportunity for Yangon Galacticos to start firing at DRX as well. Weibo says enough is enough. Takes down an APG member. 33Z also taking a tremendous amount of damage. It comes to show you literally nobody is safe. And Weibo on the outskirts of zone, fully eliminated.
It's in circles like this that you've got to think potentially Fireflux could have a chance if this fight on the southwest side doesn't conclude, but it looks like Yangon have isolated their entrance and will be playing on fairly convincingly. SayCloud very likely to get this knock on the Horman. That should be an easy pickup for them behind the rock, sure, but you have to dash out to try and find that res, and with only Joker left standing, they don't have a lot of time to get this one.
Currently, Yangon Galacticos have a beautiful spot where they are at. If the zone favors them on the next shift, they are going to be set up very nicely to control the end game. Of course, depending on what DRX and APG decide to do from their current position. For Falcons, they refuse to move, but now they have to start going a little bit more forward, which means E-Arena are very much ready for them. But the good news is Mormon was taken down just a little bit ago. He's down but not out, and E-Arena have to make a decision. Do we want the pickup? Well, now they don't have a choice. Sakura also gone. Romeo taking him out, so YG getting active, and now Ralph says, I'm pushing up. I'm taking the advantage in the mid zone. Here comes the Falcons.
The north side side now could conclude, and the Falcons may have all the leverage they need to try and leapfrog south. But you can see how flat and open it is, which gives Yangon Galacticos so much power, so many sightlines over towards E Arena especially. Romeo is laying down the law from the high ground there. DRX wants the challenge. They've gone out of the other entrance, and now they're trying to try and maintain that high ground with their 3 players moving on in. But no, it's Hora doing a lot of work, but Hyunbin still has a little bit more gas left in the tank. Unfortunately, he will draw short, and QZ across the way gonna have to try and hide now behind the rocks, but will be pushed by that blue zone. DRX on the precipice.
And it looks like Falcons E Arena are also popping up against each other. Joker is going to fall, so is Sakura. Fully eliminated. E Arena are out of there, and now Falcons have a good foothold on the northern part of the zone. So really, Falcons, Yangon Galacticos in an absolute power spot, you would have to assume, unless the solo from DRX can dismantle piece by piece the Yangon Galacticos roster just up ahead. And let's not forget Scarface, another solo for Fireflux, who's going to be dead center. Falcons get blessed by zone. Yangon Galacticos now have to push up, and so does Hora.
With this zone, it keeps this little hill that you can see in front of Koa inside this zone, and you're right, they are getting blessed. But if Redox keeps going down like this, it's going to get a little bit more tenuous here on the northern side. Redox not happy. Behind the wall for Falcons to flex back out. I don't know if they can commit to this. They'd have to expend a lot of smokes. In the meantime, Yangon Galacticos, they are going to have to make a move.
Yes, they got to push forward, and there's a lot of open space. They've been hanging out next to this cave for the longest time. I don't blame them, but now the time to get active is in, and you got No Fear, who's been doing such a great job from a distance, being detrimental to each and every roster he's come across. So he's going to be the X factor for me for the Hora roster, at least when Yangon Galactica starts to rotate over. For the solo from DRX, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this. I really don't. But for him, all eyes on YG, who now start to move forward. This is going to answer our question of who takes this game. If Yangon Galacticos get mowed down now by Falcons, it is going to be all Falcons for the victory.
With Ralph moving out to the west side to go for the res onto Redox, they're actually west side bolstered right now on the Falcons roster. So Yangon Galacticos potentially picking the wrong time to go for this one. And with Hora on that side swipe, this road crossing is nigh on untraversable. As Hora actually going to try and backfill on this rotate and play on the south side. This could be a great play coming through from Hora. They'll finally get rid of Scarface, who was on a sliver of HP, and now it seems to be a 2-horse race.
If I'm Falcons, I'm paying close attention to Hora starting to move up. Fireflux are now gone. We're getting deep into it. Only 4 more teams remain, and really one of them is inconsequential. It's only a solo from DRX. A mini red zone starting to form. Say Cloud trying to get back onto his feet. Smile desperately needs this. Yangon Galacticos with the desperation push forward gets picked apart. Romeo down, and it's Falcons from Koa taking him out.
A little ridgeline to play around, a couple of vehicles keeping them safe from Hora for the time being. Yangon Galacticos may be able to stay up as 2, but Smile down behind that vehicle, and that crate has been beautiful for No Fear. He's going to try and get a little bit more though. They're putting pressure onto the Falcons because of the rotate out to the west side to deal with that res, to get Yangon Galacticos out of the mix. Hora taking the timing of this very, very well, and they get that flex out to the side, but Falcons are piecing themselves back together and out over towards Narvalo. Koa finds that retreat, and things simmer down.
No Fear has been the guy, the linchpin for the Hora roster, and now he has totally caught Redox and Ralph off guard. They know where he's at, but he still has such a great advantage. Now this rotate's going to be big, and Koa is going to knock down one. A second is also going to fall. Hora starting to collapse. No Fear needs to get active. A Hail Mary attempt, but is this Falcons? It looks to be the case. No Fear, does he have it in him to clutch this up while he continues to push up? Falcons can hit the shots needed, but they finally do it, and Falcons will get their first win during this, the grand final stage.
A big finish for the Falcons. The north side control was great. That first rotation on in to the mansion to play on that location. They held ground, and on the north side, nobody challenged them. I felt like Hora maybe were able to slip the noose there, but in the end, they were hung out to dry, and that is a beautiful way to close it down. A nice chunk of elims as well added on to the Falcons count. But not only that, Yangon Galacticos.
Yes.
They're pulling down numbers in that final, sir.
Without a doubt, and you can also give their flowers over to Hora. Hora needed some points. They were down in 13th place at the start of the game. Getting that second is going to be massive. And while the same thing could be said for Fireflux, surviving as long as they did, yes, it's not going to be a tremendous amount, but it's at least a start. It's something. It gives you new life. It's only game number 4. 2 more to go today, and therefore a big chance to rise up the ranks. There it is. Our final Erangel has concluded. Team Falcons on top. 2 Miramars coming your way after the break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Falcons flying high for the last Erangel of the day for day number 1 of the grand finals and looking to be one step closer towards that trophy. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Seven, to talk about this game. Neptura, Falcons had a good compound and they were able to play it out nicely in the end.
Finally, it's about time we see something from the Falcons. Dare I say I want to see a little bit more. I wasn't entirely pleased with how that game went, but they got the win. That's what they needed to do. Fair enough, right? I did like how they played some of those things. I want to start off by saying that initial push onto Fireflux, was the wrong play, and I thought that. I was like, no, you need to be looking at E-Arena. They did in the end on the circle shift. They were able to take them out completely. That frees up the north side of the zone, really able to then do what they want. I will say, Seven, Hora really tried their best. Some really nice controlling angles that they got there, but I think Narvalo in particular, able to have that off angle, really helped. For me, the Falcons, I think that they should have done a little bit more play. They still played a little bit too defensively, but in the end, they started to split off a little bit. It was much better.
Well, here's the head-to-head brought to you by the Saudi National Bank. Team Falcons versus Horror from this previous game. Horror doing quite a bit of work, doing quite a lot of damage here, 7 overall, but not quite able to keep up with Team Falcons, mainly thanks to that circle shift towards the end.
Yeah, Team Falcons having that circle shift, that definitely helped them big time. And I think one of the main worries that I had looking at Team Falcons was that they just weren't spreading enough. They weren't gaining enough control of that circle. And meanwhile, Hora was being able to do that. But due to the fact that Hora has just been fighting so many teams that whole match, and they had already lost a player, it became almost near impossible. As soon as Sky went down trying to get that off angle, it was set and done for Falcons to be able to get the win, but I got to give compliments to Hora. I have been enjoying those splits that this team has been doing. They have gone from 1-2-1 splits, 3-1, and then they end up mixing it up to everybody just going solo. They're making sure that they just get a lot of the zone, and they were able to do that perfectly at one point. They had full control of the southeast.
But Falcons will walk away with 22 points there with the 12 eliminations, thanks to Narvalo, the Frenchman. We love the French being able to hold on to that position towards the top there. Neptura is able to overlook exactly what was going on and hold their opponents at bay.
You know what's so interesting about the overalls being so close as well? Is Falcons were at the bottom of the leaderboard with 22 points. They are now looking at the top 8, which is a really nice setup for the last 2 games of the day, going into tomorrow as well. This is exactly, I think, the right timing for them to get a win, because now that mindset should be super refreshed.
Did Power get a lot of eliminations and no placement points against 7?
Power's like placement points. What are those? We're just going to go with, you know what? Let's continue to be aggressive. Yeah, they ended up with 5 eliminations. No surprise there out of that team. DRX, I was actually really surprised at the push that DRX ended up doing on Young Galacticos. They thought that maybe they were going to be able to just win that engagement, but little did they know Hora was looking to third-party that fight, and it kind of opened later the area of just for Hora to try to gain more control of the circles.
Yeah, that's kind of the important thing when you get a shift like that, right, Neptura? The fact that those teams down in the south, they're very likely to not win out that game. So focus on those eliminations down to the south with the Yangon and the Horror situation going on. And Horror was able to do that brilliantly, I think, in those final moments.
They were. I mean, I think Yangon did the only thing they could do. It's so open. It's such a wide area to use. They did what they could. Horror were very, very proactive. I love this new Horror that we're seeing, that they're able to not only control and be passive, but also be super aggressive and take those fights.
Yeah, and for Yangon, I got to give him some props, because as you mentioned, they did exactly what they needed to do, which was making sure that they were proactive and backing people off. They made DRX back off early on. DRX ultimately wanted to take that fight. It didn't end up working out. And for Young Galacticos, they were looking at E-Arena. They were making sure that they made the rotations hard. They were just trying to get any point possible getting those eliminations. I wish they would have made a sooner decision on just making a full push towards where Team Falcons was. That would have been the winning play for that squad.
Potentially. And now, though, with Erangel done, we move on to Miramar and see how it's going to play out for the last 2 games here of the day. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the numbers, see who's able to perform. And you've got teams in there like Horror. I think Weibo as well still needs to do a little bit more here. Neptura overall. Alter Ego, strong in that first game of the day, but so far beyond that, been a bit more quiet, I think.
They have. It's almost like they're waiting for something, which makes me nervous, because last time they just kind of held their peace and waited a little while. We saw a very strong day from them, so we'll see about that. I am interested as well, though. I'm kind of surprised that APG are not here. Alpha Gaming, not on this list. Historically, a team that's very, very good on Miramar, just not making those numbers.
Yeah, one of the teams that I'm going to be looking at that was there towards the top is going to be none other than Rangam Karya. This team has been so aggressive. I feel like going into Miramar, I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more tactical play out of this squad, being able to actually take their time scout, because right now it's just full go, go, go whenever they do end up pushing. And you can see Young and Galacticos with that play doing just enough, being in first place.
Just 11 points between number 1 and 8th. But yes, as you say, Yangon Galacticos being able to wrestle away number 1 from Alter Ego is definitely a big move. What are you laughing at? What's wrong?
I just find it insane that we are in the grand finals of PUBG at EWC 25, and Power Esports somehow has managed to find themselves 4th place, 0 placement points, 30 eliminations.
It bears repeating. I'm worried in case they do start getting placement points here.
Right?
They could rocket up the leaderboards with also the elimination power that they're showing. And this isn't the power that I saw in the group stage. I was like, okay, they're sitting pretty, they're waiting, they're sitting in Milta, they're moving out and getting themselves a win, a slow win as it were. But they're just all guns blazing at the moment, Neptune. It's crazy.
They really are. I think it goes to show again that sometimes going to survival stage is incredibly beneficial. They've had those 2 extra days to really get their stride, get that momentum going, and now look at them.
Definitely impressive stuff. We'll see if this can continue. Imagine if they finished it with just like no placement points, but like 90 limbs.
Please do that. That's what I want. That'll be me unboxing a surprise.
You'd be very excited. And let's all unbox together because the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival is now live. Don't miss out the final 3 days this weekend. Log in to summon your supply airdrop and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participate is guaranteed rewards. So come and get those unboxings done. All these players, they can't unbox right now because they're ready to get into Miramar. So without further ado, thank you very much, guys. It is time to head over to the Dusty Dunes. It's Miramar. Let's get it for the penultimate game of the day.
Falcons are able to rise again with a chicken dinner in match number 4 on the day, but they need to keep pace now. Oh, goodness me. Try not to swallow the water next time.
Yeah.
But either way, they are going to have to try and keep pace with the top page because they have managed to breach there. But, you know, in Power, currently, no placement points, still ahead of them, right? There's a little bit more to do. And if you want to keep track of exactly what every single one of our players is doing during the PMWC, you can on our official map feed on the PUBG Mobile Esports channel. You can see where everybody's rotating all the time, all day. It is useful if you want to break things down, if you want to get a little insight as to what teams are doing at every step of the match.
That's it, isn't it? Well, hey, we're getting into it, Miramar, and you mentioned Falcons, but I love what the desk said about Power. It's insane how high up the standings they are purely based off of eliminations, and you do raise the question, they start getting placement points, I think they're going to be the champions. I really do, at least based off of their performance over the 4 games that we have witnessed. It is spectacular, and I think a rarity, really, to see how well Power is doing, and, well, you got to appreciate it. You got to love it. Falcons jump up the standings. Power still doing very, very well. Yangon Galacticos taking over first place for the Alter Ego Eris team, who was there for the longest time. Things are shifting about, and the most important thing, right, is to make sure you are the team going into day 3 setting the threshold.
With 6 matches to play today, getting anything over 50 points will be great news. I mean, the biggest games that we've seen, or days rather, that we've seen for teams like Nongshan Red Force, I think, they were able to get over 60 points in a single day.
That's right.
So getting up there would be phenomenal. But the fact is, this table is looking really flat. You can guarantee that there's going to be a little bit more volatility towards the top side of these tables with how close things are. I mean, from first place down towards, getting on towards 8th, right? There's an 11-point difference. That's really closable, especially in these stages of the tournament where teams are able to take those risks. That's one big game, and all of a sudden, you're on the top of the pile.
Well, to put it in perspective, what Falcons, I believe, was in 14th or so place going into that last game. They end up getting the winner chicken dinner, 12 eliminations, putting them all the way up in top 6. And mind you, they are only just 3 points away from breaking into top 3. That's how close it is. So a lot of volatility. Things are going to continue to shift within our top 5. And, well, with Alpha 7 not being here, the championship is wide open. Anybody can take it. The question is, who wants it the most? The players themselves are the ones that control their destiny. Map number 5, we're heading into Miramar. Where are we going?
Ooh, playing path on the south side this time around, from Valle de Mar over towards Impala. So north entrance a little bit difficult, so potentially tricky to get towards. Of course, now uncontested because Alpha 7 did so badly that they weren't able to make it into this stage of the tournament. Falcons would be alone on there, but they have to get there first. And the question is, do they want to get out there? It's about 3 kilometers away from this plane path, maybe a little bit more actually. So it could be difficult to get up towards. But that western path rotate can be nice and friendly. It's a question of getting those vehicles on side though, as we head on in. Our plane now just crossing Chumasera.
Don't think we're going to have any hot drops, at least based off of where I believe these teams are going to be landing for our first Miramar in grand finals of day 1, but there is always a chance, right? Things get spicy. Even though people put their landing zones out there, doesn't mean they're not willing to change it up and take a team by surprise. And, well, that could very well happen. I believe going even back to the survival stage, we had a bit of a hot drop over in El Pozo. That was an area that we were watching very, very closely. So maybe we see a repeat of that. Falcons over on the left-hand side by Hora. That's going to be an interesting one if they decide to land next to each other. Very curious where this next zone, or first zone, I should say, is going to pop up, because that's going to tell the true story of what we can expect.
Ooh, I'm looking at Picardo right now. There's a lot of teams in the air over it right now. Could be difficult. Power definitely looking to try and drop there. I think Ida are going to go a little bit longer, as are Nongshim Red Force. Regnum Kaya disengaging from it as well. Down towards Puerto Paraíso. A little bit close by for DRX and Weibo, but they will chill out. So nobody getting too aggy right now. West Coast, though, could be Falcons getting spotted.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Falcons, Hora, well, they're relatively close to each other. Obviously trying to land on those vehicles so they can have them rotates, maybe even we're taking high ground a little bit later on, but they do separate themselves. I always gets concerned when I start to see some split drops, and at least coming into this, I was expecting at least 3 split drops, which we do get a couple of them. Falcons by far taking the cake, with Ralph all the way in the south, forced to go up north to join Narvalo and Koa, which he's going to be doing exactly that. Horner, though, not far behind necessarily. I'm curious if they decide to challenge the solo of Ralph, if they choose to get spicy.
I don't think this is a good idea. If Oro want to head up towards the north, I wouldn't be surprised to see them send all the way to a place like Cobraria, currently unoccupied. I think chasing down the solo, if they can get the shots, sure, but if Ralph can get over towards El Pozzo as soon as he goes in, I don't think if you're Oro, you want to commit here, right? And the fact is that there's about 600, 700 meters between these two teams. I don't think that they're going to be able to catch this one. But I think heading up to La Cobraria on a circle like this is potentially a little bit better of a decision to make, right? In this scenario, you'll be up on that north side. You know not too many teams are going to be there. You'll be out early over towards that north side on a circle like this, and they're going to be able to find it. Okay, hang on a minute. Maybe they are going to try and clip the back of Falcons, but yeah, I don't rate the decision to chase this one down.
Right.
You don't want hot drops, right?
Right.
Sure, you might be able to pick up a point early.
Oh, they're close.
Valo actually, who's already had some looting time, might actually take some shots out.
He should.
This is why you don't want to pursue too far.
Oh, gets a little bit of damage onto Jiggle, but not enough to drop him. If Hora was wanting to pursue Falcons, I believe those shots ringing out is going to change their minds, and they'll continue to go up north. And for Falcons, they'll continue to distance themselves, go towards El Pozo, and loot up. So this fight most likely not going to happen anymore. Maybe Hora was thinking about it, but the shots were enough to deter them. Now we start to look more into the stage, and Nongshim Red Force, great spot central. We also have Alter Egos, who are set up quite nicely. They've got the 2-2 split, plenty of loot between them. And I think Alter Egos are due for a pretty decent game. I'm kind of feeling, I don't know, my senses are telling me Alter Egos, this is their game to take.
Now what's going to happen is Power are going to get a chicken dinner with 0 elims.
Oh, show 0 elims?
Yeah, then anyone looking at the table would be like, oh, that's a normal amount. But no, it'll be the weirdest 10 to 30 split you've ever seen in your life.
That's right, that's right.
Goodness me. No, I'm not entirely sure, of course. There's still 16 teams, 64 players who are in this one. However, Power are in a very central location on this, just down to the east of Hacienda del Patron, with Thunder Talk out to their further east as well. They're in a nice little compound and they can chill out for the time being. We're up to about 5 minutes now, which means looting phase should be over for a lot of the teams that hit ground early. So teams like Power, who dropped Picardo, they should be done and dusted. However, teams like Aura and Falcons, they're going to be out and looting for a little bit longer, maybe up to minute 6, 7 potentially, if Aura actually don't settle down.
Yeah, they are moving and grooving. The good thing for them, the entire northern zone of this stage is wide open, including those hilltops that they can take over if they so decide. I do start to look towards Fireflux, however. Regnum Caria, E Arena, Team Secret, relatively close, and DRX is getting very close to E Arena, mind you. They are pushing straight in. You notice on your screen top left, there will be an E Arena member. If DRX keep their head on a swivel, they might start taking some shots, taking some damage.
Looks like they're going to keep things nice and linear. A nice spread out train. Good spacing for DRX on their rotate. Keep on the southeast flank. And of course, we always advise against all rotating in the same vehicle, especially early and especially on Miramar. Getting spotted out can be disastrous. So taking this 4-player convoy is exactly how you want to be operating. If you guys are home and trying to pick up some tips, that's a good one. Early on, playing split, you're very, very mobile. You're a little bit more flexible. And that's what DRX are looking for as they head to the east of Minas Generalis, up towards potentially where Alter Ego and Team Secret are playing.
And also for Fourth Thrives in the same path as Ida as they continue to move up north. As we take a look at Yangon Galacticus, a team that has been performing incredibly well, currently first place off the back of a third place game number 4. They've been highly consistent, been waiting for this roster to truly show what they're made of. I think today has been the shining example of what we can expect Yangon Galacticus to truly be. They'll be rotating up north kind of in the same fashion that Horda did a little bit earlier, opposite of Falcons, probably most likely going above where Falcons are at. But I do have some concern if that is going to be the case, because there's not going to be a lot of areas they can truly park the bus, because Falcons and Horda are controlling that area, and there is an opportunity for Yangon Galacticus if they go a little bit too far north to get pincered between both of those rosters, so they have to play this carefully.
Four Thrives taking up position on the high ground. Fireflux, they've caught the arena, and that's 2 of them going down very, very quickly, and that's a 3rd as well. Oh no, this is nasty news for the team at the bottom of the tables as well. Oh dear, that's 2 players now remain for them. And this crash is going quite well for Fireflux to regroup on this spot. Tony K, Joker, that's another one sent on in, and Scarface handles business. This is what we've been waiting to see from Fireflux today. They were highly performant in the survival stages, and that is what we've been looking out for.
And Solus with M249 shooting the bodies. Fireflux has awoken from their slumber. 13th place no longer. They want to be up in the top 5 off the back of our last 2 games. Nice to see them finally getting active for E Arena. Well, a team that was truly the shining examples throughout the survival stage, struggling tremendously, and even surprising the fact that they get their compound taken over, because one of the shining examples about E Arena that I truly started becoming a much more fan of was their ability to hold down hardcover POIs. You could not break in. It didn't matter if there was 2 or 3 teams challenging their house. They were going to hold it down. In this case, though, they don't, and they fully get wiped, and Fireflux stays up nice and strong, and they've got a great spot in the current zone. Let's see what the next one holds.
Hey, you know what? E Arena still have the moves. Have you seen those walkouts at the start of the day? I saw the moonwalk today, hitting them with the MJ.
Was it good?
Yeah, the mic was well. It was acceptable. It was certainly identifiable. Circle over to the east side here for phase 2. A lot of open ground to the east side of San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. Currently, the center of the circle still occupied by Alter Ego and quite a big spread. I imagine they're going to want to look to get back together here with DRX on the south flank, with Thunder Talk as well on a bit of a split, but a lot closer together. About 600 meters sits between both of their outposts here for Thunder Talk.
Well, same narrative for me for Yangon Galacticus. I was concerned maybe they would pincer themselves in between Falcons and Horda, but they do decide to stay on the outskirts of the zone. But even so, they're still going to have to deal with Falcons or Horda most likely once they start to come in. And now you add in 4 Thrives. You got 4 teams who could be contesting each other on the northern zone of the current stage. That's going to be a fight to watch out for without question. But for Power, the high ground is in. Fireflux is very aware of this, but you got to appreciate the current power position from Power Esports.
Easy with the high ground over towards Ketch. I think they're both aware of each other's position here and just biding their time. Of course, these positions on these plateaus always look so powerful. The difficulty is as soon as you get knocked or as soon as you take a challenge and maybe you get a little bit too bold, you go down. It's a massive mission to try and get you back up, right? You have to either send another player up there or you have to drop down when you've already been knocked and someone has to rotate out towards you. It takes a lot of time, a lot of investment on that, so you do need to be very careful with those high ground positions.
Fireflux going to be opposite of them. Falcons continue to move up, managed to stay alive for quite some time. The only shots, the only activity we see from them so far was firing on Sleepy. Was on the back of a buggy. Sort of started to rotate up. Yangon Galacticus taking a huge rotate north. They'll most likely drop south. A lot more distance between them than I was expecting. I really thought they were going to be closely contested. You do have 4 Thrives with Naki and Co, who's going to be very close to the Falcons roster. They start to huddle up and potentially crash in on each other. For Weibo, they do have Team Secret in their line of sights, but this 4 Thrives Falcons fight, yeah, it's going down.
Koa diverts almost immediately, but will he be able to get away here? I'm not sure if the cover's going to be there. Just about escapes. Not unscathed, though, and that vehicle's going to be low, as is his health bar. Navallo just putting a little bit of suppression down. They will try and maintain the outskirts here on the northern end, and they'll be okay for the time being.
Okay, for the time being, as you said, staying alive just a little bit longer. They kind of tempted fate, push into 4 Thrives, take over the compound. Well, 4 Thrives said, nah, it's just simply not going to work. Another zone shift is going to take place. You notice YG, Yangon Galacticus, still up in the north. They've been in blue now for, I want to say, nearly half of the game at this point, and they'll have to continue to drop down south, which is going to be right next to Falcons. So that fight most likely going to ensue. And with Falcons getting their health all the way back up, I think this is about to go down.
I think they might actually, well, it depends, yeah. If they go for that rotate out to the east, it might be a little bit less sort of considered there for Yangon Galacticos as Silas goes down on a little bowl ramp jump there. Too overexposed as DRX able to sweep that one away. So Regnum Karya down to 3 players. That's not too favorable, but they are nice and central on the circle.
Yes, they are. Nice shot from Weibo. Weibo takes down Jiggle from Hora, who unfortunately loses a player. That was one who took early damage, and Weibo, not too far behind, is going to keep Hora in their line of sights. And well, this is a team that performed exceptionally well in game number 4, performing in 2nd place, nearly taking over the Falcons' position. They couldn't hold it down. I was very impressed with No Fear, and I'm expecting him to be huge in this moment. Wild from Regnum Karya, trying to take down Alva from Alter Egos, who had plenty of great moments, but for Wild, well, he's going to fall a bit short.
Rosemary had the off angle, nothing really doing there. Regnum Karya starting to falter. Meanwhile, over on that northern side, Falcons did find a player from Yangon Galacticos, and they will have Romeo almost on full surround now. They're putting this pressure on. Redox gets that flush. Hang on a minute, no, that's Koa taking the vehicle up in flames with it. The M249 for Koa. He's going to be able to lay down that damage. Nice and healthy output there for the Falcons, and they disengage. They don't need to overextend here, and it's nice to see.
But it's also for Yangon Galacticus. I mean, there's really nowhere they can go. Forward, you got 4 Thrives waiting on you, and then if you go backwards, you got Falcons who are going to be gatekeeping you. You go down a little bit further, you got Noxum Red Force. It's going to be a tough spot for Yangon Galacticus, a team that stayed so long in the blue zone. I mentioned No Fear. Well, he's currently pinned up. Sky is just a sliver of health. Rosemary desperately trying to hit the shots, and does as Sky gets a bit antsy, jumping up to get additional vision. Well, it ends up being his undoing.
With that Mini 14 through the window just at the right time. Excellent pre-fire there from Rosemary. Alter Ego holding the high ground here. They have such powerful position over this next circle, and they want to try and maintain that space. They're doing well with 3 players on that north flank. They've got Krypton far out on the southeast side, and that's an off angle actually, with shots over towards, actually potentially over towards Sleepy if he gets a little bit too big for his boots.
Rosemary repositioned. No Fear will stay down low. No reason to get too crazy on him. The smokes are out. Rosemary will continue to keep his head down. APG Team Secret start to get active. Dog with the off angle, unfortunately, is down. He's going to have no effect in his fight unless Zeok can get over and maybe get him back onto his feet. Reefus, nade in hand, throws it out. That looks like a nice cook and a great connection.
Doc is down, but the rest of APG can keep on going. Rotate around, try and slip this one. Around the edge there they go, and actually Doc could be resable here. Close to Fireflux though, and that will be a lot of danger for this res. Will be very, very difficult to make it work. In the meantime, Team Secret actually getting handled across the way from Fireflux themselves. Shots overhead.
Fireflux been performing well. They're trying to go up the standings. This is their game to take. They started off hot and heavy. They currently sit at 6 eliminations. All 4 members still alive. Now Catch, I hope he's not spreading himself a bit too thin, separating himself from the additional rosters, everybody else in a vehicle. So that'll be my concern. But for No Fear and Rosemary, well, No Fear tried to stay up as long as he could, but the shed, unfortunately, will be his demise.
Sook actually using the explosive arrows there, taking one of those knocks over towards Hodder. He's going to be happy with that one, but Weibo currently out on that east side, have a little bit further to go here. That east side approach is really, really weird and finicky. They've got that long channel of road for Weibo to roll along on that northern side of the current circle. It spits you out with very little info, which means that they kind of need to head down south and try and put pressure on that way to approach towards Alter Ego, but that's really, really difficult in its own right? You've got Alter Ego who've been holding, we've seen how effective they are in that location. I don't think that Weibo are going to be able to get too much further here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And mind you, Falcons has also kind of got into their vicinity. Falcons have been the outskirt team, consistently gunning down players, not overcommitting, but at least having a presence, keeping them in the back of their minds are their enemies. And well, we see Suki, as you said, from Sleepy from a distance. Wait, and I know Seven is loving that one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it was that the straight shot or the explosion that got him though. I have to double check. We'll get the analysts on that one, breaking down the clip. That was kind of nuts, though. You'd love to see it. Sook seems to be, you know, this proponent of
Legolas
of the bow and arrow. He loves it.
Yeah,
he loves it.
You know, it's funny, when I was doing my research coming into this, Seven specifically brought him up and said explosive arrows. Watch him with the bow. Let's watch Order now as they go for the challenge onto Falcons. Rosemary has him pinned in between, and Rosemary is a guy I do not want on my backside. He is truly devastating. We've witnessed it just a little bit earlier on Horda Esports. Now he can do it on Falcons, but Order cooking the nade, throws it out. Is it good? Well, a little bit of damage on Narvalo. Redux will answer back with his own, but it doesn't have an area effect, and Redux is very weak. Order is taking on 2 members from Falcons and doing it in sensational fashion.
They have that back flank as well from Rosemary. A nade at his feet, and Ralph and Redux both fall, one after the other. The forward position and the middle spot for the Falcons both going down, and it looks like Weibo are actually going to be able to break through this one. With Narvalo falling, there's only one player now left standing, and Sook is on the hunt.
And I wonder if APG starts to get active in this fight too, because Doc is getting dangerously close. There's Order from a distance, trying to take down Avila, but can't do it. He backs away for the meantime. Still a chance Falcons can maybe recover with the duo in this moment, but the pressure from Weibo is unrelenting. Koa, the tip of the spear, to try maybe get a couple of shots on the Order. Again, you can't really go back because you got Alter Egos, who's going to be just behind you with Alva. You also got Weibo starting to push in, and the attack is true, but Order will fall. Sook jumps out. Koa's going to be down. Can Sook pull off the hat trick?
It's Narvalo up against them. He can clutch these. We've seen it before. And Weibo are low. It's just Sook. And around the edge with a Scar goes for the spray down, but the heel is there. And Narvalo now at a disadvantage. Takes the corner, takes the fight. And once more, Narvalo survives out in the edge of the zone, eliminating Weibo.
All right, the question is, can he get his teammate back into the fight? Where is his downed mate? Is it just behind him? You'd have to think so, and there it is. That's going to be Koa. Getting Koa back in this fight would be huge. Meanwhile, APG starts to move in. Koa's been finished, and Narvalo, once again, has to take on the entirety of another roster. This time, a 1v4. Reefus with that off angle. I think this is probably going to be the end. Plus, you got Alva, who's going to be looking dead at you. Narvalo in dire straits. If he can somehow, some way survive and get into zone, it would be miraculous.
Spray down. Narvalo slams it into reverse, trying to pull a quick J-slide there, but actually it's APG who might have given him a lifeline. He's actually down and into the road gully.
And he's dipping, he's dodging, he's swerving and moving. He's going up top to get that member Valvola, can't get the finish, and that's going to be okay. A valiant effort. I felt Falcons from the start to the finish never really truly had a home, never truly had a legitimate route to stay safe. They were putting a lot of pressure on teams, but they were never able to establish themselves in a specific area and play for late game. That's just the way it goes. Miraculously though, Yangon Galacticus is doing quite well. I expected them to be eliminated a little bit earlier on, but for APG, Alter Egos, let's see how this fight ends up unfolding. Alter Egos got to do it as a duo.
Moana and Krypton will have to play off one another. The circle kind of shifted away from them right now. DRX are in the center. They're by that roadside. They've got a lot of pressure outwards. Not too many threats to be sent their way. Fireflux, they're kind of on a linear approach from the south side. Whilst they have all 4 players alive, they've managed to rack up 7 elims, sure, but they are right with their backs to the blue zone and Power marauding around them as well.
Jeez. Yo, Top, go up, my boy. That's 2 down from Thunder Talk. Outputting the damage tremendously. I say 2 down, 1 manages to get out with his life, but just with a sliver of hell. Jing down low. I don't know if it's going to happen. Reefus, this might be a nice nade. It's cooked well. It's thrown out. Doc just below, and he'll take off a sliver of health. Not much, but keeps the pressure on Zing. You know he doesn't feel comfortable in this moment. And for APG, on a tear. They're only on 4 eliminations, but at this rate, I don't know where they're going to end up.
A little bit more damage sent over to him, but the first aid was already ticking up. He will be healed. This is the regroup coming on through. A nice drop on the smoke there. Let's just go for the weapon spot, but the ammo's already low, but they get it. Nonetheless, over the driver as well. Sitting will be taken down, and now Sing continues to be under pressure. However, they can't breach this high ground just yet. With Ida over the way, there's so much going on in this northeast quadrant.
APG holding on tight. Mind you, still 4 strong. You mentioned Ida, they're going to be just up ahead, and they look to be progressing forward just a bit more. So for APG, it's imperative that they focus the fights correctly. And Aaron, most likely going to be the first one targeted as ZL starts to move up towards that rock. Reefus down low, still trying to keep Thunder Talk in check on the low ground. I love where APG is currently at, and I have to favor them in this fight. But again, if they don't do this properly, Ida is going to eat them alive.
Darkin with the nade pulled over towards APG. Thinks better of it. Waiting for someone to give some information away. So all 4 players alive on the northeast side. They continue their march here for Alpha Gaming. We have been hoping for more from this roster. The names they've got have some prestige, and Reefus looks to start to pick up the pace here, but backed off the angle. They'll have to take another crack.
5 eliminations for APG. This could be a first place game. They could take the first place position. Alter Egos are already out. They're going to lose it. Yangon Galacticus most likely has already passed them up. Scarface on your screen. Now Fireflux, again, a tremendous game. Nearly double digits already. 4 members still alive. They started early, and they have refused to slow down. They now start to challenge APG, but Reefus, he's deadly. That man has been hitting shot after shot, and 1 member from Fireflux is now down.
Ziol able to find Madcap. A nade over towards Ziol's position, and top is the trade-off here. Scarface forwards, does a lot of work against them, but will not win that trade. Gonna get flushed as well, almost certainly there. And have to fight on as 3 for Fireflux, but hang on a minute, no, because Madcap's down.
That's right.
He's all the way out on the flank. I think that res is coming through, though.
Let's see. Catch the distance, trying to keep APG at bay. Meanwhile, Ida has been there, but not really. You know, could they have taken advantage of this third party? Maybe, but they're well within zone. So the question is, really, can Thunder Talk even start to break in? APG, once this fight does end up concluding, if it does against Fireflux, who have managed to recover. You mentioned those revives. Well, now they're going to be a 4-man unit. And I like their chances a lot better in the moment. APG starts to regroup.
Like Fireflux might be able to keep all 4 of their players alive as well. So 2 full force squads on the eastern side. Something also monumental could be happening. It's brewing, it's bubbling under right now. But Power Esports could be on their way to their first placement point. We've got 10 teams remaining. 2 more need to drop.
That is true. But of course, they are at 0 eliminations. Winner, winner, chicken dinner with 0 elims to keep the narrative alive. Let's find out. Well, this is the first time we've seen them really get active this game as they tried to take over the high ground over Fireflux. We've watched Fireflux and APG go toe-to-toe with each other. Fireflux looked to be on their wits' end, but they managed to get their teammates back up. And in fact, this secondary fight looks great. Scarface, let's do it, boy. Continue to push up. Get the downs while 1 comes in, but he's going to be traded out. Madcap, though. He's truly devastating, but APG YPG answers back, but only for a matter of time before Catch says enough is enough. We're done fighting you. We're the winners.
Everybody turned to pulp on the northeast side of Verdansk. Wants more points here with 9 teams remaining. If Fireflux go down now, Power will have earned their first placement point. It's only a matter of time. And a big nade from Ida to close it out. And that is a guaranteed placement point for Power. They're off the mark.
Darkin throws a beautiful nade, gets 3 from Fireflux and takes them out instantaneously. And now you got Power, who have been setting up quite nicely to gatekeep the winner from that engagement. In this case, happens to be Ida Esports, who now is focused on Thunder Talk, who stayed alive miraculously as a duo on the low ground. They took heavy losses, but they're giving it right back.
They stayed out of the fight for the time being, but now they want to try and wade back on in. King steps a little bit too close to the fire and does get burned, hits the deck just in time to avoid the spray down. And Thunder Talk keep the pressure on with Darkin falling. That's going to slow Ida down. Going to have to force that res out. Darkin not really in a safe spot with the blue zone pushing in 15 seconds. Not a lot of time to operate here.
Aaron thought about it. Do I go for the res? Do I go for the challenge? Well, Jing throws a nay. This could be 2, and it's close enough. Aaron takes some damage. Another one starts to go in, but it's going to be a little bit too far. And now for Aaron, really the last hope for Ida. Potentially another one to, I don't know, output some damage, but all eyes on Aaron in the moment. It is amazing. Thunder Talk has put up this much of a fight. They're towards the bottom. They desperately need points to elevate themselves towards the top 5 running, but 4 eliminations, their best game we have seen so far, and it could get even better.
Looks like Aaron will go down last. And Ida, very down on their luck. Now it's just Emre, who was across the way, disengaged from that fight for the longest time. Finally, one of the Power players gets taken away from this, and Easy on the forefront will need a little bit of a rescue mission from the rest of the team. Not going to be easy, and actually it's Ragnar who gets caught on the sidelines. So Easy able to find that shot, and DRX now starting to come alive here. They've been in this compound for the longest time, and they want to try and inflict pain now onto the rest of the circle, but El Hadji is still on the hunt.
Yes, he is. For Ragnar's sake, though, I think he tried to get a little bit too fancy on the off angle, and it ended up being his undoing. And, well, he loses his life in the meantime. For Power, though, they look great. DRX is the only team, though, who is left alive with 4 members. But Power's positioning is great. They're hitting wonderful shots, but you gotta appreciate DRX. Able to utilize this low ground, this little divot. They're going to be devastating. Power, it's going to be hard to knock DRX off of this spot.
Yangon Galacticos as well on that northern side. Going to be difficult to navigate there. You've got solos on every single side of the circle, and right now the most dangerous one is probably Loxy on that southwest edge for Regnum Karya.
I would say so. Loxy could be devastating. Say Cloud, though, hits a nice shot, and that's going to be 2 from Power, dropping off, and the chances of making it to top 3 to the podium now ends. But as you said it best, they do get some placement points, so there is a positive for Emery. He tried his best to stay alive, but DRX takes him out without any drama whatsoever. We're now down to our top 3.
Okay, this should be a free win for DRX right now. They've been able to hold this compound for so long. It's 2 solos, and neither of the solos are in this next circle. They've got control of the hillside. They're in overexposed positions, so Easy goes down, and that is going to be a nice pickup, actually. Hang on a minute.
Very nice.
I said it should be a free win. Hang on a minute. We're just getting word that I lied. I lied to you.
Well, let's see what ends up happening. The pickup might be able to come through. We mentioned Loxy as well, right? From Regnum Karya. He's going to be potentially devastating. And both players, right, from Yangon Galacticus as well as Loxy from Regnum Karya, they're going to be pincering in this DRX roster. Looks to be a beautiful nade. I believe it does connect just a little bit. Here comes DRX. Now, I don't want them to get too aggressive here. They now have 2 players down low, and overexposing yourself to Say Cloud might be a reason why these solos could take a win.
Say Cloud has a brilliant sideswipe here, right? You can see that ridge line that rolls down the hill away from Hyunbin. That is what Say Cloud is playing on. So Hyunbin flexing down this way. I really like this idea. Loxy should be taken care of by the blue zone. That will just sort of conclude itself here.
Yep.
And Say Cloud, sure, he might have the sideline swipe, but the center of the circle is still under control for DRX. And they do manage to keep things together, right? It's not going to get too spicy out here in the open, and he will fall down. DRX closes down. a little bit quiet on that one, but points are points are points, and they will take those 10 placements, add them to their tally, and they'll be up there with the rest of them at the top of the tables.
Without a doubt, DRX, just like Power's been eliminating right and getting all their elimination points, basically securing top 5 just off of that, DRX has done a phenomenal job in the placings. 4th place in game number 1, 10th place in 2nd. They fall down a little bit, but 2nd place in 3rd, or the 4th game I should say, and then 3rd place in the 5th, and then of course 1st place coming out right before your eyes. Beautiful job from DRX, highly consistent in the podium category. That's going to be incredibly valuable when we get to Smash Point on day number 3. DRX, so strong, so powerful, and finally able to get a win.
That was 4th in the 1st, 3rd in the 3rd, and 2nd in the 4th, and a 1st in the 5th there for coming through from DRX. Hope you guys are following that. We certainly were here in the booth, but we are going to head to a quick break whilst we get ready for our final Miramar of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC Avatar Frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 AM UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
دمجني ضربني. ها هدي استعجل. هدي حاول ترجع. حاول ادخل ينزل. ها عيال ادخل يفنن. دمجت
This guy's really close on the right side. Last guy. Come back. From the right, come in.
Coming close.
I have no bullets.
Behind the buggy.
I'm low. I have no bullets. He wants my feet.
Put him behind.
Nice. Let's
Player 456 would be proud because our South Korean overlords are back for a win. Yes! DRX holding down a compound. It was quite easy for them, actually. Joining me, we have Neptura as well as Maxman to talk about this one. Kind of came their way. They kind of did well. Hooray.
They had compound. It was in circle. They outlive every team. They get the win. What an impressive chicken dinner. Wow. No, it was a pretty streamlined win, okay, coming in from DRX. Unlike Nongshim Red Force, though, they don't throw the match, which I can appreciate. No, there's actually a few things they did do really well this game. They were using the southern and eastern ridges very efficiently, and because off the back of that, they were able to actually hold teams away. Though, yes, Kalash, they didn't get a lot of limbs because they're just staying hidden in the middle, just like, don't fight us, please.
You know why they were able to keep teams away so long, though, Matt? How? I will tell you. Because of the quality of the angles that they took. And what I mean by that is that they took angles that had the most amount of information against other teams with the least amount of risk from those same teams. So they were able to hold on to their full squad very effectively while not necessarily getting the eliminations like we see here, only 5, right? But they were just able to hold those teams off onto the edge, let everybody else get eliminated and take the win.
But Fireflux taking a little bit of inspiration from Power. It seems 0 placement points and 11 eliminations. This match, that's going to be able to catch up a little bit in the leaderboards. Going on to the second page, though, quite a few bubbles from horror. Okay, I shouldn't have looked down there.
You've caused problems, Max.
I turned off my phone.
It's weird. I wonder why. But yes, I mean, at the same time, when you look at the elims coming in from all of these teams, right, it's a very technically open area, especially if you account for the fact that there is that big cliffside north of that road as well. So kind of a lot of these positions, Neptura, are kind of covering each other on the middle side because you're expecting all of these teams to kind of fight over you. And that's what we saw a lot of in this game. And you can kind of exist within the middle.
Yeah, it's a big thing that happens in a lot of games. If you can find that dip, it's super risky because the minute a team actually comes up over that ridge, you are gone. But as long as there's a couple of teams all around you, you are able to survive a lot.
Hey, Alpha Gaming able to get himself over 2,000 damage this game, 6 eliminations going into Fireflux. We already looked at their 11 eliminations, so a very good presence from these teams. One team I'm not seeing here that could have been here is Alter Ego. We talked a little bit actually during this game here while it was happening in the green room, how they had a really good position early on and they tried to just overextend their control on the map. They had not just a 2-2 split, it was a 4-man split. Everyone was like around 100 to 150 meters away from each other, meaning that if the team gets remotely close to you, you're going to lose that player.
Very reminiscent of the split that they had on Sandhawk, but hey, guess what? Sandhawk and Miramar are very different maps, Neptura, right? So it's difficult to maintain this when everybody can kind of see you on the cliffsides elsewhere.
Yeah, a big split on Sandhawk and a big split on Miramar are two very different things. Just because it's such a vast area that you have on Miramar. You did have that one player. Which one was it, Max? There was a really...
Alva at the north?
Alva, yeah, it was Alva up on that cliffside.
It was a valley between him and his team.
There was a whole valley. And you understand why. It's like, oh, that's an awesome off angle onto all the chaos that was happening with Thunder Talk and everybody. But it didn't work.
They seem like they're having fun still, though, here for PMWC Grand Finals, which, okay, cool.
Sure.
But you've still got to be able to have your foot on the pedal here, Max, if you're them. Getting together a little bit quicker, you feel like that's probably the play to deal with some of this?
I think so. But it was so weird because you had two teams getting really close to their position. You had Ida and you had Fireflux, and it's not just they're walking around and Dips being very silent. They have cars, and even then, Alter Ego made the active decision that no, we are going to remain split. We don't want to regroup. We just want to keep control. Unfortunately, to have control, you need to have the numbers. And in this case, Alter Ego did not have the numbers to take those fights.
Definitely so, definitely so. All right, well, before we get into our last game, it's time for everybody's favorite segment of the day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
You know it. You love it. It's Maxman's Grenade of the Day. Back at it once again. And this time around, we're going back on over to Erangel. It's Military Island with actually a very good nade hit coming on through onto Thunder Talk, right onto the driving car. There are 2 passengers. He knew Observation Hacky unlocked just like in One Piece. And he knew where they were going to be and gets a nice double elimination. Really good play here from Power Esports.
What did you say?
One Piece.
What? Yeah, but you said something about before that about One Piece.
Observation Hacky. It's like you can read into the future.
Right. Is that... Anyway.
I literally got your coffee because you said you liked the French earlier, Kalon.
Oh, you did? Well, they've not shown you on screen.
Oh,
so
that was unfortunate. It's on the desk, okay? I promise. It's there.
Thanks. I needed that. Also, you picked a serious nade. I'm impressed. Well done. Thanks for that. That was great.
Yeah, Maxman's nade of the day can be all good or bad. It can be the 2 extremes.
You never know.
Whoa.
It's a mystery. What will happen tomorrow? Find out tomorrow. But it is time to go to the casters for the final game of the day. It's Miramar.
Thank you very much, guys, over on the desk. Of course, we're going to be shifting into, what is it, like Gear 5 or something? I don't know. That's
10,
a One Piece
baby.
reference.
We're going to 10.
That's a One Piece reference for Maxman specifically. I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm sure he enjoyed it greatly. As we are going to be heading on into the last match today. It is match number 6. It is Miramar. It's the desert. It's getting hot. It's getting spicy. Hopefully our teams can keep up and keep the sweat off their brow, because they are going to need to remain cool, calm, and or
collected. Let's get it going. Game number 6, the final game of day number 1. The final chance to elevate yourself up into the top 5 to truly contest for the final championship run. Who's it gonna be? Well, we're gonna find out on day number 3. The last Miramar was exciting. A lot of great rotations, and honestly, even the solos playing towards the end, in my opinion, were putting up a wonderful fight that could have very well dismantled the team of DRX. Shingon Galactica's a team that's been performing highly well today. The fact that they made it through into top 2 is great, because I believe they were a duo for the longest time. So good on them. Shingon Galactica's performing so well, but DRX taking the cake when it comes to, I believe, our most consistent team podium in I believe, what, 3 out of the 5 games we've had so far.
It's a pretty difficult record to beat. DRX, I mean, getting that chicken dinner in the 5th match, it's kind of nutty. That's why they're on the top of the pile right now, maintaining that consistency. Not as loud as other teams, looking at you, Power. But either way, they have managed to keep up that record. And 46 points on 5 matches is a very solid result, right? It's 4 points shy of that 10-point average that we always talk about when it comes to teams in that first place spot. If you're above 10 points, if you're around that 10-point average, you are in the contest for that first place spot on the lobby. The plane pass from Puerto Paraiso up towards El Pozo, a lot kinder than the first time around Miramar today. That was a heavy south plane cut, and this time around, it's going to be a little bit more relaxed for our teams to getting on their way. So potentially no hot drop, or at least no pursuit over towards the Falcons on this one for El Pozo.
Well, we'll find out, right? Falcons did have quite a few teams around them, and it was Hora and Falcons who ended up kind of, tussling with each other, but we'll see if that ends up happening this time around. And let's not forget Shingon Galacticus also coming up behind them. It was kind of contested towards El Pozo. Might see the same thing here as, well, Smile tends to drop out, and I think he's going to take over that southern portion. It took a little bit of time before they finally ended up in contention with Hora as well as Falcons up there towards El Pozo. But it's the mad dash for the vehicles, and that's where you start seeing the heavy points of contention, especially between Hora and Falcons, who are very close to each other already as they glide through the air.
North side circle pops as the plane exits our screen, Tokyo Drift style, hitting the 45 degrees, as we are going to be heading up again to a more northern area. So this time it's going to be a little bit more west than we had last time around. La Cobreria, Crater Fields, that area around water treatment, all of those hills will be in play. Teams are going to have to figure out how to make their way north, not least of which is DRX, who are the most south team right now, over towards Puerto Paraiso. Hopefully, they can find another podium, because they've already got 4 of them. Why not get another?
Why not? Get another one. 4 out of the 6. That would be huge for them. And again, Smash Point, day 3. we look at DRX to potentially be the ones to close it out if they could be number one, setting the point threshold. For DRX, this is going to be a tough going for them. They've got to go all the way up north, as you said. That means passing Team Secret, potentially Alter Egos. You got E Arena, maybe running into Thunder Talk, Fireflux. They might take a long rotate towards the shoreline and go all the way up towards north. That might be their best line of attack. For Hora, well, they go a bit more north this time around than they did last time, because you remember they were south of Falcons, ended up pursuing them into El Pozo. This time, Hora changed up their landing spot, and they're going to be just above them, which is going to be great for them. So much real estate that they can utilize, and Hora need a good game here. They're, again, towards the bottom, but setting themselves up nicely for day 2 would be a tremendous win on game 6, and the possibility is here.
Yangon Galacticos gathering vehicles, getting a little bit of loot on board. They've still yet to fully go for this loot phase. They're going to head south down towards Valle de Mar and play this one in a little bit later on. They love seeing the blue zone, right? They absolutely love it for Yangon Galacticos. As soon as they see that blue zone coming, they're heading straight towards it. So they will be very chill about surviving out in this area. A likely west road rotate, so expect to see them heading up towards La Cobreria around minute 8. I think that's where we'll see them up and towards that north side. So potential conflict with Ora and Falcons on the west edge.
That's right, and I think that's going to be a pretty big narrative throughout not only today in our game number 6, but going into day 2 and day 3 of our grand finals. I am excited to watch APG potentially clash with Regnum Karya. 2 aggressive rosters, and with the way APG was challenging fights in our previous game in Map 5 Miramar, got me excited for the prospect of what their aggression is going to hold in this final game, game number 6. They're going to have to go up north. Regnum Karya might choose to gatekeep them. Let's not forget 4 Thrives. I know I haven't seen too much from them today, but another roster that showed incredible aggression and good ability to hold and control fights during the group play stages. They're also going to be in that vicinity. So APG, Regnum Karya, 4 Thrives potentially clashing maybe a little bit later.
Have to wait and see what their path will hold for them. Looks like Regnum Karya on the road faster than APG, and it might be 4 Thrives that does in fact come into conflict with them. But as always, it's a question of which path they take towards this circle. Fighting this early, you don't really want to get stuck down in it, right? You don't want to get bogged down early. Going down within that first phase is really detrimental to your overall tournament performances, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see them wait their turn, right, in this scenario. Wait for teams to push it behind them and get a little bit more drawn back, I think it's safe to say, from those engagements. I'm looking around the map right now. I'm seeing DRX leaving Puerto Paraiso. They've headed up past Impala on the east side right now, and they are trying to slot themselves in over towards El Azahar, potentially all the way up towards Cruz del Valle, and we'll see if they can make their way on up to the podium once more. There's not too many teams that are going to contest them on that.
Yeah, no surprise, DRX, that was their safest rotation. That's exactly what they ended up doing, going across that shoreline and going up most likely towards the north above. Maybe Alter Egos, maybe even a little bit further on towards maybe the northern portion of where Weibo is currently at. For 4 Thrives, full send it straight in. They're going to be very close to Noxian Red Force. In fact, Benny already throwing out some nades, and Naki's taking damage.
Naki does answer, though, with a nade of his own. Unfortunately, it's in through the window, and he's up on the high ground there. A nade up high, and they do think he's on the inside of this one. Benny could potentially catch them unawares. The Molotov, if they think they're burning him out of position, but he's got IQ on lockdown right now. Steps up but misses. Now they'll know he's up on high. Naki now with a chance to turn things around, but more nades are cooking.
Oh,
this is the last one in the pocket from Beanie, and IQ has to dodge it. Will be able to survive. XZY on the off angle. Doesn't quite connect on it either. To Noxian Red Force, not really getting too much with the opening salvo. That one's good though, and a chance now for Noxian to take this into control.
T24 on the ground alongside that of Phallic. You've got to appreciate the high ground from Benny. He's not going to relinquish that. He's going to be truly the linchpin into success, at least I assume, in this fight, in this engagement. IQ's down and out. No way he's going to get back up, and in fact, he's going to be fully finished off. 4 Thrives, to one good thing they do have going for them is they have Wolfpack together. So any players from Noxian Red Force, if they push it as a solo, you'd have to assume you're going to be shot by 3 people at the same exact time. T24 Phallic got Gotta hold the low ground, though. XCY pushing in. Tizzy starting to also get active. T24 takes some damage. In fact, outputs some damage on Tizzy. Doc going in. T24 down. Benny drops out from his high ground. Takes a little bit of damage, but through the smoke, hits the shot needed to drop Naki. 4 Thrives are out.
Once more, 4 Thrives fall. And Nongshim Red Force keeping all 4 of their players alive there. It got a little bit hairy with T24 doing so much work on the low ground, but they do manage to survive as 4, which is huge news from them. In the meantime, Alter Ego losing a player. Team Secret able to take control of the compound here to the west of Cruz de Valle on the north side of that circle. Potential conflict for them with DRX in the next few minutes, but for now, Alter Ego busted down to 3.
Alter Egos, a good day today so far.
Ooh.
Love to finish off with the 3 stack. Performing well, Wild hitting great shots. Fireflux, who had a tremendous game number 5. Looking to do a little bit of a better job here. Regnum Karya also up ahead. You notice every single team minus APG has just directly sent it straight into the center of this zone. They want those buildings. They want the hard cover. And that's why 4 Thrives was so antsy to get in and challenge Noxum Red Force. It doesn't pay off, but you get the idea. So Regnum Karya, Fireflux now, they want to take over this spot if they can get it, but it's not going to be easy.
Over in San Martin, they're going to have to fight for their way out here. Circle coming on in very, very soon. Alter Ego actually potentially under threat now for DRX. I said around minute 8 for Yangon Galacticos. That has now passed.
Look at that.
But a hard northeast shift. They're going to have to go a long, long way. I don't think they're going to see this circle until about minute 10. This could actually start to get a bit hairy on the west side for Yangon Galacticos. They might need to cut an earlier rotation, maybe potentially through Montenuevo, unless they want to get really, really down to the wire with this one. It's not looking super healthy. DRX, they suffer the most on the northeast side. They try and push in past Alter Ego. It's gone poorly.
I was hoping Fireflux would take advantage of this zone shift and get ahead of Regnum Karya, who managed to get a knock onto one of the Fireflux members. Naturally, they're going to be back up. But Regnum Karya, head on a swivel, decides to full send it in, staying ahead of Fireflux, making sure that if engagement does happen, they're going to be the tip of the spears in that fight. Thundertalk King's going to knock down one from Alter Egos. Moana is going to fall, leaving Alter Egos with just 1.
Both of those 2 teams on the northeast side have dropped players. 2 are remaining for DRX, so they do manage to get through, but they're only playing as a duo. Alter Ego try and move in as well, but all under the watchful eyes of Thundertalk, who have only been able to extract 2 points from it, but they've opened up the east side nicely for themselves to stay alive for a lot longer. E-Arena to their south shouldn't pose too much of a worry for them. The hillsides will keep them safe. Take a look at the replay. Okay, little spin out in the open, catches the rear tire, a nice little pickup for Alva.
And Alva will be the last one alive for Alter Ego. So if he can pull off shots like that, even as a solo, he could be truly devastating to the complete rosters who are 3 and 4 stacks outside of DRX, right? Everybody else has 3 or 4 members. Falcons does have a down player, and I don't know if it was due to, well, actually it might be because of Hora, who is starting to move in. Hora and Falcons, even off the start of the last game, and then of course going into this game, you knew they were going to have a clash at some point. And at a certain moment, Falcons or Hora have to put their foot down and establish dominance over this engagement and rotation to force a change for the other roster. Team Secret also moving in.
Nade over the top, this could be good. Onto Ralph, does manage to blast him out of the buggy. Redox hopping in, repositioning it, getting a little bit more cover down the hill. They drop to smoke almost immediately, and the Falcons scrambling to pick this one back up. I don't think they're going to be able to commit to get Ralph back. There's too many off angles to contend with. Redox in the front of the buggy. His teammates keeping him safe though. An over-aggressive push from Team Secret drops them a player, but again, it's those off angles coming on in, and it's Sleepy to catch Redox sleeping.
Yeah, Sleepy has been a nuisance. A nuisance from a distance. Zera's caught out in the open. Sky takes him out. Hora potentially profiting off of this third party in a big, big way. They're already at 2 eliminations. They continue to push up to pressure and potentially get the full finishes on Team Secret.
Where are Yangon Galacticos? They should be in this fight right now.
In the blue zone.
Going up and towards the 12th minute, and they have yet to enter this circle. It's going to get a little bit too hard to overheal this one, and again, they're on the far side of things. You can see them all the way out onto the west, and they could really have an impact here if they crash into the back of Hora.
Team Falcon just trying to stay alive. Just a duo. They're out of there. Koa, Narvalo managed to find a little bit of respite in the hard cover. But meanwhile, for Horda and Team Secret, Horda has done so much damage on the Team Secret roster that you have to favor them in this moment. And while they continue to push up, they refuse to bow the knee. And for Drake, he's going to go ahead and join Frankie up ahead as Team Secret start to recover just a little bit, but only just.
Unwedging the vehicle there, it looks like. They will keep themselves nice and mobile. Team Secret on the northwest side. Horda going to try and push on through. Weibo, with all 4 players alive, playing on the southwest side right now. East edge of water treatment as well. A nice ridgeline under control. Power, they're a little bit more central. They are under the watchful eyes of Weibo, but they don't have to move. They will be able to chill out for the time being. We know how much they like to get stuck in, though, so maybe things can get a little bit hot.
Well, I just love the fact that they're as central as they are. So the next stage most likely still going to favor that of Power, which is going to be interesting because Yangon Galacticus finally get out of the blue zone after, what, the 14th minute, start to move in towards water treatment. You got Fireflux, Weibo, who's still in the area. You've got plenty of teams. Power might potentially be able to gatekeep. This might be a tremendous game for Power depending on how they choose to play it.
My eyes are on E-Arena right now, and so is the camera, luckily, because they have severely underperformed expectations.
Without a doubt.
Coming through from the survival stages, they were looking good, they were looking powerful. I mean, obviously, you've got a couple of standout players. I think Mormon is probably a very notable player on the roster of E-Arena. They have been in disarray so far today. So to close out day 1 with a strong game, I think would be necessary for them to even be in the conversation for the front page, potentially.
I agree, yeah.
At this stage, though, they are going to have to hold their nerve against IDA, against APG, against Nongshim Red Force. I think they've got the chops, but the question is, can they deliver today when they've been so weak up until now?
APG's getting dangerously close to E-Arena. They're fully committing for this fight. They can back off if they want to, but you got to fight this quickly. And E-Arena, as they reposition, go straight into a couple from IDA. Like you mentioned, Nongshim Red Force is going to be coming in from the south portion, still in blue, but eventually they will be up in this fight as well. So if you're APG, you don't want to get pincered between not only Nongshim Red Force, but also E-Arena. If you're E-Arena, you're still in a decent spot. Stay ahead of your competition so you can gatekeep them.
Take a look at the circle yet again. It's going to come through very, very quickly. Last player for Alter Ego, rotating out to the east, trying to move away as a solo. The circle comes on through, and it's very central. It's the teams on the outside that are going to get cut through here. Yangon Galacticos, I think, have one of the most difficult maneuvers to make. They are sitting currently around water treatment, trying to push past Weibo, who are giving ground. They're regrouping on the southwest, to be fair to them. So maybe a little opening for Yangon Galacticos to push on up. In the meantime, back over towards the arena, they are managing to do a little bit of damage.
APG starts to get active onto Nongshim Red Force, a team that was in blue for a long time. Not as long as Yangon Galacticus, but still a long time nonetheless. They finally get into the zone, straight into the damage of Reefus, who is mowing down players and can't get the full finishes, but at least taking those valuable hills away from the team of Nongshim Red Force. I did notice Power started to fire some shots, I believe, on Weibo, just up ahead as well. So a lot of fights going down. APG, in my opinion, has the advantage of Nongshim Red Force, who has to continually push up, and Reefus is unrelenting with the shots.
Yeah, they've got the high ground on them. It's going to be a question of getting picks, but they're just not being found. And Nongshim Red Force are starting to fall. They're starting to wane on the east side. Fireflux getting involved on this flank. It's mad dashes now. There's really nothing you can do. You just have to try and sneak your way through, find a little window of something, but it's so difficult to make it work. Doc's up into the building, but I don't think it's going to last too long. They have him on the ground floor. They've got him locked in. And APG can keep this one going. I think the biggest question mark in this spot is what a Fireflux going to do about
Yes, absolutely. Fireflux has already managed to get a couple of downs on Nongshim Red Force, but E-Arena has also backed up. On board with Doc. Doc holds his ground from Nongshim Red Force. They're not done just yet. You still have, I believe, one more player remaining, but very low health. And in fact, he's going to be finished off. Now, Terry, he's down. You mentioned what would Fireflux do? Well, they choose to challenge the forward members of E-Arena, who pushed out of their hard cover, mind you, getting overly aggressive and now getting potentially punished.
Fireflux, pretty nasty with an 8. The ordnance is on point, and on the south side, they are opening the door to push on in. maybe even move through their reses as well. They've got Solus down. I think that's already getting picked back on up. And E-Arena, they're blasted down to 2. No elims on this fight. They had a hold onto a 3-way engagement, and they have not got any value for it. It's not looking good.
I just don't understand why they felt the need to send 2 players forward. Maybe they were expecting to have a bit more of an off angle with the third party, but Fireflux is ready for them and gunned them down. Good utility on the nades as well. E-Arena, in my opinion, waste a tremendous opportunity. They had the setup. They're well within the zone. Fireflux, APG, once these fights conclude, are pushing directly into you. There was no reason to send 2 players up ahead, but they did it anyways. And now Joker and Mormon have to go at it alone.
After a big elim game last time around, Fireflux looking to try and convert. They've already posted 6. Sure, they've lost a player, but they will be able to march on forwards. You'd imagine that they're going to try and crash onto the E-Arena position, or maybe not crash, but walk up to at least. However, as 3 players, that's going to be a lot harder than it would have been as 4. APG do have the numbers, but they are trapped on the far side of the road. It's going to be a lot harder for them to get across unscathed.
And I do wonder about Order, who's kind of being a little bit weird hanging out off in the distance. You know, a couple of shots could put a team in disarray. Sleepy challenging that at Team Secret. Hora and Team Secret have been opposite of each other for quite some time. They've managed to get a lot of damage and even at times a couple of knocks, but they both managed to get back up, and they're going to be both 4 stacks challenging each other straight ahead. For Yangon Galacticos, 2 members that might be able to fire onto Jaiki depending, but for Xeris, well, he's going to be up ahead looking to take down Hora. Let's see who wins the engagement.
Team Secret committing up towards Hora as they rotate away from the outpost of Yangon Galacticos. 4 positions for Team Secret, not quite getting the angles just yet. Thundertalker off in the distance as well. Could be a little bit of crunch on towards Hora. Romeo's been spotted, no fear. Able to tap him away, back him off the angle. I think Thundertalk want to get involved here. They are starting to flex their muscles, and they do need to leave.
Still have Alva as a solo. Not going to have an effect as of yet, but Alva, he's been devastating. We witnessed him take down 2 members, I believe, of another roster just a little bit earlier, but now he's going to be going dead center. So he won't have an impact here, but you're right, for Thunder Talk. Now Hora is pincered. Team Secret on one end, on the other is Thunder Talk. Hora in dire straits, and they have to make a choice. Who do they challenge? But whoever they end up going for, they've got to finish them quickly because they have to expect the team behind them to push up.
As the shots coming through from the off angle, over the way, Team Secret making things hard, but Jaiki actually gets spotted and pinked out by No Fear. Has to take a little bit of cover. Yangon Galacticos still have their duo from the distance, but that's going to slow Team Secret down.
That's right.
It's actually going to push them away from this spot as well.
Well, in all honesty, it helps Team Secret because those shots that were coming out from Hora, I believe, was going to melt that buggy if it wasn't for Yangon Galacticos keeping that player down from Team Hora. So Team Secret forced to park the bus once again, and, well, they're in a little bit of a tricky spot, aren't they? They've got No Fear gunning them down. Yangon Galacticos also looking down into the ravine. Team Secret, I don't think they make it out.
Back on the southeast side, it looks like E-Arena going to get pushed, going to get taken low, and they may have got some nades on in, and Scarface actually getting flushed. So, another point added at least for E-Arena. Fireflux in pretty dire straits. E-Arena may be winning this hold on the southeast side as Fireflux are eliminated, but with only 1 more player left standing. It is Mormon, but E-Arena can hold their heads high for the time being.
Yeah, and it's Order who's still from Weibo Gaming who's going to be hanging out on the outskirts, and I do wonder if he's going to get the final finish onto the solo Mormon. Sook starts to move in, so Mormon, he's going to be at a 1v2. Meanwhile, once again, Team Secret surprisingly and miraculously able to recover. I surely thought they were going to be finished off, but they're not. They managed to stand up, but they're still in dire straits in a very, very difficult spot between Hora and Yangon Galacticos. Once again, for Team Secret, I just don't know how they're going to get out of this situation.
Thundertalk did not engage onto Hora in that scenario. On the north side, Thundertalk instead opting to push a little bit further south, potentially towards Alva, the solo for Alter Ego. But instead, they've just allowed Hora to move on up towards Yangon Galacticos and take a free aggression push for them. This Team Secret try and play
nice shots
on the other side of it. Caught in the middle. Smile goes down first, though, on the far side of this engagement.
Yeah, well done from Jiggle. Catches the head and takes him out through the window. You mentioned ThunderTalk not choosing to crash in. Well, they do so, and Horta reads it out, and you're going to have two players, Sky and No Fear, who's going to try and hold ThunderTalk at bay. AJ down to a sliver of health, but managed to recover quite nicely. The only concern I have for Horta is they are split up 2-2. One focus on Team Secret as well as Yangon Galacticus. The other purely focused on ThunderTalk. And ThunderTalk is going to manage to take down No Fear. Sleepy is going to get taken out by Team Secret. And an aggressive push from Drang, who takes down the Shed players. And all of a sudden, the tides will turn. And Horta, in dire straits, is only one more player is alive.
Having a real tough time of it. They need to commit to this res. ThunderTalk have put pressure onto the east side beautifully. Like you mentioned, they rolled up nice and quickly. They finally took that opportunity to go on in. Sky launching those nade forwards. Actually, a lot of ThunderTalk are close by to one another. As APG finding Falcons as well in the middle, on the east side rather. The Falcons will fall. They will be eliminated down in 12th place there. 11 of our teams remain. Yangon Galacticos, they've just been holding on that western side. They've been very, very chill, very relaxed on these engagements. They haven't managed to chime in. They got one elim, and they are forcing other teams to fight off against one another, allowing them to do the dirty work for them. But now they're going to have to turn their attention to Red Haya, who are on a split.
No Fear, can he stand up? He's on fire, and he will eventually be dropped, and Horta is gone. I got a question. If they don't go for the 2-2 split, do they survive? If they're not focused on three teams simultaneously, would they have better luck? Well, we'll never know, unfortunately. For Yangon Galacticus finally pushing into the aggressive Ragnum Karya, who are getting taken down, running on fumes. Two players down and out. Ragnum Karya most likely going to be finished off in this moment. Only one player remains, and I don't see him currently. Actually, it's going to be Wild way off in the distance, so he's going to be a solo for the remainder of this game.
Yangon Galacticos can keep up pace now. They have 2 elims on scorecard, and they will be 4 players alive after this res. Loxy will be flushed fairly soon, so a couple more points to be added to their tally in just a moment. Close by to DRX's duo. Up on the north side of this one, on the south edge, it's still Power with 4 players alive. They're going to try and navigate their way on in around Weibo, who also have 4 players alive, but sending the buggy to the air, don't need that anymore, throws it aside, and instead they're going to take to the grab a soul or the boot to see if they can take the shots over towards Weibo.
You go back to the last game, Ragnar was trying to get these crazy off angles. He ends up getting punished this time around, not making that same mistake. He sticks with the full force unit of Power. Great shots from Easy, but better shots from Order from a distance.
Able to shut down that hilltop, and this is go signal. They're going to crash straight on into this. Nice and aggressive, decisive play from Weibo. They're trying to encircle now the rest of Power. They know their backline's going to be fumbling, going to be faltering a little bit. We'll see if they can take control of it. 33Z, maybe a little bit overinvested here, as Weibo trying to connect onto Power. Will finally be able to find that second knock, and they can continue to run this one through. Sook is down, but this should be resable. Fadan doesn't have the pace on this.
Fadan, he throws bounces off the wall, manages to get away without burning himself. Fadine pushing up onto He. Now he needs to get here quickly. If he can get the finish before the res is in, it's going to be a 1v1, but the res will come through. You'd have to assume very quickly. He refuses to commit, playing it safe, but maybe playing it a bit too safe, and now Weibo able to recover.
Teams are starting to drop like flies. We're down to 8 now, and I'm sure there's a couple more ready and waiting to go. A lot of solos still playing on into this one. Weibo playing 2v1 on the inside. Fadan is the last player to stand here for Power Esports. They've got 1 elim. And again, they are guaranteed a placement here with 8 teams remaining. But we'll see how much further they can go. The pump action, not going to be good enough. The DBS wins the day, and Weibo can stay up as 4 players.
There's value in playing passive, and what Fadine did wasn't necessarily wrong. However, you know you're last alive. Fully commit. There's it down in front of you. It's a 1v1. Swinging that choke point, swinging that angle is tough. I understand, but you just got to go for it. And if he would have, of course, he doesn't have X-ray vision, but if he would have, he most likely would have got the cleanup and been successful in that fight. And I can even say the same thing going to Nalksham Red Force side of things with Benny. A little bit earlier in the day, there was a moment where I felt he needed to get aggressive, but he was just too undecisive. And because of that undecisiveness, he gets taken down. So there is power in being aggressive and full sending it, but he made the play that he made. Again, it wasn't necessarily wrong, but if he would have been aggressive, he most likely would have been able to win that fight and potentially even get the last remaining member up.
Alpha could really go some distance in this match. With APG putting pressure over towards DRX, the last remaining player for Alter Ego could sneak through the cracks potentially. Could be a bit of a wild card on that east side flank. Weibo playing as 4, they're all the way on the other side on the southwest. Yangon Galacticos, they're behind APG's engagement on the north side. So not really too many massive threats on the east edge. Alpha actually gonna get a supply crate looted up as well as Order. Ooh, no, spotted. Weibo losing an off angle there, and very, very isolated from the rest of the roster. Gets caught unawares.
Still not a bad spot, though, for Weibo. Keeping Yangon Galacticus in check. APG, great spot overlooking DRX and Team Secret, which, let's highlight them, right? Team Secret, even though they only have a solo last alive, they did such a great job dismantling Horda a little bit earlier, 4 eliminations going their way. And the solo of Trey staying up is just huge, in my opinion. They should not be alive in this moment. They should not be fighting for a potential top 3 finish. But APG forced to go forward, and now DRX, who were being hunted down from APG, now could potentially gatekeep them. If they play this right, they could win this fight, but it's not going to be easy because they don't have the man advantage.
Hyunbin take a very, very low with a nade, cooked nicely. Has to get the knock, but they'll know there's a player on the inside there now. An APG with 4 players are wary of their south edge, but I don't imagine they expect Alva to be on this loot crate right now. Just trying to stay alive for Alter Ego. APG very reluctant actually to push all the way through this one.
It's tough. It's tough for DRX. I mean, because you know DRX is right in front, and they've got a great spot. Alva, I wonder if he gets a bit mixy. He's stayed alive for the longest time, and he's going to be able to take a peek over in Doc if he chooses to fire. But I think for him, he just wants to keep his head low and just go for top 3 if he possibly can. Aaron from Ida is going to be fully finished off. That'll be Ida out in 6th place. We're now down to our top 5. Things are starting to get spicy. APG on the move. DRX need to be ready.
Hyunbin first to face. Finally, Alva is dispatched, and that's going to open up the flank there. With top going down, looks like they want to commit for this res. Potentially very, very dangerous out in the open. I don't think you want to make this one work. So easy now with the SKS on the red dot. Okay, a little bit lackluster on the weaponry there, potentially, for So Easy. Only has his teammate Hyunbin there. Crawling away. They could look for this res, but I think Yangon Galacticos aren't going to allow that one to happen.
Soez can truly help Yangon Galacticus in this moment, who are starting to come in. They're starting to close the vice grip, and if Soez can take any members from APG down, that's only going to help the win for the side of Yangon Galacticus. Soez will not be successful. Doc will win the fight, and it will be APG with a 4-man unit against the 4-man unit of Yangon Galacticus. Meanwhile, for Weibo, most likely getting finished off very, very shortly. Ooh. You got one player who's going to be down. Yangon Galacticus going full send to victory.
They want this top spot to close out day 1. 2 players fall at their feet. A smile just about threading the bullets either side of him, able to dodge them, and Seoul goes down next. A spray down over towards Doc, and that is going to be it. It's curtains for Alpha Gaming. 3rd place in a pretty brutal fashion on the northeast side now. 2 players, sorry, just 1 player from Weibo to stand in the way of Yangon Galacticos. They will be up and over 60 points on the match. A beautiful result for them. Their day has been stellar. DRX as well, up and towards that podium again. Some really consistent performances at the top. They are going blow for blow.
Without a doubt, 4 out of their 6 games, they get top 3. A huge performance from DRX, who managed to take over 1st place, but only for a sliver of time. Yangon Galacticos most likely taking it over with that tremendous win. And, well, Yangon Galacticos, mind you, managed to get 1st place 2 times throughout our 6 games. Of course, game number 6 as well as game 2. We've been waiting for Yangon Galacticos to step it up, to finally wake up. I think they finally have.
This is brilliant stuff from Yangon Galacticos. They looked cool, calm, collected. Dropping the shoulder, dropping the elbow, sinking the fist into the rib cage. It is nasty to come up against these guys in an all-out brawl, and they are happy to take those swings. A really solid flush over those hillsides. They come through late. They're waiting. They let everyone else sort out who will be the ones to take them on, and then they'll sweep them aside either way.
And you know what? They had a chance potentially to dismantle themselves if they do challenge into Team Secret, who ended up staying alive, and that could have got dicey because it was Team Secret as well as 2 other rosters who were fighting within that area. But Yangon Galactica said, let's play this slow. Let's go for the placement points and get the eliminations when it makes sense. Well, there it is, man. Game number 6 is done. Time to break down today's studio. What ended up happening?
Well, Yangon, who came in as 8th seed from survival stage, have now been able to put themselves at number 1 in the grand finals for day number 1. They pulled the John Cena heel turn on everyone and taken that top spot. Unbelievable stuff coming in from them. Joining me, we have Maxman as well as Matura to talk about this one. It's Miramar Yangon domination here, Mr. Max.
There were so many weird fights happening up north. You had I think you had Team Secret fighting Thunder Talk, fighting Horror. Yangon just seen that from a distance. What the hell is that? We're just going to leapfrog it, hold them off, get a ton of eliminations, get an easy access into the last circle, and get the win. If I'm not mistaken, their 2nd win today, right? They got another win on Potato Hill. So Yangon on fire, and this is a team that qualified barely through their survival stage here, making it into the finals. So we said they were surprised initially, but even more so now going into the finals.
Good control of the west side here, Nepturo.
Excellent control of the west side. They were able to, again, do what they need to do in terms of that control. They were able to fend off certain teams. They were able to eliminate others to get a really, really dominant win. I mean, 12 elimination points. That is a big game for them. So a really good way to end the day, especially.
Actually, Alpha Gaming too. I was quite critical of Alpha Gaming this match because they had a massive split to the east.
Yeah.
And we saw at one point Niptura, actually it was Nongshim Red Force kind of collapsed upon their position. But actually, for once, Alpha Gaming regrouping really quickly, able to re-solidify their position on the eastern side of the road and then get a full reset after that fight. And because of that, they were able to get into the late game, get into the podium finish there, and get 11 eliminations to top off that podium finish. Actually, Alpha Gaming showing a little bit more team play than what I initially expected going into this event.
Yeah, for sure. They're really coming into their own. I think I want to make a prediction very early and say that Alpha Gaming are going to win a game tomorrow, at least one, because the way they were playing that game, it's looking like they're actually ready to take those wins, right? They are controlling, they're moving together, they're not split too far. They are split a lot, but they're not split too far. They're moving in tandem with each other, and so they're actually able to make those right decisions, make those plays, and do it effectively.
We saw 4 thrives, 0 points there. I'm very confused what the game plan has been today because, of course, we saw the Sanoff, the hot drop didn't make a lot of sense.
Sure.
Here they sent it into, I think it was Nongshim Red Force's compound. No scouting ahead of time, just sending it, looking for a fight. I don't want to say they've given up because it's day 1, there's no reason, but there was no real thought behind it. So 4 thrives, compared to their group stage where they played so well, here they're committing to plays that don't make too much sense sometimes, so they might want to rethink how to enter it tomorrow because as of right now, if they don't change anything, they're just going to remain at the bottom of the rankings.
Yeah, I mean, in that fight in particular, even if they wanted to go ahead and do that fight that early on, which is not always the safest idea, but sure, go for it. They were just way too focused on that one solo player. They didn't use any off angles to try and counteract any response from Nongshim Red Force, and they went too far into the building and just ended up getting completely surrounded, which is not what you want to be seeing in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, they're ending up in a weird position when it comes to the overalls. Let's take a look at those and see how it shakes up at the very top, of course, because Yangzhong have been able to find themselves a position at the top. As 67 points for number 1. What a glow up from them, stage on stage on stage, as they have positioned themselves even nicely against 2nd place here, Neptune. I don't mind anything else.
And so consistent as well. 30 placement points to 37 elimination points. I mean, even down the board, you see some fairly sort of the same points as well, like DRX, for instance, but most of them are so completely elimination heavy. For Yangon to be so consistent there is really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, really, as you said, good surprise from Yangon, though I'm going to be critical, which is weird because we're looking at the top teams here. They all did well, like, good job. Our circles have been so favorable to central teams in a strong compound doing very little.
For today.
For today. for me, this day one has not highlighted a championship caliber team. Like, for me, it's just like still in the air as to who might be winning it, because I haven't seen like a big wow performance from anyone currently.
I get what you mean. Some compounds have been favored for sure. Some positions in center positions have been favored for sure, as these circles have bared down. Tomorrow, if we get some kind of real curveballs, that will definitely test some of these teams. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well and see what's up there. Team Falcons find themselves in 9th place right now. The good thing about this is, aside from where I would say E-Arena technically could make a huge leap, we saw them get a back-to-back chicken dinner in the survival stage, but aside from that, there is still a significant amount to play for here, considering day one's closer than I thought it was going to be here, Neptura.
It is very, very close. You're right. We've had some, I want to say some odd games, but the actual point difference is not that much at all. Everybody's been very, very even across the board. So it's going to be interesting to see, considering we have 2 more days of this, how much of that gap is going to be.
I mean, it's very important actually that we highlight how small that gap is, because let's not forget, Smash rules are in play here at PMWC, meaning if you are still close to that first place team, if you're maybe 20, 30 points away going into your last day, chances are you can catch up, you get into the Smash zone, you wrap it up, you get the win, you become PMWC champion. So actually maintaining a small gap against the top squads is going to be very important. So even if you have a bad game, if you can get a few limbs, a few placement points, that can still keep you relevant in the conversation.
Agreed. Here are the results coming in from today. And as you mentioned, with the Smash Zone being potentially in reach, right? Plus 10 points on what we have at the top. It's really not that much to actually reach for. So you want to keep up as much as possible.
Exactly. Yeah, you want to try and stay as close as possible to that top team, because if they start to create a 20, a 30-point lead, entering tomorrow, that's going to be a lead that's going to be hard to just overtake, because if they 10 points, that's not even a win. You get in a Smash Zone, and you are going to be the team that could just end the tournament at game 2 or maybe game 3. We saw it happen in PMSL SEA. Chances are it could happen here again at PMWC.
We have 4 or 5 teams each game, maybe getting some eliminations here and there, some placement points, and all of those then being double digits. And that's how you get those 10 points off of that game, and then who knows what could occur from there on. So our last day will be extremely, extremely exciting, to say the least, considering what could become that threshold. But one thing's for sure, what a fantastic performance from Yangon here so far for today. Can they continue it into tomorrow, or do you think that these teams are going to come back hungry for more, considering the quality of the lobby here, Neptura?
I kind of think we haven't seen even the beginning from a lot of these teams.
Maybe, yeah.
For Yangon, this was a phenomenal day. They did a really, really good job. But the gap is not as significant as I'd like to see it going into day 2, because you do still have some major teams. We haven't seen the best from Alter Ego. We haven't seen the best from Alpha Gaming, for instance. Falcons still have a lot to be desired. If they come into the fold now, they could pose a threat. I mean, there's a lot of teams we're talking about here that could do so much better tomorrow.
I want to have a question for you specifically, Neptura, right now. I know you're a big Korean teams fan. Okay, you love Korean teams, especially D+. They're not here, unfortunately. You're 2 major fans of it.
I like South Korea.
You like South Korea. But with the way Nongshim Red Force and DRX have played today, right? And again, very favored by the circles. Do you think they can maintain that going into tomorrow? Because if they have a bad day and circles are just not coming their way, I think they can fall off. What do you think?
I think they have played a little too passively for me to be confident that if the circle does not go their way or something happens, then they can still overcome that. I do think that there's a little bit more I'd like to see before I can confidently go, yeah, sure, they can do it, absolutely.
Well, Max, desk host, as I am going to distinguish... No, you don't want to do that? You hate being the desk host.
I don't like that.
I think DRX can deal with it a little better than Nongshim Red Force,
Agreed.
right? Like, we look at Nongshim Red Force's positions in center spots, there were some flubs, right? Whereas DRX was able to hold down things a little better, and also I do favor them a little bit more, even if it is edge play. What do you think about that, Mr. Maxman?
I agree. No, especially because of one play in particular. I think Hyunbin is a really good enabler in these fights. It's actually... Little story point, I think some people might not know this. Hyunbin began his competitive career early last year. And he's played PMWC, PMGC, and now playing back here at PMWC. Like, he has had such a strong rise to fame in PUBG Mobile Esport as a whole, and he's been doing great stuff. I do want to see a little bit more. It's a very caster, analyst thing.
I get it.
I want to see a bit more.
Because the circles have been weird today.
Exactly.
A little weird.
So I want to see tough circles for the Korean teams and seeing them just actually go for great rotates, taking control of circles and getting impressive, not even wins, just podium finishes. And then I'll be like, you know what? Korea's here to play. Maybe another team outside of D+ can actually do something globally.
Well, let's see if they pop up here in the Gadia top plays of the day and see what we have available to us. Because for the most part, yes, those central positions have been able to win outright. Doc starts things off, though, on Sandhawk, shooting everything, Neptura.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that we have expected to see from them for a while. We haven't really gotten a chance to see that just yet, but today was the start of hopefully something more from APG. For Thrives, again, some individual really good plays that we saw here, especially in the first couple of games, but I really like how they controlled this, but after that, they just did seem to kind of fall off, Max.
I'm kind of disappointed in 4 Thrives. I really like this team. They have so much potential, especially because Noki stepped up compared to PMSL CSA, but today the plays are just not up to par with what we saw. Wow, what was going on there? There was Frankie from Team Secret. We had some wild moments here today in these matches, but that was one of the games for Team Secret where actually, just like Yangon, they were kind of a surprise team, but they've been eerily silent, if not mistaken, towards the very bottom of the leaderboards. Team Secret, one thing that was lacking in the group stage is the fragging potential. They qualified purely because they were just aiming center, trying to survive. Here, it's not going to be enough if you want to be called the absolute best team here at PMWC.
Yeah, it's something as well for Falcons, same sort of thing. It's kind of like those kinds of plays that we're seeing from them. Yep. Sometimes I see the vision, other times I really don't. In fact, most of the time I really don't. I'm so sorry, but that's just how it is. It is how it is, for day one at least.
Well, I mean, aside from the win that they got near Museum, there's not really been much. I think they were on like 32 points, including a win with some eliminations off the back of it as well. So, tough stuff. All right, we have got our Sony MVP of the day. Or hero of the day, and I guess I'll ask you your predictions. We'll start with Max Man, so he can curse whoever he picks.
I can't really predict. Say Cloud from Yangon Galacticos.
Oh,
okay.
Al-Haji.
Al-Haji,
what's a good
with the power play.
Yes.
Survival time is going to be abysmal.
His mini plays? Yeah.
However, those eliminations.
Oh, yeah. Actually, very important now in the new formula, right? So maybe that could do a difference. We'll see.
I was going to just also do a power player and go Ragnar. I really don't know who was actually standing out for power, but maybe a Yangon. We will see. All right, who's it going to be? I asked the producer and he refused to tell me. It's
well done.
All right, recount. No.
It can't be right. Max predicted it.
This never happens.
Correct.
Oh my goodness.
He did something correct.
Actually, the thing is I do want to highlight for Yangon Galacticos, it's not just one player doing well. Smile is there. Oh, we just got told Al-Haji was second, by the way. He was just behind. Got you, ruined. And Ragnar is third. No, he's not third.
No, we didn't get that in our ears.
No, say Cloud. One thing that I want to highlight about his plays today in particular, Neptura, his utility was actually comparable to Phallic, to Doc, which normally when it comes to nades, you're talking about those two players. His nades were pinpoint accurate. So really, that utility play from Say Cloud was a big standout moment for me today.
Yeah, and when you talk about utility, right, there's such a controlling aspect. So those initial nades, those initial knocks are doing everything to clear the space, make way for his team. So he is the hero of the day, not only in his own eliminations, but also in what he can do for the team.
And it's so impressive when you look at this entire squad because every team made it through PMSL, like very, very competitive lobbies.
Yeah.
This is the only team that made it through PMCL, the Challenger Cup, which technically, if you compare to other events, way easier lobby. And yet, coming here into PMWC and eclipsing the lobby in your day one, getting 2 chicken dinners in the finals of one of the biggest events of the year, the biggest event of the year so far, is a massive statement. Again, circles were kind of weird. We'll see if they can maintain it tomorrow. But regardless, that is a big statement that they are here for that trophy.
Yeah, it's a great statement for considering the quality of the lobby. We have ourselves the Honored Dominations as well coming in. Narvalo, number 1. I love the French.
He loves the French.
I love the French too.
This is a weird segment. But he does take number 1 alongside this. Ketch will take number 2 as well. Say Cloud with only the 2. So actually, for Narvalo and Ketch to be able to get those triples here, not too bad overall.
Yeah, I will take it. Nice little win here from Turkey with Ketch. Al-Haji, of course, always going to be there for power. I'm still... Can I see another player of Alpha Gaming that's not Doc in these graphics? I'm sorry, but I want to see someone else. Top was MVP in CSA.
Yeah, I was going to say, where was Top today?
Yeah. He didn't do anything.
He kept getting eliminated like first. Kind of crazy. Not even, I think we saw like maybe 2 mini plays from him. Al-Haji had more mini plays than Top, which is insane to say. But he did, that's the truth. I mean...
I just thought you were confused about me saying I love the French. Normally you're like, what's going on?
We're all confused by that.
Are you telling a joke? What's happening?
Yeah, this is a rare moment.
It's a revelation.
I'm going to realize. I'm going to wake up at 2 a.m. and realize this happened. This has been an exceptional day. He said he loves the French.
Oh, has this been your dream for this long?
Yes.
All right, well.
I've known you for like, what, since 2019?
The answer is too long.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's round things up here at the desk and get on with our airdrop carnival. You guys can log in now and check it out because it is live. Of course, don't miss out on the final 3 days for this weekend. Log in, summon your surprise airdrop summons, collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Come and join the airdrop carnival. Stop looking at me like that. And unbox your surprise. And now, without further, actually, I'm going to get your final thoughts and see how everything's going here, Neptura, because it's been a great day. We've got Yangon up at number 1, but it could all change tomorrow.
I think it will all change tomorrow, and the way that the teams have been playing in finals is completely different to how they've been playing in league stage. So for me, day 2 is going to be very, very interesting.
I'd have to agree. Day 2 is going to be very... I mean, you're going to be setting kind of the threshold for your smash zone going into day 3 at the end of tomorrow. So we're going to know what the point threshold is going to be, adding +10. So tomorrow, because of the smash zone, it's going to be very important to see who's going to be at the top of these rankings.
Definitely so, definitely. Tomorrow you'll see who's going to be able to prevail, who's going to be able to push themselves into the very top spot, and also if I can continue to survive Maxman and Neptura here on the desk tomorrow.
No.
7's all right. All right, let's head over to the stage here as Bardi is ready to go.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I am, of course, joined by Master Smile and Coach Marco from Yangon Galacticos. We're going to have a quick chat at the end of the day because you had a really impressive day. Let's first talk about, the survival stage. You only just made it through to the finals in 8th position, and now you're leading the charge going into day 2 of the grand finals. Tell us what you worked on between the survival stage and now, and how you implemented it for this stage now.
I'm gonna answer for it. I think the biggest mistake we found it. I think we are not capable of doing what we usually do, and then also we try to, kind of get experience from a tournament, and then also the circle, of course, the gameplay, the mistakes, and then the communication is very much I think different in our team, and then back in the home and then play here. Because this is a big stage, as you can see, that we have some pressure on it. So we try to fix our communication first, and then we look at it, where is the gap between the players, where we can be, improve. That's the biggest thing.
Now you've got to the top of the leaderboard, of course, Master Smile, man. Do you feel like you've got a target on your back going into day 2? Because, people will start to think we need to start eliminating them from the competition so that you can't run away with it,
Yeah. အခုနောက်မှရောက်နေတော့ဘယ်လိုနေလဲပေါ့ဘယ်လိုထင်လဲပေါ့နောက်မှရောက်နေချက်
I just been normal just normal
ဘယ်လိုနေလဲ pressure ရှိလား
pressure ရှိတာတော့လည်းမျိုး pressure ရင်းနဲ့မရှိဘူးဒါပဲကျွန်တော်လုံးနေကြအတိုင်းပဲကျွန်တော် consistent ဖြစ်အောင်သွားတယ်ဒီလောက်ပါပဲအဲ့တော့ဒီတော့မရှိပါဘူး
So I can translate for it. What was saying is we have a little bit pressure before, but now we are on top of the league, and then we have more confidence on it, and then we can be able to try to be more consistent on it. And then we try to work hard, try to bring some team play, and then also, of course, the mindset.
It's something to be aware of as well, going into the day 2 and being in the lead. Kind of got to think a little bit that people are going to be hunting you down, but you're only 8 maps away from potentially winning the PMWC. Are you feeling nervous? How are you and the team feeling?
ဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲ
ဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲဆိုတော့စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားမှုတော့ဖြစ်တာပေါ့လို့ဆိုတော့ဒီ final မှာဆော့နေရတာလည်းပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့လောက်ထိကျွန်တော်စိတ်ထဲမှာဆိုကျွန်တော်လုံးချက်ရှိရပဲလောက်ရမယ်လို့တွေးတာတယ်အဲ့လောက်ထိစိတ်လှုပ်ရှားတာဘာညာမရှိဘူးဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ RG တယောက်တည်းလည်းစိတ်လှုပ်ရှားနေကိုတင်သားတွေလည်းသိရမလားလို့ဖြစ်သွားနိုင်တယ်အားကြောင့်မလို့ပါပဲ
Okay. So what we're saying is if of course we're nervous. We are because are on top of the league, but we try to do as much as possible, and then also we try to because as a leader, if he got nervous, the team will be shaken. So he try to be be strong all the time.
Just be strong. Well, we really look forward to seeing you guys in day 2 tomorrow. Congratulations on a really impressive day 1, and we hope to see you still climb that leader or still stay at the top of the leaderboard, let's say. For now, day 1 is over for the grand finals. It's been an absolutely spectacular day. Tomorrow, the pressure gets dialed up that little bit more as people start to panic. People start to make plays that they may not normally would make. And things are going to start heating up here on the main stage. I bet you guys know it back at home. But thank you so much to everyone involved for putting this fantastic event on. And we'll see you tomorrow for day 2.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Jericho's position, and they're just gonna bow out for now as Bellisria goes pretty low.
You can just play off bridge.
Yeah, it should be fine. I think Bellisria should ward himself off too. Bolus available. Oh, and he attacks the Tracer. Uh-oh, Taejong. Sweet dreams. Lexer does lay down the sound barrier. Terror Surge does grab in too, but Dia slides straight towards Nico. Snipes him out, but in a tough spot. Top Dragon just cleaning up the rest as Rock have found themselves in an odd spot. They're going to be able to get out. They've got the Lucio, but KSC is going to try and cut a couple of players off.
Yeah, huge pick on the Taejong, and the Langsa reaction to try and turn around a 4v5 just wasn't enough. Even Bellisria using the ult. Dia used a slide, but was not expecting the Tracer to be that close. So let's see if Vero can make the comeback.
Well, Bellisria went very low, forcing a teleport and a Suzu from Chamomile. Pulse one for Top Dragon. He is at the head of the ship right now. The captain trying to push this bot through the choke point. Suzu onto Bellisria as the rush has been laying down in the mid. An easy kill for Chamomile now. Just an overwhelming amount of ultimates coming through from Rock. There's just no response there from Varel at all.
All of Veral's attention is on Bellisria, and Chamomile is choosing critical moments to pot the Kitsune Rush to get Bellisria out of dodge and to save him from the grave. And this was Veral needing to win that fight to actually get some progress going. And Rock Esports now get the checkpoint and will be moving to extend this lead, potentially the triple digits, especially after denying the Kitsune Rush win from Veral.
Man, they are in. Taejong pancakes that pulse bomb. That's an unbelievably defensive window here, but hey, it's working out for Varel. Bellisria down, Taejong, oh, Top Dragon. God, he's got his digits or something. Surely Slay doesn't die, nope. All good, Top Dragon to the rescue.
Very clutch for Top Dragon, and there's progress immediately after that fight.
Yeah, that was an insane wrap there from KSG. Really good mind there. As Top Dragon was cleaning up, KSG just stole the bot.
We got to watch for that Mega Pack room from Raw. KSG is going to get support from people on the bridge, but looking for those first picks. Slay has been good with it, building up towards a Kitsune Rush. Rock Esports are going to show face to try and deny the checkpoint, and they've stolen the bot. Veral want the better position of bridge.
Yeah, KSG can smell him coming, sitting that close to the mono. Bellisria trying to take this high ground. Should be able to get it. Oh, a blind ult and a whiff there from Bellisria. Over eager to say the very least. KSG now in a little bit of trouble, but walls himself off. A double wall, in fact, to make sure there's nowhere to run or hide. A teleport and a Suzu there coming in from Slay. And he does end up teleporting away, and even a rush on the steps here to match the sound barrier from Lengtser. But a bit disconjointed here from Rock. This fight's a little bit messy. And Varel, they've got a mop and bucket.
And they're close to the checkpoint. That'll be good for them. Taejong was low, so Bellisria had to go deeper than expected to finish off the kill on KSG, which summoned Chamomile to dash in and then got himself killed. Rock Esports didn't have no heals, and Veral turned the whole fight around from there.
That's a big capture point as well. Getting that out of the way is going to be good. There is going to be a touch, though, from Rock. They're right round the corner, and Slay knows it.
All right, Chamomile, Kitsune Rush. Got to be careful of the poke from Veral that could come from the top of the bridge. But dealing with KSG, just playing the corner. Rock need to play this safe.
Chamomile with a Kitsune Rush as well. Ideally, you win a neutral fight here. Oh, forcing the recall of Top Dragon. That is a good start, but Bellisria is in trouble. Amplified attack speed now will help heal up the tank in the front line. Oh, that was a stick and a half on Taejong there. Beautiful stuff on Nico. Didn't see him coming. And now has to kind of deal with KSG, but he's good. KSG's on the wrong side of the map. Wrong neighborhood, unfortunately. Suzu, even better land there from Cloud. Wow, perfectly placed.
Thought KSG was just trying to die on the bot, and somehow he gets saved, but sacrifices Slay in the process.
Man, Slay got carved up there by Bellisria. Jumped to that high ground. Lead not quite taken there by Barrel. They've got 1 meter in him. I mean, look, there's 2 and a bit minutes to go. They can come back. They got a lot of ults for this next fight as well, while Rock's ult bank looking barren.
Big win, and Veral never flipped the lead in their favor. 2.5 minutes. Bellisria, he is very punishable, but Veral are still trying to find the cohesion to do so. While Nico will have the ult, but Bellisria is going to get ahead of this fight.
Love that. Oh, Bellisria. Wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately. That window, though, not quite enough to actually kill him. There you go. They needed this to be a cheap fight, and unfortunately, the price they paid was 3 ultimates. Chamomile and Bellisria are dead. A slight stagger on Dia, but they still got a pulse. They got a Kitsune rush. They're in a very good spot to take the lead.
Have to win another fight to see some progress. Kitsune Rush has to be getting value. Rock, are they going to want to give up that corner? What can they accomplish at the window? KSG is already trying to deny that first position. Langsha can't get the boop. Langsha can maybe save this with a sound barrier, but Bellisria has to anchor this around the corner to deny progress.
They might just want to go fast. Downpour available from Bellisria could be a bit of an annoyance to kind of deal with. It does use the downpour, kind of blind again, and it whiffs. Dia's already dead. Rush on the point. Lamb to just fortify the frontline dive, and Top Dragon's even got a pulse. Sticks it to the wall. Damages, it's okay. Taejong gets him one better though, as he actually sticks Nico once more. It's a rather even fight considering Varro used 2 ults. A sound barrier comes in from Langsha and hits 2 as Cloud ends up biting the dust. How have Varro lost that? Rock managed to hold on.
Just not being able to punish Bellisria, and you gotta thank Chamomile. Just TPing in, hitting the Suzu, and he got to conserve the Kitsune Rush. So Rock Esports still in the lead, shaving down a lot of this time. 60 seconds for them to try and go to match point, and it's all up to Chamomile to assure this victory for Rock.
Yeah, match point in their sights now. One step closer to crushing the key of Varro. It's this rush. They're just going to swing on this rush. Easy as you like. That wall ends up coming up. Actually, that blocked the rush. Wait, Chamomile got like 1 inch of rush there, thanks to KSG's wall. Oh, wait, what?
What?
Where did Taejong go? Blinked off the map or something, not entirely sure, but he's definitely regretting his movement now. 20 seconds to go, overtime approaching, Varro on their final push.
And it has to be a flawless one, and they'll have a window, but not the easiest lanes to pop this unless they get towards that second checkpoint. Rock Esports could also contest. They have a Tracer. Bellisria needs to play safe, but they're actually behind Varro.
Lamp's been already deployed by Cloud, and even the emergency window as well to sustain through this. He ends up boosting away, but that window is gone by the wayside. Rock completely disengaged. STC overtime now as Taejong and Top Dragon duel on the point. Pulse bomb in the hands of the Tracer.
Okay, there's the ult and the pulse bomb. Taejong has a lot of good targets.
Nice Suzu there, comes in massive for Chamomile. Nico goes down yet again to Taejong's pulse bomb, and Cloud is going to follow him to the grave. Langsha with 2. Overtime ticking for Varro, and that's just going to be it. KSG and Top Dragon, they come out with kills. But Rock, they found match point.
That was so close. Varro were on the flank, but whoever called that was insane from Rock. They had a good reaction. They had time to counter. And Rock, even with what happened, still just very stressed out on the biggest of stages. Just momentarily keep themselves ahead in the series. What a challenge coming out of Varro.
Taejong 3 fights in a row, or 3 pulse bombs in a row, assassinating Nico. It's been a rough game, honestly, for the Sojin on the side of the Varro. I mean, look, Rock on match point. Varro and Japan's hopes and dreams as well lie with them. They need to now take 2 maps in a row to then continue their journey in this group. But Rock, they're ready to swoop down and snatch it away from them. We're going to jump down to the studio. They can break down the first 3 maps.
It's great to see the excitement there on Rock's faces. A stumble in game 2, but they right the ship in game 3. Welcome in, everybody. We've got Avril and Johnny joining me in the studio. The STC Arena giving us some pretty good games, but it's our first halftime where it's not a 3-0, Johnny.
Yeah, it's been a really close series so far. Obviously, Circuit Real, we saw Varro coming out on top playing that double flex support lineup, and they looked real crisp, but I did feel like in map 3, we did see Rock's recipe for success come out. They're playing the dive composition with the Lucio, stepping up the pace. So Rock Esports looking really good so far.
Rock Esports, they are in the commanding position, 1 map away from advancing to the next round. If you're Varro, it's time to bounce back. But let's take a look at some of the highlights here, Avril. Who's impressing early on in this matchup? We're 3 games in.
So Tracer plays, Taejong, obviously we looked at the last map. Absolutely brilliant performance so far. I mean, Dia did come through on the Sojin early on map 1 as well. But in this series so far, a lot of this is coming down kind of to this sort of Ram gameplay, but also the hands that came by the dive. I think Rock definitely prefer looking at the hands as sort of mirror. When you look at the Ram gameplay here, it's a lot more even. So I think for Rock, maybe looking more towards a bit more of a Ramachu matchup in future maps will serve them well, because, you know, despite the traces, I'm also looking at the tanks too.
Yeah, but you also saw Belosria step it up big time on the Winston. You're down around on Lijiang Tower, and Belosria swaps over to the Winston, which is a crucial hero for them here. So again, upping the pace, and we saw the Winston ban. It came out on map 3, but still, Rock Esports, they're able to navigate around that.
Going into that second map, it was all about Langsa for me as we take a look here at the final round. Walk me through the difference maker. The Winston, was it? Just better comp?
It was the Winston indeed. I mean, you're just seeing the pace, and Slay sitting on the Ilari that time, playing alongside the Kiriko. And I said earlier, the double flex support lineups, that is what Varel does really well. That is the edge. But when you're playing Winston, so efficient at shutting that down. Lengsa here, obviously, huge captive son. I think there was a support case.
And this is a support character for anyone who's not used to Overwatch.
And he's not even really much of a flexible player. Lengsa mostly known for main sports, mostly known for the Lucio, the Brig, stepping it up to be able to slightly off-roll a bit more on the flexible, coming through on an Alari. I hear that he's really not had that much professional game time on that we can see in actual matches. So to be able to come through and be able to really hit the performance, I mean, that's big for the side of Rock.
Push was very close at the end. Let's take a look at the highlights from Game 3 before we check in with Bravo. What is the difference maker for Rock Esports in our third map?
Well, it is, again, the dive coming out, because I think Lengsa, the fact that Rock Esports banned the Lucio themselves on Circuit Real, I actually think that was a big mistake from them. And you saw here on this map instead, credit to Varel, still, it was a really close map. It could have gone either way, especially with Taejong, like, blinked off the map, recalled off the map, or something like that towards the end. It really came down to the wire. The stepping up big time on the Sojourn here. But again, I think this is what Rock Esports does best here.
We got the match going up here in about 3 minutes, so as we hop out of these highlights, would love to catch you up with what is going on the Bravo stream, because reminder, it's day 2 and your last day to have 2 streams of Overwatch 2 active at the same time. Some big matchups from Group C, and how are my cats doing? The handsome cats, Avril, they still have a chance?
Got Scorpos, it's a struggle out here. Again, they come in with not as much practice, not as much experience as some of the other teams. Twisted Minds, they're coming in today with revenge on the mind. They are in a position where they want to go up against Sign again to be able to qualify through from their group. So they want to just get past Gato Scorpos without too much issues here. Even repeating some of the maps that they played versus Sign yesterday, like this Atlas, but rewriting history and saying, no, we'll win the Atlas this time. We don't even need the Sim. Sim ban, UB trace it, we can still win.
Any surprises here to see a 3-0 as the final score, Johnny?
I don't think it's any surprise at all. I think Twisted Minds, they got their sights on the playoffs. They want revenge against Sign Esports. Exiting in groups would be a big disappointment for Twisted Minds.
That Sign versus Twisted Mind rematch will decide who moves into the playoff bracket, and we'll close out the day over on our Bravo stream. Here, though, on the Alpha stream, we got to keep you updated. And a reminder that Group D, this was a 2-1 with Sign taking game 1 and 3 in that first time around.
And I think this time around, Twisted Minds, they will be a little bit more fired up. They know that they probably were the favorites. Yes, they got up against Sign, and I'm going to be honest, I think, well, maybe both of us, we did underestimate Sign a little bit. Looking at how they performed yesterday, they might have the edge. I did say early on the desktop, I think all 3 NA teams will be qualifying through, so team are going to have to really step up, because I think Sign, I'm swapping sides a little bit here. They convinced me that they might be good enough to win.
Sign and Liquid, they just got your number today. You love them, huh?
Well, Liquid went to 5 against Crazy Raccoon. I mean, that's deserving in and of itself to go to the top 8.
High praise. We also expect 3 of our top Korean squads to be making it through, and Alcancia has already powered through as well. Johnny, let's take a look, though, at the remainder of this match, because Varel and Rock are still very much alive. One of them's going out, top 16. The other powers into our top 12.
Yeah, we got 2 map modes, of course, left here. We got Hybrid with Blizzard World, Eichenwalde, and Midtown. And I think this is the game type where you want to pick a map, because either you can go to a very open map like Blizzard World. You could play Belosria on the Wrecking Ball, for example. Very difficult matchup. Therefore, I think they should go to Midtown. It is closed doors. It suits their gameplay a lot better. You can maybe force some of that double flex support compositions. Over on the flashpoints, they're both very brawl intensive. So again, I think the best deciding map to go to here on 4 would be to a hybrid map.
Final chance to switch up your predictions. You guys both riding with Rock?
I'm staying with Rock for now, but I think Varel could push this to 5.
I'm sticking with Rock.
Our time at the studio is done. Let's head back to the STC Arena for game number 4.
Thank you very much, Puckett. All right, Johnny Avril, sticking with Rock. They look good, to be fair with you, on that last map, Esperanza. Couple of small mistakes from Varel, it's got to be said. That fight where they had 2 ults, that rush available to them, They tried to swing the corner after the checkpoint of Rock, and they just couldn't quite get it done. And, well, now is do or die. Match point for Rock. Their key may be safe.
And Varel, because of that mistake, they were like, what, 2 or 3 meters behind from taking the lead. And because they didn't, Rock brought the bot back to the neutral point. He got to keep extending things. And even though Rock didn't build up towards the, I don't even think they hit the triple digits, they just kept resetting the momentum from Varel. A couple of swaps from the Varel side to try and mirror Rock, but this was the Rock choice of map. Now the ball is in the court of Varel. Let's see where we're going to next.
Well, I can tell you where we're going. We're going to Atlas. Bans are coming in just a moment as well. So, again, another fast map, and this is going to very much help Rock out here, Lemon.
Yeah, and depending on what sort of brawl and are the tanks going to be affected, Orisa and Ram have been the important brawl choices, although Corey's seen a little bit of hazard from KSG and Bellisria.
See the tape measure there coming out? Measuring the mouse map, making sure exactly, was that 9 inches or something away from there? Yeah, okay, I like that, I like that a lot. Puckett will get this reference, but Fear itself with 2 fingers on his nose and then close to the TV, get the exact distance away that he wanted to sit. He got the lean.
Got the Slay fans too in the audience. It's been cool to see fans from all over the world come here to Riyadh, support their teams. It's not just the Saudi teams that are having a loud crowd. They got fans here as well, so Varel are gonna need all the support they can get to try and force a Game 5.
Yeah, Avril thinks it's possible, and Atlas is the pick. And hey, it's just Lucio City here for Rock. Did play a little bit of that Alari on Circuit Royale, but there are the bans. Okay, Sojourn ban for Varel, and then Rock are banning away that Ram.
So Narissa, Mirror, maybe Freya. Of course, the Tracers are always gonna wreak havoc on a flashpoint. Now the Lucios are in the picture, and that's kind of what stalled things out on Circuit when that got banned out. And that was brought out on Esperanza, but then ultimately ending on double flex support. It's been more of a chess match positionally as we listen to Varel fans rally them.
They're ready for rock and roll. A lot of gyos. Look, Dia especially has been around for such a long time as well. Not exactly unfamiliar with an international stage and a big stage at that. A lot of players we've seen come through, it's their first time on a big LAN environment. It's been quite daunting to a lot of players.
Sure, the Rock fans are there as well, because man, how can you not love the players on Rock? Storied names from Dia to Bellisria to everyone included. They have put up such a fight, quite a challenge to go up against Japan's #1. Even with the imports of Top Dragon and Slay, they have elevated Varel to be the best Japanese team in history. But China's hoping to upset Japan here and crush their key and their hopes of getting to playoffs.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy road either, of course, within Group B. You still need to win yet another match after this. And Varel, of course, they're dominant in their home region. They won that finals versus Reject 4-0 against the likes of Edison, Kalios. And I do wonder how Varel are going to pivot from here. Top Dragons, of course, is going to be sticking on the Tracer. But this map, it is no way has it been decided what kind of the best comps. But it is a flashpoint, so Rush is kind of the name of the game. Getting a sub in for Varel as well, of course. Yuki is in, Nico is out. Nico had a rough game last map. Being stuck over and over and over again by Taejong. No Sojourn available in this series either, or in this map, sorry. And a map number 5 is where Varel need to go against Rock Esports.
Yeah, you have not seen Kyuki at all here at EWC against Crazy Raccoon. The last couple of matches, in Japan playoffs, but no one's really pushed Varel to this point. They haven't dropped a single match in their own region. They didn't even bring out their secret weapon against Crazy Raccoon, so I wonder what Varel have cooked up. Our bans are Varel banning Sojourn and Ramatra out from Rock.
I do worry, though, because Lynx is just going to play the Lucio. Rocket just going to play Lucio. Is Slay going to force the Illari? There's a couple of good points for the Illari, sure, but we saw Rock obviously just dismantle it. It's tough to stay alive. It really is. Especially against someone like Taejong as well. Like, Tracer is just going to be hounding you down. And it puts a lot more weight on Top Dragon's shoulders. You have to do them one better because they're just running at you in this dive comp. They're running 5 players at the backline, at Cloud, at Slay. As we load into Atlas, this is Varel's chance here to take us to a map number 5. Rock, with one more map win, will guarantee themselves another life in Group B, crush Varel's key, and potentially make it all the way to playoffs.
Just based on how Circuit went, both teams were really good at disengaging when ults were being invested. Belistria sometimes goes deeper than expected when Taejong has to step up on the Tracer to finish off these kills, but let's begin now on Atlas.
Oh, okay, Moira Lucio. Seen a little bit of Moira throughout the groups. Been some fans, been not as many as I thought, though. I thought Jane might like a little bit of Moira, but then I woke up from my dream.
Usually you only see that if the Kiri gets banned and Kinky punished.
Yeah, a late burrow there. That's a couple of easy kills. Hot Dragon with the crosshair of the century, just a giant cube. Unfortunately, a quick teleport away from Top Dragon. He's going to change Tracer surely here. Yes, yeah, no way to stay on the Reaper. Dia on Cassidy, don't know. That is a rather historic image.
Now Orisa for KSG. It's the ultimate mirror. Besides, of course, the Venture and the BAP being chosen, trying to have as much poke as possible. You sacrifice the speed, and Varel have to attack into this, and there's a lot of nooks and crannies to hide, and Dia has to stay away from this charging Orisa.
Yeah, pretty easy to rotate, though, on this map. Like you said, no speed, so Dia can just kind of walk with the Lucio. Burrow for the Venture. Yeah, Kiki's out of there. There's no shot you kind of stay around. Although KSG's doing a fair amount of damage and isolated Belistria. The entirety of Rock very scared of the Venture. They get a free flip pretty much.
Yeah, that'll be Top Dragon and Taejong fighting for the point while the fight could take place elsewhere. And it's okay to give up that point cap as long as you win the war. And Belistria is going to swap now to the Winston. We're kind of playing mystery heroes. Would Varel want to go back to the Reaper, as maybe that was brought out initially just to take care of Belistria if he brought out any dive. But for now, Varel is still fighting to get the lead.
Yeah, good kill there by Slay onto Dia. Okay, good start. And they're going to be able to take the lead on this flashpoint. Don't want to be reset here. Yeah, Bellistria's got to get out. He's got Bubble and Leap in a couple, so should be good. Taejong with the Pulse Bomb too has been a big factor, especially in that Esperanza map. The stick connections were just honestly out of this world. You had to have been close to 100% stick rate.
Slay on the off angle. He'll be forced to TP out. Kitsune rush available first for Jinmu.
Oh, Dragon's looking. Oh, Pulse Bomb hits the wall though. Terror Surge met with a sound barrier there as Linksa tries to get his team away, but Dia isolated by KSG. But Belistria with the Winston, the dives are just too clean. There's 99 for Varel.
Gotta win that when you pop 2 support ultimates, and it's a great job, Varel. Popped the window and just couldn't get good vision, not enough damage, and not a good enough response. You go for the extra damage, not as much sustain, and couldn't deliver on those kills, so Slay has to pull through to try and save this point for Varel with the Kitsune rush.
Oh, nice little force of the recall there. Dia paying attention to Venture rather quickly. It's a good con to actually take the point with Varel. If they want to go for the contest, they're going to have to burn cooldowns to do so. A rush that Rock are just going to disengage from completely, and Cloud is just, in the middle of nowhere there. No way near his team. This first point, rather finicky for support. You really do just have to be like glue for the rest of your team. Oh, and that's going to be Rock. despite Varel flipping, claiming the first point on Flashpoint.
Taejong and Dia are clicking, and you wanted to see that happen. Now they take their first point. Varel will play from behind, and they're going to keep swapping comps to try and find the solution. Now the hazard. This is very reminiscent of how Lijiang Tower went, but KSG got isolated away from the bubbles, didn't have enough heals, but Slay will be able to TP in, and with the Suzu save his life, but blowing up Bellisria is going to be important, but he's got the Primal coming up, so should have the extra health to survive.
He is vibing here as well. On the points, yeah, flashback. Oh, even a high noon, everything popped there by Dia. Taejong. And Top Dragon ends up coming up with kills. There is an ult from Kyuki, and that's a lot of damage to in the front line. Can they actually kill the oh, okay, well, a free kill there from the Venture. Jinmu just appears in front of Kyuki. That's a double kill, and that's going to be point capture as well from Varel.
Dia and Taejong popping heads in the last fight, being the difference maker to Kyuki and Top Dragon. The dives from the flanker specialists come alive. That was a huge bulldoze by Kyuki. They look towards the pole spot, but namely the Kitsune rush from Jinmu as they hope to push in, but there's a lot of different entry points, but this one has some choke points to get through. Kyuki is already looking to isolate one, namely one of these supports.
It's worth keeping in mind as well, Jinmu being on the stage, of course, normally a DPS player, a very, well, honestly, exceptional Pharah too. That's going to be a very early rush from Jinmu there as Rock Esports kind of in dire straits. Top Dragon is just kind of rinsing them right now. 60% in building for Varel as KSG assassinates Jinmu. Bellisria gets out of the fight, but not good enough for a win at all. And in fact, it might be a small stagger here too. Bellisria is 1 HP almost side to the wall.
Jinmu and Dia playing in Overwatch. Man, the fans are eating good, and with the DPS going to flex support, of course your mechanics are going to transfer over, but really it's Varel about to transfer this point. They're almost going to 0 to 100 this, and here's the barrier to counter.
Extremely early sound barrier there, downpour from KSG. Not sure it'll caught anybody as the SDC overtime comes in. KSG's alone right now on the point, fending it off from Bellisria, who is equally as low, and without Primal Rage, there's no staying power here for Rock Esports. KSG and Top Dragon are just finding these isolation picks. That's 1 point on the ball from Varel.
Yeah, the read to know when that Suzu, when that teleport is popped from Jinmu, and the hunt down. You have so much mobility from the side of Varel that you're able to do that, and Slay can be part of that picture at any moment's notice. He doesn't have to bail out KSG as much, so Slay can be on the front lines going after these supports, and we'll have third point unlock very shortly with the big ult coming from the DPS from Varel.
Here on the Reaper. Ooh, that was close. Kyuki almost got booped up. 12 HP on the Reaper though, and Kyuki's going to hunting. Hits that burrow though, tries to get out of there as KSG dishes out some his own medicine there as Bellisria goes down to the Violent Leap, and that is another point cap from Varel.
It's a good day at the beach, but Rock Esports gonna bring the signature Hammond. I can't even keep up with all of this, and maybe Dia on the Venture wouldn't mind kind of matching that, the Venture to try and help this dive.
He's gonna die.
Oh, what a pulse!
Top Dragon's just too swift with it. He's too clean. Dia forced a Wraith. Top Dragon in the backline. Jinmu in trouble now. Same with Lengsa. It's just looking so easy right now for Varel. To put it very bluntly, look at that. Just absolutely dominating on the Tracer.
Dia's
and Rock,
on the Reaper.
It feels like they don't know what to do. How many tank swaps have they had now? Obviously, like you said, Bellisria now on the ball. An exceptionally good hero for him, but
maybe you stay on the Reaper just because you're about to have Kitsune Rush, but who do you collapse on? There's so many mobile people on the side of Varel, and you can counter Kitsune Rush from Slay.
Yep, double rush on the point. Bellisria trying to find an entrance into this fight, but can't quite find anybody. He's rolling around. But the sound barrier ends up coming in from Lengsa. Finally a kill there. Taejong takes down the Venture. As Bellisria now sticks himself to the back line. A dash away from Cloud, deploys the lamp. Booped out of it though. Nice slam. Beautiful tech there from Bellisria. However, they cap the point with Varel getting 99.
Beijing and Bellisria had to will that victory, but now they have to make the ultimate comeback from 0 to 100. Gets the ult from Feral that can now go in with the window. Rock Esports have to make this decision carefully of if they find cover or want to try and fight through. Dia has Death Blossom. He could easily teleport in behind this window and go for the big risk, big reward.
Lamp already taken care of. Oh, that's not exactly the door you wanted to open there, but it's all good. Still takes down Dia regardless. Top Dragon and KSG still doing the heavy lifting here for Varel. KSG is alive, but not well. That can be said for certain. Bellisria just getting kind of eaten alive. A nice little roll through from Bellisria. Doesn't quite get the boot off the map. And now just chased down by Top Dragon as he comes up with the goods. There's the point flip and the STC overtime. It hits again. As Varel now needs to defend this. There's not even going to be a touch here as Rock Esports aren't quite quick enough.
One step closer to try and force the game 5, and Dia's sole focus is making KSG uncomfortable. He is losing that 1v1, but Bellisria has minds. He could deny this next point capture and get the space earned and the cap for Rock Esports. Feral do their best to try and deny. They could try and circle the point. They have the mobility to do so. They want to access Jinmu. They've been good at picking him so far.
Okay, Top Dragon calling out the TP there. As he sees Dia disappear in a puff of smoke. Oh yeah, don't want any of that. No, thank you. Quick burrow. And yeah, that Reaper has to Wraith form away now. QG, only one CD remaining, but needs some help. Very low HP right now. Those shields helping out the Venture as Bellisria tries to go for the kill, but Quick Sharp is Slay on those healing off with her and managed to get back the Venture to full HP. Same can't be said for KSG, however, as now it's all falling apart as Rock end up capping.
Yeah, Jinmu was at 20 HP at the start of this fight, but never got the finishing blow. Feral have kept their supports alive, but just barely. The immortality is what kept Cloud in. The cap's in favor of Rock, and they're going to build this lead even more.
Crowd very much behind Rock Esports right now. Rush, Sound Barrier, Mines too for Rock. Looking shaky for Varel, but if there's one person that can change this fight's trajectory, it's going to be Top Dragon. He's got the pulse bomb, spotting out the supports. There's Jinmu. In the blink of an eye, disappears, TPing straight across the map, but Cloud once again succumbs to the overwhelming presence of Rock. Rush on the point, Sound Barrier for Lengsa. And they don't want to stay in this fight, not for too much longer. A teleport from Jinmu onto the point is a good chance to use the rush if he so chooses. Varel did end up getting in the cap, but for how much longer can they actually hold on? Oh!
Bellisria was so tunneled on these supports, he gave up a needless recap by Varel when he had mines. They had a length to Sound Barrier. They didn't need to give up control to Varel, and now they're close to tying the score.
They need kills. They just need to pick up these frags, man. I mean, finally KSG goes down, but yeah, they snuck away 50% of that point.
Well, I guess you'll be able to keep it. He banked all these ultimates while not using them, so surely Kitsune Rush Mines is what gets us to the final point here for Rock and a chance to seal away the series.
Self-destructing a second life here for KSG. Oh, that was close. I think he dashed through the pulse bomb there, went over his head, I'd imagine. Uh-oh, Lengsa in trouble though, through the window goes Lengsa. Jinmu down, and oh, Dia tried to be the savior of Rock there, using that Death Blossom in that small room, but it will be Varel with the cap. One more point here to send them to a map 5.
It's going to come down to the wire. Cloud's going to the Moira. He is so done with this Hammond collapsing on him. The Fade's going to give him that extra survivability. You miss out on a lot of utility, though, as KSG on the Diva wanted the extra mobility to chase down this Hammond, try to deal with the Reaper. You only have so much Matrix, though.
Yeah, Bellisria was attempted to be stopped there by the Venture, but to the rescue comes Lengsa. OT here for Varel now, but they're down a player. KSG self-destruct on the point. Dia hit the Wraith form, and it will be fine for them to touch again as Rock have the Wrecking Ball at full HP pretty much. They do end up getting the flip as well, so Rock Esports now in the driver's seat.
They have Sound Barrier coming up, but Rock Esports is trying to cause chaos with this Hammond as KSG is going after this Reaper.
Dead. Uh-oh, Taejong hit the recall too. It's all over for this point for Varel. Rock are going to tie this one 2-2 as soon as they kill KSG. And there it is. It's going all the way on Atlas now. Varel need to be perfect to send us to a map 5.
This is their map pick. And the fans are behind Rock and Veril, and it all comes down to this final point. If Rock can try and eliminate the key from Japan's #1.
Sound barrier available. Taejong with the stick. Not even a hit marker there, but recall straight in the face of KSG. Going for a slam once more, trying to force that Wraith form, that shift from Cloud. That's a whole lot of ult invested just to kill the Moira, but it works out in the end. Lengther kills Slay, and Kuki is just trying to find targets to hit with a tectonic shock. But right now it's all Rock. They got the points, and Varel on the back foot.
The Reaper dive, you've seen it here first. They are playing at an incredible speed that is overwhelming Veril, forcing them to swap to the Moira. And look, you're already trying to get some cooldowns out early. Suzu popped, good matrix from KSG. Bellosaria disengages.
Oh, Jinmu though ends up going down on the retreat there, I would imagine too. Rock Esports are going to be able to keep this point alive though with the ball. Mines deployed on the point, additional stall. Yuki might be in a little bit of trouble though. The barrel's already been used and Lynx is straight after him. Although he's pretty low, actually bit off way more than he could chew.
Hey, Kuki is actually clutching this for Veril, and he got the Kitsune Rush.
Oh, Taejong!
Wait, Taejong!
A post-bomb kill onto Top Dragon. Dia's still got the Death Blossom as well. Oh, Varel, they're not looking so hot right now, but the Coalition should be enough for them to sustain through this fight. Someone's got to kill Dia. Eventually falls.
But 85+%, you're only just getting the cap now. Bellosaria is even extending this to 90+.
Are they getting the cap? Okay, she's so low. I mean, this is 99 here for Rock.
You have to play perfect from here on out, and with a Moira, it's not going to be as easy. You need lanes to try and get these healing orbs to get max value. KSG's going to have a second life with the self-destruct, and Rock Esports have to do it without ult. Now getting through the choke, Kuki's trying to isolate, maybe get the TP out of Jinmu or a Suzu, namely even get some of these DPS uncomfortable.
Oh, that was lucky there from Dia, hit the Wraith Walk. Adventure Burrow could be, rather deadly. Big slam in, Taejong, mini health pack, pulse bombing 5%, trying to force that fade. Quite does it as well. Oh, the stick from Taejong again! Taejong, the hero here for Rock Esports. A teleport in from Top Dragon, the Death Blossom across the map, but Taejong is holding on to this point, he's holding on to it firm. Jinmu ends up going down, the sound barrier from Lengther, not there to actually save the Kiriko. Bellosaria does end up falling though, as the Coalescence. This might be the final hurrah here for Rock on this map. And map number 5 in the sights of Varel.
0 to 100 comeback, trying to deny the touch from Lengther.
He doesn't get it. Lengther goes down and Varel are going to take us to a map number 5.
To do so on their map pick, the 0 to 100 comeback. As the Veril and Rock fans clash, this goes to Game 5. China versus Japan. This series ended up being so insane, so chaotic, with the dives, with the Tracer, the Venture, KSG swapping to so many different things, ultimately on the Diva to try and add mobility, Bellosaria on the signature Hammond, with a Reaper of all things, which Dia, stubborn, but adding to that equation, where Taejong critical picks near the end of this map to swing it.
The post bombs from Taejong have been so clean. Just unbelievable performances. That one there looked like it may have sealed the deal. Varel and Japan's only hope here in the international tournament, taking Rock Esports to a map 5. A key on the line, and another game after this versus Liquid for the victor here. Rock's chance to choose the map, and their chance to ban first.
Big swap from Cloud too. That extra survivability, you lack the utility, but the extra heals made all the difference for Veril to not go for the sprint, but live through the marathon, to go from the 0 to 100, the coalescence that brought everyone back to their feet to breathe a new life into this Japanese roster. Now this final map pick from Veril has to be the key to victory, or they will lose their key in the process.
Just saw as well, I think Nico is coming back in to the team. We go to a hybrid now as our last game type to be played in this series.
Wonder if Jinwoo's going to stay too. It's kind of fun to see him on Kiriko. Wasn't expecting that, but he got chased down. What a entry into this series to get run down by a Venture, Tracer, KSG, D.Va. A lot of pressure on these supports and who was going to live on these. That was the primary objective from both these teams, was trading backlines and how these Kirikos were using the teleport in these Suzus, and how much trust you had in your secondary support to either speed you out or to boop the threat away.
I think a lot of mystery heroes in that round as well. A lot of heroes chosen by Bellisria. Ended up settling on the ball. Even then KSG, Hazard, ended up going to D.Va. Good against the Wrecking Ball, of course, just eating all those shots as soon as the ball goes in for the slam. I was surprised to see Top Dragon just stick on the Reaper, if I'm honest. Surprised he didn't stay Tracer. Looks like the coaches are done deliberating. Couple of substitutions coming in for the squads, so we're going to jump to a quick break, get them set up.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
A key will be crushed after this next map. We're going to Eichenwalde. Rock versus Varel. Japan's golden child versus a team full of legends. We saw a couple of the fan cams of Tia there with the screenshots of the old Overwatch League setups, even a signed Jinmu card too. A couple of substitutions like we mentioned before the break. NiKo in for the side of Varel. And we're seeing Jinmu step away as well from Rock. Got a Lengsa and Chamomile in the back line.
Such a fun map pick for Rock. First game 5 of the day, and I swear probably the first I can follow, or maybe at least for our cast. And this is perfect for a Belosaria Hammond. I always fall back to the Winston. Not going to have as much displacement power from the Hammond. And then you got the double flex support option. Do you want to opt for some support bans and try and deny the defense from having too much firepower at range?
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see Jinmu some more if Rock advance after this. Team Liquid is the opponent for the winner here. That final spot in the playoffs in Group B. Now, do you see in the bans coming through? Rock banning Freya to start, and then Varel are going to respond with a Kiriko ban.
That means both tanks available for Belosaria and KSG. Not going to have the Lucio Kiri and not as much of a threat of the double flex. At least you can bap Juno or even bring the Alari back into the picture. But Rock really want that rematch against Team Liquid. They did not have a good showing against them in their very first match of the day, but Team Liquid are a force to be reckoned with, and they're the favorites to come out of this group. But this is quite the warm-up match for sure, although they'll be deciding that on another day, I believe. So Eichenwalde, Rock Esports map pick, and both these teams have been trading each other's map picks, so we all decide this on Eichenwalde.
Yeah, I want to point out as well, obviously, it is drawable on Hybrid, so we could even get another map, although rather rare occurrence these days, getting a drawn map. Yeah, I'm curious how Belosaria is going to approach this. Is it going to be something like the Wrecking Ball, which is pretty decent on this map? I mean, you're not looking at like a choke fight at all. You're just running over to the right-hand side, swinging right onto the castle, and then over the top, and you're hoping Taejong can kind of follow up on the Tracer.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun pathings for the Tracer, and this map takes a lot of studying to find the right ways to get around, especially the defense. We're going to have some good power positions to be as far away as possible on the high ground, on the castle of Point B. But out of all the maps, this is a strong one for Genji's as well, to just get the climb up on Point B castle and surprise supports that are not expecting a DPS that close that quickly. So we'll see what NiKo, Top Dragon, Dia, Taejong opt for.
Potential end of the line here for Varel or Rock in this series. Map number 5. As we see Varel start out on the defense, Rock on offense. This is a Rock map choice, as Varel took Atlas to get us here. And we see Varel yet again default to this hyper defensive and very, very like heavy damage dealing backline. Slay back on the Alari, Cloud on the BAP.
Slay looked good when you had space and time to operate, and now you get to be at a distance, you get to defend. Rock Esports are going to chase them down with the Lucio. Fans are behind them, key on the line. Rock Esports going to roll out with the Ram Lucio. Taejong will try to explore the right side where KSG wants to deny that lane. All the poke coming out of Slay, NiKo, and Cloud could be deadly. Rock Esports have to be careful on their approach. They could rotate left side to try and avoid that damage and take things one step at a time.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do. Just slowly but surely here. Don't want to get poked out too early. Taejong is going to set his team up in a good position as KSG just falls over. No lamp there for Cloud, I don't think. He's going to get chased now as Taejong is going to push him out of position. That's a very quick cap for Rock. There's no chance here for Varel to even recontest with this.
KSG just didn't get the memo to fall back. Last second touch from the Tracer.
I'm sorry, how? Lex just got smacked I mean, okay, Nico does end up going down, so it's all on Top Dragon. KSG does make it back, but yeah, it's tough. 1 tank, 2 supports versus 4-man Wrecking Squad here for Rock. Lamp's dead, Pylon down. Yeah, okay, it's over. First point cap, and the payload's gonna get moving.
Yeah, so I guess anyway, KSG was probably breaking LOS, trying to hold that forward position, needed to fall back quicker. Cloud and Slay may have been chased down from Taejong as well, and because of that late cap from Rock Esports, or that late recontest, I should say, Rock Esports get the heads up on taking control of this top castle, which is pretty bad. Vero really wanted this position for the double flex, and namely Nico to get some poke in, and this is good progress for Rock.
Yeah, beautiful high ground control as well. KSG is kind of losing control of this, although Cloud is going to make it a little bit easier using that window, forcing Dia to rotate.
All right, Vero were able to fight their way back at the top of the castle thanks to the window, but now getting a bit separated, will have to go to the second level, while also relying on Top Dragon to delay progress from Rock.
Oh, that window is going to be rather devastating to KSG's health bar. There's the Captive Sun coming in from Slay on the high ground. Rhea has kind of swapped places currently, but Cloud a little bit too sharp for him, ends up jumping up to that high ground. Slay finds another with the outburst. Okay. Castle control is where they're going to make their attempt to hold. They need to kill Rhea though. They need to do that right now. Okay, there it is. Can't let him survive for too long, especially since Dia was on the high ground. There you go, Nico with the double kill on the DPS.
Yeah, Vero are just trying to rotate together. They don't want to overly rely on Top Dragon to be solo on cart, and when you have an Alar, you kind of want to stack together as much as you can, or at least just work together as a team. And then Rock Esports took the high ground. Nico made things difficult though, forced Rock Esports to reset, respawn advantage, but KSG is on the low ground. Beat advantage for Lengsa.
Whoa, that was an early beat for Lengsa. They're going to have to get kills now, and yeah, Nico's going to be the target. Roll straight into that small room. Nice lamp from Chamomile, but the Annihilation coupled up with that Vortex just ends the life of Chamomile. Dia off on an off angle currently. He's got the overclock, but he's just shooting shields right now. And KSG bids him adieu and ends up just running away, and Top Dragon from the top rope. Dia head in hand as Nico and Top Dragon take matters into their own.
Yeah, really early beat, as you mentioned, from Rock, and they thought they could just try to take down KSG, but the rest of Vero were far away, and even with the speed, they could not catch up to Vero's defenses, so another reset from Rock Esports, and Taejong had a big impact at the start, and they had a swift cap, so Rock Esports have some insurance in terms of time, but it's so awkward to rotate out in the open. You don't want to get shot by Nico. Rock Esports have to be careful of Top Dragon also lurking around.
Trying to force lamp. They're trying to force lamp, and Camo doesn't even pop it. Post bump on the floor. Oh, watch! He still kills Dia. Oh, this rotation is disastrous for Rock. It's a 2-minute time bank remains. And Varel. Oh, they're looking so good on this map right now. This comp is honestly perfect for holding this point.
Yeah, Rock Esports are opting to take the right staircase instead of the bottom door, and that opened them up to Vero dropping from the low ground and just hitting them from behind. Rock Esports really have to protect their backline. Bellisria is going to have to turn around and react to the drop down of Vero, and now the window for Cloud could just end this fight before Rock even get to safety.
Yeah, Dia's like he's trying to peek his head outside, see if he can get an initial kill. Top Dragon still in the backline too. Struggle street for Rock right now. This high ground is, it's really hard to get up to. They've been trying over and over, but okay, well, Downpour does end up connecting actually through the wall, but Bellisria has no staying power.
Immortality was insane from Cloud too, because Nico got rooted. Rock Esports still trying to rotate to the castle, and they're using the ults but not getting the kills they're looking for. This backline of Feral is clutch, and KSG is anchoring the cart, so you can't just free push if you're Rock and bring the fight to you. Feral is dictating the pace and when the fights begin.
As soon as they come through this choke as well, this Captive Sun is going to light up this map. It's an early Nemesis form. Whoa! Okay, Taejong just caught out. Oh, I don't think Captain Sun's even needed it, but hey, it looks good. 40 seconds to go, and what is that I see? Bellisria, wrong side of the map. This stagger is horrible for Rock. This might cost them the map. He's got to die, just die. Let your arms down.
Take the hug, take the L. Rock Esports, this is time you could not afford to lose. And okay, at least it brought Viral away from the card. You get progress, and Rock get top castle, but the window can't be used.
Yeah, they're just going to run away. They can't stay around. That's got to be a big mistake from Bellisria. They're not dying early. KSG pops the Annihilation, chasing Chamomile away. An easy shot for Nico, whose Bellisria is back in the old faithful, the Wrecking Ball, but KSG standing tall on the payload as Varel looking to halt it here. Dia, though, from the top rope, kills 2, but still have to get through KSG.
And you have to keep this overtime wick burning. It's up to Taejong, and he's already almost at half health. And man, the poke is too strong.
A double kill from the Alari. Got to deal with that pylon eventually. And KSG refuses to be removed, but I think it's going to be forcibly ejected from this point now.
All thanks to Dia, Rock Esports can still live on. The Bellisria, what looked like to be an int, brought Viral out of their power position, and Rock Esports head towards the end of point B off of a first blood from Taejong.
He's flash. Oh, Dia escapes with his life, but a good position for Nico to be in. Taejong ends up killing Slay off of the rip, and oh, he spotted 2 low health players in the back line, but no, the double hit. He slinks away. High noon for Nico on height. Everybody has to scatter, and there's one for Nico, another for KSG, and that will be where the payload ends. Varel halting Rock just on the bridge as Rock, they made a good go of it, but that castle defense from Varel looked impenetrable.
That push got further than we expected, got out the castle gates. Bellisria had to pull Viral almost to the end of point B, just so we could see some movement, but this push is not far at all. Top Dragon pulse at the end too, got players in position for the Nico High Noon to knock them all down. And this is the Rock Esports map pick. And I almost wanted to see the Bellisria Hammond come out way earlier to just displace these castle defenders that just were poking and prodding, dropping down from the high ground, and had total control of this entire map. Viral, more studied on this map and had a much better defense. But now they'll have to push through on the attack. Wondering if they're going to opt for a Lucio to help those rotations, or just going to let the damage do all the talking.
I said maybe we go to another if a draw was available, but no longer. The map will end on this round as Rock try to put up the defense now. Feels like such a good map for Varel, but they might have a tough time getting through that choke, getting through those double doors if they get the cap. If they can get a good fight, a good clean one, if they take castle early, and success written in their future.
Now if Bellisria wants to be aggressive, Lynx on the Lucio will help him. One of Lynx's best heroes as the Kiri is banned. This is going to be their best option. Now trying to generate that window as fast as possible. The Top Dragon gets marked here by Lynxa. Wants to get into the back, but Dia, first blood!
Good kill on Nico. Not invested too much though, not even over pushing. Smart play from Varel, just quick reset.
Varel are still trying to work the map options of setting up Top Dragon on the right, pull attention towards perspective left here. Varel still trying to avoid all that poke. They get close to the point. Top Dragon has made the space, got the attention of Rock.
Just a menace, yeah. Dia's having to look 2 different ways right now. Takes a little bit of damage there from KSG. Of course, those punches are penetrating through Bellisria. Lamp already used this. Oh, Taejong caught out. KSG just finishes him with a left click as Top Dragon is just turning the ire of Rock Esports right now. Who've given up control of the point. That's 1 tick, guaranteed a second as Rock try and force their way in.
Now wait for the final tip, but Bellisria just gets handed.
Yeah, GLHF, no chance here on this first point. And Chamomile forced to go for a delayed reset. And Lemon, this is it. They need to push Castle now. They get positioning with this comp. It's going to be a nightmare for Rock to take over.
It's all about that momentum, and because of that late recontest from Rock, same thing that Varel did. You're going to have this early castle position. Rock's going to try and fight through it. They'll have Window. Belisria is at the tip of the spear. He has to go up against KSG, who's close to annihilation.
Oh, that's a very, very passive lamp there by Chamomile. Window very aggressive, however. Annihilation, Window, they're just going to run through them. Dia, wrong place, wrong time. Varel keeping the payload going.
You just can't stop Varel. They won that off of just the annihilation and better positioning. Rock just could not poke them down with the amp. Lexa has to save them with the sound barrier. You're not even stacking 3 on cards. The final fight for Varel to pull off the upset.
Yeah, Nico's got his high noon. I mean, this is a disgusting amount of ults right now. Oh, and now you have to deal with this Window too. Oh, Belisria just walks through though with that Nemesis form, but Nico is pretty damn low. Sound barrier hits 3 from Lexa. Annihilation on the point. A fully charged Deadeye, and Belisria is low. Oh, Dia! He hits 2 with the high noon. Has to deal with Slay on the sidelines, but he's good for 2 at least.
Clutch annihilation from Belisria to save him during the high noon. The immortality from Chamomile to assist his tank, and Dia takes over to get the kills to stabilize Rock. Now it's time to fight for the bridge. This is what's going to overlook the payload, and Varel are out of ults.
Tough spot for them to be in, now retaking the castle. Oh, Cloud. Yep, get into cover. They're taking a little bit of damage though as KSG appears out of nowhere there, going up the stairs. Open to trying to trade position as Cloud jumps up, hits the regenerative burst onto KSG. Dia, wrong place. Uh-oh. Dia, a mistake. Drops down to low, thinking maybe he can kill Cloud, and the final push is coming. Belisria down. The weight of Japanese Overwatch on Varel's shoulders, and they've done it! A map 5 versus Rock, and they take the victory. A region that hasn't been represented in Overwatch in an ungodly amount of time. A big win on the stage. Head in hand for Rock. A game they thought was winnable, but Varel, they can hold their heads high. Their journey has not come to an end yet, but now they get the honors of crushing Rock's key and moving on into the later stages of this group.
Best team in Japanese history, going flawless in their own region. They have not seen international competition in years. They bolstered their roster, importing Slay and Top Dragon from Korea. And what an impact they've had. Top Dragon getting behind the tank, not allowing any anchor, any staying power from the other side. Parts of Team Japan that can now get closer and closer to big wins, to maybe get to playoffs, to maybe pull off another upset. But one step closer, another life, one key crushed, and a region proud of Varel.
I feel like they're going to turn into a fan favorite and a crowd favorite too. Smiles on every single one of their faces. Top Dragon, Slay coming in as imports for the team. Slay Zalari questioned it, especially on the very first map. Was kind of torn apart, but that Icon Vather looked so good. A map, I feel like, perfectly designed for them. Amazing stuff from Varel. They're still on that final lifeline, but they're going to move on through the group. We're going to jump down to Fancy on the stage for a quick interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after Varel finally doing it and making one step closer to the playoffs, to the top 8. I have Top Dragon with me for a quick interview. I just want to ask you a few simple questions. So for the first question, you and Slay are the current, most recent additions to the roster, and we just want to know, how is the comp like during the match?
Yeah, we just doing like just Japanese in the match, so that's why I think our team communication is really well. So yeah, I think that's key of the win.
And it's absolutely showing during the match as well. You guys are on point. You guys are all on the same page. But you specifically, you've been playing with a lot of teams across a lot of regions, 3 regions to be specific, for the past 2 years. What makes this roster specifically special?
Sorry?
What makes Val's roster special from all the teams that you've been playing with for the past 2 years?
Sorry.
That's okay. We don't have to talk about this. We can talk about something else because you get to crush a key since this is an elimination match. Do you know about the key crushing?
Key crushing, yeah, I know that. Yeah, it's really wild, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we get to do one right now and you get to press the button yourself. So do you want to go and do that right now?
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's do it. We're moving to the key crusher where Top Dragon is about to crush their opponent's key. Every time you win an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key as they leave the tournament. As soon as he gets the instruction, we're going to go ahead and do that. So Top Dragon, we'll let him enjoy this moment. And there you have it. One more key crushed and one step closer for battle to the top 8. But hey, we have Danny for the exit interview. So let's move on. Danny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Fancy. I'm here joined by Lengsa from Rock Esports for the exit interview. First of all, everybody, can we get a big round of applause for Rock Esports for a job well done? It was an unfortunate loss, but I know you guys tried your best. My first question for you, Lengsa, is if you could, I know this might hurt, but I feel like it would shed a lot of light for the fans. What were some of the difficulties you guys faced during your match today?
恩萨就是非常遗憾呢，你们电竞世界杯之旅就是止步于此。刚才一场也是打得非常激烈，也是很遗憾惜败了。就想问你，就是我们直视去面对一下，就是你觉得主要问题出在哪里呢？
我觉得我们现在还没有解锁，就是能帮助我们获胜的那些条件或者自身能力的一些缺陷吧。我觉得，就我们队伍的一些选手也是很久没有参与过线下赛，然后呢，大家就是我也没有足够的好，所以说可能这次比赛就是没有获得胜利。
I think in terms of strategy, I don't think our team has really unlocked the conditions required to achieve a consistent victory, and having not much experience on a LAN stage, on an offline stage. I think for a lot of our teammates, it's kind of a new experience for them, and it takes time to adapt. And I think that there's a lot of room for improvement for everyone involved, and we're going to keep working on it.
And I bet it was a difficult fight. I mean, you're at EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. You're going up against the best Overwatch teams here, and that's who you guys were fighting with. And of course, I know there's always an improvement. But for now, this is it for Rock Esports. Lengsa, I guess, what's the next step for you guys?
确实，我们在电竞世界杯，就是你们面对的就是世界所有的一些顶级战队。想问你们，尽管止步于此，但是后面就展望未来，你们打算怎么个去前进法呢？
或许我们会更加的专注于我们的训练，以及提高我们的训练质量，来更好的针对我们的对手进行比赛的胜利。
We're going to focus a lot more on our training and the quality of our training, and we're going to, focus on improving our team as a whole, and to be able to achieve greater results in the future.
Thank you so much. We're definitely excited. We'll be keeping an eye on Rock Esports and Lengsa one more time. Everybody, give it up for Lengsa one last time. That is it for the exit interview. Bucket, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny, and congratulations to our Japanese lineup. Veryl is moving on to the round of 12. I got to be honest here. Rock did not deserve to win this matchup. There were some huge throws in game 4 and 5. There were some tears at the end of the matchup. The Chinese team is going to be looking back at some of these mistakes with their head in their hands.
I mean, they had some close calls, right? He's called out the game for that map for Atlas. We went to just basically the final moments. That was a winnable moment for Rock, so they could have closed out the series. But then we take it to Eichenwalde. We drag this back into a Ramatra matchup. We move away from Bellisria playing ball. We move away from the Hazard, the dive heroes, and suddenly things just get way too difficult because I think Varel, they're better drilled. They look better in this brawl mirror. And on Eichenwalde, that was proof in the pudding right there.
Yeah, and especially a Freya ban coming out for map 5. We saw throughout the series at Rock. They banned the Baptiste, they banned the Ilari. They had a good read on what were Varel's strengths. But then they moved over, they banned a damage hero instead, and it allowed Varel to play their own game come map 5 and on Eichenwalde. And so I think that Varel, you gotta give them credit here. As Jack mentioned on the cast as well, this is a big win for a small region. Japan hasn't really had a big team represent on the global stage. Exactly, and so Varel winning this matchup, you saw on the players, this is a really big moment for them. And now, can they carry that momentum with their style, with their double flex support style, into a deciding matchup against Team Liquid later today?
Impressive stuff. Varel stays alive. Jawscast called it on day number 1. He said, look out for Japan. They strike here in a game 5, and they will now be moving on to play Team Liquid to close out the night here on the main stream. Avril, as you look back at the end of this series, though, who would you give MVP honors to?
I think Top Dragon is the likely answer, but I want to give a special shout out to KSG because I think the tank matchup is where it really counted. You look at the Ramatra, KSG held his ground. That ended up being the winning matchup for Varel and where they got the most done. So I think I kind of want to push towards KSG.
Dragon, come on, man.
Top Dragon's a flash. He's a flash. He got the most kills. He's the flashiest player, but I think the Ram comp is what got them win.
The Korean star, love him. He got to crush the key. He deserves the honors. Let's check in, though, on another match that is currently tied 1-1. I'm told we're into game 3. We're going to be joining it live, and we got a tracer on your screen. So, Johnny, GK Esports North America, we got Team CC trying to battle back. What are you seeing?
Yeah, and this is in overtime on Gibraltar, actually, the very final fight, and it looks like Team CC actually are going to pick up a map win against GK Esports. Again, the second best team in China, Team CC. So, I gotta say, this is a pretty unexpected result here. GK actually, are they gonna be able to close it out? No, the timer expired there. So, wow, a map win for CC against the #1 seed in North America.
Yeah, that's incredible. And Gibraltar is the kind of map that you want to go to if you want to push that dive, which GK should be comfortable on. But this is a good look from CC. They got a couple of subs in there as well. Billy Deng. More importantly, Hao Chen, super rich. He's actually like their coach as well, but I guess he's on the roster. He got subbed in for this map, and they just won that one. That's really impressive.
We've got a lot of game 5s today, and we still have 2 more matches to go. When we come back, though, we are turning our attention to the matches that decide who moves into the playoffs and who has their keys crushed with their dreams and hopes coming to an end in Riyadh. Don't go anywhere. It's Overwatch 2 at the EWC.
집중해, 집중해. Okay, not easy. Jumpin, how'd you beat this level? It's not looking good for me.
Hi everybody, I'm Danny.
Hi, I'm Kuffa.
Hello everyone, I'm Gaga.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤의 탱커를 맡고 있는 준민이라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm 동아. My name is Summer. Nice to meet you.
And we're here to play some Winston leaping parkour. 자, 이게 들어가면은 이렇게 초록색 이렇게 빔으로 나와요. 저기까지 점프를 하면 돼요. Here we go. First checkpoint. It's right in front of you. Looks pretty easy. Don't mess this up.
Cool.
Okay. Oh, this is okay.
I'm ready.
Easy.
I'm ready.
You're going fast. 이거는 빨간 그저 먹고 점프하면 된다.
Okay.
먹고 점프. 그렇지. Easy. 이제 슬슬 어려워집니다. 이제 슬슬 어려워집니다.
2차.
오, 오케이.
2차.
오케이. 오, 쉽네. I'm trying my best to throw you off, but apparently it's not working. It did work. Nice.
It worked. It did it.
이 윈스턴 점프를 잘하는 뭐 노하우 같은 게 있나요?
방향키를 잘 조절해야
해야 돼요.
야, 여기서 무너지면 안 돼. 자, 할 수 있어. 할 수 있어. 오케이. 자, 말 안 할게요. 자. 오케이. 됐다. Oh, inside. Oh, this one very hard. 오! 내가 오! 시간이 모자란. 안 모자라네.
여기서 한번 뛰고.
야, 집중해.
Okay, not easy.
Not easy. 자, 이 다음 게 좀 어려웠던 거 기억해요, 저는.
이거?
네. 바로 옆에 코너. 시간이 굉장히 짧아요. 오, 한 번이 됐네?
I have to get on the last try.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you believe in me?
I believe in you, couple. 100%.
I don't believe.
형님, 가자! 아! 오, 됐다!
됐다.
나이스! No, and the time is off. Ah, so close. 2, 1, 땡!
여기서 한번 비비고 프라이머 끝났는데? 여기서 끝날 때 싹 끝.
재밌었는데 은근 어려웠던 것 같아요.
생각보다 어렵죠.
아, 근데 이게 버그가 좀 있는 것 같고.
근데 재밌었고 쉽네요.
That is it for the Winston Parkour. Hope you guys had fun. I know the players did. I had a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you. What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. We're gonna learn a little bit more about Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and we have our experts here. Please introduce yourselves.
Hey guys, I'm Mirko, official English caster for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Hi everyone, my name is Brigida, another official English caster for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Guys, thank you so much for joining me here. I mean, I heard that tomorrow's the big day, the grand finals. Tell me something more about Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Who are the two teams that are going up against each other tomorrow?
Okay, so tomorrow we found out today that it is going to be Team Liquid Philippines going up against SRG OG Esports, all the way from Malaysia. So it's a Philippines versus Malaysia matchup for tomorrow.
I mean, Team Liquid and Overwatch side is doing pretty well as well. You know, they're hoping to get a spot in the playoffs. But talking about Team Liquid, I know in chess they're doing pretty well as well. So club championship, I think they are ranked top four. They're in, you know, with the, I mean, if they win Mobile Legends Bang Bang, do well in Overwatch and in chess, they could go up, right?
For sure. Again, Team Liquid have a big chance. I think they were favorites coming into this tournament as well. Hey, the only trophy they need left right now to complete their trophy cabinet is the mid-season cup at Esports World Cup. So it should be their time. I don't know, though. SRG are looking really good.
Ooh, SRG's another strong team as well. All right, guys, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much, and have fun tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's going on, mate?
I was looking for the edge of the world. I see the B-roll all the time and the trophies in it, so I figured it was nearby.
What's that?
It's a little sightseeing thing that Puckett told me about. It looks awesome.
Oh, is that when it's up on like the mesas and the cliff tops?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool. You know what else is on the horizon?
What?
The SNB match of the day featuring Virtus.pro and Weibo Gaming.
That is going to be a sick game. I mean, we casted Weibo yesterday. I mean, they get so close against Falcons and not able to come out on top. VP was like one of the best in EMEA throughout stage 1. They had a pretty rough stage 2. But maybe they make a comeback.
I mean, you were busy meeting with the Princes, but we just saw Virtus.pro take down AGAL 3-0.
Really tough game.
Yeah, and they're not putting Iceland on Sim anymore, so they're actually looking like they're pretty solid. And with Weibo kind of playing the Ramatra sort of rush styles, it's going to be a really hard one to call.
Anytime you don't have to put your tank on the Sim, you're in a better spot, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and Weibo impressed me with their ability to play Ramatra the other day.
Yeah, honestly, like obviously not the result they wanted against Falcons, but I do think that team belongs in our quarterfinals. Only one way to find out if they get there, though. Let's jump in.
Ooh, baby, we got a banger of a matchup coming your way in just a few moments, but we also got some fantastic news during the break. Jake, at the start of the day, I asked you what you were excited about, and you told me there was one team in particular you expect to have a huge bounce back on day 2.
Yeah, I think it's Twisted Minds, right? Sign came in really strong and won that first to 2 in their opening match here at Esports World Cup. But Twisted Minds, I think they're a better team than they showed in that match. They've also shown me historically that they can make comebacks. And so we're going to be able to see that potentially here on the A stream.
That's right, Johnny. After a 3-0 from Virtus.pro and a 3-0 from Twisted Minds against the Gatos Guapos, we are now ahead of schedule, and we have a 5th matchup coming your way at 11 p.m. local time. That one, we expect the crowd to be up on their feet and getting super rowdy. But we're getting into our SNB match of the day. Weibo Gaming, Virtus.pro. Who's going to have the bigger fan base out here in Riyadh?
Well, the Chinese fans have turned up in force as well, you gotta say, and now supporting their team, Weibo Gaming, of course, who is a real contender. They went to Map 5 yesterday against Team Falcons, a bit of a disappointing ending to that one, but they are definitely of the caliber where they can take on some of the best teams in the tournament. Now, facing a team like Virtus.pro, I think Virtus.pro, they had a good win earlier here today, of course, and so they're hungry to take on a good Chinese teams like this.
I mean, you see the veterancy there in the Jamil Motorsport arrival cam there. They're all just so calm and collected there coming into the arena. They've been here a million times before, right? They've been on the bubble before. It doesn't phase these guys. We've got, MVP players across the board on this roster, and I think this is going to be a really tough challenge. Weibo Gaming, Virtus.pro, yes, they came out very strong, and I think you're right. This could be a very good match, but Weibo Gaming are that team. Very scary to meet them on an international stage with pressure on. It seems like that's when they're at their strongest.
Now, Weibo, of course, had the morning off. They were able to watch Virtus.pro earlier to see what their competition was going to look like. But when you look across this 5-man roster from China, who is the scariest player? Is it still Guxue?
Guxue is definitely a big factor, but this is not the meta for Guxue, actually. I'm looking towards the damage players, and it's what we do over and over again. But I'm looking at someone like Lee, for example. Fantastic individual plays on the Tracer, but we've seen a lot of Venture being featured this tournament specifically, and that could be a difference maker here today against Virtus.pro.
Well, it's time to talk with the difference maker himself. Lee was able to join us live on the mic. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Lee from Weibo Gaming. I mean, you guys are heading into your decider match. You guys actually already faced VP. Lee, I just want to ask you, is there a specific player from that team that you're sort of targeting or looking out for?
就是你们后面一场呢，即将就是重新对战 VP 战队，然后他们战队里面有哪一位选手你想特别去针对一下的呢？
我觉得是他们那个玩新美塔的主 T 吧，因为他本来是玩坦克的嘛，然后他专门玩这个英雄，我觉得挺有意思的。
I think I'll be focusing more on the Symmetra player who used to be the tank player. Yeah. And having a tank player playing the Symmetra, that's like very interesting for me, and I want to do something about it.
Okay, I mean, you guys are definitely going to do something about it. And I mean, talking about Virtus.pro, you guys already beat them, like I said. Leaf, do you think it's going to be an easy win this time around?
就是因为你们已经战胜过 VP 战队一次了，然后现在要重新再对战他们，是否会轻松取下这个胜利呢？
说轻松可能有一点狂吧，但是我觉得我不建议再多做一次这样的事情。
Well, this might sound a little cocky from me, but I don't mind beating them again.
Oh, all right. Well, Leaf, thank you so much for the interview. I'm definitely excited for this rematch. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind beating them again if it's going to send me to the playoff bracket. Remember, that is where LGD fell short last year at EWC. The same players trying to get it done this year, but they're going up against a juggernaut from EMEA. Well, VP is a big brand, but Johnny, is their team as scary as their name?
I definitely do think this is a scary team because they're really well put together and they've shown some really good composition so far this tournament. They know their identity. They can put Shockwave on that hit scan, and Jwoo, a fantastic superstar in the making on the Tracer and the Genji. Now, they have a bit of a wrinkle as well, where we've seen the Symmetra come out from their tank player, like Leaf just mentioned in the interview. Ice Gnome stepping in as a substitute player to play that Symmetra. But for the most part, I think Virtus Pro, they know their identity and they're really well at executing.
Jake, what do you enjoy watching when Virtus Pro is on our stage?
I think for me, you're right to highlight these damage players, but I also want to talk about Eisnom in a different context. Yeah, he's sort of like come in with this wild sim flex to maybe try and meet the moment of the meta for the Esports World Cup. But I really like from what we've seen from Virtus Pro all year long, when Eisnom comes in to play the Hazard in particular and bringing that dive style, we'd be super interested to see how this matchup goes, because the first time these two teams match up, I think maybe Weibo Gaming was hiding strats, playing dive to kind of be tricky and withhold their Ramatra strat. But will they come into this match continuing on with the Ramatra, or are they just going to try and run it back? I mean, they won with the dive last time. They might think that, hey, we'll just play this again. We'll win the same way we won last time. And I would love to see this Virtus Pro, which has seemed to go back to their roots, right? They're really letting Jwoo stay in on Tracer. I think that's a good move. He's just a monster on the flex DPS. But I'd love to see them utilize both Eisnom and Vistola to really get the most out of their strats and still play comfort zone while potentially getting a bit of an edge.
We had a chance to talk with Gull, and he said, we got to give props to our coach. Smash has been on the ball, and he's also here on the mic.
Hey guys, Danny Lim here, joined by head coach Smash from Virtus Pro. Coach, I mean, you just finished your match. You have another one coming up. I mean, how are the players feeling? What are the vibes? Are they doing good? Are they tired? 자, 일단 첫 번째 경기가 끝나고 이제 두 번째 경기 또 있습니다. 이제 지금 현 상태, 선수들은 지금 어떤 상태인가요? 좀 괜찮은가요? 컨디션이?
네, 일단 너무 쉽게 이겨가지고
네.
일단 컨디션은 나쁠 거 없을 것 같고 그냥 이제 뭐 좀 간식거리 같은 거 먹고 이제 경기 준비하면 될 것 같아요.
Yeah. Actually, the previous match wasn't that difficult, so they're not that tired. All we have to do is do a little bit of prep and also eat some good food and then rest and then head into our decider match. I mean, talking about prepping, as a head coach, before you go into a match, what do you usually prep them with? Like, what do you say to your players?
저는 일단 후회 없이 경기하는 게 제일 중요한 것 같아요. 아무래도 저희 애들이 경력이 정말 오래된 선수는 아니다 보니까 좀 웨이버 같은 오래된 팀을 상대로 할 때 좀 약간 무서워하는 것 같은데 뭐 지더라도 뭐라도 좀 해보고 지자. 그냥 그런 말을 제일 많이 하는 것 같아요. 쫄지 마라. 그런 얘기를 제일 많이 하는 것 같아요.
I think the biggest thing that I tell my players, because they are sort of a younger team that doesn't have a lot of experience, is to play without regrets. Play your best. Do your best and show everything that you got. I think that's the most biggest thing that I always emphasize to my players. All right, talking about Weibo, and he did also mention that they sort of struggle against teams like Weibo because they have that much more experience compared to Virtus Pro. And talking about Weibo, rematch, right? Your decider match is rematch against Weibo. How are you feeling about that match?
어저께 경기를 이겼어야 되는데 저희한테 져라고, 그러니까 니네 이기라고 주는 경기였거든요. 어저께 되게 못했는데 어저께 너무 아쉽게 놓쳐가지고 오늘도 좀 못하길 바라면서 저희가 또 3대0으로 쉽게 이기고 싶긴 하지만 또 모르죠. 해봐야죠.
Yeah, I feel like it was a match that we should have won. It should have been an easy win, but at the same time, that didn't happen. So I guess we're gonna try our best to make that happen this time around for the decider match. Coach, thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Each round counts. Every map matters for our remaining teams. They have to put it all out there. They can't hold back strats to keep their playoff dreams alive.
Absolutely. This is a rematch from yesterday. So not only they are familiar foes, that means one of the teams got to rest and observe this morning while the other had to fight to stay alive in this tournament.
That's right. And now we have the pleasure of calling them out one more time, this time with everything on the line. Now, last time those two teams faced off against each other, it went all the way to map 3. But the Chinese super team, they came out on top because they got to play to their strengths. Yes, that means that they get to play that dive, and we did see Winston on the stage as well. So please make some noise for Weibo Gaming.
On the other side, this squad is looking to ride the momentum from their victory earlier today. Please welcome Virtus Pro.
And this is the conclusion of Group A, arguably the group of death. Who will join Team Falcons to make it to the playoffs? We're about to find out.
Rich Leslie and Matt Morello in the booth for you here for this Group A decider match. And as our hosts correctly pointed out, this is a rematch. Weibo Gaming and VP already went head-to-head in that first game down there in that Group A matchup. And again, a tight affair. Now, these two get to face each other, Matt, in a full best-of-5.
Yeah, and we saw Weibo in a really tough game against Falcons yesterday fall just a little bit short, where they're going to want to get in to that final bracket to try and make some noise there. We heard from Leaf, in kind of like the little bit of the pre-game talk. He's looking to hand them another L.
It's do or die at this point to try and make it out of this group. And such an interesting story for both of these teams across this year of Overwatch in general. Virtus Pro, such strong starters over in the EMEA, really look to lead the pack in terms of understanding of the metagame, just having the right pieces where they're needed. But ever since Stage 2 kicked off, it's been very much a different story. They've made some tweaks, some adjustments, right? Icenom came in to play a bit of Symmetra. Virtus Pro were able to do away with that idea in that AG-AL matchup earlier on, but they may feel like they need to go back in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, bringing in Icenom, right? Icenom played like Sim, which is like, crazy, right? I mean, if you have to put your tank player on Sim, I mean, that is unheard of, at this level, right? So it looks like first map will end up being Oasis. With Icenom in, right, you can play a lot of the dive tanks that we would see the teams usually play. I know Vestola doesn't really play like the Winston, doesn't really play ball. It would be more of like a diva play.
All right, a moment's away here from jumping in. Weibo Gaming, we talked about how close they were able to come. Really put quite a scratch on that Falcons roster. They've always been the team that gets so very close, and so many of their expectant fans have been waiting for this team to more than just put themselves on the map, but to actually reach out and take glory for themselves. Always that second, that third place team, always in the conversation, always with a seat at the table, but never sitting at the head.
And for me, it's got to be Jwoo for Virtus Pro, right? Like, if they're going to have a chance, we've talked about this player in EMEA for a while now, like hyping him up, like kind of next coming, next player up. I feel like he's going to have to ascend to that level to deal with, Shia and Lieb on the other side, right? We know how good they are and how capable they are. I'm also curious if we see Weibo actually go back to playing some of the Venture we saw, right? They were really effective with the Venture against Falcons the other day. So potentially another hero they could bring out.
And look, I think the Venture's such a good look against the teams that are trying to play Sim at DPS, for example, and against the Baptiste being able to knock people outside of that Immortality field with the Drill Rush is very powerful. But you'll notice, based on where Icenom is sitting, he's not playing DPS. He's actually coming in on tank. Something we've seen Virtus Pro lean on much less over their run here. And you know, I think Smash coming out of the AGAL game, despite the fact that VP won that 3-0, he was not happy. He was not happy with that result. Now, he shows a bit of a more stoic face in that post-interview with Danny, but it looks like Virtus.pro, in that window, have looked to make a couple of changes. Coming into a control map at the start of the series, one that, you know, like Oasis, definitely expect Virtus.pro maybe to favor mobility a little bit more in that tank role. But giving ISOM a proper run here on one of those, dive-esque tanks.
Could be Hazard as well,
yes.
Right?
I mean, that's one of the things that he definitely came into play. We have seen teams, of course, go for the Winston. Gushway's done it. Bellis Ray are also showing us some Winston play in that previous series, even if ultimately they were unsuccessful. And like on Oasis, if we get City Center, for example, I think that's a very reasonable map as we're flying in here. You can see that's actually where we're beginning. Either the Hazard or the Winston definitely has legs.
Yeah, so we didn't see any of the Winston from Weibo yesterday, so we saw a lot of Ramatra from Gushway in the head-to-head, and it was quite fine from what we saw from Gushway. But if there's an opportunity for him to play Winston, and especially with the way that Virtus.pro potentially comes out here now, they will most certainly take it, and that is the most unfortunate time to pause, right? As everybody's getting excited, and we just hit the pause button.
That's right. Again, I mean, possibly some audio issues that need to be ironed out. That's a bit of a wild guess for me, but that's something we've seen pop up on occasion. And I don't know if we can really do the fandom justice here, of course, with our Chinese Overwatch contingent. The passion is pretty absurd. A lot of people hoping to see results from them. Also, great also to see some Virtus.pro representation.
The crowd
out there in the crowd.
The crowd has been pretty legendary. I mean, you see all the players just kind of going up against each other, whether it's like, you see like, who do we see? Shu yesterday, right? Kind of like thumbs down the crowd. You see when the Virtus.pro fans, kind of chant at the players, they can see from the side. So it sounds like a Teams comm issue. You were right. I mean, that was a brilliant guess, unlike some of your guesses from earlier today.
We'll find out about that
little
later.
thing we filmed.
They were good. It's just
good
enough, apparently.
It just it sounds like mine were a little bit better.
Yeah, stay tuned for that one, folks. Now, these teams played Oasis in their matchup in their Group A opener game. Did not go well for VP. They definitely struggled, but already we're seeing a different look, a different roster rolled out for this squad. Last time the bans were actually VP choosing to ban Winston on that Oasis map. So this time they're obviously looking to play into that a little bit more. And I like the change of tack. They pull up a little short against this Weibo Gaming team here, and I'm glad to see them be able to make adjustments on a dime.
I feel like everybody's been down on VP a little bit, and obviously they had a rough Stage 2 in EMEA, but it's not like this is a bad team, right? They were #1 going into the Champions Clash early this year, so it will be the Hazard here for Virtus.pro. And Hazard has a pretty good matchup into the Winston, so I think this is a good read here from VP.
ISOM here to the middle of the map already, forcing Gushway to give up some of that space. So the adjustment we were looking for, and big damage on Shy. That burst that comes in from ISOM. Jabu's able to pick up Shy as he tries to skitter and slide away from the action. That definitely throws a wrench in the works for Weibo Gaming, who don't have position, and they don't have the Sojourn to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and they just kind of get bullied off the point, right? The Hazard's so difficult to take down. ISOM just kind of puts up the block, take out Gushway, and you're going to be able to just kind of keep on moving forward behind that Hazard.
New here doesn't really have anywhere to go. Shockwave was hoping to ask for a little bit more, and we'll see how far forward Virtus.pro position themselves now, because they can make great use of the Jagged Wall up in these close quarters. Get ISOM in there to pick off anyone who's trying to play a sneaky off angle.
And now we get a mirror matchup, so this should be quite fascinating. I think Jaewoo versus Leave in terms of the Tracers. Leave was so good on the Tracer working with Monk the other day against Falcons, almost ends up pulling that out. They got to kind of track where he's at today.
Gushway already get battered up a little bit in the front line. ISOM happy to trade with him at length, and now the Tracers are starting to get involved. Shockwave has found Leave, and Jaewoo's causing some headaches for Shy. He's able to recall out, but Mew, another casualty here for Weibo Gaming, and now they've lost that ability to speed out of this engagement. They're essentially trapped. A Jagged Wall thrown behind Gushway means he blocked off his own route of escape. And this has been dominant stuff for the EMEA squad so far.
Yeah, and Gushway falls late, so now you're going to lose a few more players as Fixa in the feed as well. In all of these fights that VP's been able to win, they've had to use absolutely nothing. So set up in a fantastic spot to end up taking this round.
And also, like this round, right? I know with this point on Oasis, like you can actually just hold this for so long. That's a sound barrier so early. That's before the downpour even comes down.
Downpour deployed here. Shockwave has got himself a little bit of an off angle to play with. A little far away from the action here. The Kitsune Rush is active for Virtus.pro. Weibo Gaming getting chunked down, and Icenom was able to find purchase on the most important target. Shy, the centerpiece of the Weibo setup, has gone down yet again, and there are no ults really to hang your hat on if you're a fan of Chinese Overwatch at the moment. Gushui eventually capitulates, forced to by the kunais of Gala, and that'll be a pretty open and shut round. Virtus.pro looking like a different squad this time around.
I mean, they were dominant. I mean, that round was not close. It was the Winston comp early on from Weibo, and then they try and match with the Hazard, and it just looked really poor throughout that round. So we'll see how this kind of works out here for Weibo. Do you go to the Winston yet again and try and play against the Hazard? Do they bring back the Ramatra? That worked yesterday, although we didn't see them play it against a Hazard. It was really just kind of heads up against another Ram. But look, you give this Weibo Gaming a team an opportunity for them to kind of play at this fast pace. They're always going to take it.
And at this stage of the tournament, hopes and dreams of the Chinese fans rest on the shoulders of Weibo Gaming. And they need to show us a stronger look than what we just witnessed on City Center. High ground established early here for Weibo Gaming, and Gushby's looking just to swat away Fixer. Jay was already forced to recall a little bit earlier on, and Fixer, well, again, very far away from his team.
Yeah, I mean, nowhere close to be able to kind of get any of these players out.
Shockwave J-Wood getting chunked down pretty low. Leave starting to get activated on this Tracer a little bit earlier this time around. And Gushby's trying to make space for the rest of Weibo to move in and take up. And Leave has done exactly that. Icenom and Fixer both dragged down by the Tracer. Much better looks, and so much hinges on how much attention Gushby can command here early.
Yet Icenom never actually makes it to the high ground, right? So obviously both teams want to fight for high ground over on that bridge early on. It looks like Icenom gets like knocked down, so not able to get up to the high ground, fight for that with the Hazard. Then you kind of have to back on out after that as they try and push towards that high ground, and Shy takes out Shockwave.
Shockwave's hoping Shy will be tied up by the massive bulking tank in his face, but he has a look past that interloper, is able to spot the enemy Sojourn getting on the high ground. Virtus.pro kind of failing to launch in that first engagement here, but the supports are going to work. Gala and Fixer combined for 2. That leaves Leave out of the fight. Very quickly, Jaywu realizes it's his for the taking. Rush onto the point and finally get Virtus.pro accruing percentage.
Yeah, it's a really quick 41 though for Weibo. So pretty good start for them. We're going to get in this situation, though, Mitch, where like everything is available pretty much on both sides. A lot on the line in that fight that would be coming up, right? You win it for VP and hold on to stuff, you're going to take a pretty substantial lead.
View, of course, trying to make sure there's a safe deployment of the sound barrier. Has to have tracked that Fixer should be at 100 as well. Oh, there it is, Lee with a pick on Shockwave. Again, the first casualty of the fight. Last time VP were able to bounce back, but it's tough to make that happen twice in a row. Yeah, Gala didn't really have anywhere to go. Up in that crow's nest, chased down by Mew. Virtus.pro would be advised to hold on to the remaining ultimates, as there was a Kitsune Rush usage there.
Yeah, so you have to end up using the sound barrier to get through that rush, but you're able to kind of fight it there from Weibo. And you have that little bit of an advantage. Right now you flip the point, you're going to get up to like 65, 70 here. If you're able to just kind of use your rush, play inside of it, maybe there's like a downpour that comes down. Obviously both sides have it, right? Trying to capture players in the rush or against it. We'll see if they're able to do so. It's going to be sound barrier from Fix. It's going to kick with everybody.
Dangerous Icenom got chunked low by the first shot of the overclock from Shine. He's looking for more. Downpour. Kitsune Rush in play. Pulse bomb going wide, and Jaywu's able to bring Shy down, but Icenom has to give his life up for that one. Mew taken down with the boop. Gushby's found his second of the fight, though, and Leave is going to stick close to his tank. The dive comes in. Gushby's looking for blood, and Leave's found his way into the backline, but Jaywu helps Shockwave out at an important juncture. Shockwave barely alive, but still standing. Gushby doesn't seem to care, though. Fixer got a little bit too close to the spiky carapace of the Hazard, and Weibo maintained control. Virtus.pro come back sheepishly trying to re-engage here. Jagged ball thrown behind Gushby, but he found a way to escape. Shockwave thought about the high ground here, but opts just to try and contest for the time being as Jaywood's already gone. That's a big pick, but it's going to take more from that for Shockwave. Overclock got the Lucio. Gushby again, another kill. This guy can't be stopped. He sees Gala low, jumps in with the slash, and we have a flip now. Shockwave, though, starting a little bit nervous, trying to play from behind the pillar, break this line of sight up as he knows that Shy is looking for him.
Well, I also don't think he wants to exactly push in. They have Ice Gnome there that's kind of putting pressure on the Shy as now he's had to rotate out there with Fixa, just get back up to full HP.
Dragon Ball here, Shy will have to play from behind it. It's Ice Gnome falling first. Shockwave very quickly pulls back towards the middle of the map. He saw Shy on his left, who will now command that space. Gala had to Suzu himself just to stay alive a little bit longer, but it feels like a prolonging of the inevitable. Weaver Gaming, from start to finish in this round, have looked much improved after switching over to the Hazard look themselves.
Yeah, they look like a different team here in this second round. The Winston obviously did not work out for them in round number 1. Ice Gnome goes over to the Doom, just trying to get a touch. Jewu extends overtime.
Casino Rush in play, beat comes down. It's an embarrassment of riches for Weibo Gaming, and they leverage all of it to buy themselves the round. And in convincing fashion, might I add.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going down that easy, right? I mean, you're not going to be able to just get rid of Weibo Gaming. As we take a look from Leaf's POV, is I know one of the best tracers in the world. You see Ice Gnome trying to go for the back line. I mean, you cannot leave him unchecked. Leave ends up picking 3 up in that fight.
You see here, yeah, Gushue really bloodlust in that game. Constantly identifying these half health, 250 or less HP heroes to get in there and assassinate quickly. It's that kind of quick burst damage that Winston frankly does not have available to him.
So we'll see if we get a mirror matchup yet again, and it looks like we will. So just like how we talked about with Falcons yesterday, you have to do a much better job keeping track of Leave. If you're able to do that and Jay would just kind of mark him, you're in a better spot.
Brilliant opening, just a start of kick for Shy knew, yeah, we knew he was cool.
One is fine.
Yep, we take those. Able to find Ice Gnome on the fadeaway. And now, I mean, Weber Gaming have a bit of room. We're hoping for a bit of extra stagger. They're going to have to satisfy themselves with picking Gala up. And now VP have got to be really careful. Should Fixer, Shockwave, even Gala linger too close to the front lines, too low, Gushwe's going to make short work of them. He's just that good on these highly mobile frontliners.
They have full control over the point at the moment. It looks like Ice Gnome just trying to put some pressure on this side room, right? Because if you can get all the way through and just kind of collapse on them, force them over to the other side, it's a little bit easier to fight from that position.
Disrupt the shot there, a little bit of a harassment for Virtus.pro. They've got to play around it, but it's hard. Like I mentioned, stick out in the open for too long and you're going to have your head ripped clean off. Spike Guard getting maximum value here for Gushue, but eventually he will be carved out of that side room. A lot of durability, not quite enough when VP have all guns trained on him.
That is a situation where VP kind of needed a fight win, Mitch. Being able to flip that point there is crucial. I mean, this would have got up like 60%. Would have been very difficult for Virtus.pro to find their way back into this one. And they have a little bit of advantage here, right? You can use this Kitsune Rush, no sound barrier on the other side. Potentially get aggressive behind it. It's going to be the downpour as soon as it comes in.
Kitsune Rush comes in pretty quickly now. That haste buff helping with the healing throughput for Gala to keep Ice Gnome standing. And they're able to withstand that downpour. But here comes the rush from Weibo. The blue brick road is going to be trodden as they make their way out onto the point. Vix's sound barrier has expired. Virtus.pro make a good disengage and they still control the point for the time being, but Mew has a beat of his own. Weibo just have a better collection of ultimates, and now they're going to lean into them to regain control as the game falls pretty closely even. A lot on the line in this last round of Oasis.
Man, that is a fast take there. So you're going to lose Fixa here towards the end of this. So you're going to actually have him stagger for just a little bit. It's going to allow Weibo to gain a little bit more percent here. Is overclocks on both sides. No sound barrier, right? So historically, we've seen teams, I know when the overclock comes in, sound barrier kind of keeps everybody alive, but Shy and Shockwave going to have a firing line here, being able to put down insane damage. Leave point blank walks right in front of him.
Didn't know what hit him. I don't even know if Shockwave was ready for that. He just hits right click as soon as something gets into his crosshair. A very tight engagement. Shy out on the point. He's going to struggle to find much more now without much backup. Monk hastily joins him by his side, tops him up so he doesn't get staggered, and so VP will have to flip for now.
Yeah, but they have nothing really to hold on to this, though, man. I mean, you're going to have Jwoo with a pulse bomb here coming up. So we'll see if he's able to land one. Like, I know, kind of working on the outside here, just trying to chase, looks like it's Mew and Leave as Mew makes his way back up the high ground. It's going to be a recall. He's got both supports.
Jaywu dancing here, knows it's pretty dangerous to be up here. Monk can really hit him hard with those kunai, but he is bold as ever. And a pulse bomb. How does he get max value out of this one? Take Gushue low, that's a decent opportunity. He'll be forced away by a railgun of Shockwave. And Weibo have stepped back on this. They're waiting to build up some of these ultimates, but in doing so, they've allowed Virtus.pro to get back into the lead. This is going to be quite the explosive conclusion to the round. Over the top goes Icenod, trying to perch up on the barrier. Mew comes forward. Sound barrier development fix is going to have one of his own, and now Jaywo's looking for a pulse pump connection, but he's gone away in the overshield. It misses, goes off to the side, sees Mew going low. Taz strips off the Lucio, eventually brings him down, but it's at the cost of Shockwave. Here's the Kitsune Rush now in play for Weibo Gaming. Gala gets his off too. Icenod drops to the point. Big healing coming out from Monk. He's the only support left on the field. He's got to make it count now. Gooch, we're down to 200. Great jagged wall to buy him a little bit of space, but Shy got caught out by Icenod, and Goochway can't get to his intended target. Gala is protected by the jagged wall of Icenod, but Virtus.pro come up with the goods right when it matters. Mew can desperately try, but it's not going to be enough. VP come alive and beat Weibo right where it counts.
VP steals map number 1. The Kitsune Rush they end up using from Virtus.pro, and they actually have the downpour on the other side from Gushue. I actually don't even think it connected with anything, so they're able to use the full effect of that Kitsune Rush. You see some of the members from Weibo trying to put some pressure on the high ground. They just kind of leave Gushue over towards the point and just not able to come up with any kills.
Headsets are off here. A very intense game. The room heating up, but most importantly, last time we saw Oasis between these two teams, it was all Weibo Gaming all the time. Virtus.pro found themselves a little bit of a different gear, finally settling on what we thought would be their initial plan. Get Icenod on this hazard, this highly mobile frontliner role. This is the whole reason why he was brought into the fold for VP at the start of stage 2.
It's also quite interesting that you mentioned that they actually banned Winston the last time VP played Weibo, and they actually let it through this time. And it's like, you know what? Maybe we're actually better off just kind of like baiting them in to kind of play this fast style that maybe we feel like, look, it's not our best look, right? But maybe we feel like we can take advantage of them a little bit.
Now that this raises questions, how do the hero pools interact for these two teams? Because again, if Weibo try and go towards a Ramatra map, God forbid they want to put Gushue back on a rush kind of comp, but they've looked good there at times. Or do they keep trying to play this up-tempo brand of Overwatch that Virtus.pro, unlike many of their contemporaries over in EMEA, seem quite happy to go with? EMEA was definitely forged by like a lot of those Symmetra, the Diva compositions. That was something that Virtus.pro were really late to adopt. And even here in Riyadh, they only folded it in an impromptu manner by putting Icenod at DPS. And I think the issue is for them is that Jaywo's an incredible player, but the sim player on your team needs to be so communicative.
Yeah.
And that's just a lot to ask for someone doing it in their non-native, granted, a lot of non-native English speakers on this team.
Yeah.
But again, like, you really need very clear, strident comms from that sim player. And it might just be that Jaywu looked good mechanically on a sim. We saw it.
Yeah. And yesterday we saw that Weibo in their game against Falcons went to Esperanza, but you know, there's the ability for them to try and play like a Gibraltar, right? You could end up picking that one out. So we thought that they would be pretty solid on Gibraltar, because that is one that you can most certainly play Winston, have Gushue just kind of go to town. So we'll see what ends up coming out of our ban process and map selection, right? You could go, they could go Esperanza yet again. I wouldn't expect them to pick like a New Junk City unless they were really like trying to force Ramatra, right? Maybe they feel like the Ramatra was good enough yesterday. If they were going Ramatra though, I imagine on the stage right now we would be seeing a substitution, right? You would have Vistola come in to see that. So not seeing Icenod get up and walk out just yet tells me we probably are going to see some more of these dive tanks.
Still some deliberation here, of course. After we have map selection, we still have our bans to consider. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to look to try and target maybe something like the Hazard? Also, depending on the map we go to, heroes like Orisa, even outside of the Ramatra conversation, might need to be looked at. You also may see, a Protect ban at Tank, one that maybe doesn't look like the kind of hero that either team would play. And again, we still have to discuss the potential for the the venture compositions to make their way in. Leave is incredible on that role, but I think we've seen Jay play that a fair bit as well.
Well, venture, I feel like, talking even Jake in the back, because I was like, maybe we'll see some more venture today, but they seem to be really good against teams who aren't great at the sim, right? You can actually just play venture. So into them and actually have an advantage. So maybe we see them come out. We'll see if venture is an option here for Weibo, but I imagine it's going to be something that's going to involve like the Tracer Sojourn combination from Leave and Shy. So that would be what I would expect. Like nothing, like Jaewoo was pretty decent there in map number 1. I wouldn't say like dominated the Tracer battle, where I think with how good Leave was against Proper yesterday, I would just ride it.
As you can see coach and referee putting their heads together here. She's a lot of options. We don't even quite know what this next map is going to be just yet. Waiting on that call to come to us. Let's have a look back over some of these round stats. It's such a tight round, and that's represented, of course, in that percentage towards the end of the round. And for me, the standout player is Icenom and his ability to make use of jagged walls there to actually protect his teammates as they fall back into the corridors off that last point. Gushue is trying to chase them down. It's very different to the first couple of rounds where the jagged wall could be circumvented. It doesn't really do anything. But when you're playing chokes, when you're playing out of those exits and entries, throwing that wall in the way can make it very, very hard for your opponents to chase down your low-health teammates, especially if it's a Kiriko, for example, who's waiting on a Swift Step cooldown, a Suzu cooldown, to try and get back into the game.
Yeah, the Kiri is so powerful, right? Obviously the ability to kind of flank with the Tracer, get back, heal everybody up. It just seems like it's a necessity. Where, I mean, that would be one that's interesting to look at, though, if you're VP, right? If you want to slow the game down and maybe you actually want to get into that head-to-head on the Ram, you could actually get rid of the Kiriko. But with Ice Gnome staying in, like we talked about, I imagine you let the Kiriko slide in here, and then you're probably looking at playing a Hazard Mirror yet again, or maybe like, I know, Ice Gnome, it's probably just a Hazard. I was like, maybe, even Diva, right? You would probably bring Bestola in. So it's probably looking like Hazard.
I'm honestly here for it. Ice Gnome, I mean, seen him play Orisa as well.
Yeah.
But as we know, there were a couple of teams in Europe that tried to bring in players to really fill that spot. Now, some teams tried to make it their only tank that would come in. Like the Ultimate sort of said, we want to have like a main dive tank for our team. Like we believe we can make that our style.
Right idea, maybe wrong time.
Yeah, and again, I do think there are some teams that have that like singular tank player, and those are easier to target with band strategy as well. If that tank player is not equally proficient across all roles, unless you're Mag, and then apparently if you ask Krusty, can play everything.
Well, he's not able to play everything here because they didn't qualify. Taking that strategy did Gen G. So the next map will actually be Esperanza. So a run back of what Weibo decided to pick yesterday against Falcons. This is one, if you remember, right? They were down 102 meters to nothing. They were getting goosed, and then they ran it all the way back. I mean, that was one where you're like, hey, the series is turning. Like, this is where all of the momentum's going to go to Weibo Gaming. And then, obviously, we all know what happened at the end.
That's the word, right? I think we have, like, a rule. Do we call it Avril's Law at this point? I think if one team gets, triple digits.
Avril calls it Avril's Law.
Avril calls it Avril's Law. Yes. What do you call it?
Push.
But again, generally, I think the odds drop precipitously low if if one team is able to get up to triple digits before the opponents could take a checkpoint. Really hard to come back from that kind of scenario. So, what are these? Okay, Sombra and Mercy Bands coming out from both sides here. Now, obviously the Mercy Band can always be viewed as a protect, and it would be if it was Virtus.pro's map pick, but Weibo were the first to ban to take that Sombra away.
The Mercy ban is like, we don't really have anything else, no notes, let's just keep going. Sombra, actually that could be viewed as like a protect, right?
I think
you want to protect one of the damage dealers.
You do, obviously we know that Mew is a Mercy truther. Like, it is Mew, I'm pretty sure it's Mew's favorite hero.
Sure.
So,
right. So
I think Virtus.pro just trying to be rude.
Yeah. Don't think he was going to play it, but just out of spite, in case he wanted to, you're saying they got rid of it. So we will see what happens here. But
I think it's like the Sombra ban is like it's like either like a Sojourn protect or a Tracer protect. Maybe it's even have like Venture available, right? And then the Mercy on the other side, I think, is a throwaway.
All right, you're probably right, Matt. Once again, though, we're going to see this high-octane matchup of hazards, just like we did on Oasis. Out of the gates, we go to Esperanza here. Virtus.pro taking a very close first map. And the same matchups will be present. We Lee versus Jwoo, Shockwave versus Shy, and Icenom versus Gushway. And for Icenom, this is going to be a real baptism of fire, going up against a legendary opponent here in the Hazard role and holding his own, might I add.
I mean, what a wild tournament from him, right? Comes in expecting to play tank the entire time, ends up playing some sim now here in an elimination game, right? Piloting the tank yet again. A little bit of a whirlwind of an event for Icenom so far.
Yes, whiplash between different roles. But there we go. I mean, Jinmu's playing Kiriko, so anything's possible here at our mid-season championship. that was a trip. Okay, Gushway here. Icenom so low. Again, worth pointing out, just the sheer amount of burst damage attached to the slash here for Hazard means that you can do this kind of stuff, catching someone mid-air, and it's a pretty forgiving hitbox on that ability.
And Weibo plays a little bit passive there at the start, where Gushway doesn't use his leap and go on in, right? Icenom trying to go into that back line with Jwoo. They're not able to result in any kill. They both kind of leave weak, and then that's when Gushway uses his leap. They get on in, and they're able to clean up some players.
Well, bridge control here for Weibo, as they've inherited, of course, a stronger position, taking control of that bot early. Jwoo's got to intercede pretty rapidly here. His leaf is threatening a cap, and yeah, Gushway can't quite get himself back up to safety, back up to the high ground. It looks like Monk wasn't able to get in the healing that he needed. This week, Weibo just have to basically call a cancel on this. But Shy finding Shockwave on the backside. I mean, this gives Fix a pause for thought. He realizes he can't really get too much further than parity with this bot.
No, you don't exactly want to kind of like push into this type of scenario, right? So you're going to have to wait a little bit. Leave actually takes out one as well. So you're going to have Monk coming off a spawn. So Weibo, for the time being, going to be the healthier team with a little bit of high ground control.
Again, Weibo just had to move straight back into this more commanding position. This time, of course, with the game plan of keeping Gushway nice and healthy, unless there's a guaranteed kill on the other side of his engage. The big support ultimates now emerging for this next engagement. Overclocks for both sides. It's going to be a very volatile engagement either way you slice it.
Yeah, a little bit of a sound barrier advantage here for Weibo, and they know it. It's going to be Mew dropping the sound barrier first, and the sound barrier comes late there for Fix. It doesn't keep Icenom alive.
Now, without the Hazard, how much are you willing to commit to this fight? Jwoo thinks a pulse bomb is in order, but Shy definitely sidesteps it. Now, danger for Virtus.pro as that bot is on the precipice of the checkpoint, and with a flourish, Shy will finish the job.
Yeah, you do have to use both support also for Weibo to be able to get that, right? So you're going to have a free rush here for VP. On the other side of things, though, right, like in the last map on Oasis, when Gushway was trying to use the downpour into Gala's rush, wasn't able to connect with anybody. So we'll see if you're able to use that Hazard ult to better counter that now.
66 meters for Weibo Gaming. It's definitely the kind of deficit you can come back from, but Virtus.pro need to start off with the right foot. And Icenom is detained briefly. His jagged walls. Quite low. It's going to take a minute with this Kiriko Lucio comp to get him back up to full health. And with his constant poke coming in, Icenom is going to struggle to really be Hale and hardy enough to go full dive, go full aggressive in Gushway's direction. Here's that Kitsune rush through. Immediately, Gushway turns tail, gets back on that high ground. And so all Virtus.pro get for that Kiri ultimate is conditionally some of his high ground presence. But look at that push over the top. Gushway sees a golden opportunity to deal with the Kiriko, and Gala goes down early. Icenom is low now without the throughput of that healing offer.
This is
He's
bad.
down.
This is really bad for VP. I mean, that's your Kitsune rush. You don't gain any control of the bot back. You see Weibo, they're actually just kind of like backing up here. The bot goes a little bit back towards the middle of the map. They'll probably decide to fight from high ground yet again. Yeah, it's going to be Gushway kind of stopping at this archway, going to try and set up, force him into the choke and fight from there.
Gushwe here more than happy to get garner the attention of 3 Virtus Pro players. Okay, here's the rush from Monk. Downpour comes through. Monk and Mew caught in place. Not quite able to follow up on the Kiriko ultimate so far. And Jaewoo's able to run rings around them. Shy and Mew both absent. Jaewoo's found a third in the fight. A young prodigy now really getting to stretch his legs. Monk is low and Shockwave can just head upstairs with some of that mobility. Force the swift step away. Monk's still pretty lethal with those kunai, but Jaewoo is happy to spend a recall on keeping himself alive.
And we're on with Jaewoo through a lot of that, but I gotta say, Gala made a crazy play there. So Ice Gnome actually gets hit by the downpour, and Gala was right behind him, would have as well, but Suzu so doesn't get hit by it, and that allows the Curie to stay alive, keep everybody else healed up. Ice Gnome gets burst down right away, but at least you didn't lose the Hazard and the Kuriko.
Finally, for the first time on this map, Virtus Pro actually get to work the high ground themselves. But Leave has a plan. Brooding, scheming on this off angle. Naturally noted by Fixer, but it won't really do too much if he can get a nice little stick. Shy is down, so maybe Leave realizes he's going to do more than just find the one elimination for a trade. Shockwave bids him adieu from the low ground, and he's waiting for Leave to show himself. Sound barrier does come down now. Leave's going to be a little bit of a tougher nut to crack, but Virtus Pro have a beat of their own. Pulse Bomb finally is drawn now, but it's to no effect. Leave drops that one on the sidewalk, and Shockwave's found yet another big kill. Now it's getting a little bit dicey for Weibo. That checkpoint's coming up pretty quickly, and Jaewoo's Pulse Bomb does it one better. It's Leave dying to a Pulse Bomb of all things. That is insult and injury to the legendary Tracer player. VP, get the butt scratch.
But as Shockwave has come alive a little bit, and then we see Jaewoo with like 4 in the previous fight, comes up with the Pulse Bomb here. Now they get right back into it. And now VP can play from that high ground, right? They don't exactly have to push in, even though they're still behind.
It's a close one, though. They've definitely closed the gap, have our EMEA squad. Who's here right now, just maybe waiting for an overextension or to get that high ground. That might be it. Mew accosts Jaewoo. Ushwe hoping to trap Ice Gnome up with that jagged wall, but he slips around it. Now we might see more aggressive footing from Weibo Gaming. Back towards the underpass. See, no one really using that high ground at Gala. It's isolated briefly from Ice Gnome. This forces him to go for a Suzu where he otherwise would rather just keep M1 held down. This is going to be tough to keep Ice Gnome standing. The man himself knows it. So he hops, skips, jumps away. Here comes that Kitsune rush that would leave elsewhere. That's a side fight. Loses out to Jaewoo once more. The guy is standing up to the Goliath. But Fixer out of the picture now. Virtus Pro lack that flexibility. Maybe the mobility to make some positional pivots. They have regained bot control though, and they're going to try and keep it here.
I gotta say though, if Weibo is able to win this map, I mean, that is a massive fight, right? Virtus Pro has control of high ground, and they kind of like just rotate all the way around it, steal bot, and win it.
Gala sent out a Kitsune rush here, but how are Virtus Pro supposed to make use of this? Fixer snarled up on the high ground. Gushwe's able to, well, bisect him. And here's that downpour. Corners out of clock tower. Gala's able to Suzu it off though, but he's really got nowhere to go with no swift step to get him out of dodge. Shockwave similarly caught in the corner, flattened by Weibo, who still have a lead and now have a chance to extend it.
I think they're going to probably get a few meters out of this, if any, because you're probably going to have Jaewoo in time, being able to get there, get a contest before it gets out of control. You already see kind of the Tracer moving around that left-hand side where it's a little bit easier to get over towards that bot, but a Pulse Bomb here could be pretty devastating. It's actually going to be a sound barrier that opens things up. For Weibo, it's Ice Gnome using the downpour. That doesn't hit anything. Pulse Bomb used by Jaewoo. It's going to take out Shy, but it's too little too late.
It's just not enough here, as good as Jaewoo has been. Weibo Gaming now starting to overwhelm. It's been a tug of war, but now Virtus Pro have lost their traction. And we're headed uphill now to triple digits. Weibo Gaming threatening a cap here with 1 minute and 41 left on the clock. Leave circling with a Pulse Bomb. A surgical strike to the heart of Virtus Pro could well and truly have this map done and dusted, and so they're going to be patient. Back up on it. Leave sees Ice Gnome expose his rear and take some free damage. Fixer trying to play safe as he can. Shy's down. Shockwave now as well with the overclock. A chance for Virtus Pro to get back in the game. That is ridiculous. He's done it again. Leave appears right in front of his eyes, and he is too quick on the trigger finger. Jaewoo, as he has been so far, is running amok in the backline of Weibo.
I mean, it happens like every 2 or 3 fights. They just need it on the Weibo Gaming side of the map. It always seems to be like Jaewoo comes up clutch right when it's in a situation where the team is about to lose back towards their own spawn. We just need to see some of them happen in this type of scenario, right? Where it can get VP in a spot to be able to
get the lead.
Still a bit in it though. Kitsune rush here for Weibo. Trying to bounce back and take that momentum for themselves. 35 seconds left. Oh, that's not good. Yep, Shy couldn't get the healing when he needed it. And here come Virtus Pro once more, looking to take the initiative. Fixer the only casualty so far. Jwoo's able to recall away and sees Gushue looking awful tasty. Snacks on him. Mew is up next. Gotta catch him all, he says. With 18 seconds left, Virtus Pro are knocking on the door, but there's a bit of a stretch to cover here.
Yeah, but I think they're going to be able to do this, or they should be able to do this, right? You're going to get into OT, so it's going to be a little bit scary, but you're going to get this bot just about to where that golden line is, and you're going to have this Kitsune rush. It's a massive advantage.
Jwoo on the recall, still holding to the pulse. We're oh so close here. Weibo Gaming have had a crazy showing on this map in the past, but they've fallen short here too in important games. Here's that downpour, but Gushue turns his attention to those that are actually trying to advance the objective. It's Fixer going down. Pulse dropped in front of Gushue. He takes a little bit of damage, but that is a massive sound barrier. But will it be enough? Shy dealt with, but there's Gushue finally getting rid of the Hornet of Jwoo. And Weibo Gaming outlast Virtus Pro. Definitely got a series on our hands now.
I mean, VP had a window, right? They have that rush advantage. Downpour available there for Gushue at the time, but them being able to just kind of withstand the damage and the push there and also not give up bot control, right? Because they were very close to being able to take that. Allows Mew to build up towards that beat. They come back with that sound barrier and just force Virtus Pro off and pick up the kills necessary there to be able to steal that map.
Oh, buddy, we've got to cool down after these two maps. Weibo Gaming, of course, unwilling to lay down and allow Virtus Pro to run over. We'll be back with more of this intense decider match after this. I don't think anybody's going to argue with the idea that Group A is absolutely the group of death here at our mid-season championship, folks. Welcome back on the other side of our second map of the series, where Weibo Gaming take a nail-biting win on Esperanza to take us to a third in this first of three.
There's people out there that'll argue anything. I think they'd be stupid, though, to argue that this is not the group of death here between these two teams. And like we talked about a little bit earlier, I think people, I mean, even I, to be fair, sleeping a little bit on VP coming to this event because, I mean, they did not look that good in EMEA, right? They were falling to Twisted Minds, falling behind Alcatia, and seemed like in like big ways. But here on LAN, in person, giving Weibo a really good game here early on.
Yeah, I mean, out of the gates, a completely different look from this Virtus Pro team. Clear to see that they probably went super satisfied with how their efforts to, work more in the Ramatra style and keep forcing these rush comps, and maybe also realizing that Weibo also weren't all that excited about peddling the Ramatra look out themselves. They realized there's a unique opportunity here to actually lean into some of the strengths that they tried to enhance this team with coming into stage 2. And in that sense, this might be a pretty good time for VP to stick to their guns, so to speak, and they've got a whole arsenal of them. In fact, we have substitutions occurring on stage. You saw a particular Finn there, looking to take his seat in just a moment. Looks like Vistola is going to be coming back in, as Circuit Royal is going to be the choice. And here come your bans, folks. Venture, banned by Virtus Pro. Weibo respond with an Orisa lock.
Yeah, so VP gets rid of Venture. They've been used by Weibo throughout the weekend thus far. I'm a little, obviously Vistola is great on the Orisa. I thought they would be a little bit more afraid of like playing against like a Sigma type of setup or something along those lines, or even Vistola playing the Ram. So they decide to get rid of the Orisa, which leaves some still pretty good options for Vistola out there.
I think it's maybe just Weibo aren't quite sure what the angle is here for Virtus Pro, and they're saying, okay, like if it's going to be a rush style, we'd really prefer to make it a Ramatra head-to-head. Obviously, Gushue's put in a lot of work on that hero. Gone are the days where tank players in general could really focus on small niches. Some teams have the redundancy or the extra players, right? We've seen the substitutions here. And, Ligue sits in the wings. But Weibo know where their bread is butter. They know their best look involves putting Gushue out there in the spotlight. As we head to Circuit, there's a few other options, right? You can bring the Sigma in. I think the Mei is pretty scary for both the Sigma and the Ramatra to deal with. Hard for Sigma to fall back safely when caught inside a Blizzard, especially if he can't eat it. And a wall behind him makes it pretty scary. If he has to turn his back, he obviously can't make use of the kinetic grasp cooldown. It's a problem. So trying to hem the Ramatra or the Sigma in with that Mei wall could be pretty big, and we know Virtus Pro have gone in that direction. Seen plenty of Mei play from them.
And this is like it's like a classic VP, right? I mean, this is like the map, the comp that VP would want to play, and one that Weibo traditionally would want to stay as far away from as possible. I didn't hate, though, Gushue's Ramatra against Falcons. I thought it was pretty good. So maybe there's something there where Weibo can take this one.
I think, the fact that they're able to play such a close series against Falcons, with the Ramatra involved is a big deal. I felt that at times in that series, though, when Weibo looked weak or had those bad maps, with the exception of Esperanza, they kind of got blown out there.
Yeah, I mean, it is Falcons, though, right? Yep. I mean, Falcons, will blow out a lot of teams, and they did kind of just fumble it, I think, at the end for Weibo, right? I mean, they still looked pretty good playing that Ram with the Venture on Shambali. But, I mean, they just did not even show up on defense, so...
And I think that the Venture ban could be that you're trying to play the Baptiste, right? Yeah. Because we know that Virtus Pro, between their backline, definitely have Iliari Baptiste options to go to.
Right. Two squishier, less mobile, right? They have some mobility, but not Kiri's teleporting across the map.
With a fully charged emergence, from the Burrow, Venture can one-hit the Immortality field. So if you line that up properly, it negates the Immortality field entirely. And normally the Baptiste is going to exo boot upwards, or you can knock them out of the Immortality field with Drill Rush. There's a ton of ways to really just defeat a lot of Baptiste's utility. I think Virtus Pro really trying to set themselves up for a backline that can have that lethality, that can be a poke threat, that can have access to Ant Matrix and, of course, the Immortality field, and also just not get completely undone by Leaves. Incredible mechanics on that Venture.
Yeah, it is an interesting one because
You're giving leave, obviously, Tracer. But the best when they looked, probably with that Ramatra, was in combination with the Venture yesterday, right? That's what they set a pretty good time on. For Shambali Monastery, just not able to hold it on defense. And wild to think that one of these two teams' keys will end up in that Crusher before we even get to the bracket.
If you looked at this group coming in, AGAL as well, with people really expecting them to be very strong. And frankly, I thought they'd be able to go a little bit further in this group. I thought the Virtus.pro was the one, the team, at least from their initial showing, they were at risk of sort of being that first team knocked out. And a heartbreak. Honestly, for two regions here, regardless of what the result is, with a key crashed at the end of it would be quite a lot. But Weibo getting to a quarterfinal, I think for them, that's bare minimum, considering what they were able to do at the Champions Clash. Be a real factor here towards the top echelon of competition.
It's pretty devastating, I think, the loss on both sides, right? You end up losing, obviously, here, before you even make it to bracket, but you also end up in a scenario where, like, the storyline moving forward for the rest of the year, right? Weibo, you don't even get to bracket. I mean, it's a huge step backwards. And then for VP, it's just a continuation of, like, okay, you came to land, like, you didn't really beat many international teams, and then you're gone. And it's like, what is the future on both sides? I think VP would have a lot more questions than Weibo, but Weibo would still be mighty disappointing.
And remember, last time, obviously they've already played here in Riyadh, but these two teams also played in Hangzhou.
Yeah.
They played in the opening round of the Champions Clash, and Virtus.pro got absolutely shellacked.
Yeah, that's why nobody really remembers it. Well, one, it was probably 4 a.m. in LA, and then two, it was uncompetitive.
Actually, 11 p.m. It was the start of the night.
VP was 0-2 there, right? They ended up losing to Alcatia in the first round of losers.
Yeah, and again, it definitely felt like it was not a great time for their comps, and they did not have Icenom on the team, right? They were very much like on the eggs in the Vistola basket. And at that event, Rush was not good.
Yeah, I just realized, so we have two subs. I don't know if you can spot it. I know you're not really good at, reading, but I can tell you. So Icenom comes out as the tank.
And he comes back in.
And he comes back in as the DPS. So the Venture ban now is probably more to play Sim.
Yes, possibly both, right? You can obviously play Iliari back with that Sim.
Have we had a player that's kind of done this successfully?
Well,
successfully.
okay.
I mean, we've had players who've done this, but,
Trying to think of the roles for, obviously, like, Jinmu is one example, but I don't think he's actually playing DPS.
We had checkmate on Reinhardt there for a moment.
Those were yes. There was a stint. Checkmate, yeah. Checkmate
typically, it's a player switches completely. I imagine when Icenom got picked up, he didn't have in his wildest imaginations that he would be piloting Symmetra.
But again, here, I mean, it's a bit of a logistical nightmare. Not only have you got to sub the guy out, you've got to move his spot. Anyway, we're going to head down to the stage to get a temperature check, but how things are going down on the ground with Fancy and Zoe.
Thank you guys so much. Absolute legends in the waffling department. Now we're here to continue the waffling as well. What an incredible series this has been so far, Fancy. I think a lot of people really underestimated VP coming into this tournament. And I mean, it's fair, They were in a slump the last few weeks. But this performance, that's the VP we know and love.
Absolutely, and then even when they were walking on stage, they got booed a lot by the crowd.
I know.
I'm not sure if they're booing right now.
People here are very passionate, which I absolutely love. So just so you know, I love the booing. Bring that energy. It riles the players up as well. They like it.
Absolutely,
because we proved them wrong. And I feel even already at this score, they've proved a lot of people wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that it's 1-1 right now, it shows that both teams from different regions, they can bring it to the game and they can show that the region is better on this tournament. Keep in mind that what's at stake right now, if you win this match, you get to top 8, you lock in $35,000, you lock in club championship points, and of course, legacy at the Esports World Cup. It's a lot on the line here, Zoe.
That's right. And that's why I feel like we need to give those players some energy to keep the momentum going. And I want to hear if they're booing or cheering. I don't care. I just want to hear some sound in here.
Okay. Well, if you guys think Weibo's going to win, make some noise. All right, let's start over there.
All right, let's hear it from VP. Any VP fans in here? I hear both. I hear moves, and I love it. Let's send it back over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Fancy, and it's a distinct honor to be called a waffling legend by someone who hosts 18 best of fives a weekend in the OWCS.
If Zoe liked hearing booze, she would have loved my Call of Duty career. There are a lot of those.
But I mean, she would love your casting career too.
I mean, hey, yeah, you know, that's I heard that's when they start doing it in the arena. When you start talking, they start. That's
Oh, that was weak sauce. Come on, buddy, it's not that late at night. Nice to hear that the crowd's getting nice and loud. And of course, we have our game of musical chairs now being concluded on the Virtus Pro side of the field. I'm interested to see what kind of backline they come into this game with, but it's basically confirmed that we're going to be seeing Symmetra play for them, and they've paved the way by taking this venture out of the rotation. It's going to have to be most likely Tracer here for Leave again.
It's like protect Ice Gnome, because if you bring him in to play Sim, and you're not able to keep him alive because they have a venture on the other side, we are not as informed on Ice Gnome's DPS hero pool outside of Symmetra. So could be pretty devastating for VP if it didn't work out that way. So hovering the Widow now, this is on offense. So Gushui will actually end up playing the Ram. You'll use a Mei in combination with that. So that's actually a really rare good prediction from you that we would see Mei here.
Thank you. I mean, that's the first time you have to begrudgingly give me credit. The second time, in fact, this series. Yeah, look, it's been a pick.
You know, you were nominated for Esports Caster of the Century, so I
no,
wasn't able to
decade. I don't think they have
a
a Caster of the Century one. God forbid I'm still doing it at that point, folks. All right, okay. Did you bloody put that
here we go.
away?
Yeah.
I saw you actually do need to see with this hero.
He could use that crosshair on Sim, though. But he's
oh, okay, and he has a normal one for Sim.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, because she takes so much more precision than the Widow.
This is one of the games that we have actually seen with me and you, a lot of Sim so far at this event. We haven't had a chance to see like Alcatia. Falcons didn't really run it when we saw them play. So our first look at some Sim action. Didn't expect it to be Ice Gnome, but nonetheless, we'll see how it works out for VP.
There's a real minigame here, and that Leave has to be pretty reactive with how he uses his Ice Wall to try and give Gushui enough room, but also maybe answer this mobility, these fast TPs around the map. Here it is, into the backside. Of the far right of your screen, there's been a TP set up, but no one seems to have taken it yet. Shy would be under a lot of threat if someone were to emerge and start to pressure him down, but he's able to clear it. Looks like it was just a turret that was thrown that way.
Yeah, they get rid of the TP pretty fast, but it's still a decent amount of space here gained by Virtus Pro early on. Usually there's a fight for that first corner, but none whatsoever.
Matt, this is, as we know, a bit of a home ground map for Virtus Pro. They love to take us here. Shockwave has done well to open up the account for the EMEA squad, but Monk fires back and finds a kunai connection on that Sojourn. Now things are slowed up a little bit, but Gala with the Katsuna Rush wants to kind of go for it. There's a Mei wall in the way. Pistola will be topped up. Lots of healing throughput available to Virtus Pro. Enough here to keep Pistola standing for the time being, but now he's getting a little bit ragged, a little bit raw. It's getting a little bit low, and now Wavo, what a push up. Pistola gets caught. Another great Mei wall from Leave. Gives that tank nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's a rough scenario there for Virtus Pro, right? They end up using the Kitsune Rush earlier, so they have a window, but you have Weibo use that sound barrier, and they have nothing to be able to fight for. A nice Mei wall from Leave behind Vistola. Just insult to injury there, not able to get him out and out of the way. So we'll see. Now Weibo gains control over this corner.
In theory, Ramatra can sort of walk back around these Mei walls, but once again, you're exposing your back to a veritable broadside of damage. It's a real problem. Pistola here knows now that the wall cooldown is not available, so he's going to push up, but with a sound barrier, Sim wall should be enough. They've got to dig a little bit deeper and carve these Weibo gaming players out of this corner. You see Pistola is really having to extend deeply to do that. Shockwave finds the answer, a disruptor shot in that corner, digs Leave out. Now it's a matter of tearing Gushui down, getting him off the map and allowing this checkpoint to be converted.
Yeah, huge play there from Virtus Pro, able to get control of the first checkpoint, because now look, Isone's going to get up in this top position. You're going to be able to poke just a little bit there, and he's going to get the good old car wash set up on that exit way. So we'll see. Just kind of poking. They're actually going to get the payload, so we don't actually see it right now, but they're going to get it around that first corner. That is a tough pick, though. You're not going to gain much more progress from this now if you're Virtus Pro.
And that is hard to do. We don't often see May able to find those first eliminations in many of these fights, but Leave is about put him on any hero, and he's going to be able to do the unthinkable more often than not. And that one pick, of course, just completely takes the wind out of Virtus.pro. They double up after that gut punch and will need to regroup. Note the position of that Sim turret that was thrown up briefly. It's been cleared now. The Virtus.pro will always be threatening a bit of a pivot. Oh, a bit of a reposition. Shockwave pops up and sends Shy packing. No Freya now available for Weibo Gaming, and there's more to be found here, surely. Shockwave takes a bit more of a passive angle for a time, and then he repositions. The screening of the main wall comes up to give Leave a little bit more defensive architecture, but with his front line crumpling, he's got no choice but to follow suit.
And even losing Shy, Weibo feels like it's potentially winnable if they invest the Kitsune Rush. The Ram is so good while inside of the rush. Even May, still pretty effective, but VP just take a step back, take a little bit of a breather, they get their own rush. And when you don't get the Sim out of these fights really early on, and Sim starts to ramp, good luck.
Bowler shot available here for Shy. Sound barrier committed by Weibo Gaming, and Shockwave gets caught inside the vortex. There's a hasty retreat through the TP for the rest of Virtus.pro. But I can't imagine Shy would be content to let them walk away scot-free. Yeah, there, we're going to commit an ultimate there. Icenom brought down by the bowler as he looked even to stick around and try and find an opening. Now we're into a bit of a stagger on the VP side as Vastola is riddled with those explosive bolts.
Yeah, I was like a little bit curious why they're trying to play from that position. I think maybe even just trying to build up a little bit more of ultimate charge.
You don't want to give up too much ground at the attack side, right? Because this climb is kind of treacherous.
Well, you do have Sim, right? I mean, you just use the TP, just kind of get around it, right? So you did have Gala in that position. Maybe they felt like, okay, could we bait them down, keep Vastola alive? You were very close to sound barrier, come in, beat, and then if you have them on the low ground, with players coming off a spawn, maybe there's an opportunity.
Rarely do you see the en masse 5-player TP, Matt, especially because there's a threat of a bowler shot hitting all of you. Well, you're instantly dead.
Yeah, but just the threat, right? Just the threat of the TP, they're going to have to back up and respect it.
So, he's taking a beating, advancing under heavy fire. The sound barrier, though, gives him that extra durability to get into the backline. Look at where he's positioned. Again, now into Annihilation. He probably really wanted the Nemesis form component of that more than anything else, but it's a bit of a problem for VP. However, he can't be healed up. Monk and Shy get themselves onto the kill feed, and even though Shy eventually is taken down by Shockwave, Gushua is going to be very hard to shift, and that Maywall gives like a valuable 3 to 5 seconds of solace for the defenders here. Gives them artificially a bit of space to heal up behind and regroup.
Yeah, and Vastola does a nice job. He actually dodges the Blizzard and has to pump Annihilation, but he is so far away from everybody else, kind of pushed into one of those small corridors. And just like that, we're at 30 seconds on the clock.
And there was line of sight for Gala, right? But those Ophidah have a travel time. So the further away you are, the longer it takes for you to get that healing. It's a pretty unique thing, actually, among supports, outside of Baptiste, perhaps. Here comes Shockwave stepping up yet again. Gushwa's happy to take the damage, and Shockwave knows he needs to look past the Ramatra, but Shy was the player waiting in his shadow, and he had a bowler shot ready to deploy. Shockwave never given a fighting chance, and now, as the timer ticks down, Virtus.pro find themselves a little lost at sea on their map of choice. Their silver bullet seems to have been blunted by the armored plating of Weibo Gaming.
So the push stops right before that second checkpoint. They're not able to really kind of push through here towards it. I actually thought Weibo, so I think their first point defense actually could have been way better, but they just gave up so much space, it feels like. Like they allowed that first corner to go completely uncontested.
Yeah, this is that late stagger. Virtus.pro sort of lose their footing. Look at, and it's such a clever pivot there. All of Weibo Gaming under a lot of pressure, right? They know they have a Ramatra in their backline who's just popped Annihilation, and they make the decision to turn their backs on 4 Virtus.pro plays to quickly burst Vastola down and then turn their attention. And that's with a sim wall in play. So they basically didn't really have the option of fighting Virtus.pro, the rest of them. They make the only correct choice there.
And this comp feels like you are going to be the one that VP wants to play, right? With the Alari and the Baptiste in action on defense. I heard we got a key crush. Not one here in this one yet, but Team CC, their road here at EWC is over. So they are eliminated. Sure,
pour one out.
Pour one out. I'm sure we'll have a nice little little package showing off their key exploding into a million pieces. So hey, this Crusher
I mean,
way stronger than last year.
I watched way too many hydraulic press TikToks. This one just tickles me just right. Yeah, pull one out for the Moo crew and Dear fans. Team CC are going home as their precious key ruptures under the scrutiny.
So this is where it's rough, right? If you wanted to play like the Pharah, ISO, like he's gonna stay on the sim. I mean, you have that the entire time. Leave will go back to the Mei though. I think this is a really good call here from Weibo. There's no support ultimate like Sustain on the other side anymore, right?
And the function of the wall changes now. Sharpshooting. You've got to respect what Shockwave can do to you there. You just hang around too long and you are going to have a face blown off. But now the Mei wall can be used as attackers to try and catch Vistola out, put him in a position where he is his back to the wall and has no way to get around it. As opposed to being, throwing it up and giving yourself some space. But here's another function of the Venture ban is that Gala and Fixer can play this Iliari setup on defense.
But already, this is like a better setup on defense here from VP. You see, they're actually playing for this first corner. Vistola, he's extremely healthy, though. It's going to basically waste all of his Nemesis for him, though.
That means he can't go aggressive, which means that slowly, especially as the shield gets worked down, he has to give ground until he has another Nemesis form available. There's a wall behind him yet again. Good Vortex. That is annoying for Fixer and Gala to have to work around. And the healing pylon isn't in position to heal Vistola. It has to be done by the supports manually. Leave's starting to get a little bit confident. Work his way around the right side. Shy has the same idea. Bowler shot going to follow up. He's a captive son. Fixer's immortality field is gone. Can Gala get some detonations here? Shy goes low. Looks like not many were caught onto by that ult, but Gala gets it done the old-fashioned way. Just sharp shooting up there in the sky.
Yeah, I think it literally was just Shy who ends up getting hit. Doesn't get hit with that explosive damage. But this is also why you fight for this first corner, right? It gives you another opportunity to fight again. Weibo, they were just taking fights at the second checkpoint. This will be a big fight, right? We already have significant time off the clock. Double support ults here for Weibo. If you invest both of these, I mean, it is a must-win fight.
A lot on the line. Only 2 minutes here to play. Weibo Gaming not so far away from that first checkpoint, and like you mentioned, a beat. Rush committed. Has to equal a fight win. There's no other way around it. If not, could be the map right there and then. Vistola's got an annihilation. Gushmed looks to pop his first, but he's gone very low very quickly. Vistola also in a bit of a compromising spot caught in this room, but his annihilation should give him extra durability. There's a Blizzard committed here. By the looks of things, Gala frozen up, but no follow-up available. Virtus.pro worked through all of their ultimates as well, but Shockwave is chilling underneath that immortality field. It's now been cleared. Gala's lost his healing pylon as well, and a Kitsune Rush is now in play for Weibo Gaming. Gushmed trying to take a sidebar in this room off to the corner, but Lever's gone down. The Mei now no longer a factor. Weibo don't have the ability to fall back behind that wall. They've got to commit to this fight, and there it is again. Shockwave finds Shy, and now he can get that much more aggressive. Moves up to that coastline position, and Weibo spends so much and come up with nothing.
And those are those double support ults I was talking about. Now you have Captive Son available here for Gala. And you also are going to end up with an Amp Matrix here, so a huge blunder there from Weibo. If you're going to invest both those, you needed to win.
Now the Captive Son here for Gala represents an opportunity in a solo capacity to go for a big first pick. Here it comes, Gala to the skies once more. Looking for some purchase here. Looks like maybe connection was limited or non-existent. Does look like there was someone affected by the debuff, likely Gushred, but he won't have that detonation. Here's an Air Matrix now. Vistola backs up behind it. Vortex thrown in. Gushred knows he needs to get ahead of it. The rest of Weibo Gaming, a burst of speed with a sound barrier. They find Ice Nom. They isolate the squishiest target, but Shy's got some problems. Too much to juggle, apparently, as Gala picks him off. Leave catches Vistola out inside this room, but are they ready for the annihilation? Clearly, Mew wasn't ready for Gala. Now the annihilation comes into play. The Blizzard behind Vistola. He actually backed up into it. He could have avoided it, and that's a problem. He'll get back, but he's lacking teammates. Ice Nom desperately trying to get into the fight here, and Gushred's going a little bit low. He's playing ahead of his shield. He's getting kind of chunked down here. Shockwave comes over the top. A two-piece, a 3-for-1 special. Shockwave takes the game into his own hands, and Weibo Gaming stagger out of the map.
Shockwave with some sick shots over the Mei wall. I gotta say though, Vistola, it looked like he wasn't gonna pop the annihilation, but they evened things up. Like they still had Gala alive, and then it was I believe Fixa coming off of respawn, and they have the immortality field there, backs up into it, then ends up using the annihilation. They continue to fight, and that is a brutal map to lose there for Weibo.
We know what VP are capable on this map, and we had a feeling we
Leave Ice Gnome in, you won't.
We knew we'd see this map Iliari look at some point as well. Gala with some crucial kill involvements, but I think it's pretty clear to see who the standout player on this map was. Absolutely ridiculous performance from Shockwave there, and in these final moments where Gushway thought he had a player advantage, Icenom's able to TP his team back into the fight. Let's head back to the studio here to break down the mayhem that has been this matchup thus far.
Incredible cast so far from Uber and X, and for good reason. They have a fantastic game on our hands. Smash celebrating with Virtus Pro as they take the lead at halftime. Welcome back into the studio, ladies and gentlemen. It's Chris Puckett alongside Jake and Reinforce. And Johnny, you are all smiles. Is it because Shockwave just hit the walk-off 3K?
It's my Danish goat. The entire time you haven't been here, Puckett, I've just been glazing this kid. I love Shockwave. I think he's a fantastic hit scan player. And he really is a big leader, too. Like, he has a lot of input. Ice Gnome, by the way.
Ice Gnome.
Rolling with the crosshair a little bit.
This is so meta.
Wonderful crosshair.
We're going to be on his cam, so he's got the meme crosshair.
I love it. Yeah, and definitely, of course, because they were able to go to this map, they can protect ban by getting rid of the Venture, which allows them to play this strategy, because usually this is not something they can pull out often when the opponent has the first ban, because you see Ice Gnome in the lineup, you're just going to ban the Symmetra straight away. But them getting first ban allowed them to do this strategy, and it worked out.
Jake, I heard a quote, and it might have come from me. It doesn't seem like a good idea to put your tank player in a duelist role. But it worked out for Virtus Pro.
Look, I mean, we got to give it to Ice Gnome. The guy is good on Sim. Like, we can say, oh, he's a tank player, he's a this player, he's a that player. But historically in Overwatch, that's been proved wrong many times, right? People have shown that, you know, you can really be a strong player on multiple roles, thinking about players like Violet playing DPS and having a ton of success, right? This has happened historically, and I think while people are always, like, going to criticize it, Ice Gnome, he looks good. He's not feeding. Like, he's playing well.
A big map 3 in the first to 3 wins. Johnny, I have a feeling this one's going to a game 5, though.
Yeah, this might go to a game 5, and I can't wait to see what map we're going to see next, because we got Hybrid left in the pool and Flashpoint as well. If I was this next team picking, I would just go to a hybrid map. Okay. Because I know that Virtus Pro, they have a really strong midtown that they've showcased in the EMEA. They go and they play this Baptiste, Ilari kind of lineup, very poke heavy, which is what Virtus Pro just won at. If you pick the hybrid map now, maybe you go to something like an Eichenwalde, a Blizzard World. You don't allow Virtus Pro to pick that map as the 5th map, with Virtus Pro getting the first ban as well to protect support. So right now, if I'm Weibo Gaming, I'm going with a hybrid map.
Let's take a look at some of Weibo's highlights, because they did win a map here, and I honestly thought they were going to take that map 3 after stopping them at the 2nd checkpoint. Gushway and crew looking pretty comfortable on Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Weibo is a ferocious opponent anytime it comes to these dive comps. Everyone is an expert at their role. They all really understand the comp well. And, you know, honestly, I'm just impressed. VP made this an incredibly close game, right? This was tight. VP, I think, took the lead at times, and they almost closed it out even in the final overtime. It really took Weibo to go all out to get this map win.
Yeah, and I gotta say as well, like you just said, Jake, big ups to Virtus Pro for discovering that they actually can compete with Weibo on this composition, because going into this series, I think we all rated Weibo really highly because we've seen what they can do. But the win condition for Virtus Pro, it was kind of questionable. Like, what composition are they going to flourish with to take down a team like Weibo? And they discovered we actually can match them in the dive, and that brings them good fortune for the rest of the series.
Well, we don't want to put any extra pressure on Weibo, but they might be feeling it themselves if they want to represent China well here at the Esports World Cup. This could be their last hope, because over on our Bravo stream, we saw GK from North America taking on Team CC. Let's catch up here. This was 1-1 at halftime last time we checked in. Now a game 5. How did GK walk away with the win?
Final moments, look at this sick blizzard there from Mimone. Really impressive game sense. Just a few seconds before OT triggers. The opposing team, they're like, what do we do? And then they, you know, of course, contesting into overtime into the blizzard. The ultimates are coming thick and fast. And GK, they were very favored in this match. So Team CC, I think, to bring it to game 5 is impressive, but nonetheless, their journey ends here. The key is to be crushed.
GK moves on. Team CC eliminated, and our Bravo stream at the end of that match has now concluded. So all of the action now turns to the main stage, Johnny, as we still have 2 more series to go after this one.
Yeah, of course. We got a next match coming up, and we're rounding things out with Twisted Minds in the elimination match going up against Sign Esports as well. So 5 great matches on the A stream here on the day 2 of the mid-season championship.
Now we're going to give our players a moment to use the restroom. We're going to give an extra 3 minutes on the clock, which gives you two gentlemen a little bit more time to chew on this main stage matchup. For anyone who is just coming over from the chess stream, congratulations to Magnus there. What are we witnessing in Overwatch 2? This is just our day 2 of 4 here at EWC, Jake.
So Overwatch, we've got the best teams in the world here coming to compete. Historically, it's been the Korean teams on top, and right now, it doesn't seem like that's necessarily set to change. With 3 of the best teams in the tournament so far, the 3 of the 4 teams that have already qualified into that bracket play stage are your top dogs from South Korea. However, your last standing Chinese team in Weibo Gaming, they need to get this win to stay alive and make it into that bracket play, and they're on the verge of being upset by Virtus Pro out of EMEA.
You are witnessing some of the most famous players to come out of China to grace Overwatch. Gushwei at the helm, and they're in the tank role. And then on the other side, one of EMEA's hopes, Virtus Pro, looking to get a win with this young man in the lineup. And you told me, Johnny, one of the best parts of Overwatch is every single year we are guaranteed to have a new upstart player. Jaewoo could be that guy.
Absolutely. Another young player, 18 years old here, representing Virtus Pro, of course. And he's taken it to the big dogs here in one of his first major events. He competed in the Champions Clash in April here as well. But obviously, like, this is a great opportunity for some of the younger talents in the scene to leave a mark. And it's not only Jaewoo over in North America with Zero representing Team Liquid, for example. He's doing a great job, and another opportunity here to really leave a mark. Like you said, a lot of legends, and as we're looking at Weibo Gaming specifically in this matchup, they have some of those legends. Lee, for example, 2021 MVP that year for some amazing performances. And this is a big Chinese super team that over and over, they come to these big major events in Overwatch, and they really are competing with those Korean teams, but they've yet been able to win one of those tournaments. And every time we're looking at Weibo Gaming compete, and we're thinking, could this be the moment?
Last year, LGDOA, now wearing the pink jerseys on your screen, they were in a 3-way tie in these group stages, but it was Falcons who edged them out. They missed the playoff bracket. Now they are 1 game away from missing it once again, but they were the favorites coming into the series. So let's tell the Chinese story. Jake, who's going to pop off in game 4? This is Weibo's map choice coming up next.
I feel like you got to go back to the old favorites. You got to go back to Shy. We need a blowout performance from the hit scan. Shockwave, way too strong on that last map. But Shy, we know this is a guy who can deliver under incredible pressure. So I think this means the next map pick is going to be Atlas, I believe, selected now for Weibo. You mentioned, strategically, maybe it makes more sense to go hybrid. I think this team, they just love Flashpoint. They love the pace and the intensity. I think they just want to get that momentum map win.
Gentlemen, I'm told the players are back on the stage. We are ready to rock. Casters, back to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Good to hear from what's going on over the rest of the EWC, but here, of course, at the mid-season championship, it doesn't get much better than this. We have our representative from EMEA, Virtus Pro, up 2-1 in this series against the hope of Chinese Overwatch. It's Weibo Gaming looking to throw down. Who's commander?
Would this be one of the bigger upsets we've had? I feel like at this tournament, at least. Not of all time. Right? Yeah. Like at this tournament so far, you look at like the Sign esports win, and then this would probably be like a huge upset, I feel like.
Yeah, I think, look, to say nothing of like regional rankings and how, like EMEA and China sort of stack up against each other. The last time these two played, it was, at the mid-season championship. Before that, rather, at the Champions Clash, it was a bit of a non-game. And even, honestly, their first clash here in Riyadh wasn't overly convincing. But Virtus Pro, we sort of suggested maybe they moved away from this Ice-Nom, Symmetra look entirely. But no, they've really just sort of made it a smaller part of their overall offering, which is kind of what we more so expected coming in.
And Weibo is a day removed from going the distance against Falcons, right? Where they're probably like 2 or 3 minutes from winning that series, right? Putting up some type of defensive effort. So would be wild. Yesterday I did not even kind of think about a world in which like they didn't get past VP here and didn't make it to that top 8. Would be a very disappointing event.
The fact that that's remotely called into question should tell you everything you need to know about how Virtus Pro have come into their own over the last couple of days of play. All right, we're going to pause, but we do get a little bit of an initial look at some potential comps. And is that a little Malga that I spy there?
I mean, look, it's EMEA Overwatch. There's always a chance Malga pops up into play, but could you play it into like Ram? Like historically, we've seen teams kind of do that, right? I just don't think Maga is kind of in the mix right now in terms of tanks. I say that. With EU, it seems like he's always in the mix.
And honestly, if we see like the Malga, the Sim, this reminds me actually of a comp that Twisted Minds were playing back towards the start of this year. Even, like a lot of those Samoa maps, right? They were, making great use of Yubi's teleporters to move this Malga-based death ball around the map. So it's going to be Kiriko and the Lucio alongside the Malga here for Virtus Pro as we're out of the gates, and Station, of course, will be our first battleground here on Artless.
But Weibo's comp could be pretty nasty against this, right? Jwoo not playing the Sim because he's going to be on Tracer here, and obviously if you're willing to take Ice Gnome and put him in to play Sim, Jwoo, you really don't want him on Sim. So I'm wondering here, right, like, can you withstand? Okay, so the Malga goes in, that's a stomp, and then Shockwave is actually able to find one across the opposite side of the map, but like the Reaper Venture can get into the face of the Malga and just like chunk him down so fast. Can you keep it alive? Early signs would tell you yes, as a VP wipe the floor with Weibo.
I think this is too much that Cassidy can do into the matchup against Reaper. Shy just doesn't really want to play that unfavored position. The flashbang grenade really messes up the math for Reaper as he tries to obviously get in and out of those engagements. And Weibo were kind of split in that fight. So they're really trying to craft a comp here that is pretty hostile to what VP are trying to do, and the Orisa into the Malga definitely seems to be the play. Gushway very good, not only at, not being stunned by the stomp with Fortify in play, but displacing the Malga away from the action. And with a face full of damage, you see Weibo able to burn Vistola down very quickly.
I mean, that's what they have to do, right? If Vistola is going to go on in, he uses the Cardiac Overdrive. They have Leave there. They have Shy. It's just a lot of burst damage, like a stun from Gushwei, and you just need to get rid of the Maga, and that's going to be it. So we'll have an Orisa mirror here between Vistola and Gushwei. I think you still keep... I think they might actually switch the Venture over to a Tracer here after this. I think the Venture is really calculated against like Sim and Maga.
Katsuna rush here. Gala not actually in a great position to make use of it. Quickly tries to pivot and desperately tries to heal Vistola up, but the timing's not there. This spacing for VP got a bit uncomfortable. Gala's not ready for Vistola to take a left turn at Albuquerque there, apparently. And here comes Gushwei. Just treading VP into the mud, and it feels bad to commit a rush in that fight there where VP are already on the wrong foot.
Yeah, and Vistola is extremely weak when you commit that rush, so you're trying to get all that healing out to try and keep him alive, and then Fixa goes to drop that Sound Barrier. That's like the second time. I think the last time was with Ice Nom, but we've seen them try and go for the beat and not connect with the tank.
Good eye for Shy. Shockwave wary of Leave because he cannot target the Venture until they basically burrow right up in his face. Good eye for Shockwave, has pretty little to see. Cheeky Javelin across the map's got to interrupt that ability. Shockwave, though, still standing. Wants to try and take advantage of this high ground, but all of Weibo is set up with Gushwei being the focal point. And I tell you what, no better way to be the focus than to throw a Terra Surge in. But Vistola has one to reciprocate. It's Leaves, Tectonic Shock, and up we go. Down comes Fixa. I mean, that is Station wrapped up for Weibo.
This is exactly what he did to Falcons yesterday, right? But it was with a Ramatra instead of the Orisa. And it was so difficult to stop him on this hero. Just between the movement, the survivability, right? Still racking up shields, damage and disruption. Leave on Venture is a problem, as that is Weibo with their tournament lives on the line, taking the first point.
And they're probably still feeling in a decent position as they'll have that earlier Kitsune rush in this next engagement. Shockwave, some nice little dicks coming in from Shy, keeping his head low. Solid Javelin missing. Shy knows he can get a ton of free early damage here and set things up for Leave to pop up and find the elimination. There's that aforementioned Kitsune rush. It's everything that Weibo need to play from a commanding position in this first fight, and that's another rush committed by Gala. And only to lose for Solar moments after.
Yeah, you're just trying to keep Vistola alive any way you can, but the damage that's coming down from Shy and Leave. And also, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but Venture becomes very strong. Well, like Ramatra. Ramatra's really good with inside the Kitsune rush, but Venture also, as you cycle those cooldowns even faster, just even nastier to track down.
Jwoo at least dips his toes on the point there. Bit of a back cap being implied. Leave has no problem dodging away from the pulse bomb there for Jwoo, just burrows. And glides on away from the action. Jay, we're hoping to avoid the Venture if at all possible, but that's getting harder and harder to do, and without any recall, he's got to get out of the fight. Now there's no pressure on Weibo, and the sound barrier means that they will be the aggressors in this engagement. Shockwave's had a lot of space tonight from him here, and Shy with that speed boost is trying to find big damage off the Deadeye. Gets Vasola down to half. Terra Surge there. That is devastating for Gushue. Gala and Shockwave, no way to escape, and the flashbang hitting them meant that even after being sucked into the middle of an Orisa roll, they didn't have a chance to get out.
Yeah, it's a later beat from Virtus Pro, and this time it actually connects on everybody.
Oh, man.
But when they try and go in with that beat, it's a sound barrier that's still a little bit remaining there from Weibo, but it's Shy using that Deadeye, just being a threat, pushing players back. That's going to be a quick 2-0 for Weibo. So now you have Jwoo on the sim. So this is interesting because, like, in theory, right, like, the Venture is even better against teams who don't feel as confident playing the sim on the sim. So
it smacks of desperation. I'm just going to be upfront about it. I don't like it against the Venture. Really hard, I think, for Sim to stay alive. There's no Immortality field even to work with. Here's an early rush from Gala. Vasola follows up with a Terra Surge. Monk gets his rush off as well, and Shy getting picked up. Up comes Lee, pops up, but under the most durable target on the side of Virtus Pro. Not exactly where Venture wants to find themselves. And it's a quick swift step away for Gala to stay alive. Into the car wash goes Lee, coming out looking clean, but things a little messier for the rest of Weibo Gaming.
I love when people realize they're on camera. They're like, oh.
Okay, we're going to hit you midway through the map, folks. Nobody's safe. Except us, apparently. No cameras in here.
That's true. That's true. We somebody would have to barge through this door with the camera. So
don't do that.
No, please don't. So we'll see now Virtus Pro, right? You don't have much. You're going to have Boa coming up here. I was actually going to be quite curious if, like, the sim, you would see a swap from Weibo, but you do not. Is Vasola just a cross-map hook there, spear right into Shy's face. So that'll have Weibo waiting a little bit, right? Shy has a lot of consistent damage there on that Orisa chunking down the armor.
I'm really interested to see how Virtus Pro now on the front foot make use of their sim. Obviously, Jay, we're not the preferred option for that, but, I mean, they've been able to build up an ultimate. They have a great earlier fight. Here it comes, bowler shot connects. Shockwave able to let that one go. Vasola knocked back, though, and Weibo buy themselves a little bit of space with Gushue's cooldowns, but he's spending them now. Sound barrier for both sides. Gonna have to come out now, leave under a little bit too much pressure. They think they've isolated Vasola, but a sound barrier comes back in response. Jwoo still holding onto the symbol. Here, Mew with the boop over the top side. Jwoo goes down. Too fragile, too squishy in the front line to hold up in the heat. And Vasola very much on his own, away from the Kitsune rush. Bit of a problem now with the Terra Surge ready for Gushue. Shy is down. Fixer and Gala get to work as backline is leading the charge and finding key eliminations. But Vasola's low. They can't keep him standing. Lee's still alive, and Gushue is hale and hearty, ready to throw down. But it's Shockwave picking at the edges, pulling this apart like an old sweater. Virtus Pro have fought their way back into this game, finally earning a flashpoint on Atlas.
They are so fortunate there. The sound barrier comes in from Mew early, and they want to get aggressive behind it. Now, obviously, you have the Venture and you have the Orisa. You want to push up, take that space. VP, they're like, hey, we got away. We're going to have a later sound barrier. It doesn't actually hit Jwoo. That's why he gets burned down so fast. You lose the sim. You don't have the opportunity for the sim to ramp the damage during it, but the supports after that go crazy there for VP. Allow them to take the point.
Bowler shot just now earned for Shockwave. Jwoo still holding onto that symbol as well. Shockwave, dangerous for him. Terra Surge, no escape, but Shockwave hit a fat bowler on the Mew. Lee's Tectonic Shock now is a little bit later, but it's still good to the tune of 2 eliminations, and he's looking for more. Pops up under Gala, who goes very low, but quickly, Vasola intercedes in the face of Lee, who now has just forgotten entirely about the Kiriko, but Gushue had it. He will chase Gala down to the ends of the earth. And now Lee can get away from Vasola, buy some space. Still no cap on his flashpoint just yet, though, and Vasola doesn't look like he's content to give it up, but leaves in his way. He's low, as is Gushue, though. Getting healed up now by that ampered up from Mew. Vasola might just have to give this up for now. He's too low, too slow. He's out of the game.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to try and back up, and maybe you start to build up, and you're going to have the rush and the beat. Then you could have engaged in that. At that time, the point wasn't taken. So you're trying to contest it and then make it happen as Shockwave, though, gets another, moves on to the point. He gets Gushue quite low.
Okay, Weibo have to stall this. Just stall as long as they can. Mew died with beat. Monk went for the Kitsune rush, but it has very little impact against both of Virtus Pro's support ultimates. So Weibo Gaming, I have a lead here. and have a beat that won't be answered by VP. It's not a terrible spot to be in, but ideally, they never give up that flashpoint at all.
Yeah, and Weibo ends up using that Kitsune rush, and then they're not able to keep Guxue alive, and then I think you're just like, all right, let's hold on to the sound barrier. Let's come back in the next fight. As soon as you see that VP is invested both of those ultimates in. But with like this high ground, low ground here, it's going to be difficult to like use this beat aggressively and kind of close the gap. A lot of space for VP to just run.
I'm looking at Leave right now on that low ground. He's just run into Jwoo by the looks of things. Here's the beat from you. Sees the pressure starting to mount a little bit on Leave especially. Now there's a window. Weibo have to make use of this to find a key elimination of Astola. Might be the one that served up first. Shy ends him with the flashbang. Now Leave close to a tectonic shock. The rest of Weibo grouping up here. They want this map badly. They want to take this one to a 5th and final. And so the tech shock will be maintained by Lead, held onto a Gambit to try and take Atlas here and now.
And it didn't look that bad for Virtus Pro, even though the sound barrier comes on in. Like, Vestola was doing a really good job cycling through his cooldowns, even used a Terror Surge, get another Fortify, just wasn't able to live.
Good proactivity here for Weibo Gaming to come forward now. Tectonic Shock is active. Leave looking to pressure Vestola down, and he has a hole board straight through him. Here's a Terror Surge, one that VP would sooner forget because Weibo explode towards them and don't give them a chance to set up for what would have been a final fight. Your STC overtime burns down in a matter of moments. We have ourselves a decider map in this decider match.
Man, I'm not picking favorites, but Weibo always gives us close games whenever we get them in.
Well, better or for worse, man.
Better or for worse, right? Better for us, maybe worse for their fans sometimes, with that, some of the end results. But look, I think a lot going in their direction, though, right? They forced this game 5. There's no venture ban available for VP. They burned that a little bit earlier in the series, and you see how good they can be on it with Leave. Piloting the venture, and then whether they combine it with like Sojourn, Cassidy, or Freya, doesn't really matter, the hit scan.
Oh man, it is fever pitch action here inside the STC Esports Arena, the mid-season championships, delivering game after game. We'll be back after a short break with our 5th and final map in this Decider series.
What's up, everybody? I'm joined here by the host of Chess, we got Sandstorm here. I mean, Sandstorm, before I start asking you questions, the line is crazy. What's going on?
Okay, so first of all, we have the grand finals of the chess, the first ever chess tournament, I want to say, of its kind. Because it's the first time that we've seen the esports element being added to it. And so far, it's been sensational. We have the #1 in the world in Magnus Carlsen playing against Alireza Firouzja. So it's Team Liquid versus Team Falcons.
And I mean, it's great for these two players. It's very important. But not only that, for Club Championship as well, it's going to be Team Liquid versus Team Falcons, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, two teams that were basically fighting for it last year in 2024 for the Club Championship. And this time, I want to say it's a lot closer. And that's what I would love to see. We still have a lot of competitions left, but so far it's kind of neck and neck between Falcons, Liquid. There's even Vitality. Virtus Pro is also on the line. There's a couple of other names, but so far these two are the major ones.
I know. I talked to Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and I know Team Liquid is in the grand finals for tomorrow as well. So it's always, I think everything boils down to Overwatch as well. Team Falcons is a powerhouse. Team Liquid still has to clinch their spot for the playoffs for tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, you know what? We'll have to wait and see, but I also have to go back to my stage because I don't know what's going on, but I want to watch the games. Bye-bye.
I think when you ask the question, what's on the other side of that map 5 to teams in this position, it's always a different answer. But in this game, I think the stakes are pretty cut and dry. There's a key crush on the line, and only one more team can advance from Group A. And Weibo Gaming and Virtus Pro have paced each other every step of the way. Atlas goes in favor of the Chinese squad, but VP get to pick Midtown, which has been a map of comfort for them this year.
Yeah, it allows them to play the Bapalari yet again, right? Just like how we saw on Circuit. Not the same, like, obviously not the same type of map, but the same type of comps you can make work on Midtown. So we'll see how this fares for Virtus Pro as, I mean, this is I do not want to see, you know, we saw in the last series a lot of like, sad on stage, and I'm usually a fan. I'm like, let's show it. I don't know if I want to see whoever team loses watching their key go into the press. That's going to be a rough one.
Weibo Gaming here will start on defense on Midtown. Symmetra and Kiriko bans. But yeah, like you mentioned, signals Virtus Pro's intent to at least bring the Baptiste, but on this attack side, it's more common to see the Lucio folded in. Lead will still be on the Venture. Shy on the Cassidy. It all comes down to this, folks, a decider map, a decider match. Group A gets resolved right here on Midtown.
This is an odder map to play Venture on. I wouldn't exactly say like the map topography plays out well for Venture here, so we'll see what Leave decides to do. Like, you could play like the alleyways, right? Maybe go for like the subway. Like, this is a spot where Shockwave's rotating.
He won't be contested.
You see him locked down. Yeah.
I don't know if Leave is really playing in such a way as to try to cost Shockwave if he goes wide like this. Okay, there's Leave pushing into Vistola instead, though. Pressure on the Sigma. Virtus Pro have to manufacture something else in the meantime, and they just haven't. They see Vistola get run down, and they can't make anything else happen.
That's a checkpoint, though.
At one tick, at least.
Yeah, these players are in a really rough spot, though. I don't think... So are they going to decide to chase them down or let them sit? It looks like for now they're going to let them sit, and I would just keep rushing these players in front.
I think you have to switch Orisa here. I think a solo Sigma walking out of spawn. I think Gala might be there with them, but it's pretty risky business. This could be dangerous, though, for Shy, but Gushua is able to find Gala in the meantime. Awkwardness ensues as Virtus Pro once again dip a toe onto the point, and Weibo Gaming are just getting their ducks in a row. They're going to be back here, but still no second tick for Virtus Pro. With Shockwave down, I think the jig is up for the EMEA team.
Yes, see VP push back yet again, because you also didn't have Fixa there, right? Fixa is one of the players that's kind of like behind enemy lines, so there's no way you're going to get your solo Orisa with no speed through the choke. Now everybody have full strength, a little bit of better odds.
Amp Matrix available for Monk right now, just playing that high ground. Making sure Gushue stays in the fight for as long as possible. There's the Amp Matrix deployed, and that's a pretty desperate immortality field that pulls up short. It's not far enough to cover Vistola, and so he just ceases to exist.
Another hold here from Weibo. I think if you're Weibo as well, you know, the first time we were seeing that like they were just giving Shockwave pretty much the alley towards that firehouse. Like, if you get them in there, like, the Venture kind of wants those close quarter areas, right? You could burrow, come up, use the drill charge. Like, you can put down tons of damage to those close quarter areas. Maybe that's one they're fine giving up.
Oh, here comes Leave. Make it very clear, he only had eyes for Jaewoo there, but he pops his cooldowns, kind of blows them, and now Jaewoo gets to go back to doing exactly what he was. Just trying to put some pressure on Weibo Gaming, positioned on this high ground. Terra Surge time into the blender, but it's going to be a sound barrier that comes out response from Weibo Gaming, and they will run Vistola down. Shy and low, but an immortality field means that Weibo can stave off the clapback damage and once again plant the flag for China on this point A.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge immortality field. It's a pulse bomb that comes through. Shy would have ended up most certainly losing his life there, and the immortality field keeps him alive. Terror Surge plus Tectonic Shock combination, right? Grip him in, start just chunking them down, knocking them off. VP, this has been a pretty sad offense, all things considering, on their map pick.
Yeah, some risks taken, right? Splitting themselves up in that first fight and only getting their one tick. They need to be picture perfect from this point onwards. Decent damage off this overclock, and Shockwave will emanate threat as he moves to the point. Javelin spin drawn out of Gushue, goes a little bit low. Terra Surge for the extra durability. Shockwave hangs around. He can tank it. Immortality Field keeps him standing, and Monk eventually capitulates. Lee tries to go upstairs, but the Shockwave pick is a little too late in the day. Virtus Pro will have that cart on the road.
Yeah, it's a sound barrier from Fixa. I mean, they use the Tectonic Shock and the Terra Surge in combination, but that sound barrier is so huge there from Fixa. A few times in this series, missing a player or two. That time when it needed to be great, it was. Keeping everybody up in the fight. VP, let's see, you're not able to get some of this high ground, right? You're not at that speed to get around the corner. We'll see if they can maybe bait them in, use that Amp Matrix.
This position for Shy is a powerful one, but this is a moving Amp Matrix float. That is a pretty terrifying prospect for Weibo to have to play into. So they get out of line of sight for the time being, but Virtus Pro know it's only temporary. They eventually have to fall back around the corner themselves. Jaewoo has been threatening this Pulse Bomb application for quite some time now. Still no way to make it work. Pulled down to the low ground, but a Terror Surge, and Monk ends up getting cut aside inside of it. Pulse Bomb on Shy. Finally, Jaewoo decides to stick it, and now things are starting to come together for Virtus Pro. Cart into the underpass. All of Weibo pulled off the high ground, but that play from Vistola and leaves in a bit of a compromising position.
Now, well, you still have Gushue here. You still have some support. You can kind of like juggle the cart between the Venture and Arisa. That is a nasty play, though, from Jaewoo. We were talking in the pregame. He's got to step up. Starting to heat up a little bit here on Midtown.
Oh, Shy, sharp shooting there. He still has that high ground position. He's still going to be a threat, a thorn in the side, a furrow in the brow, perhaps, for Virtus Pro. And while they do get the cart through that underpass, it's about to slide straight back down. And Weibo re-establish themselves.
Yeah, now, let's see. They're not going to take high ground here, at least early on, Weibo. You can play around this corner. Maybe you want to, like, block off a little bit more of this choke, not play from a distance with the Venture, right? It feels a little bit more natural to play down, and just take the fight to him as Leave trying to get out, barely escapes with his life.
Okay, Leave caught with a disruptor shot. It gets stuck to him, and now it's affecting the rest of his teammates. It's awkward. Monk had to use a very, very early immortality field there, and Shockwave capitalizes on the absence of that invulnerability. Mew and Monk already folded. Gushue won't be able to get off this high ground at all by staying alive.
So Leave is playing above the choke at that time, and then to get out has to use the drill rush and the burrow. So no cooldowns, able to get back. Mew trying to get there towards a touch. He gets boot back up into the sky, finished off by Gala, so not able to get it contested. That'll be the second checkpoint here for VP.
Man, that adhesive disruptor shot is really problematic if you can get it stuck. Leave just carried it into the rest of his team. And now that high ground spot picked up here for Virtus Pro. This part of the map can be really hard to convert on for attackers. The long map in general, but minute and 40 on the clock for Virtus Pro is a decent sign. We're going to see these support ultimates pitted against each other momentarily, though. Gushue will be kept topped up. Regenerative Burst, of course, available there for Monk. You can amp it up to keep their frontliner in the game, and oh, that is beautifully done. A little self-immortality field popped, and Weibo realized they've overextended. Mew caught out. Leave with the Tectonic Shock, but who's supposed to be the target here as the sound barrier really covers much of this damage for VP. They've lost Vistola, but what's the crackback going to be? They can't extract much damage in response, and Gushue is able to avoid this damage and kept alive. Monk working overtime to keep the horse on 4 legs.
Yeah, just dodging the headshots, letting Monk heal him up. So some crazy movement yet again there by Leave, right? Getting into the mix. With the tectonic shock, the terror surge, able to give Goucher a little bit more survivability. They're quite fortunate though. They lose Mew really early, like deep in VP territory up on the wall. And they don't have a benefit of sound barrier. They don't give up that much space, but now they have the beat here to end the game.
Virtus.pro haven't made any progress for the last minute. It's been an awkward couple of engagements for them. JayWoo would love to tempt Monk down, but that is going to take a little bit more of a commitment. He needs to really sell the bit. Deadeye here clears the field for the time being. Vestola knocked out to the open. Monk's damage plus the Deadeye is going to be enough to account for him. And it's tough to bounce back from Orisa being the first elimination in the fight. Virtus.pro learning that the hard way right about now.
Yeah, Vestola is a tough one to lose here. In misfight, you're going to get Gala here. Switching, using the speed ring, so Fixa doesn't go all the way back here, as somebody will have to get a touch. It'll be JayWoo forcing OT.
Leave will emerge from under Vestola. That's going to draw the Fortify out from him, and Leave not ready for the damage. It's pretty telegraphed what he's trying to do on the venture there. Well, I'm shocked he wasn't expecting to get blown up. Goucher needs that immortality field, but it's cleared in a matter of seconds, and Shockwave has already found himself an off angle. He can't look towards Monk right now, and the sound barrier is being committed to only 3 plays, means that Weibo are throwing everything they can at Virtus.pro to slow them down. Nobody can really do anything about Monk right now. He commands the high ground and keeps his team fighting fit.
A little bit of an odd spot for the payload to stop, right? Usually you see it like before the underpass or like around that second corner, but puts them in a rough spot. They wasted so much time on their first point offense VP. They were so split for ages.
And you see, like, Shockwave was always looking for a way to just have a distinct advantage up against Shy in that hit scan matchup. And even when outranged in theory, Shy's able to hit these consistent headshots in order to find the kills, but that was definitely a headliner matchup. You see Shockwave there with a nice little shot there. This was just after Shockwave's able to hit League with that disruptor shot and burn an early immortality field. The big result, though, for Weibo Gaming. Happy to hold VP at bay, but now they've got to deal with the pretty face-up, pretty telegraphed that Iliari look from them on defense.
And they're actually going to go with a Pharah here. So they're not going to match like a Tracer, let's say. They're going to go for a little bit more of this kind of just consistent poke damage through. This would also be pretty nasty for Venture to have to play into, right? But obviously Leave has the ability to play like a Tracer if needed. A little bit of a pause here. We'll get an idea what's going on. My idea is a team comms issue over here by VP as they're all looking at Vestola. I think, not to point any fingers, he was the culprit earlier. Wherever the tank was for VP. So we'll get that one sorted out.
I do think it was Coach Smash that called the timeout. So we'll have a brief pause at a very tense inflection in this series. We are halfway through Midtown. Virtus.pro unable to finish their attack side, but getting quite deep into the map, which is decent for Midtown. But now, we are going to see the most signature of signature Virtus.pro compositions. The Bears are coming out. This Baptiste Iliari defense and Pharah for JayWoo.
This shouldn't be a surprise to Weibo, though, right? I mean, this is a composition that, like, we could see them playing in a lot of different, like a circuit, things along those lines. And, like, Midtown, this is a great map for, like, a Bap Iliari, at least early on. So this shouldn't be a complete shock for Weibo that this is what's going to be on the other side. Maybe they're slightly surprised, the Pharah in the mix, right? But we'll see. Obviously, Lead can move away from that venture.
It's a question of how much tape Weibo have seen, because it wouldn't be the first time we've seen the JayWoo Pharah.
And you do not want to lose another Game 5 if you're Weibo.
Far too many heartbreak moments for Weibo Gaming over the years. They really have always played it close, always gone to the wire, and suffered some bitter disappointments. So far, so good for them. Now they need to cash the check that their mouth wrote for them.
It becomes psychological at some point too, right? You just continue to lose these Game 5s over and over. So let's see, they see the Pharah. I'm wondering if Leave is going to go back and swap. Yeah, so he is. I mean, that's a wise decision, right? Not going to be able to make the venture work as well. May as well ditch it to the Tracer right away. He's going to be able to go like around that fire truck, the firehouse area, put some pressure around that angle.
Yeah, that off angle is going to be really important, because if you can start to overwhelm Vistola, draw those cooldowns out of the Sigma early, you're going to find yourself in a good position. Diligently, Jwoo watching this alleyway knows that there's going to be pressure coming from that direction. And so Concussive Blast Shy back basically instantly. Mew, though, gets a free Geology class, apparently hit with that accretion out of the game already. Now Weibo will already sort of 1 foot in the bulk here and don't have the speed to get them out. This could be a drawn-out stagger, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like how we called it out for VP, we're going to call it out for Weibo. I mean, at least Weibo dies a little bit faster, right? But you get stuck in that choke, no speed, everybody's split. You may as well just throw your bodies at the opponent as we'll see yet another attempt here for Weibo. I think they need to put more pressure on that alley, right? Get like Leave in that position. They were doing that a little bit before. There was almost a kill Shy got onto Jwoo, which would have been massive. But Jwoo was actually able to get back into the subway car.
The game plan likely is going to be the same here. Try and get a player, or ideally Shy, up that left side of the map. Leaves able to tickle the point here. I mean, Fixer is going to be happy to fight him. And, well, power creep, folks, that's what that looks like. He's able to take on the Tracer pretty comfortably. Nice accretion connection, and there's a Gravitic Flux that Vistola is waiting on here. Gala may have fallen, so Leave has drawn blood in the backline. But Weibo are in disarray in terms of their front line. Mew does well to avoid the hyperspheres and accretion, but I think he's not long for this world. He gets out, and Shockwave's been picked up. Vistola's trying to look for a grouping here of Weibo players to slow them up with a Flux, but Leave and Gushue are so low, they can't come forward right now.
No, they're going to have to get Gushue topped up a little bit. They do off spawn. Now you're going to be able to use the speed to get him through that choke. See if you can get him past the shield.
Shockwave is going to be back in time, but Leave has not left this part of the map. He's still present, but a big barrage for 3. That is going to be quite the relief valve here for Virtus.pro. Shy, Monk, and Mew battered, bruised, and broken as they try and cross that underpass. And now 90 seconds remain for Weibo to put their best foot forward to stay alive in our mid-season championship.
And are you thinking about changes here if you're Weibo? You'd have to be considering him because this is really, I mean, look, if you make changes after this, it's in desperation time, right? You're going like Doom to get back to the point. I think because they're coming up on some of these ults, you kind of have to stay with it.
It might be your last chance, and this, frankly, might be their last fight. Big hit! Jwoo follows up on the damage. The setup was there from Shockwave's railgun connecting beautifully. And now Jwoo's got a little bit more breathing room without a Cassidy on the map, and he's looking for the Tracer. Preempts that recall, forces them away. Leave now, desperation mode activated, and Shy has made the move over towards the Freya.
I mean, you had Leave end up using a pulse bomb there, connects with nothing. Shy is not able to make it through the choke. It's going to be the beat here, dropped by Mew.
They're trying to overwhelm Vistola. They're trying to get in his face, but there's an air matrix right up behind him, and Vistola will be healthy. Flux interrupted. Fantastic terror surge from Gushue. Vistola now out at sea, listless, without any friends, and the Immortality Field comes in too late. What a play from Gushue. What a moment for a champion of the game to keep his team in the running on Midtown.
I mean, not only the breakup of the Flux, but then also the turn and spear to interrupt the accretion. Is that keeps Weibo in the game, in the tournament. VP will make some changes on defense, so this is where they move away from that Alari.
They didn't feel particularly favored on the Orisa mirror earlier in this series. That's the switch for Vistola. Feels like he's just a little too exploitable on that less mobile Sigma pick. Now, of course, with defensive cooldowns that make it harder for him to be shifted, he can more aggressively stake his claim to the space that Shockwave needs to dish big damage from the high ground.
Yeah, I like that idea from Weibo. They were actually trying to deny some of the high ground. Shy getting very low. It's going to be an overclock.
Okay, looks like Shockwave ate a javelin, though, was forced back, but Shy was far too low, and Monk couldn't get him up to fighting form in time. Now he could start to play the choke, make this more punishing. The disruptor shot starts to become more than just a mild nuisance. So there's Gala. It's popping off quietly. Leave has been trying to, accost that Baptiste on multiple occasions, but you've got to get up in the morning if you've got to get past a Spaniard like that.
I mean, look, Leave's had a pretty quiet map, all things considering, with how good he was on the Venture in the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be the guy that points it out, Matt, but you're right.
I mean, I was the one that pointed it out, but yes, I am right.
It's like you'd hate to be the guy. You probably wouldn't, in fact. Okay, Mortality Field, long range, one Gala. Self-amp Matrix, drops low, though, and can't benefit from the amp for a time, but he's looking to go full aggressive here. Both teams have lost their Mortality Field, but Vastola eventually has to crumble. He is sectioned off by Gushui and brought down, and Weibo are holding on to a big bag of ultimates, and they can start to ration them out over the rest of this part of the map. This is far from done.
But I kind of like this for VP. Like, you take that bite early, you trade Amp Matrix for Beat on the other side, you come back with your own sound barrier. If you can, like, push through the Amp Matrix with 42 seconds, I mean, you are in a great spot on D.
Solas need to try and find a way back out onto this platform, but it's not a simple matter.
Yeah, they want to try and get this high ground back. It's going to be tough.
Gushui, though, can be pulled down by the Terror Surge if he doesn't have a Fortify active. But Monk is absolutely making the most of finally getting access to this high ground. Jaywoo's got a pulse, though, and is looking to maybe tease some of these cooldowns out of the Baptiste here.
Yeah, they use that Amp Matrix up on the high ground, but they don't actually move the payload at all. It'll be a double Terror Surge here, sound barrier advantage for VP.
Okay, well, neither Orisa really takes a big hit off the back of that. Fortifies pop for both, and now Gushui drops to the low ground. We're headed into overtime, folks. Gala traded, but Gushui is down. The front line are missing here for Weibo Gaming, and we're shy out of the picture. It all seems too much to manage. Pistola with a Fortify, forcing Monk away from the fight. Your STC overtime is going to be short-lived, folks. And once more, the Polar Bears find an oasis amongst the desert sands, advancing into our quarterfinals.
What a game. As Weibo, they were trying to back up. Their Mew was really close to a beat. It was like 90+%. They're trying to let him build that up, but Vastola and crew would not let it happen. And Weibo, yet again, falls in a Game 5. As VP, we're looking past him with a lot of these other teams in EMEA putting up better performances throughout Stage 2. But they bounce back here in a big way from their poor performance at Champions Clash. They'll make it to our bracket.
VP maybe just reminding us that they were simply in hibernation and are ready now to retake the mantle, not only as one of the most commanding forces in EMEA, but a team to be feared here in our mid-season championship. But there's a cost. Whenever we see a team rise, one must fall. And once again, it's Weibo Gaming that stumble at this all-important hurdle. Their key will be crushed.
You would have told me 2 months ago, hey, we're going to get a VP Weibo Gaming match where Ice Gnome comes in on Sim, wins a map, and plays Hazard, and wins a map, and they would take the series. I would have been like, you are... I don't know what you're doing or what you're on, but man, that is what we saw here. Is they're making the most of this roster, right? Like, hey, maybe we can't exactly play Sim with Jaywoo. Hey, let's try Ice Gnome. He shows up, he's able to do it. They get a map win there on circuit, and then just clutch play at the end by Vastola and crew seals the deal.
And Jaywoo is called upon to play that Sim on occasion, and frankly, it looks all right. It's more than serviceable. But Virtus.pro's shown them they've got looks for days. Starting off the series with a Hazard. The fact that Ice Gnome is able to take it to Gushui, I mean, that is crazy. The fact that Jaywoo's able to fight Leave 1 versus 1 feels like a dawning of something special here for this Virtus.pro squad, delivering perhaps on the promise they made to us at the start of this year with that audacious announcement, and then later, the addition of Ice Gnome to their team to give them yet another look. And I'm excited to see what they have in store for us. We're going to head now down to the stage. It's red, it's white, it's the Danish Dynamite on stage with Zoe.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I do indeed have the Danish Dynamite joining me here for a quick chat after a nail-biter of a series. This was a rematch, as close as it can possibly get. How did you get the edge this time around?
I think no nerves. We're just the underdog, you know. It feels good, so yeah. It was pretty relaxed, you know, so yeah.
All right, I don't believe it. I don't buy that for a second. I mean, this was an intense series, and you were the underdog coming into this. You had a rocky road, let's put it, right, the last few weeks. What kind of work did the team put into it in preparation for this event?
I mean, this like Symmetra stuff, you know, kind of threw us off, I think, you know, even in Stage 2 in EU. I think this win, like the biggest win, doesn't matter what team it is, but the fact that we won without playing Sim, I think it's so big for us, you know, so yeah, that's so good.
So does it feel like you kind of proved the point with this one? Because everyone heading into this was like, if you don't have Symmetra that's competent, then you're just kind of done. Do you feel like you can continue your winning ways without Symmetra heading into the playoffs where we have some strong Symmetra teams?
Yeah, probably. I think we just need to like man up, you know? Like these comps, like the Koreans, you know, and Weibo, like they're so good, you know, at these comps, like maybe non-Symmetra comps. But we're also not the greatest at Symmetra, you know? So I think we're just gonna man up and maybe take the mirror, you know? So, yeah.
I guess we'll see what you guys have in store for us when the time comes. For now, though, it's time to celebrate. And what better way to celebrate than crushing some keys? Are you ready for this?
Let's go.
Let's go, let's do it. Give it up one more time for VP as they're making their ways into the playoffs. And of course, that means he now gets to crush Weibo's key. So let's let that one sink in. Congratulations to Shockwave and the entire team of Virtus Pro. But now it is time to hear it in our exit interview. Danny is standing by with Gushue.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, I am here with Gushue from Weibo Gaming. Unfortunate loss, but I know you guys tried your best. You guys, I just want to say thank you so much for the amazing game. So it was very entertaining. Gushue, I want you to summarize your whole experience in this EWC 2025.
不学，就是也感谢你们给我们带来如此精彩、如此好看的一场表演。就想问你，整体来说，你能不能跟大家形容一下，就是来到电竞世界杯的感受是如何的呢？
对，这次来到 EWC 还是比较开心的吧，而且来了很多中国观众，我觉得也是非常不错的。所以总体来说，这次的体验还可以吧。
It has been a very enjoyable experience. I would say that I've seen I've seen all the fans over here, no matter from China or even the local fans. They've all been very warm. They've been very, very welcoming, and overall, it's been a great experience.
I mean, talking about the fans, we have so many Weibo fans here who came out to Saudi Arabia to support you guys. And also, there's so many Weibo fans watching you right now. Do you have any last message for them?
就是现在在场也是有很多来自 WBG 的粉丝，有很多粉丝从中国就直接飞过来支持你们。有什么话想跟这些粉丝们说的吗？
我觉得首先谢谢大家这么远过来沙特看比赛吧。我觉得这次也挺对不起大家的，这10年季后赛也没进去，我觉得让大家失望了，比较对不起我。
I'm very thankful to all the fans who have come all the way to watch us. I'm very sorry for our performance, but again, big thanks, and I apologize very sincerely from the bottom of my heart for the poor results that we've achieved here, and we hope to do better in the future.
I know Gushue and Weibo will come back stronger. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Weibo Gaming. Thank you guys so much. Bucket, back to you.
Thank you, Danny. Weibo, always so fun to watch, but how about the boys from Virtus Pro, Johnny?
Yeah, we went to Midtown for map 5 and they showed exactly what their signature composition is. If you haven't been watching EMEA, this is what Virtus Pro do best on the defense. They play a very poke-heavy defense. And I told Jake during this attack, I was like, as long as you get a decent attack, that's good enough, because this map is going to be decided on Virtus Pro defense. And that is exactly what they pulled off. They drained all 4 minutes on the defense, and that made a significant difference in the end.
Yeah, I love the adaptations from Virtus Pro throughout the series. The fact that they opened with Eisnom and actually matched the pace from Weibo Gaming. I think Weibo thought they could come into this and just bully Virtus Pro, right? Just push the pace, play these fast dives around Gushue and leave, and maybe just get some cheeky pickoffs and snowball the game out of control. Virtus Pro showed in the first 3 maps of the series, you know what, we can hang at that pace, at that speed. Weibo Gaming go back to the drawing board. They try to adjust, throw some new strats, and finally, map 5, they're caught in the vice, man. That is a brutal comp to match up against, especially in map 5 on land. You're playing as this comp that's just poking you, pecking you from all sides. J-Boo's just cutting you in half from behind on the Pharah. That is a brutal spot to be in. I think it crushed their momentum.
It definitely did. And we're going to break down this game a little bit more. But first, we have breaking news. Over in the SNB arena, Magnus Carlsen has officially locked his key into the trophy as Team Liquid takes home our first ever chess tournament at the Esports World Cup. Johnny, I know as a chess lover, it's so awesome to see these legends here in Riyadh with us. A lot of Liquid fans are super excited knowing they are not only chess champions, they also have a team about to play Overwatch.
Yeah, and obviously we had an interview with Stuart from Team Liquid earlier today, and we talked about this big matchup. We're just now going to put Team Liquid at number 1, and of course, because they won one of those esports now, they are eligible to become the EWC club champions as well. So this is a great win for Team Liquid, and now they just need more points with their Overwatch team still in the mix.
Jake, it's looking like a 4-team race above the 2,000 points, but how about that 50-point difference between the Falcons and Liquid? The difference, though, Falcons don't have a tournament win yet.
You take a look at the esports landscape overall, you got to look at Falcons and Liquid as the obvious favorites for the club championship. So for me, it's not a huge surprise that they find themselves in these top 2 slots, but I think both organizations are hunkering down for the long haul. I think fans are going to have to stick around. I mean, this is a tournament in Overwatch. It could already be this week where Falcons snag their win. I mean, that team has looked incredibly strong here in the Overwatch tournament. So fans are going to have to keep watching the club championship. I expect that both of these teams are going to have wins. I mean, Liquid already has theirs. I think Falcon's going to get one somewhere in the Esports World Cup. It's going to come down to every game, every point. Every team needs to contribute for their overall organization.
Well, speaking of contributing, Virtus Pro, the surprise contributions. Everyone said they were the underdogs. You even heard from the Dane himself, Shockwave, saying, no one thought we could do it. We're just going to keep manning up. Let's take a look at how Shockwave manned up throughout this series. One of my favorite duelists to watch, the DPS star, was popping off, Johnny.
Yeah, he was so proficient. And like I said, he not only pops off like this, but he's in a leadership role as well. Communicates a lot for his team. He's a veteran going back a long way in the Overwatch scene. If you're new, of course, making his debut in 2019 with Vancouver Titans back then.
Yeah.
And it's been a long road since 2025. He now finds himself on this Virtus Pro roster that has had some hit and miss results, but now finally finding momentum behind Vestola, their main tank, of course. And you can see these individual playmakers, like the overclocks we saw from Shockwave on that Sojourn. It was overwhelming, and of course, you can see that he's very happy, of course, guiding his team towards this win. But like Jake said, it's a really good result for them. They prove they can hang with the top dogs in those dive competitions as well. But come the playoffs, Puckett, there are no easy matchups here.
That's right. 6 teams officially locked in as Virtus Pro and GK are 2 most recent to power into our final 8. But Jake, we have to find out who is going to play Crazy Raccoon, who takes on T1, because we still have 2 more matches to go tonight.
I got to say, like, you got to play these matches in front of you to earn this spot to get to the top 8. That would be an achievement in and of itself. But your prize is playing Crazy Raccoons in T1. I mean, it's not all that, you're not feeling all that good going up against those matchups. Still, to get a top 8 placement, you're going to take home some points. You're going to up your prize pool. So playing to win, playing to survive is crucial right now. I believe up next, it's Liquid taking on Varel, which, Varel overperformed massively, I think, to even be in that match. But this is a Liquid that is potentially resurgent and maybe wants another bite at the apple against Crazy Raccoon.
Japan, can they make it into the playoff bracket, or will be all the big names our analysts expected at the start of the day? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Esports World Cup, day 2 of 4. We'll be right back with more Overwatch 2.
Oh, it's level 1.
I gotta lock in.
Oh my god, there's 3 now. Oh my god, the trick is.
Did I try too hard?
You're not.
Oh, whoa, why didn't you know that?
Wait, slow down.
No, I'm actually hit. Yeah, hit me.
Like, you hit like right here.
No. 92. Oh, hello.
Wow, you're too strong. It's actually so fast.
Done.
Attacker's advantage?
No, it's attacker's disadvantage, actually. Well, 9 is light work, but I can't lie. I'm getting nervous. No, bro. I'm taking my time. Because I know I'm going to win. Bro, see? Not even close, fam.
So you just keep going? Keep going?
I'll do only 5. After 5, I'll just quit.
Oh. Oh, you missed it.
Oh, I actually did.
Okay, it does end.
Okay, yeah. You have to actually lock in.
326, right? So yeah?
I'm not saying nothing. Just try to get 100, bro. Damn. Don't go too fast.
Oh, I got a pair actually.
Lock in, bro. Lock in.
Congratulations.
I lock in, bro. Yeah, that flick was crazy. The tracking is unmatched, actually. Bro, you're flicky. What's your sense?
803. 803.
803 in real life?
You getting nervous?
For sure, it's easier watching than playing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Congratulations.
169. I had 180.
Oh.
Yeah, through for you, so you can take the connector. Okay. Yo, what? No way. Is that 250?
That's so hard.
250?
You're him, man.
Oh my god, I'm like 100 over you. Oh, it's what, 326?
I think I hit one wrong earlier, like in level 1, so like
No way, bro.
I think I tracked it.
Wow.
You're him.
Well, I'm him with you. You know who's got better aim, no?
I'ma get
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, where we just witnessed Magnus Carlsen putting his key into the totem as the pressure has been lifted off of Liquid. They have won a tournament. They are now in the running for the club championship for 2025. The S&B Esports Arena was on fire. And Avril, you got to go see it in person. What was it like over there, man?
Awesome. Magnus, what a winner, what a player. The best chess player, obviously. And also for Team Liquid as well, because like you said, Puckett, it takes the pressure off of chess, but however, pressure now on the Overwatch team.
All right, Overwatch team wanting to stay ahead of the Falcons. They have a 50-point lead in the club championship. And if you're just tuning into the Esports World Cup, that's a $27 million side tournament with the winners taking home $7 million. It's a pretty big deal here in Riyadh. But Jake, let's turn our attention back to Overwatch now, because we have another round here that is going to decide who is getting their key crushed and who is playing tomorrow and potentially Sunday.
You know, honestly, if you put me on my bingo card about who would be in this spot, who would have survived the first round of eliminations, I wouldn't have expected Viral to be in that group, right? Coming out of Japan, this is a region that has never really fielded an internationally competitive team. And today, they take down one of the top dogs from China. Now they go up against the second seed from North America. However, I think this is their toughest test yet as a team. Liquid is resurgent. They look great in this meta. They look very comfortable and flexible. And they just took Crazy Raccoon to a map 5. So if Viral can do this, man, all bets are off.
Let's take a look at some of these best moments from Viral earlier today, because it was a bit of a shocker for a lot of people on our panel here. Avril, what did you see?
Honestly, a lot of good stuff from their tank line, but also Top Dragon. We talked about it. KSG, for me, did really well in this particular series versus Bellastree, who I just don't think, again, that Rock can really match them on this sort of RAM meta, in this Brawl meta. It's good to see that Viral can actually play the meta well. They've integrated well the Korean players on the team, and this is the best looking Viral we've ever seen, because this is not the first Viral they've ever fielded as a team. They've won Japan before, but now they're undefeated in Japan, and they're at their absolute peak in gameplay.
Jake, talk to me a little bit about these players, because Nico was the star for me on Cassidy during that Eichenwald game. Before that, though, we were saying a whole bunch of other players' names.
Look, for me, Top Dragon is just a monster on this team. I think Top Dragon, you can plug him in on pretty much any top team, and I actually think he's going to do pretty well. Like, he's not just a flex DPS player, but he brings the heat on the Tracer and also has a massive hero pool to match. So if you're going to have, like, one superstar player to make a massive impact on your team, I really don't think you can do much better than this guy, and he seems to have really fit in well with the Viral squad and, you know, isn't relying on too much resource to get that job done.
Top Dragon never afraid to shine on camera in and out of game. He was able to crush the key earlier, and we caught up with him before this matchup.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Top Dragon from Viral. Hey, before we start this interview, it's going to be really quick, but hey, congratulations on getting the win. You were fantastic, amazing. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I'm really happy because this is first win for Japan teams.
Yeah.
So Japan teams never win some like other country teams.
Yeah, right.
Now we actually beat the China third team. So it's really good things for Japan League, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were looking really, really good. I mean, next up, you have one more match. But going into that match, you're playing 2 matches today. Do you feel tired at all or no?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't expect first match is really tough. So yeah, I'm really tired, but yeah, anyway, we should do next match. So I'm just prepared for that.
Okay, next match. How do you think it's gonna play out? What's your read on the opponent? 상대편 어떤 거 같나요?
Yeah, Team Liquid is actually a strong team because they actually 3-2 against Crazy Raccoons, but even we do best in Lijiang Tower against CR. So I think it's, yeah, if we're doing really good, then yeah, it's really winnable.
All right. I mean, that is it for the interview. Top Dragon, thank you so much. Best of luck, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much.
That is Viral. They are looking to put on a show for Japan. On the other side, we have one of North America's favorites. They go by Team Liquid, and the All-American lineup is looking to score again. They were so close last night against Crazy Raccoon, taking our world best team to a Game 5, Avril.
I know, this is such a great performance from Team Liquid. You have Zera nearly beating Team Liquid, so rather Crazy Raccoon again. After now joining Team Liquid, he was on Nightmare for Hangzhou. Now he's on Team Liquid, and they are pushing Crazy Raccoon, which is like a strong favorite for the tournament, to the absolute limit. I don't know where Crazy Raccoon currently are in this tournament. Maybe they're just not that good in the meta, but Team Liquid, no doubts about it in my mind. Tree, by the way, he got the MVP on the B stream last night. Unbelievable performance by this guy.
All right, I've learned about Tree after watching day one. I know about Vega and RuPaul. Who are you watching here, Jake, as we go into day 2 for 2025?
I think Infected is another great player to call out on the tank role. He really is one of that new generation of young tank players who came up for the most part in the Overwatch 2 era, right? He's really ready to flex and play whatever the team needs, whatever the meta demands. They don't need to bench that guy. And where a lot of teams are subbing in and out of their tank role, that presents a weakness. It presents an opportunity to punish them. Not an issue for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think Infected, he's just so flexible. That's really his strength. He can play the ball in this particular meta as well, which is really strong. But then he can just go on to all these Brawl heroes. Zero as well, I mean, we briefly touched on him. This guy was an MVP for Nightmare when they beat Crazy Raccoon in Hangzhou. Now they brought him over to Team Liquid, where he's kind of the star player. But when Tree's also this good, you have 2 hyperstar DPSs in your starting lineup.
Time to pop off. You finished 3rd, you finished 2nd. How far can you go here at EWC? We talked to Knife before the match.
What's good, everybody? I'm here joined by Knife from Team Liquid. He's about to jump into the game, but for now, he has to talk to me. All right, Knife, let's talk about your opponent's Veryl. What is your read on the team? Do you think it's going to be an easy win for Team Liquid? 자, 다음 경기, 이번 오늘 처음 경기죠. 이제 바렐과의 경기가 있습니다. 바렐은 어떤 팀이고 또 좀 쉽게 이길 수 있을 것 같으신가요?
그래도 일단 일본에서 전승을 하고 올라온 팀이기 때문에 조금 애들이 긴장감을 좀 갖고 게임을 해야 하지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
I did hear that Veryl did pretty well in the Japan region, so they're not a weak team, but I mean they should be worried facing up against us. All right, I also want to ask you: is there a player in your opponent's side that you're sort of really you're taking a really close look at? 자, 다음 질문으로 바렐 쪽에서 좀 이 선수는 조금 조심해야겠다라고 하는 좀 생각하는 선수가 있으신지?
일단 아무래도 탑드래곤 선수가 좀 방금 직전 경기에서도 좋은 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 탑드래곤 선수만 조금 조심하면 되지 않을까라는 생각하고 있습니다.
Definitely, it's going to be Top Dragon. He did really well in their previous match, so I think I'm going to be on the lookout for Top Dragon from Veryl. All right, that is it for the interview. Knife, thank you so much. Good luck, okay?
Thank you.
Fighting.
Fighting.
Great to hear from Knife. Hopefully we see him on the stage, but it's time for predictions as we are 20 seconds away.
3-1 Team Liquid. All 3 NA teams making it out.
NA teams.
3-0 Liquid. Tree's got this.
Veryl, I love you. Jaws loves you. But this is North America, baby. It's Team Liquid on a heater here at EWC. Let's send it to the stage.
What a day it's been, and it's not over yet. These teams are taking us the distance. Seeing Virtus Pro taking China's #1 super team all the way to map 5 in a rematch match, and then taking that victory away from them. Wow, just wow.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really entertaining to watch. But what's coming up next is another inter-regional showdown. We have a rising powerhouse stacked with potential against a team that is chasing history for their own region. Zoe, you know what to do.
I do indeed. And what a pleasure it gives me to welcome both of these teams back onto our stage. So let's hear it for both of them, starting with the explosive, young, talented squad from NA. They have been showcasing so much diversity and versatility already here in Riyadh. Let's see what they have in store for us today. It is Team Liquid.
and their opponents, representing a region still searching for its big international moment. They've already made history just by getting this far, and now they're fighting to take it even further. Welcome, Varel!
Two very different reaction from our audience, and quite frankly, I think it will fuel both teams equally. So let's get this one on its merry way.
So it goes, another playoff spot on the line and another key destined for the hydraulic press. It's North America versus Japan in our Group B decider match. Smith Leslie and Matt Morello on the call.
Yeah, and Varel is a bit of a surprise to be here, right? They end up beating Rock in a very close series earlier in the day. Team Liquid, they had we didn't cast it, but on the Bravo stream, I mean, they had a tremendous game. It goes to 5, I think, with Crazy Raccoon. So they are looking to be pretty formidable at this event. We casted EMEA really throughout all of Stage 2, so we haven't had the opportunity with them in 0 in the lineup yet.
And Team Liquid set out this year with a pretty ambitious goal, right? Especially with the dissolution of that Toronto Defiant team. They built this team around Infected.
Yeah.
Kasura said, we want a flexible tank player at the center of our empire. And frankly, it was a pretty shaky start for them, right? They were superseded by Nightmare. SSG looked better in that stage number 1. And then in stage 2, they get close. They fall to GK, of course, in that 7-map series. So perhaps if that trajectory continues, they're destined potentially for that playoff spot.
Yeah, I like how you phrase that of like, hey, Team Liquid went on an ambitious effort to make a team that won't lose. There's sometimes in the history of Overwatch we've questioned whether if that was the intent that the team was built for, but not with this team, as they have some of the brightest and youngest players in North America. And Varel, for me, they're playing with house money, right? This is a team that I don't think anybody expected to be in this position, right? I think a lot of people would have said they're first out in the group, but now anything's possible.
And Varel domestically tend to dominate, man.
Yes.
There aren't many teams out there that can really hold a candle to them. They absolutely clapped Reject in order to get out here to our mid-season championship. And so far, like you mentioned, they're just trying to see just how far they can go. Top Dragon, though, quite the mercenary, quite the journeyman of a player. He's been in EMEA, he's been in Korea, and now he's in Japan.
They also got the crowd behind them, and it may just be because they're booing Liquid. It may not be because they're...
Infected tweeted,
yeah.
He's like, dude, being booed is crazy fun.
Yeah.
He is about it. He's trying to encourage it.
I used to love it. I mean, it was one of the most fun things. I mean, you see when they go out there, even they're trying to instigate a little bit. Tree is starting to get it going, and I always see these players now, a few lands in, right, starting to get a little bit more comfortable on this bigger stage.
The addition of Zera has really allowed Team Liquid to go up a gear. Will it be high enough, though, to allow them to vault over this Varel team, who too are vying for that slot out of Group B? Lijiang Tower is going to be first up on deck in this series. Like what we've seen so far, I think, KSG got a call out there from our desk on the Varel side of things, but it's hard to look past the impact that Top Dragon and even Slay or that Liari have been able to have. As long as Slay doesn't try and hit in the airborne targets with Captive Sun, this Lijiang Tower run, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, he was way off. We saw that yesterday. It's still traveling.
Oh, in the current year?
I mean, yeah, that's...
Damn, Gen Z with the 2025 dab. Pick that off your bingo card.
You can't be, even
I don't do that anymore.
Even us old heads know you can't be dabbing anymore.
I mean, I'm often tempted, but I have self-control.
Yeah. Whenever we see Pocket, when he's not attached to the couch, he's just dabbing all over in the back.
He actually, I thought it was just a tick at first, and no, he just can't stop dabbing.
A chronic dabber.
Yeah. Moments away from jumping in, folks. There it is. The Varel key, one they're trying to protect, one they're trying to slot into that mid-season championship trophy. And Avert having it crushed. Yes. Oh, yeah, hit me with the instant replay. Tree, you are not living that one down, sir.
Player of the day. Just off of that. So, this would be a huge moment for Varel, but also the region as well, right? Like as a newer addition to Overwatch esports, right? With support with OWCS like starting last year. To be able to, qualify for an international here at EWC, right? through their region, but then also show, like, hey, we can compete with these teams. The issue with them is, like, they have to go up against, like, the great teams from Korea, right? Like, but it's clear that they can go up against, you know, some of these other teams from different regions.
And I feel like the last time we really saw a team from Japan thrust into the spotlight was that World Cup back in 2018, was it? The Sydney stop, where they played that 5-mapper against Australia and just fall short in that qualifier. That was a long time ago. And of course,
look, when your brightest moment that you can remember is falling short in a qualifier, it's a little bit of a bigger step up here now.
The brightest moment was that hotel in Sydney. That was something else. But again, I know that Varel are looking for more than just a comfy stay out here in Saudi Arabia. They'd like to make Team Liquid squirm a little bit in their chairs. Night Market looks like it's on deck first here. Infected already seems to be committed to this Orisa game plan. Make some noise, STC Esports Arena. Let's get this decider match underway. Out of the gates, Liquid in the blue, Varel in the orange.
And Varel will actually run that. Kiri Ilari here off the rip with Top Dragon playing the Pharah. So a little bit of a different look than what we saw from them the other day as we're on board with Tree. It started to feel like, as of late, he's really starting to come into his own.
He's going to have his work cut out for him on this kind of map because it's going to fall to him often to try and clip the wings of Top Dragon, who'll often play in a position here. It's a little bit hard for the Sojourn to see. Now that he can be set up here, he can start to bombard Infected as he tries to approach. And already the Orisa has been laid quite low. Liquid, frankly, aren't in a great position to strike, but Nico's been taken down by Vega of all people, and Top Dragon knows he's got to make a play now. Into the backline he goes, trying to swing around, but he's got to respect this Sojourn damage. One more rocket would account for Tree, but he's getting that healing. And the window might have closed here for Top Dragon. KSG and Slayer down.
He had like 2 or 3 opportunities, right, where the Curie healing was on the way to Tree, where you would have been able to finish him off with a rocket, but 2 of them go wide there, and you're able to keep Tree up. RuPaul then TPs towards the point, helps out Infected and Vega, and that'll be a first point here, getting in control for TL.
Nico here, just that longer range pressure at least forces Tree in the direction of that mega health pack. It's just the Sojourn playing the off angle in the middle of the map. The rest of Team Liquid are arranged around the outside of the point itself. Obviously, that would present opportunities for Lucio, but Varel aren't playing with one. It's Kiriko Iliari, as you pointed out, Matthew. And Slay is taken down yet again. Vega has been so busy early on in these fights. The Tree looks like he was knocked off the map there. Nico steals that mega away, but KSG falls in a frontline fight. Varel are actually struggling to get on the same page by the looks.
And I don't like the Ilari here because you're just making it so difficult for your tank and costly in terms of cooldowns to take up that space, right? You have to kind of use, whether it be the Fortify, the Spear Spin, move on in. You're moving a little bit slower, and then it gives Team Liquid an opportunity with Vega's speed to be able to push them on in.
Nico, here we're looking for the one clip, but Nico, of course, has the explosive bolt damage connecting. Infected, pushes out, hoping to chase Nico down, might have overextended, but of course he's got a little thing called the Terra Surge to throw in. Big durability buff, and Tree and Vega will make sure they dive in and make the most of that disruption. Captain Sun cleansed off there by the Suzu. Tree not bothered. Top Dragon only had Infected to work on, and he was able to flip the point now, but he's going to look towards the ground as Zera has come knocking.
Tree and both supports are still in the middle of the map. That's why you see KSG's like looking all around. Doesn't know whether to go help on the point or fall back. That is going to be the Kitsune rush here used as well by Cloud. They thought that was winnable. Couldn't be any less the case.
Yeah, absolutely not. Varel seemed to be playing in 2 different areas on the map much of the time. And that's owing, of course, to the Pharah in play and the mobility of Cloud. Trying to make sure the Kiriko is where she is most needed. Oh, there it is, another great opener there. That was an explosive bolt from Nico. Tree's opted to make the switch over towards the Freya himself here. With a bowler shot ready, looking like for someone like Slay, who's ensconced there in that back corner, try and force him out of the fight. 92% here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was a really early beat from Vega, and they try and use it to get aggressive, but they turn the corner, nobody's home. So the beat goes for nothing there. So this opens up a little bit of a window of opportunity now for Varel.
Oh, Nico's been pretty bloody clean on this Freya so far. A bit of a stagger pick up there as Team Liquid had already well and truly lost that fight. A couple of players lingering around the fringes of the point.
Hey there.
They will be back and lined up quite soon, and it's going to be a Kitsune rush that will not be able to be answered by Cloud. Liquid, like I mentioned, sitting on the bowler shot still too.
Yeah, I mean, you could end up using the Terra Surge, right? They use the Kitsune Rush, you use KSG's Terra Surge. You have a Bola Shot as well, so some opportunity where those players are grouped up. You can get something big.
Into the point they go. Slay's already gone down. Terra Surge has to be used here by the KSG, but it doesn't seem to bother Team Liquid whatsoever. So much to work with that Kiriko ultimate in play, and it's an exchange of bowler shots. Top Dragon, though, is caught by trees, and that should be the end of the round, folks. Team Liquid, last team left as the dust settles here. Night Market going in favor of this North American squad.
And I think it's going to be really difficult to play this double flex support look here against Team Liquid, because like Zera, RuPaul, Vega is so good at like just hunting down those supports. I mean, you have the Illari right there, and it's a pretty easy target. Now Cloud can get out of dodge, right? But if you can get on top of the Illari, even the Freya, two pretty nice targets there for those flankers on Team Liquid to hunt down.
Vega and RuPaul, the safest pair of hands you could ask for on this side of the Atlantic, I guess.
You then reminded yourself that Shu and Chorog exist, and then we're like, hold on, wait, how do I phrase this right?
I also have to remember exactly geographically where we are positioned. All right, here we go, folks, off to Garden. KSG's going to be on the D.Va here. A hero we've seen a heck of a lot less of here.
Yeah, we saw a lot during Stage 2, but not as much at this event. It's been a lot of like a recent RAM. So we'll see if KSG is able to make good use of the D.Va. A little bit more defensive, right? Especially if you want to play the Illari with the defense matrix.
Looks like Infected very quickly saw an opportunity to topple Nico. That would have been dangerous. The outburst there, saving Slay's life, as that javelin would have been bound for his chest, and he would have been sent packing over the edge. Actually quite low.
Well, I mean, no,
inside the dojo, though.
They're having a tough time making it across the bridge, right? Because he's so low. I mean, goodbye.
That's a one clip.
Yeah, he can't get back towards the choke to provide defense matrix, right? Because he's so low. So then everybody walking over the bridge is just getting, like, poked on down.
Free playing pretty riskily here, but he's ultimately going to be rewarded. Nico, like a stuck pig going down with all those explosive bolts riddling him. This is very, very clean. Tree and Zera working in tandem to make short work of any target they turn their minds to.
It feels like you needed a swap here from Varel like 2 fights ago at this moment in time, as feels like this come. Now we're gonna so you're gonna have Rush and your Captive Sun. This is probably your best opportunity, right? Yeah, they decide to use it, so they go towards that white room. They use the Rush over the point.
Baron are so split here, and in fact, the part of their squad playing on the bridge chose to back up and take the Mega up instead.
Well, they just trade rushes, right? I mean, that's what happens. They trade rushes, but KSG also gets dangerously low, actually able to finish off Zera.
Yeah, and he's been topped up now, so could probably fight here on the point. Bowler shot here for Infected might be the play. Slay looking for a Captive Sun connection now as the Terra Surge comes in, and Infected will fall either to Slay's hand or someone else's. Now Farrell finally have found their way into the round at 80% and counting for Liquid.
Well, Vega's on the point, takes out Top Dragon.
Wait a minute.
And, no, Vega is still, he's contesting this, and he's got Sound Barrier. He's going to drop it, connect with everybody there.
Dreed is going to play safe here. They're going to respect that self-destruct, but a Sound Barrier renders it pretty useless. Tree backs up here, bowler shot in hand, and he deals with Slay. All covers full before Tree. Not even the finest of lumberjacks here out of the Japanese region can deal with him. KSG also going to be staggered and de-suited. This is brutal stuff, man. I'm going to tip it 100 with you. Top Dragon tries to go for a barrage here, but Infected is back here on his signature Wrecking Ball pick. And I'm glad we're stuck on this Tree POV because he is lighting him up, folks. Brutal welcome for Varel here out to the stage.
That is a tough second round there for Varel. Felt like, I don't think they're going to be able to run this type of comp with the Illari and the Kiri against this team. Team Liquid just going to take advantage of it, it feels like. I think you're going to need to make some more changes here. If you are Varel going into the next map, feels like that second round probably could have tried some different things as well, but maybe the map was a little bit too far gone.
I mean, they did, right? We did see the D.Va come out here for Varel. KSG, like, even very early on in the round, kind of basically feels like he starts at half HP. Push back inside that dojo building. Tree here just showing us some utterly absurd mechanics. Even he's got to laugh about it. He gets away with so much, including a number of just solo engagements, up against Nico that he just sort of wins out.
It felt like KSG made it across on D.Va, made it across the bridge, and then was like, hey guys, everybody come. And there he's like, we will die. And he's like, well, I have no health, so what do we do?
Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Unfortunately, it wasn't one that paid off so often.
No.
They split their forces, did Varel.
The bad part is they kept sacrificing people, and it just never worked.
Yeah, sunk cost fallacy, bit of a foreign concept to them in that case. I understand. Or rather, not foreign at all.
What can they do in terms of like map ban, hero ban process? Varel tries to get a little bit of an advantage.
So against Liquid, it's a little bit harder than against some other teams because they built this team to be sort of map and meta agnostic or as much as possible. So I think at this point you need to essentially double down on your strengths if you're Varel. We think back to that sort of game against Rock, right? Really competitive. Varel looked really good on Circuit Royal. One of those sort of outlier maps that some teams want to go to if they feel like they're advantaged there. Eichenwalde also was the decider map in that series, but it's chosen by Rock into Varel. They looked quite good there. So if KSG wants to play more of that D.Va, there are likely some maps that lend itself to a pool.
Want to see them play more of that D.Va?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. And there's also the question of, okay, like between Nico and Top Dragon, is there like a functional sim composition? There, I think maybe there's a case to be made for the D.Va. She's very good at it's a PGE.
PGE, yeah.
Rise up, baby.
PGE sneaks his way into all the broadcasts.
That's it. So that's, I think, what you're considering here if you're Varel. I think Team Liquid, you're going up against a team you know that took a team like Crazy Raccoon, favored to win it all here, to the very limit. And that's a scary prospect. Even if you don't watch the game, which they definitely have, you're still worried about what you're going to run into here. And Liquid, obviously, they end up going to Colosseo, right? Yeah. A bit of a random push map to pick here. One that not every team is sort of prepared to roll out on. They managed to take a pretty comfortable win.
Esperanza is a much more fan-favorite map, I would say, than Colosseo.
Cool.
So I'm not surprised on that. But then Colosseo also kind of like, if you win that first fight, like you can gain like a pretty sizable advantage, and the chokes to fight through on the other end are pretty brutal. So we'll see maybe if Liquid has the chance to pick a map, if that's where they would take us. Varel, do you go towards Circuit? That would be, like, if you wanted to play Alari and comps like that, Circuit makes a lot of sense. It doesn't feel like a situation, though, where you get a massive advantage.
Maybe just the fact that you can go for a comfort comp is a bit of a boon for you. It's also the kind of map where the infected ball is absolutely useless. Cannot play that.
Yeah.
And in fact, that actually, like, he was pretty honest over in North America about just the challenges he faced when he picked up Orisa. When she first sort of became sort of meta relevant, I think it was last year, he was like, yeah, honestly, it's taken me a while to get to grips with this hero. Infected was, if you remember, played a lot of Winston, a lot of ball, more of those dive styles, but has shown us, a much deeper pool, I think. But there's a question of like, okay, how does the Rabatra look for this lad?
Right.
Like, does he feel good if we go towards those some more classic rush style compositions? Or, a map like Circuit Royal, if that gets picked up, what's the look supposed to be for Liquid?
Yeah, so I think it looks like the map will end up being Circuit. The band's obviously still some time to come on through. If you're Varel, are you looking at like trying to protect like a tank with like a different type of ban? Are you looking to maybe even trying and think about protecting the support line, right? Especially if you want to play like a BAP Ilari, or even I guess if you wanted to play Kiri Ilari, you can ditch that.
I honestly think banning to protect the BAP Ilari composition, is a pretty good idea. But Liquid already banned Baptiste in the previous map, right?
Yeah.
They already tried to take that option away from Varel. They'd read that pretty closely.
So Varel, they end up banning first. So they get rid of Lucio. That's kind of what I was just kind of talking about, right? So they get rid of the support. Vega, we obviously know, plays a ton of Lucio. That is a very difficult.
Yeah.
My back hurts looking at that gaming posture.
I think that probably breaks a lot of the rules of ergonomics.
All right, we need to keep track of KSG and interview him when he's like 35. Be like, hey, did this impact your back?
How did that pan out for you?
Yeah. It's like,
You wake up in the morning. How does your back feel?
This obviously targets Vega's Lucio,
yes,
right?
But it also, like, Varel wasn't going to play it anyway, right? If you're not going to play Lucio in Lijiang Tower, like, you're probably not going to play it. So get the Lucio out, target Vega, protect the comp for you, a win on both sides.
Liquid are targeting Top Dragon's Pharah here. Don't want to deal with it. That also might indicate like maybe there's like an interest in going the venture direction.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's an option. I was like, does Top Dragon now fall back and play like some Mei, right? Potentially.
I think Mei is so good on this map, especially in those rush comps. So annoying.
Yeah.
For both Ramatra and Sigma to deal with. Maybe we even see that mirrored, both sides going for that pick. Yeah, there it is. Top Dragon.
Yep.
Got to come out on the Mei here. KSG on the Ramatra, and it will be, as we alluded to, that signature Baptiste Iliari look here for Varel.
And I think Liquid obviously has some time. You could see a little cheeky Hanzo pick here from Tree. We've seen that before, and him put up some crazy kills with that. We haven't seen a ton of Brig at this event, at least the games we've cast. Maybe like once, so Brig Bap would be a little bit of a interesting one. Brig Bap was like, if they were going to play D.Va on the other side, you would like really like the Brig Bap.
I think it's fine against the Ramatra too, especially when you have the Pharah band. Like, it's such a nightmare to play Brig in a Pharah, because you basically never have a shield. It's always pokes down. So double sniper here for Liquid, just out our opening. They're not sure if there'd be like a grapple up or something similar. That's not the case, or maybe an echo, God forbid. That is a Top Dragon pick. Mei mirror on both sides.
It'll be a mirror outside of the tank, so Infected going to stick on the Orisa as
we talked about it, yeah.
Pilot the ramp.
Kind of wondered if like Ramatra would be a preference for his.
I think I like the Ram a bit better. Like, I just think Ramatra is just crazy good.
But Orisa can walk out of the Blizzard map, and I think that is fairly important.
If you can get past the Ramatra shield and doesn't have like Nemesis form available, you can also deal with him pretty nicely as Orisa.
I don't know how long Top Dragon expects to be able to stay there. He eats too many of these bolts from Tree. Tree gets a high enough viewing angle, it could be curtains, but Top Dragon's giving good account of himself with those right clicks. He'll stay in position for now. Vortex there, taking Rupal a little low.
Right there, Nemesis form is now down here, so KSG is backing up. Do you have a window here to be able to kind of get rid of him from that side room?
Rupal's kind of doing it all here. Beautiful Air Matrix makes a lot of space, and Top Dragon has been felled. KSD finds himself on the wrong side of that Air Matrix. I think, Matt, there's an idea to go past it, to get into the back line of Liquid properly, but eventually he falls back and is subject to the damage.
He's got to be super careful, though. Like, if he uses that Nemesis form early, they are just going to run him down. That is going to be the first checkpoint here. Like, the idea would be, is like with the Ramatra here, is to just kind of like, force these cooldowns out of Infected and force him to move up without them, and then like Nemesis form. Typically you would speed and then kind of push through, but be a Terror Surge with a Captive Sun uses RuPaul. That's going to be a nice immortality field, keeping him alive.
Yeah, it's the perfect answer, of course. It's so hard to interact with the detonation, burst damage off the Captive Sun. And so Slay, in the past, we've seen him in that position actually, better do a lot with that ultimate. RuPaul is the exact hero that has an answer for it, and Vega now is holding on to a Captive Sun of his own.
Dude, you lose KSG here so late as well, so
I think better to see the Iliari than the Brig here from Team Liquid. Under these kind of poke circumstances. Slay has another healing pile removed here, so harder for Varel to set up in a bit of a bunker-style approach. Top Dragon has a Blizzard though, and he might be trying to work an off angle to get in there and stick it, but there's no Lucio here, so it's hard to get that speed boost to your Mei to get her in where she needs to be.
Little off angle, Captive Sun here.
Good connection, and there it is! Vega gets himself Nico and Slay. Who needs fusion power when you got this guy lining it up for you? RuPaul's immortality field does a lot of work in maintaining that life for the backline. And KSG is trying to get something for his money in this fight, but there's not a lot to be had.
He uses the Annihilation, tries to push on top of RuPaul and Tree, but with the vertical mobility of both of those heroes, they go right above him, and they have the lamp there. Vega turns, and he's like, hey, do you guys need help? And he just turns right back. They did not need it whatsoever.
Oh, man, Vega is doing it, man. He's doing the thing. What a Captive Sun onto that backline entirely. Definitely left KSG out at sea. He's made the switch over towards the Orisa now. The Ramatra is just not doing it. And Zera switched over towards the Tracer, leaving a Soul Mei on the field.
This is going to be a crazy time if Team Liquid can finish this. Nico, I was just about to say, extremely weak. And Nico drops down and he falls right into the lap of Zero. So unfortunate for Nico. Zero just going to creep in here behind enemy lines. The enemy's very far away. He's going to try and go for a spawn camp here.
Slay sniffs this out, I think, rather Nico. Yes, he actually definitely has a feeling that Zero's going to try and camp him.
Meanwhile,
Captain Sun, it's an exchange of them, in fact, and Slay ends up going down. RuPaul's able to detonate it, and here comes Infected. Here comes the Liquid boys. Out around the outside of the map, it's going to have to be an ice block there for Top Dragon, but it's awkward. Zero was hoping to at least get a quick trade for RuPaul, and now that's not an option.
But the card is continuing to move, though. Like, the card has been consistently moving here for Team Liquid, where Varel just kind of fighting for their lives, trying to secure this high ground. So they finally do so. Team Liquid will end up being back at full strength.
Again, this Varel bunker on the high ground will need to be defeated by Liquid one way or another. Their options are to force Varel down, which means taking a fair bit of poke damage, or taking the fight to them on this high ground. Tree is working alongside Infected to that effect here. Yeah, and that allows Varel to move up onto the car to prevent any incidental progress. Zero just forces an ice block in what appears to be like a, that 1 versus 2 with support overlooking the situation. Infected knows that big cooldown from Top Dragon is burnt, so it's an easy kill for him, and then it's back to work.
Yeah, and KSG, that's going to be the immortality field used right there, so it's going to be the Captive Sun over the top. I think it only connects with 2 targets.
Oh, that is dirty stuff from Vega. Averaging 2 kills per Captive Sun. What an instrumental component of Liquid's success on this map so far, and that is a whopping time bank on Circuit Royal.
Infected trying to get Vega hyped up, as Vega just seems always so chill and calm. As see some highlights from this one. This is all Team Liquid.
Look at this one. Slay and Nico fall back. Oh, man. That is beautiful.
Yeah, not a lot of Varel highlights in this one.
No. Vega looks incredible here. Maybe Varel even regretting banning the Lucio away. And this is what we were kind of saying about Team Liquid. It was a promise they made at the start of the year that just took a long time to mature, really. As that they wanted to be the team that could kind of do it all.
So that's about as much of a celebration you're going to get from Vega. And hey, we were playing some Overwatch. We were looking at some game. We were playing some games earlier at the player hotel. We went over there, and Team Liquid skins in game look clean.
Yeah, I do like that blue and white look. That's for sure. You blue and white. Here's your Aramco science swap. So we'll put Liquid on defense now after, again, finishing the map much quicker than we tend to see. It's an attack time bank that signifies a real dominant stance on this map, and Varel have some catching up to do already, I feel.
Yeah, and they'll play Widow Freya here, at least off the rip. So 2 hit skins. Potentially we're going to see Top Dragon. It's going to be like a Sojourn Freya on the other side, right? So
where did we see this from earlier? I feel like we
saw this from Weibo yesterday with Leave and Shy. It did not work.
No. I didn't quite cut it up against Falcons, I believe. But again, they weren't given the space to make that setup work. On a map like this, it probably is a little more appropriate. We have a Widow for Zera. He is sticking to this. And he knows against, like this double sort of long-range DPS combination, Widow will outrange them both. There are problems, of course. There are challenges that Zero is going to face, like being able to shoot Top Dragon in the head as he bobs and weaves around the map. They've already lost Vega here, which is not ideal, as that healing pylon will not have a supplier.
It's a lot of like poke damage potential and like long-range kill potential from Team Liquid. I don't know how they support Infected. I mean, you see the armor just being chunked down constantly. Nobody out there that's going to be really able to play with him. You see he's kind of like hiding in that corner there. Spear spin. He's just trying to push people back. Yeah, you're not going to be able to support him in any way.
And this is the feast or famine nature of playing Widowmaker. I think if Zera's able to find a pick or 2 there, then Infected doesn't have nearly that same degree of pressure on him. But essentially, Liquid just gave up that first checkpoint for free.
I mean, yeah, I think actually Zero was going back to the spot in the swap, but may have missed the timing on it.
That's a problem. Top Dragon, though, there's the first winner pick of the game. Just gets a little bit too antsy with it out in the open. Zero looking to line up a few more of these shots, but of course there's pressure coming in from multiple avenues.
Now, this also may be a little bit better scenarios. Zera finds another one.
That's nice.
To be able to use both of these like long-range damage dealers, right? Because like there's some cover around the corner there for Infected to play from. Nice headshot there, predictive there from Tree. There's some like natural cover for Infected to play from, and then these longer sight lines, especially if you want a spawn camp like this.
You see, once that first Widow kill comes in, the snowball begins. Infrasight now developed by Zera. So everything going to be face up. Javaro look to try and take a different tack. Yeah, and KSG realizing very quickly, oh, he can see me straight through this wall. They might even have to wait this out. They know it's a count of 12 seconds. So they hang back. Time bought here by Zera, but there's still a lot to work with. An Amp Matrix and a bowler shot. Both teams flush with ultimates now. It's about how they're employed, and Zera has to respect this bolt that comes in. And the healing's taken a little while to come through. Was hoping that Vegas Pylon would do it, but KSG's cleared that one out as well.
Yeah, and I mean, they need to make up some time here, Varro, right? Like, you know, it feels like you give up, like, all right, you know, we're going to, like, lose this fight, we're going to play for the next one. All of a sudden, then you have no time left. It's going to be the Annihilation use here by KSG. It's going to be the Immortality Field gone already.
Oh, my God!
Son. Another huge Captive Sun from Vega.
The combo with the bowler shot, Matt, is a thing of beauty. In that case, it looks more like a supernova. You're guaranteed to get, you know, a big trigger on those, Captive Sun debuffs when you have that area of effect of the bowler. It's a 1-2 combo that's really hard to preempt, to see coming, and to play around.
We take a highlight look at this. The timing there with that Captive Sun. So he is just having the time of his life here.
Yeah, that's absurd. And that wasn't even a bowler shot that triggered it, Matt. That's what's even crazier about it. That really sucks the wind out of Varel. Zera has to reposition here. Grapple to that effect works, but he's hit by the Captive Sun debuff inside the Immortality Field though right now, and it can't be cleared yet.
Oh, he just got speared out of mid-air.
Slay though eventually does get Zera posthumously, the debuff detonating. So it makes it a 4 versus 4, and KSG's on the Diva here.
I think Zera should swap here as soon as the Diva. Yeah, he's going to go May. Oh no, Tracer now. So I think either of them would have been good here. As Cloud gets extremely low. Nice eat of the bola there by KSG, but not able to get this Diva in a spot with the rest of the team to be effective.
This is starting to just billow out of control a little bit more now.
They're going to get a D-make here, and then they're just going to leave KSG.
Has to walk coast. Diva over the edge here. Varel again trying to toy with this Diva look, but for Team Liquid it's so elementary to switch Zera into Tracer. So the defense matrix has less applications, but KSG will stick to the pick, getting close to a remake opportunity via that ultimate.
I feel like they would have had a better option, at least in my opinion, keeping the Ram and then like swapping out like whether it's like the Sojourn or the Freya, whichever one you would have wanted to keep. I don't know if Diva is the answer here.
Oh, Nico losing out again to Tree. And these shots coming in from the young gun have been really problematic for Varel. And I don't know what Rupar's doing back here, but it seems to be working, so I'll stir the complaints for now. He gets back up to the high ground. Tree found Slay and Cloud, and once again, another dominant Team Liquid fight with Varel under 90 seconds left to play.
Yeah, this is after they gave up the first checkpoint, I mean, they have gotten no more progress after that. It's been rough here for Varel. I still don't really, the Diva, I feel like it wasn't really that impactful on Li Zhang, and still coming up with just about nothing here. Vega's going to go with some crazy flank Captive Sun.
Yeah, here's Terra Surge as well to combine with it. Nico caught onto Vega, doesn't need the Captive Sun to find the kill on that Freya. This is dirty stuff. Guy really overperforming on this pick, and it's something that Varel have not been able to reciprocate. Slay has not found that same level of impact on his own Illari pick.
No, I mean, it has been a wide gap in terms of the Illari between these two teams, where Vega, it feels like every time, I mean, that was the one rare Captive Sun that didn't come up with 2-3 kills. That Tree with a bola shot there puts down some damage onto Nico, not enough to finish off anybody.
Time is ticking, Matt. 20 seconds left for Varel to show us why they selected this map into Liquid. Top Dragon with an overclock here, but there's not much to see. And Infected is taking the perk that gives him the good old-fashioned Orisa shield. Vega, though, wasn't quite standing behind it, and he's taken down. Top Dragon desperately wants to stay in this fight, but he can't be too insistent now with an Ant Matrix in his face. RuPaul backs away, but Slave found yet another Captive Sun connection. It was Top Dragon that eventually went down. Overtime is active, but Cloud is missing. Nico next to Fallen Slave's got nowhere to go. Zera can back away. Steal that Mega just in case his opponent was going to try and get it for himself, and that is that, folks. Team Liquid edge ahead now, 2-0 in this series.
I mean, Vega just putting on an Alari clinic there. Just looking tremendous. Feels like that was one where Varel got exactly what they wanted comp-wise. Just didn't come out on top in the end. Looks like Team Liquid, Zera with the headset off, maybe discussing something with the source about what comes in for the next map.
Yeah, maybe some discussion there about what our next map might be. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer to find that out, folks. Headed to a break here as Team Liquid are up 2-0, one map away from booking their spot in our playoffs.
Crazy.
Varel are running out of options, and frankly, they're running out of time. Looking down the barrel, that key being crushed, stripped away from them, just like their eligibility to play in the rest of this mid-season championship. And Team Liquid have handed down beating after beating across this series. 2-0 up. Circuit Royal, the pick for Varel, not even close on that map to Liquid.
It seems like Varel's still in high spirits in terms of the team, but Team Liquid seems so decisive. They know exactly what they want to go to in different situations. This is what I thought they were probably talking about. Because it's like, hey, you know, if we're in this type of situation, we're going to bring a knife. Maybe it's like, hey, we want to get him some run. Get him into like kind of game situation here. Can we you find making that move? So we'll see him play Atlas here. That is the map pick for Varel.
Knife, an incredible player in his own right, surfaced in the last months of the Overwatch League back in 2023.
Yeah.
On that Vegas Eternal roster, and looked really good despite playing on ping and bounced around, honestly. A lot of teams in Korea as like a sub. Zeta Division had him there as a sub for quite some time and never really able to make the best use of him. Now though, Team Liquid have found a place for him on the stage here in what could be the final map of this series to catapult them into our playoffs.
Yeah, with the import restrictions, right, for OWCS. Every region, yeah, with if you bring in like a Korean player to play, right, they got to be like really good. It's you'd only have so many slots for your individual team. So Knife comes into Team Liquid, a very good player. They also have the luxury of getting Zura through this season. So it'll be a sub here as well for Varel.
Just a correction, sorry. Nico. It was Crazy Raccoon that Knife was on, but they never really found a great use for him. Thinking back, sort of sat on that roster and just wanted, I mean, again, tough to find a way, into the starting roster, because he was on that Fnatic team beforehand.
Like trying to find your way onto the Crazy Raccoon roster, like what would you have to do? Like lock somebody in their groove?
I think so. Yeah, you'd have to frame them for something egregious, I think.
Yeah,
don't get any ideas, Jack.
So Kuki actually comes in here for Nico, so a change here for Varel. They will make a sub and potentially their final map here at EWC, where taking us to the newest map in the pool, Atlas.
It's been a good one for Varel, in fairness, like we've seen from them so far. But in this series, this particular matchup, nothing has gone right for them. Iliari and Sojourn both banned away here. So Sojourn, the opening ban.
Yeah, so Varel gets rid of the Soj here. So Tree is probably going to be whether on Cassidy or the Freya. The Ilari ban definitely hurts, right? Because we've seen Varel play Ilari and Kiri, or the Ilari and Bap, pretty much throughout this entire series. Yep. So where will they go to now with that key support gun? I also have to imagine they would never have ran it on this map, but just the idea of Vega being able to run it back again had to pain him a little bit to see the Ilari go.
And Varel are routinely banning Sojourn on Atlas. They simply don't want to deal with it, / obviously play it themselves. Might have something to do with Kuki being brought in for this kind of map pretty routinely here. And Tree and Knife just getting reacquainted here. Knife obviously just trying to make sure his audio is good to go.
It's like, guys, somebody needs to talk so we can check my headset, please.
Yeah, asking about where his sort of volume control is so we can turn that up.
I mean, look at the Tree is just stocked up on gear. Look at this.
Yeah, that's a phrase. No, just making sure that the earbud is the right size.
Yeah.
It feels like we're watching Knife get onboarded as we speak.
This has been the biggest resistance Team Liquid has faced in this series, is getting Knife's headset connected.
And doesn't that say a whole lot about what Varel have been able to offer?
Yeah, it's a bit of Varel obviously was really good against Rock earlier, winning a crazy match. So maybe sometimes things like that happen where they win a game like that a little bit earlier in the day, and you're kind of just like, it doesn't really feel like the tournament's over, but you kind of feel like you've accomplished like what you set out to do, and you might not kind of have it all for this one. there's also the world in which they just match up against Team Liquid, and it's not a great matchup, and Team Liquid is going to go far in this tournament.
Vega there on your screen. What I imagine Samson looked like.
Barrel key. Might be one of the last times we see it in one piece.
Yeah, it's on the crushing block, isn't it?
Yeah. That key crusher this year. Last year was like in the back, so the whole crowd couldn't see it. This year, it's like, you know what? When somebody gets eliminated, let's put them on display.
There's certainly some kind of spectacle to it.
Yeah.
Right, when that press gets towards the bottom and that thing just bloody explodes. Definitely encapsulates, I think, the feelings of this Japanese fan base. And Top Dragon said it best. He said, as a region, we're used to really not being able to measure up internationally whatsoever. So taking a team against Rock, a team that's competitive indeed, and with some legends of the game on there, that's very gratifying. It's vindicating to some degree, but they knew the job wasn't done. They knew they had to get past Team Liquid, a team that was purpose-built for success out there in North America. Here are your full match stats. This is the entire series that's gone by, and you can see that Varel certainly fell behind, and I think that Circuit Royal had something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, we could have hit the score of the overall series. You have a good idea how the first two maps have gone, as right now, Varel just searching for answers. Like we talked about, they pick Atlas here. They get rid of the Sojourn, so most likely going to see like some Cassidy, Freya type action. I would probably say, because they're bringing in Kuki, that it's probably going to be Cassidy, right? Because we saw Nico play some Freya, although maybe they're just Nico not kind of hitting those shots, and maybe they want to try something a little bit different here. I think that Alari ban, though, that Liquid does, is going to give them a lot of trouble.
It's been a real preference here for Slay. I mean, we even saw it considered on Li Jiangtao at the start of the series, brought out there. Wherever he can play it, apparently he's going to try and make it happen. Atlas here, beckoning us in for a third and potentially deciding map in this series. This is your Group B decider match. One team advances, another team goes home.
Maybe they try and play something like this, Varel, right? Where you play Venture. Do you play like... you wouldn't play like Venture with a Sim, right? You would play like Venture.
You certainly can.
Something like that. You could play with the Sim.
The Reaper's probably is a lot more reasonable on this map.
Yeah.
And a lot more popular, but Tree already sort of reading into that has locked the Cassidy, so it'll be difficult to find success. Top Dragon likely just TPing the team out here and then switching over towards something more reasonable. Okay, Tracer Venture.
Tracer, Reaper, some sort of flanker right in combination with it, and because they can't play the Alari, it is the Jake OW Classic. It is the Moira coming in here for Varel.
Yeah, Moira Kiriko here, so still decent amount of throughput even outside that sort of Bionic Orb deployment. Playing for a lot of those core essences as often as possible, but Knife has come in clearly to be the Venture player, and so far not too shabby from the super sub. Knife and Tree account for 4 eliminations in this first fight, and Varel barreled over.
And with how good Tree and the supports have been for Team Liquid in this series, throughout the tournament as well, it's going to be very tough for Kuki and Top Dragon to be able to make plays for Tree, right? Cassie already has great survivability, but then with the protection from RuPaul and Vega, feels like it's going to be near impossible.
Top Dragon's trying to garner some attention here. Knife got blown up. Slay was ready to double down from the high ground, apparently, after Top Dragon got some damage in. So this now forces Infected to contest in lieu of their Venture. And Kuki now might want to go upstairs and look to go for the softer underbelly of this Liquid composition, but takes a hit there, presumably from Tree. Still no flip, by the way. Infected's been hard to ship, but eventually he's going to have to give up the Ghost. Liquid, I'm surprised to see him commit the Kitsune Rush here. I think RuPaul thinks there was an opportunity to keep Infected alive, but it comes a little late. They're committing so heavily here just to try and get as much catch-up progress as possible. And so Cloud brings the Coalescence out.
Well, it already had flipped, and they end up using their sound barrier there, so pretty poor from Team Liquid. I think what they had imagined there is that they were going to be able to drop the rush, and then RuPaul was going to be able to like TP to Infected, maybe Suzu, then heal him up. But Infected just gets taken out before able to do so. And Varel flips quite early, so they're going to get up. But it's going to be like almost like even.
Kuki and Knife both popping up. It's the flashbang that catches on to Kuki, though, and leaves Knife free to contest this point, which is generally where he wants to be. Probably feels like he can win out in most 1 versus 1 matchups, which is why Slay had to help Top Dragon earlier on. KSG already popping the Fortify on the low ground. This could be a little bit dangerous. That Fortify's now run out, and KSG's in trouble. Nowhere to really run. Tree settling for just a large proportion of damage on towards that Orisa. And now that Tectonic Shock almost made quick work of a couple of those lower health Team Liquid players, but now Knife will be waiting for the emergence of Kuki and to send them back home.
Yeah, you do get to 99 though here if you're Varel, so you give yourself an opportunity, probably one fight. If you're able to flip, you take first point. Slay will go Kiri, so they're going to just drop the speed here as we'll see. It'll be Top Dragon, the one who can test.
As a recall pretty early on though, that might have been part of the plan. Knife here with a great tool to contest the point. This Tectonic Shock here. Something that's going to be hard to be mitigated by KSG. Knife gets a little bit of distance with a drill rush, and he does spot coming at him across the map. It's Kuki. KSG's already been taken down, and the burst damage is just too much to bear. And Varel, while competitive on this point, and Liquid with some really interesting ultimate committal decisions, will walk away with Station.
Yeah, and KSG never able to really move up to contest the point. Kind of gets to it with the spear spin and then Fortify. Gets pushed back there by the Tectonic Shock of Knife, and then when he goes to contest it, yet again, Infected just knocks him back, so never able to get the Orisa back up onto the point to contest.
Now Cloud is going to be cycling a lot of those coalescences in between these fights, but crucially it's Vega and RuPaul with the entire offering of... Oh my goodness, that setup with the Javelin was dirty. Tree, of course, with the coup de grace.
And he didn't even have time to react.
No,
I mean, he just turned the corner, got hit with a Javelin, and then got disintegrated as it looks like a little bit of a pause here as let's go Liquid. It seems like you're going to be happy here with the end of this match.
Yeah, all smiles, of course, in the Liquid contingent there. And in fact, it tilted that the game was paused. He was like, bro, I'm feeling myself there. And again, often that setup with the Orisa Javelin, we don't see it often. But combined with a Sojourn with a charged rail, or even a Cassidy who's able to find the headshot, like Matt mentioned, you don't have a chance to respond. You get pinned to the wall. You're Moira. You have no chance to fade, no chance to walk back.
And to remind you guys, we have another game after this, right? We're going to get Twisted Minds up there on the stage.
Up against Sign.
Yeah, little rematch. It's going to be quite a banger. Yeah. End things out with just the final spot up for grabs.
EMEA versus NA. Couldn't ask for a better way to wrap the night up. And again, it's all on the line. So many people expected Twisted Minds to be potential finalists out here in Riyadh. I mean, Liquid might like to insert themselves into the conversation, but first step will be to complete their task here against Varel. They start with point control. Good opener now. As Kuki's looking to head towards the back line, but notice he took a big bunch of damage in mid-air, and his Deadeye is going to dissuade the Venture from popping up near Tree.
Well, they lose Slay to the Deadeye as well. I mean, that cannot happen. You use the Coalescence. You would have had Kitsune Rush, but just kind of ends up falling to the hands of the Deadeye from Cassidy.
How are you feeling about this Tracer Venture look here into Tree's Cassidy?
I mean, look, judging by the results, has not been great. And I said earlier on, like, RuPaul, Vega, and Tree, like, they've done such a great job. You know, think back to, like, Lijiang Tower, like, how well they were moving around together. It's a very difficult combination to dive. And if you're not able to do it successfully, and you're not on the same page, which we've seen Varel not be on the same page for a lot of this one, you're not going to produce results.
Kitsune rushes the match, but Vega's going to hold onto the sound barrier until the most opportune moment. And it comes out! Such that Team Liquid suffer 0 casualties in this fight so far. It has been a bit of a walkover on Atlas here. Varel not able to find much success with that composition at all. A cheeky second flashpoint lapped up.
Infected had his hands off the keyboard. He was walking sideways there for a second. I thought we were going to get another pause.
Team Liquid here, riding high, feeling confident. Let's listen in and see what's happening in the comms.
So when they walk. No, not it. All right, I'm playing with only one in-ear barrel. Let's win.
Okay.
What? Okay, that you can. All right. Only deep pistols. Hover van. I'm walking. Kiri left. Look Kiri. Look Kiri. Walking main. Pushing main. Pushing main. Live. Live. Fight try. Oh, good one. Winnable. All right, just chill. Kiri low.
Stay low,
Trade dies.
Okay, so what?
We're even. Yeah, I'm walking point. I can't touch. Okay. I'm first close. Kiri one, bottom. Pushing. Kiri no CT. Kiri point. Kill Kiri. Ulting Kiri. Kiri no TP1. Wrist one.
Other spear I can do.
Alright. Vent in. 3, no spear.
I can see you. Walk. Push right.
Cover Ven.
Bend one. Living point.
Look carry. No TP. Carry. I'm one. Alright, just show.
Some conversation about how many in-ears are optimal to use.
It sounds like somebody's auditing, just like...
I mean, the effect was like, we can pause the game, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying before we drew the list in. I was like, it looked like he was going to call for one. He had his hands off the keyboard moving sideways, but, decided to keep it going. We're actually able to find out why with that listen, and somebody's in-ear is falling out.
Yep. Apparently not an issue. Sounds like Rupal's feeling a bit under the weather, but it hasn't affected his play thus far. He's looking sharp. Soon to rush here over to the point for Liquid as Varel have already gotten themselves to 99% here, and Cloud falls on the wrong side of Knife's drill. It ends up being a trade though. Venture picked off by Venture. A flip of Team Liquid here, and looks like they bought themselves some space for now.
Yeah, these players kind of lingering around for Varel. I mean, they're going to have to come up with something, or else you're just going to keep staggering, giving things over to Team Liquid. Sound barrier from Vega, and the Terror Surge comes on through, and guess what? It does not work out hanging around there for Varel. That's just, I mean, Varel's having a good time. There's no reason.
He was simply planting roots, Matt.
There's no reason. Tree's just trying to get the crowd hyped up for the boost. He can't wait.
Notice he's got the double flashbang perk there to make it even easier to catch on to someone like Top Dragon. Or Juki, both of them really don't want to deal with that hindrance debuff. And Moira can't fade away, for example. Kiri can't swift step. Basically everyone really cauterized, I think, by that ability.
Tree is able to kill a flanker, it feels like, every single fight before the fight even really kicks off. I mean, this time it's Top Dragon, other fights is Kyuki, so...
There it is, Matt.
I mean, they might not even be able to get this much.
The final moments here for Varel, trying to keep their head above the surging tides, but Liquid have engulfed them. And that's that, folks. Team Liquid will advance to our playoffs here in the OWCS Mid-Season Championship. They bring on the booze. They bring on all comers. And now they've gotten themselves into our final phase of play. Downing Varel in the process.
Varel has a lot to be happy about with how they've performed here at EWC overall, but they will not continue on into the bracket as Team Liquid. I mean, that was as strong as a performance have we seen on the A stream all weekend thus far.
Yeah, I feel like then this is really the manifestation of all the momentum, both visible and behind the scenes, that Team Liquid as a roster have been developing this year over in that North American region, forced to sit out of Hangzhou, forced to sort of bide their time, contemplate the next move, go back to the drawing board. Infected, loving it out there. Pow pow, feeling pretty good. I don't know about that character. I don't think that character's in the game, Boston, but fair enough. He'll be very pleased with himself. And Varel, unfortunately, a valiant attempt here, but unfortunately they really don't get close to standing on even footing with this Liquid squad.
No, and I am excited to see this Team Liquid squad in bracket play. I think that, depending on their matchup, it is going to be exciting who they get, right? They seem like they could be a 4-second contend with just about anybody.
Already taking 2 maps off Crazy Raccoon in a best of 5. Running through Varel pretty comfortably here. These are all very, very good signs for this NA squad. And yet there was a bit of inertia about Liquid at the start of this year. Took them a while to get going, but now they seem to have hit that cruising altitude. And as far as I'm concerned, it's all on the table for them. A dominant showing over Rock, of course, to get them into that upper bracket game. There's a multitude of frightening opponents waiting for them. Of course, in that playoff bracket, it doesn't matter who Team Liquid faces, you're likely to see the same game faces on and the same approach with flexibility. Let's head down to the stage here with Zoe and someone with incredible bone structure. I won't spoil it for you. Let's head down.
It can only be one guy, Mitch. That's right. Vega is joining me here for a quick chat in our Amazon winners interview. Let's talk about the very start here. Once Varel locked in for this spot to play against you, did you have to change anything in your prep, in your approach, in your game plan in order to take them down so convincingly?
Yeah, actually, I was unsure if we play ROC or Varel, but when I heard we played Varel, I was very interested because I heard they were only playing double flex support, and that's I think when we played Crazy Raccoons, one of our issues was our adaptability and being able to I don't know, change our playstyle. So I was a little worried that going to this double flex support match, like we wouldn't be able to adjust in time. So I think that was something that our team really honed in, like making sure we can make changes and like playing freely and playing confident, knowing what we're doing at all times.
I mean, you certainly did just that. It looked confident. It looked locked in. When was the time in this series where you felt like, oh, we got this? Like, there's nothing to be worried about?
Honestly, I think after the first map, I got like a lot of confidence because I realized that everyone on our team was playing well. Everyone was hitting really good clutches. So after that, I was like, I knew we got it. And then third map, Cass is like, let's put knife in and let's all play. Let's all have fun. I think today I really liked our team's energy.
Well, speaking of energy, obviously the crowd here has been rooting quite heavily for Beryl here. Did that affect you guys in any which way, like positively or negatively, to hear the boos, to hear the crowd chant?
I think when you get booed, I think you're the underdog and it relieves a lot of the pressure that you have. Last year when I was on Toronto Ultra, we got booed a lot at the beginning, but as we kept progressing and progressing, we had a lot more fans. So, I mean, I want to say thank you to like all the fans that stayed with me from last year and like keep supporting me. All the Saudi fans over here.
Oh, we sent a lot of Vega signs in the crowd as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to see you guys pop off today, and that means we also get to see you in the playoffs. And that also means that you now have an opportunity to crush a key. Are you ready for this?
Yes, I'm very ready.
All right, let's do it. Let's head on over to our key crusher for another key to bite the dust. So head on over there, get your instructions, and we're gonna enjoy the spectacle. Another key crushed, just like the hopes and dreams of an entire team that has had a lot of support from our audience. And Danny is now standing by for our exit interview with Baron.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, I am here joined by KSG from Beryl. Beryl has amazing fans. I mean, unfortunately, you guys didn't win this matchup, but hey, I feel like you guys showed a lot of good plays. So thank you for that from Beryl's side as well. But what I want to know, KSG, is this was your first EWC. So how was it like for you to come here representing your home country, Japan?
はい、初めてこの土地にEWC の参加なさったわけですけれども、日本を代表してこの地にいらっしゃるご感想をお聞かせください。
はい、すごくね現地に来てみてすごくそのエネルギッシュな会場でこういう場でやれてすごく光栄に思います。
I'm extremely honored to be able to play in front of such an enthusiastic, energetic audience. Thank you very much.
I mean, talking about the fans, you have some amazing fans. So I'm going to open the floor for you, KSG. If you have anything you want to say to your fans, please go ahead.
はい、このように素晴らしい大変エネルギッシュなファンを前にしてファンの皆様におっしゃりたいことがありましたら一言お願いいたします。
はい、長い時間応援ありがとうございました。今日もねたくさんミスをしたんですけど、もう次につなげられるようにこれからも頑張りたいなと思います。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for spending such long time supporting us. We are really, really grateful. And we made some mistakes today, but we would like to make this as a lesson and 大丈夫だよって and make use of this lesson for the next tournament. Thank you very much.
Riyadh, give it up for Beryl one last time. Let's go. That's it for us. Pocket, take it away.
There is nothing better to see someone all smiles even in defeat. Japan playing their heart outs, but unfortunately they ran into a North American juggernaut going by the name of Team Liquid. We have to kind of focus on Viral here as we say goodbye to this team. A top 12 placement, $20,000 in the books. Avril, who are you going to remember from this tournament?
I mean, everyone's going to talk about Top Dragon as the highlight, but honestly, this entire team, they've had such a journey to get here. First international for Viral and Japan as a region in the OWCS circuit. They waited so long for this opportunity, and they proved it. They beat Rock. They did it in 5 maps. They looked decent against Crazy Raccoon. And, you know, they tried their best versus Team Liquid, so I think they have a lot to be proud of. I think Japan has a lot to be proud of.
Absolutely. We have a very special guest joining us that we are proud of in North America. We have Mr. Kasoris, the guy who led Ultra to a 2nd place last year here at EWC. Now you're wearing the blue jersey. How good does it feel to be on Team Liquid?
No, it feels fantastic. Team Liquid have been nothing but great to me, and being here feels very good.
Now, at the start of the day, we looked at the club championship rankings. You guys were down around 3rd, 4th. You just earned another 200 points for your club. Magnus earned you 1,000, and Team Liquid is on their way to a club championship. What would it mean if you earned even more points here in Overwatch?
I think for our organization, you know, they picked up a lot of teams in a lot of different games because last year they got 2nd place. You know, this year they really decided we want to gun for 1st, and we want to make our small part in that with Overwatch.
And now you can see a little healthy lead over the Falcons, who are very much still in the running alongside AGAL, Virtus Pro, and many more. But we got to focus in on your squad because I was talking to Avril about this. He said you had RuPaul, you had Vega last year on Ultra. You bring them in, you build around them. What were you looking for in the missing pieces?
So what I was really looking to do is bring all the NA like super talent. The squad I have it's so young, it's so talented, and I really want to like build, you know, not just the 1 year with these guys. I want to build forward with them because I know how passionate they are about the game. If any of you watch NA Ranked, they're always grinding, they're always playing, they're always streaming, and that's what I was really looking for this year, to get a group of guys that can go for the long run.
You know, I think this is a team, I specifically want to highlight your DPS in Tree and Zera. I think Tree in particular just has a massive weight of expectation on him, right? I think people have been talking about Tree as like this next up DPS since the guy was like 14 years old. I mean, he's been on that level for so long, and to just now be really having his big moment in the competitive scene. How has your experience been of Tree? How does he handle that level of pressure? Does that, you know, have any issue for him, or does he just take it in stride?
So I think he is starting to do better and better under pressure. Now he's getting more experience under his belt. You know, when I started working with Tree, he was really like playing hit scan like he's a hit scan player. But I worked with Popper, for example, on Sojourn, and I really want him to push those sides, and I want him to use his movement better. So that's what we've been working on really hard this year, and I feel like you can really see that in this tournament so far.
So obviously, talking about your performance in this tournament so far, you've now qualified through your group. You played every single team in your group. Most importantly, you guys went to map 5 against Crazy Raccoon, which I think is an impressive result. However, you must be a little disappointed in because that did feel like a winnable series. How far do you think the gap is now between you and the top Korean teams? And also, what do you think you guys sort of left on the table in that series, and what could have you done better?
I think that series was really a series of froze where we took a long time to get into the series, and Crazy Raccoon really like took the tempo to us. And then once we started like getting the ball rolling, playing more to our strengths, putting them more in their uncomfortable zone, we started doing really good. I think, you know, just their veterancy and their adaptations on map 5, we never would have expected that Winston Symmetra comp to come out against us, but it was like a really good answer to the Orisa we rolled out on, and it took us too long to adapt. So going forward, we're really like putting in all our eggs on adaptation and being ready for anything to be thrown at us. And I think that's where Crazy Raccoon is like a level above us still, but individual play, I think we're right there with them.
Swords, you are ready to be a CEO. You just made eye contact with everyone in this studio. You're crushing it, my guy. Tell me a little bit about your next matchup, though, because you have now earned at least $35,000 guaranteed. You're in the running for the lion's share in the first place prize here at EWC, but you have to battle through T1, one of the top Korean squads in our next match.
Right, with our match against Crazy Raccoon, you could really see how we can go toe-to-toe with these top Korean teams, and I want to show that against, you know, the T1 squad as well. They're very talented, they're very good, but they have their weaknesses that we can exploit.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't want to ask you too much about that T1 match. I know you got to keep things close to the vest, of course, with that being such a crucial match for you guys. I kind of want to go back to what you were saying before about that idea of coaching adaptability. I mean, that's a really interesting idea, especially in the modern era of Overwatch, post-hero bans, where things have really changed back from an era where coaches could kind of have a master plan for everything to now, you know, the players are going to have to decide things on the fly. How do you approach that sort of conversation and more of that like growth development mindset with the players?
it's pretty tough because before it was just mirror matchups all along, you know, and you can really like, oh, you have to use A cooldown in A situation, but now it's like every team is playing something else, especially in this tournament, and it's very tough to coach like specifics, but we have to talk about the game plan and the general picture of our macro and how we want to play it.
I don't know if you saw that as well, but on your side of the bracket, you've also got Falcons and GK. Now, a couple interesting ones there. Obviously, Falcons is a pretty tough matchup. You're going up against Proper again. However, GK rematch from the NA final. Would you like to see that?
I would like to see it. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Falcons...
Would you rather play GK or Falcons?
Well, I would rather play GK, especially because we want a rematch against them. But I think Falcons is the strongest team in the tournament right now.
Well, speaking of the Falcons, and what makes them so strong is not just the players, it's the fan base. And here in Saudi Arabia, we know the fans have been on their feet since the start of the day. It's about to get even rowdier in the STC arena. Do you think Twisted Minds makes it to the playoff bracket?
I think Twisted Minds is a stronger team overall, but they've got quite a hard matchup because Chronic is so strong on the Freya, right? And Freya has been really good into Symmetra this tournament. So if there's like any Freya player that can make it hard for Juby, it's Chronic. So I think overall the better team and the better run could be Twisted Mind, but I think they've got quite a hard matchup here.
Cass, it is awesome to have you join us here on the couch, but your team is waiting to celebrate. We'll let you go rejoin the Team Liquid boys. When we come back, it is the final fight of the night here at the Esports World Cup 2025.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hello, one and all, and thank you for staying up late for this one. We added in a bonus match because we knew it was going to be a banger. If you tuned in yesterday, you saw the first meeting between Sign Esports from North America and Twisted Minds. And Sign was able to get the best of them in the first round. But Jake, we're now down to the final match of group play.
This is going to be such a high-stakes one, especially because it's a rematch between two teams where, yes, Sign got the better, but that was in that early first-to-two era where, okay, like, you can get your wins, but it's such a short series, you don't really get to see the full map pool, the full diversity. This is the rematch in that classic first-to-three environment where it's all going to count.
Already today, though, Twisted Minds have disposed of the handsome cats. The gatos guapos have been removed with a 3-0. We're looking for a stronger Twisted today. What are you excited about, Johnny?
Well, I think they'll learn from their lesson, Pocket, because we know this is a really good team. I'd say some analysts even going into this tournament, they had them as a potential competitor when it comes to winning the entire thing because they are one of these Symmetra teams, and Symmetra is the best hero available right now. Them losing to Sign Esports early, that was a big upset and something they'll have to learn from. Some of those heroes that Sign Esports are playing, they really make it difficult for Twisted Minds to play their Symmetra strategy, like they mentioned earlier, the Venture, the Freya. And so have Twisted Minds learn from their mistakes. That's what we're going to find out today.
As we take a look at Funny Astro, he was confident it was going to be a 2-0 in yesterday's matchup. It was Sign taking it in a game 3, so Astro and friends are looking for revenge. Jake, who do you think could lead the way?
You know, I think when you think about this Twisted Mind squad, we got to really talk about this being a place where 3 of the top Saudi players are really showing a ton of dominance. You know, we didn't see historically a few years ago that many Saudi players really at the top level of Overwatch, but it felt like with that World Cup win, that the country really burst onto the scene, and squads like TM, you've got Quartz. You know, a lot of people say this guy's in contention for the best core hit scan in the world. KSA, ridiculous flexibility on the tank role, and then Yubi, this guy's a strategic mastermind, you know, and I think these 3 players together combined to form an impressive core, and you know, Saudi has really started to deliver some of the top talent in the region.
Johnny called Yubi to be our Bravia MVP before the show even started. A lot of expectations for the man playing DPS, but we caught up with the guy who'll be supporting him. He goes by the name of Simple.
Hey everybody, I'm here joined by Simple from Twisted Mind for a quick chat before they jump into the game. Simple, this is your second match of the day. I just want to know, how are the players, how are your teammates doing, and how are you doing right now? 자, 일단 두 번째 경기입니다. 오늘의 좀 피곤하실 것 같은데 지금 현재 좀 컨디션이 어떠신지 팀원들이랑 심플 선수도 좀 괜찮은가요?
지금 지면 마지막 경기다 보니까 다 열심히 하려고 이제 노력하고 있어서 네, 아주 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah. I mean, I think our conditions are pretty good right now. Everyone knows that on our team knows that this is our last chance. You know, if we don't win, then we will have to go home. So that's the only thing that's in our mind, and we're going to be focusing on the match ahead. All right. Like I said, one more match. It's against Sign Esports. You guys did lose to them last time. It's a rematch. How can Twisted Minds get the win this time around? 자, 리매치입니다. 이제 Sign Esports와의 경기가 있는데요. 어떻게 하면 이번엔 좀 이길 수 있을까요?
저희가 스스로도 저희가 잘하는 팀이라고 생각했는데 그래서 저번 경기에 방심한 것 같아서 이번에는 방심만 안 하면은 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
Yeah. I feel like we took them a little bit easy. We felt like we were the better team, so we didn't really focus that hard on our opponents, and that's why we lost last time. But this time around, we're going to give it our all and focus everything that we have in order for us to get the win. All right, Simple, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much and best of luck. 자, 화이팅 하시길 바라고 경기 꼭 승리하셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Twisted Minds very much also in our club championship running, and I saw Aiden and Z Smith from their Warzone team cheering on Overwatch. The bad news, Aiden, you're going up against a team that already beat your squad last night. Sign Esports is coming in to do it again. Jake, if they missed that first match, who are you enjoying from Sign?
I mean, we got to talk about the DPS duo from Sign. I mean, Chronic and Rocket, these two guys together, not only have they really made a splash on the NA scene, but I think they're also really perfectly tuned to take on this Twisted Minds roster because Rocket has an amazing Venture, Chronic, great on the Freya, and these are two heroes with solid matchups into the sim. So as good as Twisted Minds is, they're going to have to navigate some challenging counterpicks in this series.
Johnny Lucamino, who's on your screen right there, was hitting some huge bangers on Alari. Can he keep it going? What heroes are you expecting for Sign to bring out today?
Well, I'm expecting them to bring out more of that Venture and Freya, because that is going to be the key matchup, right? Because it's a very fast-paced comp, and I want you to keep that in mind. A lot of fast-paced abilities with low cooldown, which means they can use them a lot, whereas Twisted Minds, they're going to be heavily reliant on the Symmetra, but you only really have one teleporter, maybe two teleporters per fight, and so UB has to be very precise about when he chooses to use that big cooldown, because that is the big difference maker in each fight. So for Sign Esports, we know they have very heavy hitters in their damage duo. Lukemino, fantastic on the Illari, as you said as well, and he could bring that out, or maybe a Circuit Royale. That could be an ace up their sleeve.
Last night we talked with Rocket. He said, we used to look up to our competition. Now we're not afraid of them. But today we catch up with Lep.
What's good, everybody? I'm here joined by Lep from Sign Esports. Lep, I mean, you have an important match coming up. It's a rematch, actually, against Twisted Mind. Last time you guys beat them. How are you and the gang feeling like going into this matchup?
Honestly, really excited for this opportunity to be able to be here. You know, we're playing Twisted Minds, and we know we're on home turf, and we know we are the underdogs in this situation. Yes, we did win last time, and we got to give it our all. Yep. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Right. I mean, because this is so important, like if you lose, you're out, right? Does that sort of like play with you? Like, does that get in your head a little bit?
Not at all. I mean, this is what we do. We're competitors at the end of the day.
Ooh.
And we're here to compete.
All right, I like that. All right, last but not least, any message to Twisted Minds?
Thank you guys for hosting the event, and thank you for letting us come here. I want to give a shout out to all of Saudi. Excellent hospitality, and excellently ran event. Thank you so much.
All right, Lep, best of luck to you in the match, and thank you so much for the interview. Thank you.
An upstart North American roster taking on the fan favorites here in Riyadh, and we have some awesome maps and modes coming your way. Jake, we got the first one locked in. We officially will go to Lijiang Tower. Loser gets to pick map 2, though.
Lijiang Tower is an interesting choice here. I mean, this could be a strong place for Twisted Minds, but I feel like it's also a spot where, you know, Chronic and Rocket, they know what they're up against, and sometimes a map like Control Center, you know, that's a spot where Venture could really get busy.
Johnny, as this series goes on, I have a feeling we are going to see the true depth of both rosters. It's time to make your prediction official. We're down to the final 30 seconds.
Well, initially, I predicted Twisted Minds to beat Sign Esports in the upper bracket, but Sign Esports upset them. I think Twisted Minds have learned from their lesson this time, so I'm going with a Twisted Minds win here.
Going Twisted Minds.
I got Twisted Minds as well. As good as Chronic and Rocket are, I think Quartz is the man of the hour. If he can bring out the Cassidy, shut down the Freya, shut down the Venture, this is a very winnable series for Twisted Minds.
Jake just stole my answer. I was watching Quartz on the B stream earlier to start the day. The man did not miss a headshot. He is absolutely on fire and my favorite duelist taking the stage. But this party is going to be a good one. Make some noise, STC Arena. It's time to get it going.
Just like that, we're now down to our last match of the day. Fancy, we just got to witness Team Liquid put it on a clinic as they're taking down Varel, the Japanese squad that very quickly became a crowd favorite, like within the last 30 hours or something like that. We love to see that level of support here in Saudi.
Absolutely, but that means we are down to the one final spot to lock in our top 8. It's yet another rematch, but this time with everything on the line.
That's right. I mean, these two teams have met just yesterday, earlier in the group stages. It was a close 3-mapper, but as you said, the stakes are higher, and also this time around, we are playing in a best of 5.
Absolutely, but the local favorites, they have the crowd behind them. They have a second chance at redemption, and of course, a title waiting to be claimed. But this is it. This one final match to lock in our top 8. Zoe, it's time.
It is indeed. So let's bring them out. This team has beat them once. Can they do it again? Not according to the audience, they can't, but the proof's in the pudding. Let's see what they have in store for us. Make some noise for Sign Esports.
And their opponents, fueled by the hometown crowd and a shot at redemption, they've built a roster to win, and tonight is their moment to prove it. Make some noise for Twisted Minds!
One ticket to the playoffs and 5 tickets to the closest airports are on the line in this one. Let the battle begin.
Well, there aren't too many things better than a good old-fashioned elimination match, but when you turn it into a rematch, a grunt, a score to settle, it makes it that much sweeter. Mitch Leslie and Matt Morello here, a distinct pleasure to preside over our last game of the evening, our last spot in the playoffs here at the Mid-Season Championships on the line.
You wouldn't exactly say, bad blood between these two teams, right? Different regions, but, Sign Esports ends up taking out Twisted Minds earlier. You see Rock and the boys celebrating on stage, giving the crowd some action there, and then now we get a rematch with a spot in the bracket, the playoffs on the line. Feels like it was meant to be.
The whispers from many of the players in the media day and our opportunities to speak with them said that they felt Twisted Minds had already sort of earned themselves a spot in the top 4. They felt they were that strong coming into this tournament, but Sign Esports stood in their way early, they stood in their way often, and they knocked them down towards this lower bracket. They get a second shot at it, and importantly, Matt, a shot at it in a best of 5. Because Twisted Minds, they struggle on the control map. They do win their map pick in that series against Sign, but then it's the Symmetra band that comes out from the North American squad, which is obviously going to be a silver bullet against a team that features Yubi. That's where Twisted Minds want to be. That's where their bread is butter. The Symmetra comps have been what has taken them right up towards the top of EMEA.
And they were fantastic in EMEA. That's why I think it's a little bit surprising, right, to see them here in this situation where, you talk about Yubi, but Simple has been lights out in that flex support role for this team. And Sign Esports, right, it's some of the up-and-coming players from NA, Lucamino and Lep, we've seen them for a very long time. It's just Rocket as well, but not necessarily at these international events. So we'll see if they can get it done yet again. I think it's a different level of pressure at this moment.
I know Sign Esports are a team that really are drilled in playing that rush style. Painkiller will admit to you, he says, I'm a ground tank player. That's the style I like to look towards. I don't necessarily want to be flying too high. Yeah, he can obviously pick up the hazard if needed. Chronic showed us some pretty filthy hitscan play, and he'll be pitted up against Quartz, who, for me, is a name that is synonymous with hitscan excellence coming out of the Saudi region. The guy has been a dominant force and kind of was one of the first Saudi names to really put himself on the map. At the top level in Overwatch.
And then, you just see all the rest of, Lambda as well. We haven't had the chance to see Alcatia yet. Here on A. I'm a little bit sad about that. Love me some Ziad gameplay. But Quartz has been, the player in the region that I feel like we've talked about for a very long time, where feels like this team, also Twisted Minds, just so well-rounded. Would be, look, there's also, when you have the crowd behind you, right? On the other side, for Sign Esports, the goal should be to try and silent the room. That's when we would always get booed and stuff at events. It was awesome once you started winning a little bit and the crowd kind of they quiet down, they kind of feel what's going on in the moment. It just gives even more confidence to you.
The suspense is building. Bated breath now as we set our sights towards Lijiang Tower, our first battleground in this series. And again, one in which Twisted Minds need to pick up this time around. Yes, it is a first of 3 series, functionally a best of 5. But Twisted Minds want to make sure they don't have to win on Sign Esports map pick.
Yes.
Winning this control map is what enables that.
Yeah, huge map here. So we see the bands at the top. Twisted Minds, they get rid of the BAP. So going to force us into some like Lucio Kiri or Lucio Juno compositions. And then Sign gets rid of the Cassidy. Cassidy, a very good hero traditionally for Quartz.
Here we go, folks, out of the gates. Twisted Minds in orange now, very quickly making their way towards his left side of the midpoint. Painkiller's going to be on the Ramatra here, no surprises. Rocket on that venture. A hero that we know really puts pressure down on UB Symmetra. Keep an eye out for those interactions. Rocket will be beelining for that squishier front line that Twisted Minds have brought into this game. And it's simple, striking first. Luke Mino down in the Kiriko matchup, and Quartz is able to avoid reprisal from Painkiller.
Well, Yubi also wants to be quite aggressive, generally on the sim. An opportunity for Rocket to potentially blow him up, get him out of the fights on Venture. And the first one, some damage put down by Quartz and Simple, forces some players towards the outside, and then Simple opens things up.
Well, the crowd definitely have something to chew on here in the opening moments of Lijiang. Painkiller now just ambling forward, fully aware that Twisted Minds will try and take that higher ground on the right and likely have it covered with Symmetra turrets, so it's not really an attractive option. Well, you get what you pay for, essentially. But Astro's found Rocket. Another great opener for Twisted Minds here. KSA is getting all the support that he needs out there on the point. And there's a Kitsune Rush that's ready, but is not necessary in this fight. Funny Astro, one of the most prolific environmental killers we've seen in Overwatch, finds 3 kills out on the fringes of the map.
Astro with 3 there. Luca Mino still kind of lingering around. It's like a little bit of a 1v1 against him and Simple out there. As Simple will back out. Is above 50% now on the point for TM. We'll see if they want to get aggressive behind this rush, which they do.
Yeah, we see the Vortex thrown in straight away. Chronic got caught out there. He might have tried to fall to the left. It's actually Rocket on the off angle, was separated by the quick push up by KSA, but can use the burrow to get close back to the rest of his team, but he might not get entirely to safety. He does manage to escape, but Painkiller really had to work to make that space for him, and now the sound barrier comes out from Twisted Minds. They are looking to shut the door in Sign's face. A Kitsune Rush here for the American squad, and Lep is holding on to the beat. A headshot there for Chronic. Will fell Simple and give Sign a way into the map.
Winning it without using the beat is quite clutch, as it looked like there for a second, right? It was going to be the beat from Funny Astro when Luca Mino drops the Kitsune Rush, and then an answer with a beat, a little bit of a lighter beat from Lep, and they actually get the kill onto Yubi early, so they decide to save it. And that could be huge for this next fight coming up.
Quartz absolutely dialed in. Big TP, big reposition. Chronic could be in a bit of trouble here. Looks like Twisted Minds have been able to outmaneuver for the time being. There it is, Chronic down. Quartz finds his mark, and frankly, Rocket doesn't really know where to put himself. It's 3 for Quartz. The overclock accounts for 2. And there's nothing left of Sign Esports. Twisted Minds poised to take this round.
And you would have thought that would have been when the sound barrier would come down, right? When the overclock is rolling from Quartz, and we never see it come down here from Lep. He's going to use it now, only connects with 2.
Little too little, little too late. Maybe Rocket had already fallen by the wayside. And now it's just the dregs of Sign Esports dragged out to represent their team on the point. And it's going to be a struggle. Painkiller on the Doomfist eventually. That power block is going to be broken through, and Lep is limping away from the fight itself. Over the top there, Chronic hoping to get something spun up, but Quartz will clip his wings. And now it is overtime, continuing to tick. Painkiller needs to find a way in, but Simple has the orange brick road. The Kitsune Rush comes out from Twisted Minds, and it's a clean sheet, mostly in his last fight. Left draws blood, but it's not nearly enough to draw any concern. Twisted Minds get the start exactly they were looking for.
And it also may be a little bit where the last time these two teams played, maybe they overlooked them just a little bit. You know, you can always look. You can always make the argument first to 2. We'll get them. I know in that first to 3 series is a little longer, but it also is probably like, hey, maybe we were overlooking these guys a little bit. And Sign Esports came with a little bit of something extra to play for.
I mean, I heard from them. I was in the elevator with them this morning. They felt like the series.
You've been chatting with everybody.
Yeah, I've been hanging out. We've been getting around here. It's great, obviously, a chance to meet the players, but they felt like that game got ahead of them. They were also still teasing KSA about not touching the point in a practice scrim, so that's how serious they've been. Psycho was not joking. He was like, don't do that. the guy is not messing around.
No, I saw Astro the other day, and they were, this is before their match getting signed, but they were in great spirits. Felt like they had a great opportunity here at this event, and it felt like, at least in my opinion, the meta was kind of breaking in a way that they would love to play.
I feel like it still is, especially in a matchup against Sign, right, who just want to play that Ramatra style. Yes, Yubi, first blood drawn for the Symmetra. And Quartz is starting to really heat up. Sign Esports now obviously in disarray. Chronic would like a quick exit. KSA drags him down to earth with that Vortex over the edge.
Another fast fight win here from Twisted Minds. Look at this, they want to go fast, right? Yubi gets a TP here into the spawn of Sign Esports. Sign may have awoken a beast here with Twisted Minds as they have looked as dominant as can be early on here in Lijiang Tower.
And they're keeping Sign off kilter. Yeah. Right, find those couple of picks, stagger.
Like the change of pace, right? Like the TPs and, ending up in spots you don't really expect.
And Rocket has been searching for ways to sort of start these fights gainfully. He knows his objective is to disrupt Yubi as much as possible. But he probably feels like the rest of his team aren't there where he needs them. Good little redirect there. That was a good heads-up play for Funny Astro to knock him sideways somewhat, and Painkiller just can't hang out. If Yubi survives late into these fights, if Sign cannot get a first pick on the sim at least, they're cooks, man. Literally and figuratively.
I mean, that is the Kitsune rush from both sides, but because they're not able to get rid of Yubi, he just starts mowing players down on the sim. That's the thing with sim. Glass cannon here, right? But as the damage starts to ramp, good luck. Look at this huge advantage in sound barrier as well, by the way.
They are so far ahead. Yeah, especially when the focus is on KSA instead of Yubi.
Already with almost 70% on the point as well.
So low. He is so bloody low. Rocket has a tectonic shock. He's going to pop it in, but how's he supposed to make use of it? Not with a sim wall in play. Oh, that ultimate kind of goes for nothing, Matt.
You might not get a sound barrier here from Sign Esports.
Rocket looking to pop up. It's been a tough day at the office for Lep thus far. More to play, sure. Here it is, though. Quartz with another overclock. The ball shot mostly shrugged off. Chronic not able to strike at Twisted Minds adequately. And this has been a very, very one-sided round.
As one-sided as it can be is Rocket's going to go over to the Tracer. He's going to be the one that's going to be relied on to get a touch. A little bit of a late spawn here for Painkiller as got the annihilation to work with. Lap onto the high ground. Maybe looking for an environmental.
That beat ain't happening, Matt. 73% for Lep. Hasn't been able to get a sound barrier online. Painkiller tries to come forward with the annihilation. Throws that Vortex at longer range. And there's Lucamino finally getting something going. Manufacturing a little bit of an edge here. But Yubi quickly snaps back. It's Chronic out of the picture. Yubi had to give up his life, though, to find that pick. Painkiller is on the right side of the door here. Sat on the point. Even a Kitsune rush committed by Simple.
Yep. I'm confused why, because KSA had already dropped. He has the annihilation, but there was no way he's just solo on the point he was going to use it.
Painkiller's in trouble. He's low. I don't think Lucamino's here to top him up right now. He gets forced off the point. This is an opening, an opportunity for Twisted Minds now. KSA will be back with him momentarily, and Painkiller at least is trying to signal some strength. Lucamino on Simple is a very important pickup, though. A Rocket getting off the venture, finding success on the Tracer finally.
Twisted Minds poses enough of a threat there, though, where Lep decides to end up using that sound barrier. So Funny Astro will end up with a big advantage here. Sound barrier plus annihilation going into this Kitsune rush. So Twisted Minds still in a pretty good position to take the round.
Group parts here towards the high ground. Sim TP to let him cross the gap here now to fight out in the open. Lucamino's in deep trouble. Okay, he's having a swift step away. Painkiller now, the subject of scrutiny. Suzu had to be used there by Simple, but it buys enough time for Funny Astro to get that sound barrier down. Now on the point, Painkiller surrounded on all sides, beleaguered and eventually succumbs. Now eyes over towards the Tracer. A hasty recall for Rocket, but he's chased to the ends of the earth, and Quartz makes sure he secures the kill. Overtime is done, and Twisted Minds delights the home crowd. Flipping the script on the last time these teams faced. A decisive win on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, they had discussed how important it would be to win control and they are able to do it here early on with the crowd going crazy. Hey, we took a bathroom break here. I mean, if you're not here, you're missing out, because like in the street they were chanting for Twisted Minds. I mean, it was getting rowdy out there.
There was like a large group of people just chanting, going back and forth down the boulevard. We also were alerting people that Twisted Minds were about to play. And so, Twisted Minds now kind of know from this point onwards, all they need to do is to sort of win the maps that they themselves choose in the event that they lose, which is not guaranteed. And there it is. We'll leave you some highlights from Twisted Minds. Quartz leading from the front. Some brutal hit scan play from him. Great stuff from TM. We'll be back after this.
Trying to run and change my
Talk about flipping the script. Twisted Minds have done that and some in the first map of this best of 5 decider in Group B. Strong showing in Lijiang Tower, instantly sign Esports. The knee-jerk reaction is to take us to Artless, and, well, they were dominant against Twisted Minds last time they played this map, but it's also because it came with the package deal of the Sim ban, and they've gone for it yet again. It's kind of their trump card in this matchup because they don't like to play it themselves, but they've used it pretty early in this series.
I think it definitely tells you how important they view this map. You're kind of, you don't want to say all in on the map, but getting rid of the Sim, going to this map, one that you had already won, right? After that, you know, you lose something like this. In terms of like bans, like you can maybe bother them by like getting rid of the funny Astro Lucio. But we've actually seen him play a decent amount of Juno in EMEA, so wouldn't be an end-all be-all. That is a huge frog.
Well, perspective is everything, Matt. We're kind of zoomed in. Also, you should check the cane toads down there in Queensland, mate. Hey, dwarf this guy. He's cute by comparison.
So Twisted Minds looks like me. I don't think this will be the comp they run out on. I think Sign Esports, though, this could potentially be it. See if Lucamino decides to stay on the Moira or potentially a swap. So a Moira look here from Sign. So we've talked a little bit about Moira and kind of her spot with some of these comps. I think I would prefer it if you played like a Reaper, like almost like a throwback to the zombie comp.
All about winning that, like getting a burst target like instantly, right?
Yeah. And Twisted Minds comes out, so they'll have a Cassidy here with May. So that'll be the answer here for Yubi. Yubi can also play Tracer, but over the last few months or so, they've been bringing in Psycho to do that.
I think that Twisted Minds composition is pretty well designed to like elongate the fight. Kind of the opposite actually of what the Moira comp wants. You've got the main, the ice block. You've also got Baptiste with that immortality field, right? All about making it hard for Sign to get in there quickly. And once Lucamino's resources are depleted, the healing throughput is pretty underwhelming from Sign. So in a dragged out engagement, they find themselves at a disadvantage.
It's also pretty hard for Rocket to play around this, right? Baptiste, Lucio, May, and Cassidy, really difficult to kind of like be aggressive on the flanks, how we know Rocket can be.
The worry that this is another map where Rocket finds it pretty hard to get in on these flanks. We saw the venture on Lijiang Tower. He also struggled to manufacture any momentum. Quartz has been hitting those shots. He shot in that last fight, 2 to 3 eliminations to his name there. Chronic has to back out. He's playing in a pretty risky little off angle here, and there it is. Quartz strikes yet again. Lep,
dude, this time is down. They're finding Lep so often. You think back to Lijiang Tower, and then now here, I mean, 70%, you got like a 30% beat advantage here for Astro. Off the rip, you're not exactly super worried about like Coalescence, right? If you're Twisted Minds, I mean, you have speed, you can kite it, you can run away. Lep has to do a little bit of a better job keeping himself upright.
I want to reiterate, Sign Esports were 3-0 in a sweep of flashpoints last time these teams played. Twisted Minds are looking like a different beast here. Blizzard just around the corner. That's going to be a problem for Painkiller if he's hoping to go deep with an Annihilation. He'll be stopped in his tracks. Quartz getting some happy little dinks across the map, and Painkiller has no choice but to throw up the guard. Has to back away. Here's a Blizzard, and he went for an Annihilation. He was inside a Blizzard and still chose to pop that ultimate. Interesting decision, but Quartz gets the Deadeye kill. Sign Esports commit 3 ultimates in the space of a couple of seconds, and Quartz has 0 respect. He is out of pocket.
Yeah, and maybe it's because Painkiller's going to swap. I mean, he had the Coalescence kind of hosing him down there when he was using the Annihilation, but that is not going to let you survive the Blizzard plus Deadeye combo. So a change here for Sign Esports. 2 changes, actually. So Lucamino will move over to the Baptiste, and then you also have Orisa in play now. So Orisa obviously not as impacted by the May as, let's say, Ramacha.
So now that Sign can play a longer fight and still stand on even footing, this means that Chronic has more time to find either big chunks of damage that Rocket could follow up on, or just some straight-up railgun headshots to put his team straight up front in numbers, and there it is. Speak the devil's name and he doth appear. Chronic showing us why his Sojourn and hitscan in general is still to be feared. Big opening here, and Lep is going to double down with a sound barrier now as Simple goes for an amp matrix. Chronic still wants to play it safe here. He knows it's only a matter of time before eyes start turning in his direction, but he's up to 2 eliminations for this fight, and KSA can't afford to pay him any heed.
Yes, we see both tanks traded out. Yubi's still here, though, for TM. So, going to be like contestants for a while. Oh, nice timing on the pulse bomb there from Rocket. Gets him right as he's popping out of the ice block.
Twisted Mind still, for a moment, it seemed like they wanted to stall, but now they have to back away lest they get staggered further. Luckily for them, Sign Esports happy just to settle for an early point cap here in our second flashpoint.
Well, I think if Yubi would have lived, right, you would have had Blizzard, you would have had KSA coming back off of spawn, probably a little bit closer to beat. Maybe you would actually continue to fight that.
Quartz here hoping to use the bulk of KSA to prevent most of that damage coming in, but there is some backstab potential. Rocket and Chronic both there, and Quartz is going hunting. He's like, oh mate, I'm going to keep my sights trained on you guys. But Mino's Immortality Field has had to succumb, but the Blizzard is in play, and it freezes Painkiller solid.
And they just run them down behind Funny Astro with the sound barrier, right? Ant Matrix dropped there by Lucamino. Twisted Minds decides not to back out. They're going to use that sound barrier, push directly past the Ant Matrix, so you don't really get much value for it at all. Sign Esports, you'll have a Terror Surge and Chronic with the Overclock. Overclock with no beat on the other side, maybe an opportunity to chunk down a player or two.
Annihilation here for KSA, so he might have to use it. He might just have to pump those shots into the enemy Ramatra if KSA looks to take some space. But bear in mind, KSA can create a lot of room for Quartz to get a sneaky Deadeye in behind. The Chronic's looking for a pick here, and Simple's a pretty damn good one to find. Theoretically, that should signal the end of the fight if Rocket hadn't already clapped Funny Astro. So for Twisted Minds now, it's about the stall. It's about holding on to the rest of their ultimates here. Building up to break through and take the flashpoint in the next engagement.
Yeah, you'd be trying to throw that May wall up and then getting behind it and just kind of cycle an ice block, but they get him out of that position. So I was talking a little bit about it, like Chronic using that overclock. He actually kind of sees both Quartz and Simple pulling up a little bit on the high ground, pops it, and then able to deal with Simple, who had an Ant Matrix, potentially could have used it up on that high ground.
Chronic doing so much more in this comp as opposed to the one they started with. Immortality Field going down, that's going to help Quartz, who gets caught in the side of Terror Surge, but he didn't have a chance to escape. Luke Mino picked up by Yubi though, and Rocket ult onto this pulse bomb. That is a flashpoint flip back for Twisted Minds now. Sign Esports in no position to contest. They're going to hold out for one last push. The Simple switches over to the Juno. KSA thinks he might have caught Chronic here, and it might just be right. The Sojourn's out of the game and out of this last fight, but it's a cheeky little flip here from Sign. Twisted Minds get back in the nick of time and are ready to flip it back in their favor and to take it away. Annihilation, Blizzard, Deadeye, all waiting for deployment here. Painkiller looking a little bit worse aware on the fringes of the fights, and the sound barrier is going to be committed for Sign Esports. This will buy him some time to get the healing in. Simple's Immortality Field protects Quartz from that pulse bomb, and now Javelin spin in the face of Quartz. He doesn't seem to mind. The Annihilation from KSA goes utterly uncontested, and Quartz is knocking heads together. Melee kill on Chronic. Luke Mino, his lifeless body touches to the ground. Twisted Minds rack up another flashpoint.
You'd never have known that Sign ended up using an Ant Matrix and sound barrier in that fight and come up with nothing. The Annihilation plus Blizzard, Deadeye on the point. A lot of survivability and nice use of the Immortality Field by Simple. Keeps Quartz alive through Rocket's Pulse Bomb, putting Twisted Minds one flashpoint away from taking the map.
KSA looking to try and match the movements of Painkiller. That Orisa switch up for Sign definitely gave Chronic some options, some openings, but it's still been tough going against this front line of TF. Chronic with another overclock here is going to tease out a sound barrier, but Quartz is too sharp to miss. Finds Rocket, likely with a grenade involved in that kill. This Cassidy has been an issue for Sign Esports, and there isn't a natural answer to it outside of Chronic, who just doesn't seem to get the matchups he's looking for. Quartz is audacious there in that fight. Chronic gets his, but then bows out.
Yes,
look at Yubi, man. He is yapping.
Oh, well, I mean, look, you're the home, town team. You're the crowd favorite. Somebody beats you in the arena, then kind of celebrates. I mean, that's got to leave a little bit of a nasty taste in your mouth, where if you get a chance at revenge, you don't just want to beat Sign Esports. You kind of want to, embarrass them a little bit here.
Well, they're off to a great start on that metric.
They're currently accomplishing that.
So 52% now. Lukemino has an amp matrix, but I wouldn't say it's the most compelling ultimates on the horizon here for Sign Esports. Lukemino responds. Immortality Field goes in. Amp matrix thrown up, and the damage is good. Simple falls. Lukemino's here positioned out on the point to try and get a contest going. And Chronic's done his job. Painkiller gives up his life, but creates so many openings.
I mean, that is an I know the crowd doesn't love it, but that is an awesome use of the Immortality Field from Lukemino. Like, throws it across the point while also getting pressured down and drops the Amp Matrix and picks up one right in his face. I mean, that is a huge play there from Lukemino.
It looks tricky, and it is, but it follows the same trajectory as an Ana Biotic Grenade. So if you're used to playing Ana and you switch over, it behaves in much the same way. That muscle memory matters if you switch over to the Baptiste. Annihilation here for KSA. 73% posted already for Twisted Minds. It's a good start, but losing Funny Astra here is not really where they want to be, but pressure on Painkiller. Getting rid of a main tank definitely feels like the door might be open here for Twisted Minds, and they're going to go for it. Rocket dealt with, and Quartz will control this space with a Deadeye. This should allow for the most part of a flip, and Lukemino picked off. That's extra value. You can't always bank on it. Now Twisted Minds can surge ahead, and they're sitting back on a blizzard. And they might even chase Lep down. It has been a tough day for Lep, and Quartz is a mistake of execution.
He barely makes it out with his life. It's a tiny Esports. He'll get a chance to touch. It'll be Rocket there. They're going to have Lep here too.
Rocket playing towards the edge of the map, around the health pack. He knows he's going to need help. The blizzard's a problem. Lukemino is caught inside of it. Caught out in the open. Painkiller is, and Yubi from behind sends him back with a couple of well-placed ice spikes. There's nothing left to work with here for Sign Esports, and Rocket valiantly trying to keep them in the game. He'll be iced out, in Twisted Minds take their second map on the trot. Extended fist for Yubi. He knows he's done his part as a leader.
Not just a second map, but a 3-0 there on Atlas. As this feels like the Twisted Minds we thought would show up.
So
right?
instead of Psycho, he's like, no, brother, you're not subbing in.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay right here.
And you saw quickly, we saw Sign Esports. A much different look on those players' faces than a little bit earlier in the event, right? They were happy, they were loose, they were kind of sending some action back to the crowd. And now it is like, we are in a lot of trouble here. Because that's their Simban, right? Simban gone. You look through the rest of the map pool. I think you could potentially ban the Sojourn. That would be something I'm interested in seeing them doing.
Yeah, what can Chronic do outside of that? The Cassidy ban, the Simban no longer available to Sign Esports, and there's their last chance in the next map just around the corner. Twisted Minds poised to advance to our playoffs. Stick around and see how it all unfolds.
This land is calling.
Here at the STC Esports Arena for the Overwatch Mid-Season Championship, it has been a nightmare for Sign Esports. Perhaps that 0-3 to T1 maybe cracked their confidence a little bit because Twisted Minds came into this game determined with resolve, and they have spanked them in 2 back-to-back maps.
I think it's just a little bit more real for Twisted Minds now, right? What is at stake? Now, like, they don't want to be done now.
They can't be done now.
No, I mean, you got the crowd. I mean, they're in the venue. They're on the boulevard. Potentially Sign Esports last map here at the Esports World Cup. It will be them taking us to Shambali Monastery. So they get rid of. So this is banned. So they banned Freya. No, actually, it'll be
a response here to the Baptiste ban.
Yep, but like the Freya is not like Quartz doesn't particularly play the Freya, right? So it's a hero that we don't see him on often. So actually, it seems like that was potentially flipped, right? So Twisted Minds, they get rid of the Freya there second. It would actually be signed at
that would make
Esports
sense
with the Bat. That makes sense.
Take
right?
Simple off the Baptiste.
Yes. Take Simple off the Baptiste, but it also forces Chronic not to be able to play that extremely long range with the Freya that Twisted Minds would not answer, right? Quartz seems to have been one of the players who doesn't really love playing Freya.
Well, Twisted Minds also, because of their reliance on the Symmetra, played less of that Tracer style as well. So Simple's Kiriko is very good, but he doesn't play it in that side fight style that we see some teams go for, that Sign might also look to make happen. Simple's also deadly on this Kiriko. Yes. I would say like one of the best like rookies coming into EMEA, maybe even any region this year. The guy is absolutely cracked.
It is a shame we don't have Ilios in the pool because his Zen on Ilios goes hard.
Sometimes out of the gate she gets set on the attack side here, but that's been a thing of the past. Quartz though will have a peek on the Widow. Oh, bated breath. Is there anything to be found? Quick peek. And very quickly I think Chronic got off that sideline. He knew what was coming. Hairs on the back of his neck stood up.
It'll be Cassidy here for Quartz. So not even really going to the Sojourn here. Wants to play a little bit more with the team, right? Around these TPs, get into the mix.
Wasting no time, Twisted Minds went ahead upstairs, and Rocket has already been plucked away. Quartz just seemed to find him within the writhing mass of Sign Esports players. Deals him a death blow. And Lucamino found Quartz a little bit staggered out from the rest of his team. We had to bring him down, and Sign have done well to recover here. Playing to that low ground, happy to give that space up, and Lucamino had left. Getting bloodthirsty with it.
You wouldn't know it, right? Because it's been a very one-sided series, but I feel like for Sign Esports, I think Lucamino has had a pretty good tournament overall and a pretty good series thus far. In a losing effort. He's almost already got his rush.
This kind of disarray really favors Twisted Minds. They have the spawn advantage. Trading kills is fine for them. Now as they round this corner, we're going to start seeing Chronic move towards the outside. Maybe try and take some more of this off-angle action if he can get across. But with how fast the cart's moving, he may feel like it's a bit uncomfortable to do so right now. Here's the Kitsune rush though. KSA in the midst of it. Literally in the eye of the storm, except in this case, it's the most dangerous place to be, as he's found out the hard way.
They had their own rush, but I think they just decided to save it. You see everybody just back out. I think they decided, like, look, this is not going to be a winning effort with how much damage KSA had already taken at the time. Let's back out. Yubi can like TP us across, right? You get TP across like up into like the window there. Yep. And they're going to come from the other side.
Oh, Chronic, it's awkward, isn't it? He's not ready for this. And out of nowhere, Twisted Minds explode toward the backline of Sign Esports. And now this is really throwing their positioning for a loop. Quartz there, hit a headshot. KSA followed up. They're in trouble. Yeah, Lep goes for a beat there. He commits that ability. And maybe he feels like it's his last chance before this checkpoint, but in shame, he throws himself over the edge.
Yeah, maybe you thought you were going to have like a, maybe you thought Luca Mina was going to live, right? You were going to get at least like a 4-player beat, but he falls. You had already lost Chronic, and that is the first checkpoint there. So we'll see now.
That's the T.
On the flank, yeah.
That's the T. By the way, out here, it's fantastic. Cardamom spiced.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal. Okay, here's the Annihilation. Painkiller holding onto his diligently, but he's going to have to go for it here. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, they say, but it's been all lost so far for Cyan Esports as Rocket was already knocked out of the fight. And Painkiller, even with his ultimate, barely puts a scratch on Twisted Minds.
All right, I was going to say, it feels like Cyan Esports, we got to try something a little bit different here. Is you're going to have Rocket go to Venture, so see if you can disrupt Yubi on the sim here. With the Ventures. You see the Burrow just going up here, just maybe threatening players to...
It didn't work on Lee.
Painkiller's taking so much damage. That's Nemesis for him block right away.
Yeah, he has a shield in front of him as well. It's damage that's coming in from an off angle. Oh, Rocket! Face full of flash. Nowhere to go.
TM trying to get out of here quick is Chronic under some pressure here. I mean, see, that's going to be the Suzu already. It's going to be Quartz actually using the Deadeye here. The Kitsune rush from both sides. Painkiller's going to fall.
Painkiller down, and I've got bad news for Cyan Esports fans. It's not just Chronic, it's Terminal! Quartz runs it down! And it's just one after another. Another day at Derange for Quartz. And that's 2 checkpoints and change for Twisted Minds to the tune of over 4 minutes.
Yeah, no way you're going to keep Painkiller alive in that position. Inside the Kitsune rush, you have the Deadeye coming from an off angle. He can't really turn either. Just seems like everything that could go wrong for Cyan Esports is currently going wrong. Twisted Minds with a chance to set a fantastic time.
They have not turned up to play today. Cyan Esports rather. Here physically, but in spirit. Feels like they're just husks out there.
This beat from Lep's got to be good.
Oh, we need it now. Yubi wants to come forward. TP was thrown out there to signal potential switch to the right side, but in fact, no, the fight's here, up close and personal. Lep gets us 5-player beat, that's what he's looking for. Funny Astra had one of his own that when Quartz is going to Deadeye, might look to reposition for. Here it comes in, instantly fires it off, and Chronic is flattened. Didn't have an opportunity to respond there whatsoever. Painkiller at least gets his, but it's going to take more than that to slow Twisted Minds down as they've got a taste for it. The blood in the water as Cyan Esports give and give and give ground and can't seem to take any of their own. Twisted Minds are still sitting on the Kitsune rush, the Annihilation, the Sim Wall, an embarrassment of riches, and they're about to dump it on the NA squad's heads.
Yeah, they save it here for the home stretch. It'll be Tonic Shock here for Rocket, just trying to keep this contested. It'll be the Sim Wall that comes in from Yubi.
Rocket pops up and in a safe place. He knows he's in no position to engage right now. Here's that Annihilation, but Lep is already off the board and Painkiller's about to be toppled. Yubi has got the damage and ramp to deal with the Ramatra. Now, a desperate burrow from Rocket, but he knows he better hide his face away because Cyan Esports just got wiped from the map.
These fans are going to go wild when they see that Cyan Esports key get crushed, as it feels like that is where we are headed. I mean,
I am sorry.
Could it happen any faster?
Little vintage fan, the hammer. Is this a Quartz fan cam?
The ability for them to keep him alive, like in these types of situations, it also just shows, I mean, how sturdy Cassidy is as a hero.
But not even that. These are genuinely hostile conditions for Cassidy to play in. Yeah. You are outranged by the Sojourn, and you are really threatened by the Venture, who can cross right in front of you without being targetable.
Yeah.
And still, Quartz not only finds success, he absolutely drags Cyan through the town square at the back of his chariot.
And it feels, you know, we talked a little bit about it in the pregame. It just feels like a little bit, maybe a little bit personal with how Cyan Esports won that game the other day. A little celebration going on. This would be one for Twisted Minds. Like if I was over there, as soon as this game ended, I'm getting up and I'm going to go, give a high five on the other side, a handshake, but you want to make sure you're right there as soon as this game is over.
I knew they'd be typecast as villains coming out to Riyadh. They've played into it. They've been happy to lap up the attention, negative or positive.
But they need a monster half, though, here, Mitch, on offense. I mean, 230 in the time bank. This is a lot like the game with Falcons and Weibo we saw the other day.
It's a hard map to complete at the best of times. That's what makes this that much more extraordinary.
Hard map to complete. Well, it's a hard map to finish with like a substantial amount of time. The Doomfist here for Painkiller off the rip.
Chronic is insisting on the Widowmaker a little bit longer than we otherwise see. Where there's a TP in Chronic's direction. Oh my goodness, TP. That is audacious. But safe because he can reposition back to the rest of his team. Doomfist goes sailing past, but Chronic has stuck to the Widow and now is starting to pay dividends. UB eventually finally falls. KSA will be dragged off his highest horse now. And Cyan Esports are on the road. Chronic still on the Widow plan.
Yeah, we'll see if he, it looks like he's going to continue with it, and potentially we're also going to see the continuation here of the Doomfist. So Doom used at the start there was kind of like constantly punching KSA, getting him out of position, as we're going to see KSA go to D.Va here. So that potentially kind of their answer here towards that Doomfist.
Oh, it's powerful against the Widow, but it wasn't needed apparently because Simple just gives Chronic the exact wrong kind of acupuncture.
Across the map.
Yes, the eyes and brain are not acupuncture targets.
Yeah, and you see the defense matrix already paying off, right? Painkiller goes in, slams like right by Yubi, and then the defense matrix there just eating up any of the bullets, potentially would have finished him off.
And this is the look, by the way, that gave Twisted Minds so much of their mileage earlier on in this stage. Oh, Chronic, the three-piece hang about. That one came from the Nethers, folks, out of absolutely nowhere. Look at how locked in he is. What is Quartz cooking? Oh no! Does Chronic think to look in this direction? Does he know? Yes, Infrasight.
Yeah, I was like, he's got the Infrasight, but why would he look back that way? So they know that Quartz is in that position.
He has a wide enough field of view to have spotted the Cassidy in his periphery. Money Astro living dangerously here. Chronic is working on the fringes of the map, but this honestly is playing well. Twisted Minds feeling like they've got to commit a large number of resources into dealing with this Widow. So the Money Astro show is begun! And a curtain comes down on Chronic's running riot of Widowmaker. Still, there's more work to be done, and this Doomfist composition has really gotten some purchase now for Cyan Esports. They got that checkpoint in hand. They're in this game.
Yeah, and I wonder if you consider, do you consider running the Tracer here if you are Twisted Minds? Let's take a look, though. Chronic.
Past the D.Va Matrix, by the way.
Headshots, yeah, from spawn.
That might be one of the sickest Widow sequences I've seen in quite some time.
Just like, hey, that's me.
Headshot there for Quartz, quick TP to get Twisted Minds in position. Chronic still playing on an off angle, and Twisted Minds had to be aware of it. Can they handle this? Widowmaker is starting to take a toll. Deadeye interrupted. Quartz turned into a smear on the masonry. Painkiller lands a nice little charged punch.
Yeah, no defense matrix going to help on through that. So now yet another fight. They're going to leave KSA out of mech. And I think now, you're Twisted Minds. You need an answer here. You need to swap. Is the D.Va the option? Do you go back? Do you play like a Ram here? You can play Orisa, potentially, right? I know Orisa's not the best into the Widow, right? Because obviously no shield, just kind of take the armor off. But obviously extremely effective against a hero like Doom.
Without D.Va, how does Twisted Minds pressure the Widow position at all?
I think they kind of don't, right? I mean, but outside of those like 3 kills, like have you seen like anything that you're like, okay, we need to focus the Widow?
It is the threat of the Widow though that matters. Drawing players away.
You could threaten it with like a TP, right? Even just in that position.
In theory. Yeah. We can at least force the grapple away to a worse point of view, worse sight line. Painkiller's down though, so there's an opportunity here. KSA realizes that, they've got the mobility to try and chase Chronic down and, sorry, Miss LaCroix. You have been accosted by a number of assailants. That is dirty. Quartz was waiting for the chase there. KSA luring people into his den and letting his wingman deal with them.
And I mean, Rocket chasing, I don't know how you expect to kind of live there. So, Cyan Esports, they get Painkiller here back onto the payload, working with Lucamino here. You're going to have a Kitsune rush like around the corner. You're probably going to wait for Rocket, though, on the venture before you decide to invest that.
This feels like a more awkward part of the map to get Widow involved. Infrasight, though, is active. That means Painkiller has full information about where he needs to go. KSA drops in front of Chronic and a sound barrier now for Twisted Minds. Big punch. 3 players stunned up, and Rocket's able to capitalize, but Simple gets in there with a kunai, and he's got eyes for Painkiller. Power block drawn out, but Chronic in the meantime is going to work. Surgically extracting player after player. It's Yubi and Funny Astro who fall by the wayside. Venture could be an issue. Simple under pressure, has to Suzu himself, but KSA's defense matrix keeps him nice and topped up. Eventually, he has to fall. Chronic picks him off. But card push, Widow, not particularly expert at it. Chronic doesn't have anyone to play the objective for him here.
And no, and I mean, you see that if the Widow's not just kind of dominating really on an off angle. Right there, Twisted Minds basically ignored it, right? You saw some sick plays from Simple. KSA in support with the defense matrix, keeping him alive as we get below a minute on the clock. It'll be the tectonic shock from Rocket. Takes a lot of damage here early.
But Painkiller's too low to make the space right now. Gets topped up and now they're back in, but that tech shock is done. Rocket looking for the backline. Sees a TP there for Yubi, and Funny Astro has to be careful! Rocket gives him the root canal he did not ask for. There's a self-destruct and a sim wall in play. KSA is going to be able to remake, but no kills off the blast. Simple's down, and it looks like Sign are going to take a beat, take a moment. Quartz and Simple have been dealt with now, and they can come back in with numbers as KSA is virtually playing solo on the card, bleeding the clock, buying some time. And in that sense, Twisted Minds have done enough, but Sign will get that extension and have enough time to have a crack at finishing the map.
Yeah, and I think, though, for Twisted Minds, right, you just keep throwing your body at it, let it go into OT. And you have a huge advantage in terms of time bank, even if they were able to finish. I think if you're Twisted Minds, though, you want to get aggressive, take an early fight, force Lucamino to use this Kitsune rush. You don't want to let him have it for the end of the game.
Painkiller hindered there as well, so it was hard for him to bounce around that fight properly, but Quartz got too close to the danger zone as far as Venture's concerned. Chronic's playing a wild off angle.
Yeah, so they don't really have an angle, yeah.
Gum up the works, stall the card, seems to be the plan for Twisted Minds. Yubi charged up, knocked to the wall. There are so many elements of this Sign comp that are so deadly to Sim, and yet he's sticking to the plan. Simple will fall, Sign are back on the card, making their last grasp at the end of the map.
I mean, right now for Twisted Minds, it's all about the clock, right? Bleed clock. Right there, it was like 45 seconds. They were able to get off of it. They're going to end up matching here. Kitsune Rush with Kitsune Rush.
We're down under a minute.
Yeah, you don't have like a Deadeye or something to use inside of it. We've seen Quartz do a really nice job with it, so this will be the Infrasight here.
Painkiller gets out with the orbital strike. He'll be able to return to the rest of his team, and this card has been slowly but inexorably advancing towards the end of the map. Nice charged up rocket punch there, stunned up Yubi and Quartz, and the tech shot coming in off the side. Nice little combo. Rocket still looking for more, and Quartz's direction. Back to the rest of the fight. Funny Astro going to opt to be for 4 players, and Rocket's been taken down, but KSA's been demech. Self-destruct, a chance to get back in the mech, but Sivil's been picked up by Chronic. Quartz down, that is dirty stuff. Luke Mino kept him busy while Chronic finds the headshots, but now we're going to be into overtime. Sign need to get this across the line, and Painkiller has gone off the edge of the map. Who's to say? Chronic will wrap around. KSA, no chance to remake, and Funny Astro knows he's done enough. He's gotten this to overtime now, as Chronic will look just to clean the rest of Twisted Minds off the field. But Yubi found Rocket. There'd be an opening here. Time being bought a little bit more by Quartz coming in and getting the pick. That should be a map completion if Simple gets picked off soon enough, and it is. Sign will get an extension, but they're behind by 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, only a minute on the clock as well. Did feel like the Doomfist play was pretty impactful, and same with Chronic on the Widow. Started to heat up there towards the end. Chronic also saves Lucamino. So Lucamino's like in the spawn, basically putting pressure on Twisted Minds. Gets actually hit with the hindrance there of Quartz at the end, but before Quartz can get that shot off, it's a headshot from Chronic that takes him out. Probably keeps Lucamino alive.
And at the 11th hour, we see Sign just pull something that could probably only be done by them. Going to their signature heroes, throwing the Widowmaker out here for the entirety of that attack site, and it works. Now, it doesn't work quickly enough for their liking, I'm sure, but it's enough to keep them in this game, in this series.
It also loses a little bit of the surprise factor here, right? Twisted Minds just basically played against it for like 4 minutes, right? So you have a decent idea about how to go after it. And I mean,
Luke Mino is a prolific Mercy player. Painkiller also a self-professed ground tank lover.
I mean, this is the ground tank.
I think they're going out of the doors here, Matt.
They're not. There's no way.
Sign Esports are about to step over to the threshold, but they switch back, of course, to the Doom-based comp. Let Bomb the Zen probably just took a peek there, and that's a nasty little angle, Chronic. See that one replicated into ranked games. He will be on the Widow once more. This time, Yubi's not playing this right side with the Sim TP.
No, and I think if you're Twisted Minds, right, where you see KSA play the corner and you see where the players are through the X-ray, you can kind of just sit there, right, and not give the line of sight here over to Chronic.
Oh, the TP use has been great, but you can see the Rocket Punch's idea is to knock people out in the open, out in the air, to be picked up by Chronic. But where the fight's happening right now, Widow doesn't have a great sight line. Chronic's going to have to move up on the top side of the map, and they've spotted him. They've baited the Widow out into the open. Chronic's able to back away. And now the cart's on the move, but it's again disarray for Cyan, and KSA finally gets his way towards that Widow. Now Cyan are trying to group in this building, but they've lost card control. KSA now starting just to pull at them, find an individual, drag them out of position, draw resources out of the Doomfist. The card's not going anywhere right now. We're about to head into overtime, man.
And who's going to touch? Okay, so Lep will get there. You have Lep and Lucamino. They will get there to get a touch.
TP, though, gets them there. Overtime has begun. Twisted Minds set themselves, digging their heels, ready to take what was theirs. Lucamino run over. Cyan Esports falter, and the sacred timeline is maintained. Twisted Minds have got to be feeling good about that. All they're going to do is a little bit of hop, skip, and jump through the map. And they'll be through to our playoffs.
They do not have to get far at all here to be able to send themselves to the playoffs. Like above 3 minutes to do it as well would be a legendary hold if you were able to do this for Cyan. I mean, the boos would probably hit another level if Cyan Esports is able to come up with a hold here.
The card is such that you could play on the corner. I don't know if the Widow is something you can afford to go for. Chronic, though, seems to think otherwise. Let's talk about it. On attack, it's one thing, right? They had the surprise factor, you had good long sidelines. Can Chronic realistically set up on defense and be untouchable?
So, no. And I also think with where the cart is, right? Like, you could TP, force them off of this position and create so much space, and there's not really that many great Widow angles, like, as you kind of move down the street, right? So, if you get like a TP across, force them down from high ground, I think it could put the Widow in a really odd spot.
3 minutes and 30 to play. And all Twisted Minds need to do is get halfway through this first phase of Shambhali Monastery. Chronic will have the surprise factor to start with. That likely will be scouted out, and he'll be under constant threat of the Diva. Quartz is on the Widow as well. He's opted into the mirror. For now.
It's a little bit of a change. So goes to the Sojourn. So a little bit more burst potential, right? Because right now, if you're Twisted Minds, like, all right, we get one pick. We are in a good spot. The bad part for them is the pick happens on the other side.
Chronic playing a pretty tight angle here, just below that high ground position. Quartz is switching over to the Cassidy. It looks like Twisted Minds want to play the death ball and sort of beckon Cyan to overcommit to an engagement with them.
You're farming ult here for Simple, right? You see how much damage KSA is taking, and you're just letting Simple just farm up all this healing.
It's really
trying to turn into a rush.
I like this little flank around the right side, though. Cyan might not be ready for it. Chronic goes low, and eventually he's going to be brought down. That's the Widow out of the mix. Painkiller here with a flashbang. He's done. Quartz happy to take some attention now, because a 3-for-1 exchange is exactly what Twisted Minds are looking for. Cyan will now be desperately scrabbling to try and get in position. Lep knows he might be called on to contest for a short window, but he has to stick this landing perfectly, Matt.
Yeah, got to be so careful. Like, going to get, like, booped from the side. It'll be Painkiller when he gets on.
Lep's going to wrap around the backside here. The cart's getting awful close, and Painkiller's under extreme pressure. He couldn't get away. No chance to escape. Here comes the Suzu. Kitsune Rush committed, and Twisted Minds are on the precipice of advancing. Nothing but net here for Cyan. They cannot get a touch. And Twisted Minds flip the script on their nemesis in the biggest way possible. A stunning victory here in straight maps. Not only knocking Cyan out of the mid-season championship, securing their berth in playoffs.
And this is the Twisted Minds we thought we would see here at this event. We had heard about how well they were playing. We had seen it for ourselves in EMEA in Stage 2. A little bit of a blunder early on in their game against Cyan, losing in that third game, but they make up for it here with a quick 3-0.
They look so drastically different, and they face really the same challenges from Cyan and the same ban strategy as well. Right, there's Sim being targeted at some points. Cass getting looked at. But whenever Quartz can play that Cassidy, whenever Yubi gets to make that sim work, Twisted Minds look sublime. And this was the team that generated a lot of rumors amongst their opponents coming into this tournament. Many said, we expect these guys to be amongst the top players at this tournament.
The second half of EMEA for Stage 2, they were right there with Alcatia. Like, they weren't losing maps to anybody.
It was a 4-2 final in EMEA. Yeah. It was a banger series. One to remember in EMEA for sure. And now they've been able to show us exactly what got them so close. I think it is. Is that Bahaj? I'm not sure. He gets around. Psycho even took a seat there at the table and KSA spot briefly, just soaked it up. He obviously barking from that coach position. All smiles here on Twisted Minds' faces. They advance further here into our mid-season championship. We're going to go down to Fancy KSA on this stage.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after a stellar win from Twisted Minds, 3-0, and they move on to the top 8 against Crazy Raccoon. But let's talk about what happened during this match. KSA, first question. You guys lost against Sign, against everyone's, against their expectations, but now you were able to go 3-0. What changed?
I think yesterday we just didn't play our game. Today we just told ourselves, like, we're really good, okay? Let's play with our ego, let's play aggressive, and we can win, and we did it.
I mean, you honestly did that, but at the same time, you guys are playing this entire tournament without a coach. Does that help you adapt to what's happening in the tournament?
You don't need a coach when you have Yubi.
Well, there you go. You guys heard it here first. You don't need a coach when you have Yubi, but you're going against Crazy Raccoon in the quarterfinals. That is not an easy match. They have a target on their back. They're literally the title holder for EWC. Do you think you guys got what it takes?
I think we can. I think we can go really far this tournament.
All right. Well, now that you won an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key. Are you ready to do that?
Yes.
All right. Let's go down to the key crusher. Twisted Minds moves on to the top 8. Just a few more steps to represent their home region and possibly win the whole thing. According to what KSA just said, we'll let him enjoy this moment. And there you have it. Sign Esports is no longer in the tournament. They're eliminated and they're going straight to the airport. But KSA, do you want to say anything to the fans right now?
أشكر الجميع اللي حضر. صراحة وجودكم يحفز إن نفوز البطولة ونشوف نضيب وجهكم إن شاء الله بكرة.
All right, KSA is saying that we're happy that you guys are here and we're going to do you better for the next one. But it's time for our exit interview with Danny.
Thank you so much, Fancy. Yes, I'm here for the exit interview. We got Rocket from Sign Esports. It was a rematch against Twisted Minds. A very different outcome. So I do really want to ask you, Rocket, what sort of went wrong in today's match?
I think we did everything we could to prep for, a rematch. All the conditions were met that we needed to meet. All the boxes were checked. And, they were a totally different beast. Quartz was on one today. And not to say he wasn't on one yesterday, but when that guy's in the server on Cassidy, it's hard. And I speak from experience, I'm the flanker. It's really, really hard. But, I think nothing but respect for those guys, they are top team. They can take it to whoever they play next, Raccoon. They're the real deal, and I have nothing but respect for them. And, seeing the support they get, it's honestly heartwarming to see.
This is with this loss. Unfortunately, your run in the mid-season championship does end. But that's not all. The season is long. So, Rocket, what's next up for you?
I think this whole tournament's been a massive learning experience for everybody, and we came in wanting to learn, right? Yesterday was more than what we could have asked for, all things considered. I think our group was really, really hard, and Twisted, we learned a lot from that win, and we're going to learn even more from this loss. And I hope they make a deep run.
And last but not least, do you have anything you want to say to your fans?
I appreciate all the hospitality that you guys have given us. Obviously, there's been some showmanship. playing against a crowd like this, but you know, it's awesome. You know, this is a dream of ours, and we're gonna do everything we can to come back and hopefully be stronger.
I mean, we're all doing this for fun. Thank you so much for the entertaining matches. Rock it, everybody. Thank you so much. Let's head back to the studio.
I am so impressed with that young man's PR skills, but also the snipes we saw from his buddy Chronic. At the end of the day, Jake, it's not enough. Twisted Minds with the revenge, a 3-0 beatdown to close out our night.
Yeah, Chronic and Painkiller were on heaters on that last map, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, I talked about Quartz being the man of the hour, and he stepped up to the plate big time. We were on his cam sometimes, some of those moments, and I was like, okay, this series is just done, man. If Quartz is going to play like this, if he's just going to keep hitting headshot after headshot after headshot, just unstoppable on the server, this is what you need. That level of performance is what you actually need out of Quartz if you want to continue to go deeper, because there's yet more tough opponents waiting in that playoff bracket.
Johnny, I don't think Yubi is going to earn our Bravia MVP tonight, but you did hear some really great words from KSA saying we don't need to split our money with the coach. We got Yubi making the calls in game. How important is it to have that IGL?
I mean, especially if you're playing Symmetra like they do. It's a very strategic hero because you need to organize your team and push those positions, right? Play the wide angles, and that's exactly what they did to kick us off on map 1, which was Sign Esports map pick, right? But I think the Twisted Minds, they had all the right adaptations, they played with pace, they took the off angles, and made it really difficult for the Freya and Venture on Sign Esports to navigate all that space. So that meant that Twisted Minds, they got the picks required, they poked down Sign Esports, and Yubi, he was one of the strategists behind that decision, so that's why he's getting all the credit.
Congratulations to Twisted Minds. We'll be showing you where they're at in the bracket, but first we need to show some love while everyone's still in the stands to our Bravia MVP, Jake. We decided this a few hours ago. Jwoo was popping off, and we had to show him some love from Virtus Pro. He brings VP back into the top 8, back-to-back EWCs.
This guy, he speaks softly, but he carries a big stick. Just an absolute monster on the flex DPS. I feel like Tracer is probably the most exciting hero we've seen him on because he really just takes it to some of the best players in the game on that character, but he has the flexibility. I mean, he even showed out on the Sim, on the Mei. You know, across the board, this guy is a massive asset to his team. And I mean, some of these one clips are just out of control. This guy is a menace on the server and gonna pose real problems to any future opponents.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is another young talent that is really making a name for himself on the global stage. And I feel like Jwoo was really strong to kick off the year, but it's leveling up as this tournament run is progressing now. And we've seen Jwoo can do a lot of stuff on the Tracer here. I'm just excited to see what Jwoo can add to his kit to have a lot more impact, because we have plenty of great Tracer players around the scene. But I really do feel like Jwoo is different, and he could potentially step it up, add more heroes to his hero pool, and have even more impact as his career grows. Again, this is an 18-year-old kid, and he's already doing great work on the stage at the mid-season championship.
It's cool to watch him on the May and stuff, but could we maybe see some Freya, maybe some Widowmaker, some more highlight reel plays, because that kid was popping off. Jake, though, the highlight for me today, though, is we started with 16 teams. We said goodbye to half the competition.
Look, that's what the Esports World Cup is all about. It's about finding the very best teams in the world. And, you know, when teams lose their keys, when they're crushed in defeat, that's what it takes. We got to send these teams home to eventually crown a champion. I love here the Esports World Cup. We have this key crush system. I think it adds this incredible drama, this physicality to esports that I think we've honestly been missing for some time. So kind of hope to see like more people, more tournaments continue to push the envelope and innovate on what esports can look like.
One by one, they fall at the hands of the hydraulic press. We said goodbye to Gatos. Unfortunately, Veryl was able to crush a key, but had their key crushed in turn. Johnny, what was one of your favorite crushings of the night?
Well, one of my favorite crushings of the night was the two last ones, honestly, because you saw the crowd got really into it as well. Shockwave with a big smile on his face there, you know, crushing his opponent's keys as well. But I think it's been a really fun tournament so far, Pocket, because you're seeing as well so many competitive teams that really can perform well in this tournament and can take it all. This has been one of the more competitive tournaments we've had in Overwatch, and now looking forward to the playoffs bracket. So many teams still in the running that can win the entire tournament. This is not a two-horse race. There are more teams in the mixer.
This, of course, is our mid-season championship here at Esports World Cup 2025 for Overwatch 2, and we say goodbye to half the field. Weibo Gaming going all the way, the distance, but unable to achieve a top 8 finish once again. They exit with 20K. They're joined by Veryl from Japan, Team CC from China, and Sign Esports, the up-and-comers from North America, who I sure hope make it to our World Finals. But Jake, we look on that left side, $400,000 and title of EWC champion still on the line here in Riyadh.
There's so many critical places to claim, and I think really all 8 of these teams in the bracket are going to be looking to go further. However, I gotta say, all of our group winners, the folks who won twice in a row on day 1 and immediately qualified, look so strong. I mean, I think Crazy Raccoon, Al Qadsiya, I think T1 and Falcons are going to be very tough foes for all of their opponents. And, you know, for some of these Saudi teams, for Twisted Minds, for, you know, some of those squads, you're really going to need to show on support because that opening match tomorrow is a scary one for Twisted Minds.
Johnny, we got our first 2 matches from the top half of the bracket, the second 2 matches from the bottom half. Where would you prefer to be? Is there an easier side?
I actually think Al Qadsiya has a really good bracket for them going here because they don't have to face a Korean team to start. They get a match against Virtus.pro. That's an opponent they're really familiar with, having played in the EMEA region, and they have been dominant in that matchup so far. And then as well, you know, if they progress through Virtus.pro, they get to potentially play a team like Crazy Raccoon, Twisted Minds. I think Al Qadsiya, they have a really good path towards the grand finals.
Jake, we got 4 matches. They're all first to 3. How many game 5s will we get on our Saturday?
I think maybe only one in terms of those first 4. I think honestly, guys, I hate to say it, I hate to be you know, a Debbie Downer, but honestly, I think maybe all 4 of those can be stomps. I think some of those teams like T1 and Falcons are hitting their peak right now. And honestly, as good as Liquid have been, I worry about some of those matchups, right? Like, these are really, really tough teams. T1 and Falcons maybe are even stronger than Crazy Raccoon in this tournament.
Yeah. Johnny, I was going to say, it is already Saturday here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but back on the West Coast where your wife is watching from, we're about to start a rebroadcast. What was the best match on the day that everyone needs to go back and watch?
The best match of the day, I mean, it's got to be Weibo Gaming against Virtus.pro, right? That was an absolute banger, so stay tuned for that one.
Excellent stuff from everyone behind the scenes. Thank you for tuning in to day 2. We have 2 more days to go here at the Esports World Cup, and we have plenty more of our Qadsiya top plays. Enjoy these.